Regarding the journey through the realm of thrones, upon awakening, Sikun found himself transformed into Theon Greyjoy, the ward of House Stark from the north. Fortunately, the narrative had yet to commence, and the royal family had not yet arrived in the north. Just as Theon was grappling with the plot's intricacies, a system emerged, extracting all deities from the world and presenting Theon with a novice package. Contemplating the novice gift while stroking his chin, Theon fell into deep thought. Chapter 1. Theon Greyjoy. Oh dear, what are you doing? Sikun, satisfied with his comments, closed the commentary section. As a humanities student, his passion lay in history, particularly the tumultuous era of the late Han dynasty and the Three Kingdoms. Thus, he often found himself traversing various videos that elucidated the history of that period. As a true aficionado, he also cherished his brother's videos. With graduation looming, Sikun felt a wave of confusion wash over him. However, he quickly regained his composure, declaring, as a true man, I shall serve my homeland. While engaging in self-talk, he accidentally knocked over a soda, which promptly spilled onto the socket, unleashing a surge of electricity that coursed through Sikun's entire being. Theon, wake up! The king is arriving today. Get up quickly. A boy's voice echoed in his ear, prompting Sikun to groggily engage his mind. As his consciousness fully activated, fragmented memories surged forth. There was no excruciating headache, rather, memories unfolded naturally in disjointed pieces. Theon Greyjoy, Ward, Stark, North, the King's Visit. Game of Thrones. As an enthusiast of short videos, he had undoubtedly encountered numerous fan-made montages celebrating the fervor of the series, and Theon Greyjoy was undeniably a memorable character. Theon? Theon? Huh. I was just pondering something, Bran. Sikun replied to Bran. Then hurry and get up, father is calling for us. Watching Bran depart, Theon took a deep breath, suppressing the fear and excitement bubbling within. I am Theon Greyjoy. I am Theon Greyjoy. After repeating this several times, he embraced his new identity. For a true man, a modicum of mental fortitude was requisite. Dressed and ready, Theon swiftly exited. A biting wind greeted him. From the realm of power, there existed 7 kingdoms, later subdued by the dragon-riding Targaryens, transforming the kings into dukes of the 7 realms. The land where Theon resided was one of these realms the north ruled by House Stark, whose sigil was the direwolf. The current head of House Stark was Ned Stark, while Theon Greyjoy was the adopted son of the Stark Lord. Though he was an adoptee, he was fundamentally a hostage from House Greyjoy of the Iron Islands. Theon's father, Balon Greyjoy, had instigated a rebellion during the reign of King Robert. Ultimately, the revolt was quelled by Robert and Ned, resulting in the deaths of Balon's 2 elder sons, while the youngest Theon was brought back to the north by Ned Stark to serve as a ward. The life of Scene in the original narrative can be succinctly encapsulated as that of a wayward son returning home, an existence rife with various tragedies, or rather, when the rebellion of Balon occurred. His tragic fate was irrevocably sealed. The cold wind stung Scene's face as he abruptly rubbed his cheeks, exclaiming, "This shall never happen again, not even with the three-eyed crow." At this moment, Scene's greatest concern was indeed the three-eyed crow, a deity capable of traversing the timelines, possessing the power to influence one's will and thoughts. System loading. Insufficient energy detected. Commencing collection of divine power from the world. Collection complete. World level detected as too low. A beginner's gift package has been dispatched. System unbinding in progress. Unbinding complete. Wishing you a pleasant journey. Farewell. In a mere 3 seconds, Scene comprehended the unfolding events. With a thud, he knelt upon the ground, uttering a soft no. Outside, the north was blanketed in falling snowflakes and gusting winds, yet none could compare to the chill that enveloped Scene's heart. Initially, upon the system's loading announcement, Scene felt a surge of joy, but the subsequent unbinding of the system delivered a fatal blow to his spirits. Beginner gift packages are seldom filled with valuable items. It seemed the system had indeed collected divine power. Perhaps this would serve as his greatest boon. At that moment, a luminous screen materialized before him, revealing a gift box that, upon opening, released 5 orbs of light. Beginner package distribution complete. Then, the screen shattered abruptly, revealing a ring upon the ground. Scene hastily retrieved the ring, and, after examining it for some time without discerning its peculiarities, he slipped it onto his finger. In that very instant, the ring vanished, and 5 ethereal screens appeared before him, inscribed with the following. Smog. This is the last dragon egg from Middle-earth upon extraction. It shall hatch and remain utterly loyal to you. though you must raise it. Counterfeit Snow Mastiff armor. You can summon an identical armor. It will only marginally enhance the summoner's physical attributes and lacks any ultimate skills or weaponry. What more can one expect from a counterfeit? Unknown Origin Serum. The user shall gain access to an ancient and venerable bloodline. Disaster-resistant wheat seeds. A high-yield wheat that exhibits resilience against various natural calamities, such as harsh winter. Perhaps your subordinates will no longer suffer from hunger. A vibranium sword from an unidentified timeline. Perhaps it could cleave the Marvel shield that is evenly divided. Note, you may click the screens at any time to claim the items, but once claimed, they cannot revert to screen status. As Scene gazed at these 5 beginner gifts, the thought of having his divinity stripped away almost overwhelmed him with joy. What a fortuitous beginning. If upon awakening, Scene had contemplated how to alter his destiny, now his mind was consumed with thoughts of, I, Theon Greyjoy, as a true man, shall inevitably lead a life no lesser than others. How could I languish in obscurity for long? With fervor, Scene eagerly clicked on the serum, the Snow Mastiff armor, and the vibranium sword. Before Sean appeared a syringe, a tattoo sticker, and an antiquated sword of exquisite design. He first grasped the syringe, hesitating not a moment before administering the injection. A warm sensation coursed through his body, rendering him remarkably lighter, and then he faded into oblivion. Isn't this supposed to enhance physical prowess? What the hell? Sean ran his fingers along the vibranium sword, instantly slicing his skin, yet within the blink of an eye, it healed completely. Realizing the implications of such vitality, he took up a sticker adorned with a majestic snow mastiff, affixing it to his arm. Upon application, the tattoo of the snow mastiff vanished seamlessly into his skin. With a mere thought, his eyes ignited with a silvery light, and a thunderous roar of the snow mastiff echoed forth as an ethereal white armor materialized around him. The power surging within him was undeniable. It was impressive, yet the actual enhancement was perhaps only doubled. To illustrate, if Sean's strength had once been 100 pounds, it now stood at 200. Dismissing the armor, he felt a sense of satisfaction, for despite the modest increase, his defensive capabilities were significantly augmented, sufficient to handle knights from Game of Thrones with relative ease. Next, he picked up the vibranium sword, contemplating its name, ultimately deciding upon Siren. He found the name appealing and heroic, at least in his estimation. Armed with Siren, Sean made his way to the blacksmith, intending to commission a sheath for his new blade, completely disregarding Bran's earlier remarks. Chapter 2. Chaos is the ladder of ascendancy. Just as Sean finished articulating his vision for the ideal sheath to the craftsman, Jon Snow emerged from behind him. Why aren't you at the keep to greet the king? I hear he has arrived, Jon inquired. Sean sheathed Siren and replied softly, and why aren't you? My name is Snow. It is a privilege merely to attend the evening's feast. Snow is a surname commonly assigned to bastards in the north, where the firstborn inherits, while others often branch out to form lesser, noble houses. Bastards, at times, are regarded as inferior even to farmers, a fate somewhat mitigated by the kindness of Ned Stark. Securing Siren at his waist, Sean remarked, You are called Snow, what am I? Stock? He patted Jon's shoulder and added, One must perceive the essence of things, lest one be blinded by illusions. As he observed Sean's retreating figure, Jon opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. He sensed that Sean was acting somewhat irrationally. Typically, Sean held him in contempt. In House Stark, Catelyn looked down upon both Sean and Jon, and Sean regarded Jon with disdain, even though Ned treated them without discernment. However, the gravity of their situations was understood by all. In the original narrative, Sean was led astray, prompting him to ambush Winterfell. In truth, had Sean remained steadfast, even if he chose not to return to the Iron Islands, he stood a considerable chance of inheriting Balon's position if one disregarded his uncle Euron. However, in the original narrative, Theon's eagerness to prove himself led to a loss of discernment. When Yara offered to take him back to the Iron Islands, he insisted on remaining in Winterfell. Now, Theon awaited Robb's call to arms, at which point he would promptly return to the Iron Islands. After all, according to the customs of Westeros, he was the only living son of Balon, and the Duchy of the Iron Islands was likely to be his. Moreover, he was no longer the timid Theon of yore. He now donned the indomitable armor of a dire wolf. In addition, he felt no trepidation in the face of Daenerys Targaryen regardless of the circumstances. His dragon, Smaug, would undoubtedly overpower her 3 formidable dragons. However, he was uncertain if the Smaug bestowed upon him was the newer bipedal dragon or the ancient quadrupedal variant. Theon planned to establish a firm footing in the Iron Islands before unleashing Smaug, revealing him the North could very well lead to his immediate demise at the hands of Robb. Though Theon possessed the serum now, facing thousands of adversaries posed a grave risk, especially if he were to be captured. As the Spice Lord encountered by Daenerys and Karth once remarked, possessing a dragon alone does not equate to ruling the Seven Kingdoms. While Theon's circumstances were considerably more favorable, the time was not yet ripe. Chaos was merely a stepping stone to ascendance. Theon leisurely made his way to the inner castle of Winterfell, and gazing upon the stone edifice, a familiar yet alien sensation enveloped him. Yet, more than anything, he was struck by the nostalgia for such time-honored architecture, a rarity in his past life. After undergoing rigorous scrutiny by the King's guards, Theon finally entered the inner keep, the heart of Winterfell, reportedly built atop hot springs. Ned Stark and his 3 children resided within, while Jon and Theon stayed slightly apart, yet still close enough to enjoy the warmth of the spring. At that moment, numerous maidservants were busy preparing the venue for a feast, and King Robert and Ned were engaged in hearty conversation at the head table. Observing the corpulent king in the distance, Theon couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy as he recalled Robert's eventual demise while watching the series. He had never imagined that Robert would meet his end at the tusks of a wild boar. Robert Baratheon, the firstborn of House Baratheon, born in the Stormlands, had been raised alongside Ned by the former hand of the king. Ultimately, due to women and various other reasons, he had led a rebellion, overthrowing the Targaryen dynasty that had ruled for 3 centuries, a feat made possible by the extinction of the Targaryen dragons. The last king, dubbed the Mad King, was said to have had his fate determined by the gods, who would cast a coin to decide whether each Targaryen child would be a Mad King or a benevolent one. Theon knew little of the Mad King, but the Boar King before him was undoubtedly a stark contrast to the original narrative. Although Robert appeared portly, his overall physique remained robust, a notable difference from the rotund figure depicted in the original tale. "Theon, what are you daydreaming about?" came the lively voice of Arya Stark. Theon looked down to see the spirited young wolf, Arya, who would ultimately play a pivotal role in vanquishing the Night King. Theon could only lament. The Night King met his end far too abruptly. Initially, Theon had harbored fondness for Arya, but as the later seasons unfolded and she began to gain weight and cavorted with Gendry, his affections faded. "How did you manage to escape? Aren't you supposed to be with your mother, receiving the queen?" It was utterly tedious. Such occasions are far more suited to Sansa. "Oh, her embroidery is simply exquisite," Arya retorted, dripping with sarcasm. "Ha ha ha. What can a girl do with a sword? Your embroidery instructor must be at her wit's end with you." At this, Arya huffed disdainfully and dashed outside to play. After a moment's contemplation, Theon also turned to leave. Once outside, a biting cold wind struck him. "Damn it, why is this wretched place so cold?" A voice laced with arrogance and disdain rang out, and Theon turned to see none other than our eternal emperor, Joffrey Baratheon. Or should it be Joffrey Lannister? As the eldest son of King Robert, he is actually the illegitimate offspring of Cersei Lannister and her brother, Jaime Lannister. This pair, known as the Golden Siblings of House Lannister, have produced 3 children through their incestuous union. Joffrey Baratheon, the first in line for the throne, is a veritable monster whose greatest pleasure lies in the torment of others. However, he is also remarkably susceptible to being wielded like a weapon. As long as one flatters him and feeds his sense of superiority, he will be inclined to do anything under your encouragement. A smile crept onto Theon's lips. "My prince, I sincerely apologize for this dreadful experience, but you are well acquainted with the harsh climate of the north. Why don't we retreat to the side hall for a moment of respite? Not only will it allow us to evade the tiresome social obligations, but it will also spare us from this infernal cold. Furthermore, I recently encountered an amusing bard who regaled me with a delightful tale." Theon deliberately emphasized "my prince," providing Joffrey with a great sense of satisfaction. To be honest, since his arrival, apart from the meeting with Duke Stark, he had been wandering aimlessly outside, all the while subjected to the incessant prattle of his loquacious dwarf uncle. Behind Joffrey, Sandor Clegane, known as the Hound, interjected, "Who are you?" "I am Theon Greyjoy, the ward of Duke Stark. Fear not. I bear no ill will towards Prince Joffrey. His martial prowess far exceeds my own." Joffrey smacked his sword at his waist. "Dog, go about your business and cease following me." He then gestured for Theon to lead the way, and Theon promptly guided Joffrey toward his quarters, having already devised a rough plan. The Hound remained behind, glaring at Theon's retreating figure, muttering, "Ha! What a repugnant little schemer. However, he did not linger long, opting instead to report back to Robert. Meanwhile, Theon brought Joffrey to his dwelling and opened the door with a flourish. "Please, enter, your majesty." My apologies, I misspoke, I meant, your highness, please come in." Theon hastily corrected his faux pas. A smile graced Joffrey's face. Yet he admonished, "My father is the king, I am merely a prince at present. Do not address me so casually." He emphasized the word present. Theon lifted 2 goblets, pouring wine for Joffrey first. "Your highness is correct, it was my error," he said. Theon was nearly stifled with laughter in the ancient courts of the Celestial Empire. Such flattery was the common practice of servants. Yet in this world of power and intrigue, it was enough to completely enthrall a prince. Raising his goblet, Theon intended to clink it with Joffrey's, but then feigned a look of fear and said, "My apologies, your highness, I have overstepped." Joffrey responded with a smirk, initiating the toast himself, signaling that Theon need not concern himself. "You are quite to my taste, do regale me with your tale, as I find this rather dull." Theon took a sip of the wine, or rather, grape juice, cursed be it. The wine here was so poorly fermented that it could scarcely be called wine, its alcohol content likely under 10%. Legend speaks of a fabled kingdom to the east of Essos, surrounded by 6 nations. Theon recounted a modified and simplified version of the story of the warring states to Joffrey. In the original text, Joffrey had once remarked, "We ought to possess an army belonging to the crown, rather than summoning various lords in times of war." Here, Theon merely needed to plant a seed of encouragement, and soon enough, the flames of war would be ignited.
Chapter 3. Sir Theon. The tale unfolded over the course of 2 hours, leaving Joffrey thoroughly pleased with the narrative shared by Theon. Particularly captivating was the account of a king from one of the realms who had vanquished the other 6 nations to forge a feudal society, a display of immense power indeed. Was it not as if one could simply strike down their own dwarf uncle at will? In a moment of unexpected sneezing, Tyrion, reclining in the embrace of a naked woman, reflected on the stark reality that Southerners had no survival prospects in the north. Blissfully unaware that his nephew was contemplating how to do him harm, Joffrey took a sip of wine and proposed, "Theon, how would you like to be my squire?" Elation surged within Theon. The opportunity he had long awaited had finally arrived. If he could accompany Joffrey to King's Landing, he could seize the chance to return to the Iron Islands under the pretext of seeking reinforcements once Joffrey executed Ned. "Of course, your grace, it would be my honor." Joffrey rose, drawing his sword and placing it upon Theon's shoulder, officially dubbing him as his sworn knight. "From this day forth, you shall serve as my sworn knight, and I expect your unwavering loyalty." Theon beamed with joy, declaring, "Your grace, as long as the sun and moon endure, so shall my loyalty." His expression was one of earnest sincerity, as if he would comply with any request Joffrey might make. Oblivious to the true nature of his new squire, Joffrey sheathed his sword, unaware of the implications of his decision. "Your Majesty, evening has descended, we should attend the feast," came the reminder. Joffrey nodded, recognizing that as a prince, his attendance was imperative. Upon entering the great hall, many gazes turned towards Joffrey, for the stature of a prince commanded respect. In this kingdom, where hierarchy was cherished, a prince was akin to a king. Several individuals also noted Theon Greyjoy's presence beside Joffrey. Robert cast a glance at Theon and remarked to Ned, "This lad is sharper than his father. He knows whom to align with." Ned furrowed his brow, plagued by doubts. It was unlike Theon to so readily attach himself to Joffrey. Nonetheless, he dismissed the thought, rationalizing that Theon's association with Joffrey effectively tethered the Iron Islands to the prince, thereby thwarting any future rebellious inclinations from below. To them, Theon was merely a sycophant, unaware of the tumultuous events destined to unfold. However, Theon was acutely aware of the potential for Joffrey to execute Ned and of Stannis' impending assault on King's Landing. In that scenario, he could return to the Iron Islands with legitimacy, plotting his next moves with calculated precision. Perhaps he would even return to the Iron Islands sooner than anticipated, rather than naively believing that occupying Winterfell equated to claiming the North. Theon approached Robert, now standing before him. "Father, your Majesty, Theon Greyjoy, is it? You are wiser than that old fool Balon. Stick close to Joffrey, and you shall not find yourself at a disadvantage," Robert proclaimed loudly. Robert, it seemed, possessed a keen intellect and was not the reckless figure one might assume. After all, a foolish man could hardly maintain dominion over the 7 kingdoms from the Iron Throne. "Rest assured, your Majesty, I shall ensure the safety of Prince Joffrey," declared Theon with a loud voice. "Ha ha ha," Splendid. Robert laughed heartily, even going so far as to wipe his hand on the maid's apron. Once seated, Joffrey found Theon standing beside him. The Hound, who had been indulging in food and drink, glanced disapprovingly at Theon for his evident display of servitude. A true performer, indeed. After a moment of derision, he resumed his feast, savoring the northern delicacies, particularly the kidney pie, which was far more delectable than the dry pork. As the banquet progressed, Joffrey bid farewell to Robert and Ned. He then approached Cersei, saying, "Mother, I am quite full. I shall step outside for a moment." "Farewell, Lady Catelyn." "Farewell, Your Highness," she replied. Joffrey, accompanied by Theon, made his way outside, where Cersei proudly remarked, "He has always been so courteous. At times, I worry whether he will be able to command the noble houses in the future. The prince shall undoubtedly be a commendable king." Once outside, Joffrey, perplexed, turned to Theon and asked, "Why must I seek permission to leave? Why can I not simply exit?" Theon scoffed inwardly, recognizing the arrogance of Joffrey. It was he who had taught him such behavior. "Your Highness, a few courteous words would certainly leave a favorable impression on the northern lords, facilitating their support for you upon your ascension. Why not seize the opportunity?" Joffrey pondered this for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Indeed, that makes sense." Theon's current objective was to continually instruct Joffrey in the guise of consolidating his position, so that in time, Joffrey would seek his counsel for every matter. Theon envisioned the Vale as his ideal first domain. Since the death of Jon Arryn, the Vale had been under the control of Lysa Tully. With its abundant resources and defensible terrain, along with the coastal regions, and considering the ruler's unstable mind, it was, in Theon's eyes, the most desirable region in all of Westeros. "Your Majesty, I hear that Jon Arryn has passed away." Joffrey remarked casually, "That old fellow indeed has departed, after all. He was of advanced age." No sooner had he spoken than a reprimanding voice interjected, "That was the hand of the king. Perhaps you should show a modicum of respect." Theon turned to see a dwarf approaching, the ever-popular character of Tyrion Lannister. During the defense of King's Landing, it could be said that Tyrion's quick thinking had staved off Stannis' attack, with Tywin arriving to finish the job. "Good evening, Lord Tyrion," Theon greeted casually, maintaining a level of decorum without overt friendliness, for Joffrey's animosity towards Tyrion was well known, and he needed to manipulate Joffrey to secure the Vale. "Ah, the Knight of Favor, as they call you," Tyrion replied with a grin. "Quite an admirable moniker." Theon shrugged indifferently. "What brings you here?" Joffrey inquired, offering no warmth towards Tyrion. "I merely stepped out to relieve myself. Is that not permissible?" Tyrion responded, loosening his belt. With a face full of disdain, Joffrey turned and walked away. "Theon, I do not wish to see him," he declared. Theon gestured for Tyrion to continue before following Joffrey. Just as Tyrion was relieving himself, a commotion caught his attention. "Uncle, I wish to join the Night's Watch. I am determined to head north." Jon Snow exclaimed. "You do not comprehend the dire conditions beyond the wall. Your skills surpass Theon's. Perhaps he could recommend you. Following Joffrey would be your best avenue." "Oh, aligning oneself with Joffrey is hardly a favorable prospect. Trust me. No sane individual can endure our prince," Tyrion interjected. "I know Theon well. Joffrey holds great trust in him. I can see it," responded Banyan. Jon, too, expressed his confusion. "Prince Joffrey is a courteous royal. Everyone at the feast has said so. He shall be a wise king." Tyrion could not suppress a laugh. "That merely indicates your ignorance of Theon Greyjoy," he remarked to Banyan, then turned to Jon. "You are equally oblivious to my nephew. These words are of no consequence." "I have resolved to head north," Jon stated with unwavering determination. Observing the conviction in Jon's eyes, Banyan fell silent for a moment. "We depart the day after tomorrow." "Do not forget." Jon exhaled in relief, fearing his uncle's disapproval, fully aware of Lady Catelyn's disdain towards him. Lady Catelyn epitomized the archetype of a noblewoman, harboring no affection for the boy brought home by her husband after a year away with Robert. "Hey, I too wish to go. I want to relieve myself atop the wall," Tyrion crept. Banyan did not refuse but cautioned him about the perils that awaited at the wall. Chapter 4. King's Landing. 2 days elapsed in the blink of an eye. Today marks the day of departure for the group. Yet even in the absence of the three-eyed crow, fate remains unaltered. Yesterday, Bran fell from the tower. Although he still clings to life, he remains in a deep slumber. Catelyn sits by Bran's bedside, knitting a sweater, when Jon Snow enters. "I have come to bid farewell, mother. I shall accompany uncle to the wall." Catelyn's eyes glisten with unshed tears. You should have left long ago. Her voice trembles, for despite her reservations towards Jon, the bond forged over the years is undeniable. Coupled with Ned's journey south with their 2 daughters and Theon, and Bran's unresponsiveness, Catelyn finds her tears flowing freely. Jon remains silent for a moment, then quietly departs. After Jon's exit, Ned enters, offers his farewells to Catelyn, and prepares to return to King's Landing. The party divides. A small contingent of criminals accompanies Benjen Stark back to the Wall, while the majority, including Theon, heads back to King's Landing. Perhaps by our next meeting. You will be the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, Jon, Theon jested. A smile flickers across Jon's face. I may not live to see that day. Following their embrace, Theon rides back to join Joffrey. At this moment, Ned addresses Jon Snow. Even without my surname, you carry my blood within you. The Starks take pride in the black. He then returns to Robert's side. 3 days later, the Night's Watch, established 8,000 years ago to fend off the others, once comprised the finest warriors from various realms, symbolizing honor. However, it has now become largely a collection of criminals from the north. Theon explains the Night's Watch to Joffrey. Others? Mere tales to frighten children. If they truly existed, they should take my uncle instead. How? Joffrey clearly dismisses the notion of the other's existence. Years have passed, and not only Southerners but even the majority of Northerners are skeptical about the others. The Wall now primarily serves to defend against wildlings. Nevertheless, the Northerners hold the Night's Watch in high esteem, a sentiment quite distinct from that of the Southern nobility. Theon munches on hardtack. And with just 1 day until they reach King's Landing, the temperature has risen significantly compared to the north. Everyone has donned lighter garments. Once Robert meets his demise, the game shall commence. After their meal, the group resumes their journey, aiming to return to King's Landing before nightfall. As the last rays of sunlight vanish, they finally arrive at the imposing city walls of King's Landing. Theon feels a surge of excitement, far surpassing the awe experienced in the series, although the faint, unpleasant odor somewhat taints the sensation. Upon entering the city, Theon is taken aback by the sight of emaciated beggars lining the streets. This portrayal starkly contrasts with the depiction of the impoverished in the show. They appear frail, as if a gust of wind could topple them. Their faces devoid of the will to life or the fear of death, consumed instead by an overwhelming sense of numbness and emptiness. This is a scene that Shion had never encountered in his previous life. Born into a destitute rural family, Shion had experienced hunger. Yet at least he was never deprived of sustenance. Now, this rebel had sullied the entire King's Landing with their foul stench. It would be ideal to expel them all before the onset of winter. Joffrey wore a look of disdain upon his face. The king's words rang true. Zing, donned with an inscrutable expression, surveyed the surrounding refugees. Upon returning to the Red Keep and after a night as respite, the following day, Ned formally assumed the role of Hand of the King. However, upon taking office, Ned was taken aback, for the Master of Coin, Peter Baelish, informed him that Robert's debts amounted to a staggering 6 million. What had he done? Ned inquired incredulously. Indulging in feasting, revelry, and tourneys. Peter Baelish replied with an enigmatic smile. Chapter 5, The Gradual Distortion of King's Landing. Tomorrow, I shall seek counsel with Lord Robert. We cannot squander our dwindling finances on this farcical tournament. Ned felt a touch of helplessness. The original purpose of the tournament was to assist the king in selecting the finest knights from across the realm. Yet under Robert's influence, it devolved into mere entertainment, with a prize purse amounting to a staggering 50,000. Damn it. Subsequently, Ned dissolved the small council, retreating to the Great Hall, his brow furrowed in concern. The information he received from Robert indicated that Jon Arryn had at least 5 years left to life, yet he had suddenly perished from exhaustion. Even a fool could discern that King's Landing was far from peaceful. Robert was astutely aware that the Lannister family and unseen forces were conspiring to disrupt the Seven Kingdoms. On the other side, Theon followed Joffrey, having arranged a small chamber not far from the prince's quarters. Leaning against the bed, Theon gazed out the window at the vast sea. One cannot deny that the Red Keep is an awe-inspiring edifice, standing by the water, with the sea breeze wafting in daily. What is this? A seaside villa, a grand one at that. Now, it awaited the impending chaos of King's Landing. Theon caressed his Valyrian steel sword, the sting from the blade nicking his fingers serving as a constant reminder that this was no grand dream. His unyielding constitution meant he would not succumb to death, yet sensations remained, and the heightened acuity of his senses made him more sensitive to pain. This exhilarated Theon. He feared that with his immunity to death, he might gradually lose his capacity for feeling, and ultimately, his emotions. Knock, knock, knock. A rap at the door heralded the arrival of a guard. Sir Theon, Prince Joffrey requests your presence. Please follow me. Theon sheathed his sword into its custom scabbard, signaling for the guard to lead the way. Winding through the labyrinthine corridors, Theon finally arrived at his destination, a spacious area where approximately 30 individuals stood gathered. Theon, select a group to form a small squad. I shall soon turn 14, and my father has permitted me to command a small team, Joffrey exclaimed, his voice tinged with excitement. Theon narrowed his eyes, realizing that this was Robert's way of safeguarding his son, who was evidently sensing the discord in King's Landing. Alas, Robert would never fathom that the tempest of chaos would commence with his very own progeny. You choose 10, and I shall select 10 as well, Joffrey continued. It was then that Theon noticed the Hound not far off. He casually picked 10 individuals. They were of little consequence. Surely all loyal retainers handpicked by Robert from the Stormlands. The Hound, too, selected 10 without much thought. He was simply indifferent. The North, the mind, like a sword, requires constant honing to become sharper. Upon hearing Tyrion's remark, Jon merely nodded dismissively. Tyrion perceived Jon's lack of enthusiasm but chose not to press the matter further. Those of formidable prowess often overlook the significance of wisdom. For a dwarf, intelligence was of paramount importance. Soon, the assembly rose to continue their journey, ultimately arriving at the wall. Gazing upon the magnificent wall, soaring nearly 200 meters high and stretching 400 miles long, Tyrion found himself questioning for the first time whether this grand edifice was truly constructed solely to fend off the wildlings. Turning back, Benjen softly addressed Jon and his companions, saying, "Welcome to the Wall of Westeros." Chapter 6, The Ironkind. 2 months later, Ned Stark began to uncover fragments of the truth, such as the unsettling possibility that Joffrey was not Robert's biological son. Furthermore, the death of Jon Arryn was anything but ordinary. Ned observed that all the offspring of House Baratheon bore dark hair, while Joffrey and his siblings were distinctly golden-haired and blue-eyed, a hallmark of the Lannisters. "Lord Theon, the hand of the king is outside," a voice announced. Upon hearing this, Theon promptly rose and made his way to the entrance. "Father, please come in," he called to Ned. "Enter," Ned replied, ushering Theon inside while leaving the guards outside. Theon poured wine for Ned, sensing the gravity of his father's visit. "I require your assistance. The former hand's death is more complex than it appears," Ned spoke in a lowered voice. Theon, taken aback, responded earnestly, "You are my father, and you can always trust your son." Seeing Theon's earnest expression provided Ned a measure of reassurance. Upon arriving in King's Landing, Ned discovered the situation was far worse than he had anticipated. The treasury was empty, and Robert had disbanded the standing army. Currently, there were only 5,000 gold cloaks to maintain order, with perhaps 3,000 capable of combat. The situation within the Red Keep was even more dire, dominated by Lannister guards, compelling Ned to marshal every available resource. "How many men do you command now?" he inquired. Theon answered candidly, "Father, I oversee 30 men. The Hound does not bring anyone, so Joffrey has entrusted all his guards to my management." Ned was elated to learn that Joffrey had 30 men under his command. "Those 30 are Robert's elite retainers. Hand them over to me. You must keep Joffrey under control. I cannot disclose everything now, but please be patient and await my orders." With Theon's 30 elite soldiers, the odds had significantly improved, especially with Peter's commitment of 100 gold cloaks. Once Robert returned from his hunt, they could swiftly regain control. After all, with such events transpiring, Robert would undoubtedly march against the Lannisters in the Westlands. Having conveyed his instructions, Ned hurriedly departed. Watching Ned Stark's hurried retreat, Theon mused with a smile, "My dear foster father, even without your words, I know your intentions." Subsequently, Theon donned his leather armor and sword. Approaching the guards at the door, "Take me to Queen Cersei," he commanded. Under the guard's escort, Theon swiftly arrived at Cersei's quarters. Following the guard's announcement, he was granted an audience with Cersei Lannister. As he beheld the golden-haired, blue-eyed matron before him, Theon felt the weight of legacy pressing upon his mind. "Theon Stark, my son's favored protector, what brings you to me since you do not safeguard my son?" Cersei inquired, her complexion unusually flushed, perhaps from recent indulgence in wine or the departure of Jaime. "Your Majesty, it has come to my attention that you may have recently observed the actions of Ned Stark. He has uncovered something quite significant and sought a conversation with me today." Cersei, as previously, hazy gaze sharpened instantaneously. "What did he convey to you, Your Majesty?" "I have prepared 2 letters. Tomorrow, I require 500 golden robes, and only the golden robes, in addition to 50,000 golden dragons, to facilitate my return to the Iron Islands. As you are aware, my surname is Greyjoy." Cersei chuckled lightly. "What gives you the audacity to believe you are in a position to threaten me? I am not threatening you, merely proposing a reasonable exchange, which, I trust, provides you with a measure of assurance, does it not?" Theon continued, asserting his belief in the might of the Lannisters. "I am now the sole heir to Balon, and I serve as the sworn knight to Prince Joffrey. You must have devised your own strategies, yet regardless of your plans, the onset of war seems inevitable. Once hostilities commence, even the mightiest lion requires allies. Otherwise, facing the onslaught of fish, wolves, eagles, and deer, self-preservation becomes a formidable challenge. Upon my return to the Iron Islands, I could readily strike against the north, even obstructing the Stark family as path home. Your brother Tyrion has already been captured by Lady Stark. I trust you are curious as to why Ned Stark relentlessly pursues your family, the Lannisters. The letters contain the answers, and within 2 days of my departure, someone will deliver them to you." Cersei narrowed her eyes in contemplation. Many are aware of the true parentage of Joffrey, yet they choose to turn a blind eye, daunted by her family as power. However, it was unexpected that someone like Ned Stark would suddenly uncover Joffrey's lineage. She found it perplexing that Jon Arryn's death could be connected to her son. The terms proposed by Theon stirred her interest. 50,000 golden dragons were substantial, yet not beyond her means, especially considering the 3 million lent to Robert. As for the 500 golden robes, they were more of a luxury than a necessity. Lastly, there was the matter of war, for Ned had already discovered Joffrey's true identity. Should this information be publicly revealed, particularly in the context of a duke and king's brother, the ramifications would be unmanageable. Cersei had already arranged for an opportunity to act against Robert, but the pressing concern remained, how to ensure Ned did not disseminate this information first. Thus, she was eager to learn what Ned Stark had communicated to Theon. Theon's motivations for coming here to inform her were simply born of his unwillingness to live as a mere hostage. Given her discord with Robert, it was fitting that Balon's 2 sons had also perished at their hands. Thus, an alliance with the Iron Islands seemed increasingly plausible. An alliance with the Iron Islands would serve as a sharp blade poised to strike at the North's rear, even before they were aware of it. "Very well. I accept your terms, and I hope that your words ring true, for should they prove false, you shall learn what it means to be a Lannister. Debts must be repaid." In his heart, Theon could not help but sneer. This was the advantage of being aware of the overarching narrative. Cersei could not possibly anticipate that Ned would foolishly seek her out and then implore, "Take the children and flee quickly. Let us engage in a fair and just battle on the field." As for the Lannisters, the notion of repaying debts. In Theon's eyes, the outbreak of the War of the 5 Kings would undoubtedly rend the 7 kingdoms asunder. At that juncture, the conflicts in the north would not merely escalate, and the west would find itself powerless to intervene. Who, then, could possibly thwart Theon as he stealthily bided his time and grew stronger? Chapter 7. The Golden Snow Mastiff Dragon Rider of the Iron Islands. Before dawn, on the 2nd day, Cersei dispatched a messenger to instruct Theon to set forth immediately. With the bustling activity in King's Landing, she wished to keep this matter from reaching Ned Stark's ears. Theon shared her sentiment. Thus he hastily departed with a cart laden with golden dragons and 500 gold cloaks. Their journey would consume a week as they traversed the Westlands, making their way back to Pike from the Ironman's Bay. 3 days later, Theon had distanced himself from King's Landing and entered the realm of the Westlands. The absence of pursuing forces from Cersei suggested her satisfaction with the contents of the letter. It was also possible that Ned Stark had informed Cersei to grant her some time to return to the Westlands, alleviating her concerns. Throughout the journey, Theon devoted each day to indoctrinating the gold cloaks he had brought along, persuading them to shed their original yellow garments in favor of plain attire. For he lacked the funds to provide them with leather armor. He referred to them as the Iron Guards, allocating half an hour daily for them to stand at attention, simultaneously instilling in them the notion that they were the lowest of the low among the gold cloaks. However, he assured them that by following him, even the lowly could ascend to knighthood. Thus, they meandered onward, ultimately boarding a fleet of 40 ships, boldly sailing towards the Iron Islands. On board the largest vessel, Theon found himself alone, gazing at the dragon egg and a chest of wheat with palpable excitement. These 2 items were the cornerstone of his ambitions for conquest. As he tapped the dragon egg, a cracking sound resonated, and a small, golden-red claw emerged. Theon felt an uncontrollable thrill at this sight, an unmistakable sign of a 4-legged dragon. He was certain this was indeed the form of a dracarys, distinguishing it from the bipedal dragons depicted in contemporary films. The additional pair of claws would undoubtedly enhance its combat prowess, especially considering that Drogon's front limbs were merely large bone spurs, limiting aerial maneuvers to rear claw attacks. As the young dragon fully emerged, a golden-red hatchling stood before Theon, its small head adorned with golden eyes that curiously regarded him. A peculiar mental wave washed over Theon's not-so-brilliant mind-hunger. In awe, he watched the hatchling, marveling at the extraordinary sensation. "You're hungry. Eat the eggshell," he exclaimed, recalling the narrative conventions often found in stories. "No, you must eat meat," he corrected himself, feeling somewhat awkward as he retrieved a beef shank from the kitchen. The hatchling, upon spotting the shank, eagerly pounced upon it, showing no need to char the meat as Daenerys' dragons did. Watching the hatchling feast with delight, Theon's eyes crinkled into a smile. "I shall call you Apollo, the sun amidst the long night, the sun god." He naturally would not call it Dracarys, for that name was rather unappealing. Apollo glanced back at Theon before resuming its meal, seemingly acquiescing to the name. A day later, the fleet approached the Iron Islands. At this moment, approximately 1,000 individuals stand poised at the dock. 440 vessels can accommodate around 700 to 800 passengers, with a few exceeding 1,000. The sudden emergence of such a considerable fleet is sure to capture the attention of Pike City. The Iron Islands comprise a chain of 31 small isles, among which 7 are principal islands: Pike Island, the most populous Harrow Island, the mineral-rich Great White Island, the site of the Kingsmoot on Old White Island, the former stronghold of House Greyjoy on Oak Island, and the enigmatic Black Tide Island. Currently, Pike Island serves as the stronghold of House Greyjoy, boasting the largest port in the Iron Islands, known as the Kingsport, which lies before Theon. Theon instructed Apollo to remain in the ship's cabin for the time being. Upon the vessel's arrival at the shore, Theon was the first to disembark, followed swiftly by 500 iron-born warriors, who quickly organized into formation. Theon's recent military drills had managed to instill a semblance of discipline among these men clad in gold robes. Leading the opposition was a fierce-looking woman, reminiscent of her counterpart from the original tale, yet possessing a more delicate demeanor. She resembled a general, if one could overlook her seemingly impoverished attire. Upon seeing this young man, who bore a striking resemblance to their father in his youth, the Iron Lady Yara expressed her astonishment. "Theon, my dear sister, I am flattered that you can still recognize me," Theon replied with a confident smile. Yara's surprise was beyond description. "How did Stark allow you to return?" "My abilities are quite remarkable. The Wolf's Den is not where I belong, this is my true home." Theon's confidence stemmed from 2 sources. First, he had summoned armor the previous night on a whim and was astonished to discover that its enhancement had doubled over the past 3 months, and second, he was in the Iron Islands, where he was the sole male of House Greyjoy, a significant advantage in a realm that prizes family and bloodline. Despite it being his first return in many years, observing her spirited brother, alongside the well-armed Ironborn at his back, Yara wore a perplexed expression, unsure of how to respond. In the original narrative, Theon had been outmaneuvered by Yara until he confronted their father Bolton in Pike City, where he was still admonishing Yara for her intrusion. "Sister, take me to Castle Pike. I have returned, and I shall not leave again." Seeing the unmasked ambition in Theon's eyes, Yara began to doubt whether the Northern Lord Stark was truly as kind-hearted, righteous, and rigid as the tales suggested. Such an audacious demeanor was rarely exhibited so genuinely by the Ironborn. "Follow me, I shall take you to see our father. Kingsport is not far from Pike City." And soon the group arrived at Castle Pike. As Theon gazed upon the castle, he found it quite satisfactory. The Iron Islands, separated from Westeros by Ironman Bay, clearly held a strategic advantage in the face of impending conflict on their homeland. The sole drawback may be the relative scarcity of resources. However, the soil of Harrenhal Island is quite decent. With the proper combination of sham as fertilizer and wheat seeds, it could undoubtedly transform into a modest granary. Coupled with the abundant iron ore of Great White Island, there would be no shortage of food or weaponry. One would merely need to seize a few blacksmiths. Upon entering the castle hall, an elderly man with white hair sat by the fireplace, holding a letter. "You have arrived swiftly. Cersei's letter has only just reached my hands." Sean approached the old man and took a seat on a nearby stool. "Father, I have returned. You need not worry about the succession of your Iron Islands." Bolton rose and tossed the envelope into the flames. "I shall not pass our legacy to a Stark or to a wild dog at the side of a lion. It seems Cersei has outlined certain conditions in her letter. Is Robert truly dead?" Bolton glanced at Sean. Indeed, he was gored by a boar. How amusing. He got what he deserved. Chapter 8. It must be me, father. You require an exceptional heir, one who is adept in battle, capable of ensuring our lineage and leading our family towards prosperity and strength, said Theon candidly, fully aware that the ambitious but exceedingly arrogant Bolton stood before him. In the original narrative, Yara had already articulated the folly of Bolton's strategy to venture inland, and indeed, it was a grave miscalculation. The greatest advantage of an archipelago lies in its isolation from the mainland. The Ironborn excel in naval warfare, and with their limited numbers, they could hardly maintain a foothold deep inland. Yara is remarkably capable. She possesses the qualities necessary to be my successor, while you, at present, are merely a daub of the Lannisters, utterly unworthy of such a role. Theon continued, words are futile, excellence is merely talk. The North is likely rallying its lords to march south. Let us then compare our achievements, shall we? Yara raised an eyebrow, surprised by Theon's confidence, yet she remained unafraid. Bolton regarded Theon for a moment, then nodded, so be it. Subsequently, Yara instructed a servant to arrange a room for Theon, while the 500 Ironborn he had brought were stationed not far from Pike. That night, Theon released Apollo from the wooden crate and, after providing some instructions, stealthily let him out through the window under the cover of darkness. Theon felt no affection for Bolton. In the original tale, Bolton was a cold-blooded, arrogant schemer, with only Yara genuinely concerned for Theon's well-being. Indeed, Yara had once gathered a group of elite warriors to rescue Theon, but at that time he had been so tormented that he dared not flee. Although Apollo was a young dragon, he was not to be underestimated. Unlike Drogon in his youth, following Theon's guidance, Apollo arrived at a window, the interior shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the flickering embers of the hearth. Yet Apollo could distinctly see Bolton upon the bed. Silently, he approached Bolton and swiftly sank his teeth into his throat, the searing dragonfire instantly scorching Bolton's windpipe. A breath of dragonfire ignited the wooden bed, and Apollo quickly fled the scene. Before long, the flames grew larger, attracting the attention of patrolling guards. Fire! Quickly, extinguish it! The cacophony of shouts shattered the stillness of the night. After a frenzied effort to douse the flames, they discovered only Bolton's charred remains within the room. Yara, gazing upon her father's incinerated body, immediately cast suspicion upon Theon. It was too coincidental that he had returned just a day prior, only for the patriarch to meet such a fiery demise. However, news from the guards soon arrived. No one had entered Pike that night, and Bolton had always secured the doors from within. Theon had not ventured from his room even once. It was inconceivable for anyone to ascend from a height of several meters to the window and assassinate Duke Bolton. As Yara regained her composure, it became apparent that Theon could not have committed the act. The only plausible explanation was that the room had caught fire, and her father had perished in the flames before he could escape. At this moment, Theon had just arrived, wondering what had transpired. Was there a fire? Upon learning the grim circumstances, Theon's eyes instantly welled with tears, and he fell to his knees before the charred remains, weeping in a manner that would evoke sorrow in even the hardest of hearts. Subsequently, as the son of Bolton, he insisted on personally conducting his father's funeral. Although Yara and her allies were displeased, they found themselves powerless to oppose him. After all, Theon held the weight of being Bolton's sole surviving son. Yara, despite being acknowledged by the people, had never been formally declared by Bolton as his only heir. Thus, with Bolton's sudden demise, custom and law dictated that Theon was the rightful heir, unless Yara resorted to treachery against him. This was reminiscent of Robert's unexpected death, which naturally elevated Joffrey to the position of first heir, especially considering that Theon was Bolton's biological son. In the following 3 days, Theon personally contributed 1,000 golden dragons for Bolton's funeral, posthumously bestowing upon him the title of King of the Iron Islands. This novel gesture, coupled with his displayed sincerity, garnered him a degree of recognition from some factions. Furthermore, with the support of several minor houses discontented with Yara, they united in their decision to endorse Theon. Although their collective strength was inferior to that of Yara's faction, the addition of 500 Ironborn and the substantial sum of 50,000 gold pieces made their position considerably formidable. After the funeral, Yara, accompanied by the nobles who supported her, sought out Theon, who had taken refuge in Pike. The day following Bolton's death, Theon justified the presence of the 500 Ironborn at Pike as a means to stabilize the unrest. Theon, Westeros is currently in turmoil with 4 kings vying for power. This is our opportunity. In this contest, whoever reaps greater rewards in 7 days shall emerge victorious, while the other must support them in becoming the king of the Iron Islands. What say you? Yara proposed. Theon, however, wore a look of confusion. What contest? Sister. Our father has only just passed away a few days ago. Are you already coveting his position? His words caused Yara's expression to shift. And even some of the newly arrived nobles regarded her with altered gazes. At that moment, a minor noble supporting Theon stepped forward, declaring, Lord Bolton has only just departed. And you, madam, are already fixated on his position. I now suspect that Lord Bolton's demise may be connected to you. Moreover, everyone knows that Lord Theon willingly became a ward to protect House Greyjoy. He has only just extricated himself from peril through his own cunning. And now he yearns to return to the Iron Islands to visit his father. Who could foresee that merely a day after their reunion, he would lose his dearly cherished king? Yet you now seek to compel him into a contest for the title of King of the Iron Islands. I contend that Lord Theon is the rightful and most qualified successor to ascend as the King of the Iron Islands. This statement, naturally, originated from Theon's supporters. And it was evident that many of Yara's allies began to waver, subtly distancing themselves from her faction. The Ironborn, with their Viking lineage, were known for their straightforwardness. And Yara, the Iron Lady, was unaccustomed to such repugnant accusations, leaving her momentarily speechless. Although many of the statements made by Theon's followers were riddled with conceptual fallacies, they generally conveyed a semblance of truth, appearing almost infallible. Theon observed Yara, who seemed at a loss for how to counter these claims, and he secretly chuckled to himself. Certain assertions could only be uttered by his subordinates. Should he voice them himself, he risked becoming ensnared by moral dilemmas. For instance, it was imperative that the King of the Iron Islands be chosen, yet such sentiments were certainly not meant for the candidates to express. Theon clapped his hands, silencing the crowd, who turned their attention towards him. I dreamed of my father last night, the drowned god led me to him. My father entrusted me with the monumental task of reviving our family legacy, and I am filled with trepidation. I fear I may not measure up. Therefore, my father gifted me a suit of armor, a token of iron and salt. The dead do not die. The smaller noble houses supporting Theon erupted in fervent cries. The dead do not die. The dead do not die. The dead do not die. The chorus swelled as more voices joined in. At that moment, a voice pierced through the clamor. You claim to have seen your father and received a gift of iron and salt. Show it to me, if you can. You shall be the King of the Iron Islands, brother. Yara shrewdly redirected the conversation towards the armor. The so-called gift of iron and salt, bestowed by the drowned god, could not possibly be a mere trinket. If Theon failed to produce it, it would unequivocally reveal him as a teller of tall tales. Chapter 9. The new Ironborn. All eyes turned towards Theon, some filled with indifference, while many others brimmed with anticipation and curiosity. Following the suppression of the Barrow Rebellion, life on the Iron Islands had become increasingly arduous. Many minor nobles had even resorted to tilling the fields of Westeros. Theon gazed upon the assembly, silently commending Yara for her efforts. He then proclaimed loudly, the gift of iron and salt, the dead shall never perish. As his words echoed, a roar erupted, and a brilliant white light ignited in Theon's eyes. A suit of armor transformed from ethereal to corporeal, manifesting instantaneously before the crowd. The striking metallic texture was evident. The original black leather segments had morphed into intricate black-scaled armor, glimmering with a sheen reminiscent of metal. The stark contrast of black and white left every observer in awe. Moments later, the crowd knelt in reverence. Even Yara fell to one knee. King of Iron and Salt, please lead us to restore the glory of the Ironborn. Theon retracted the armor and instructed a servant to bring forth a massive sand table. This was a rudimentary model hastily crafted overnight at Theon's behest. He placed a wolf-headed piece upon Winterfell. With Lord Bolton's sudden demise and Ned Stark imprisoned, the eldest Stark son, Robb Stark, would inevitably rally the North. We can seize the opportunity to strike while the North is vulnerable, a noble remarked, echoing the sentiments of most Ironborn. Theon set 2 stack-headed pieces on Dragonstone and Storm's End, another stack on King's Landing, and a lion on Harrenhal. The North would move southward. The aging lion, Tywin, would surely attempt to intercept the Stark pop at Harrenhal, while Robb's younger brothers would undoubtedly seek to capitalize on the situation. Have you heard? Joffrey is not truly Robert's son, Theon asserted. So, what must we do? Yara questioned, perplexed by the relevance of Theon's discourse to the Ironborn. Our numbers are limited. We can muster only 5,000 capable fighters. Though our warriors are valiant, we cannot afford frivolous sacrifices. Upon concluding, Theon placed 2 kraken pieces between the Riverlands and the North. The North is vast and sparsely populated. We need only dispatch 500 men to create a significant disturbance. Then seize artisans. Should any have families, they must be taken as well, to sever their hopes of return. The assembly was rife with confusion. What purpose would raiding artisans serve? Our smiths are already exceptional. Theon replied, we require not only blacksmiths but also carpenters, stonemasons, and tanners. Anyone skilled in a trade must be captured. He was acutely aware of the Iron Island's weaknesses not merely in agricultural production but in all aspects, failing to keep pace with the development of Westeros. For 8,000 years, there had been little civilizational progress across all of Westeros, otherwise, the disparities would be glaringly evident. Moreover, the culture of the Ironborn was deeply distorted, venerating war and pillage. Historically, there had been rulers who aspired to elevate the Iron Islands, notably during the rule of House Hoard, which transformed the region into a significant trade hub, only to be overthrown by a coalition of Ironborn. Thus, Theon must systematically eradicate the antiquated ideologies entrenched in the minds of the Ironborn, an endeavor that is inevitably fraught with bloodshed. Yet, what we truly require are wealth and sustenance. What purpose do the craftsmen serve? Becker scoffed. In his perspective, the Ironborn ought to seize gold, provisions, and women. Theon narrowed his eyes, warning, do not interrupt me while I speak, Becker, lest I turn you into fish bait. Becker's lineage was formidable, capable of rallying hundreds of warriors. In response to Theon's threat, Becker's face flushed crimson as he abruptly drew his sword. Theon Greyjoy. The traditions of the Ironborn dictate otherwise. Do not presume that your armor instills fear in me. The onlookers made no attempt to intervene. They were eager to gauge Theon's prowess, for if he lacked the strength, a flash of white light enveloped him as the armor took form. Becker let out a furious roar and charged at Theon. Facing Becker's descending blade, Theon neither flinched nor retreated, delivering a punch to Becker's abdomen. The augmentation provided by the armor was comprehensive, particularly emphasizing strength and defense, the capabilities of the Snow Direwolf being self-evident, with its power surpassing all other enhancements. The long sword struck the armor, producing merely a metallic clang, utterly ineffective. In contrast, Theon's punch sent Becker flying several meters away. Chapter 10, scheming. Observing the distant figure of Sir Buckler, who lay bleeding profusely on the ground, Theon understood the gravity of the situation and recognized that he could not simply end Buckler's life. Bring Sir Buckler Solon away for treatment. My strike was perhaps a bit too forceful. Once Buckler was carried off, the others regained their composure. Realizing that the formidable armor he wore offered far more than mere protection. Let us proceed, Theon declared, retracting his armor and approaching the sand table. Buckler was right. We require not only craftsmen but also provisions and gold dragons. However, as you are all aware, the North is in dire straits, compounded by the ongoing war, which leaves us with scant resources. Thus, our focus should shift towards the Westlands and the Riverlands. Theon positioned the wolf and lion pieces at Harrenhal, where they were destined to engage in a fierce struggle. The Starks aimed to draw the flames of war into the Westlands, while the Lannisters sought to confine the conflict within the Riverlands. As for the Fishers, or the Tully family, truth be told, they could scarcely command their own vessels, making them ripe for plunder. In conclusion, Theon addressed the assembly, stating, in summary, we have three primary objectives: craftsmen from the north, gold from the Westlands, and provisions from the Riverlands. The attendees exchanged bewildered glances, unaccustomed as they were to such a clear strategic directive, leaving them momentarily at a loss. Their attention then turned to Theon, the newly appointed king. Noticing the uncertainty in their eyes, Theon reassured them, tomorrow, I will outline a detailed task allocation. Have no fear. Additionally, let me emphasize this, relying solely on plunder will never render us truly powerful. At best, we can only claim dominion over this limited territory. Plunder can manifest in forms beyond mere violence, employing subtler methods that compel compliance without resistance. His words ignited a stir among the crowd. Compel compliance. Surely no one would be foolish enough to acquiesce. They dismissed such notions, focusing instead on the immediate goal, to seize ample resources amidst the chaos of war. For now, gather your families, elite warriors in Pike. By the time the meeting concluded, dust had settled, leaving only Yara remaining. It appears you have gleaned much during your time away, she remarked. As she observed Theon's composed orchestration of events, she realized that he was more suited to the throne of the Iron Islands than she. While she might lead the Ironborn with a degree of comfort owing to her bloodline and capabilities, Theon had the potential to elevate them to new heights. 3 days later, Pike had amassed a force of 4,000, a surprising figure for Theon, given that the population of the Iron Islands was likely fewer than 100,000. He integrated 500 Ironborn into the ranks of the 4,000 and commenced basic training to instill discipline, lest future operations be hampered by chaos. Although the training has left many discontented, the bountiful provisions of Pike Castle daily alleviate their grievances. In the hall of Pike Castle, Theon has just finalized the battle plan. The nobles of the Iron Islands have once again experienced the true essence of treachery. This time, the Iron Islands muster a total of 500 men. With Theon leading 1,000 to assist the Lannisters, 500 Ironborn are dispatched to raid the north, primarily targeting craftsmen. The remaining 3,000 are divided into two factions, operating under the banners of the Lannister and Stark deserters, seizing every ounce of gold and grain in sight. This marks the Ironborn's first realization that plunder can be conducted in such a nefarious manner. Chapter 11. After the majority of circumstances were settled, Shion finally felt at ease to attend to Apollo. When he first arrived in the world of Game of Thrones, Shion was solely focused on surviving. However, after receiving the starter pack from the system, he began to disdain the low level of this world and sought to distance himself from it. Eventually, seizing the right opportunity, he departed from King's Landing and returned to the Iron Islands. Although he still found the Iron Islands largely unfamiliar, it was, at the very least, a more suitable foundation from which to establish his first stronghold. His external advantages appeared formidable, yet the true influences on the war, Apollo and the abundant food supply, required time to develop. The imitation armor seemed almost immune to all current forms of physical attack, but its offensive capability was limited, rendering it unsuitable for large-scale warfare. And it would continuously drain his mental energy. While the low-tier deities of this world had been absorbed by the system, the magical tide still surged, and he could only hope for future methods to cultivate mental strength. The heart of Pike Island was Pike City, with Pike Fortress situated atop a small hill at its core. Shion had excavated a vast cavern behind Pike Fortress, laying out all 50,000 golden dragons he possessed within it. Being a dragon, Apollo was ecstatic at the sight of the overwhelming sea of gold and dove eagerly into the pile of coins. Observing Apollo, who resembled a Siberian husky in his exuberance, Shion felt a profound joy. After all, the dragon could not yet be revealed to the public eye. Providing Apollo with a nest he would be reluctant to leave was a necessary measure, as Shion believed dragons preferred soaring through the skies. Yet, Shion might not have realized just how much dragons cherished caverns filled with treasures, even to a somewhat obsessive degree. He advised Apollo not to wander, explaining that he was still in his juvenile phase. Once he reached adolescence, Apollo would no longer need to eat but could absorb magic to continue his growth. After leaving, Shion uneasily arranged for 200 of the finest iron guards to defend Pike Fortress, thankful that the fortress itself was not extensive. As Shion departed, Apollo wore a puzzled expression. He could not comprehend why his father would not reside among the golden coins with him. Nevertheless, he felt gratitude for the splendid chamber his father had provided. After his departure, Shion summoned the remaining 300 iron guards. You will set off last. Wait until the Northern Army has crossed the streams before you commence your actions. You will be notified when the time comes. Once Shion had made his arrangements, he sought out Yara. Outside Pike City lay numerous fertile fields. The Ironborn were not entirely without agriculture, for raiding alone could never sustain them. Sister, take 1,500 men to the Westlands. Wait for the right moment to strike. Do not act blindly. I will send you messages immediately regarding the time of battle. Be sure to carry the banner of the North as wolves and disguise yourselves as deserters. Yara nodded, recognizing the importance of her mission. Should they be exposed, it could spell significant trouble for Shion. By allowing her to lead the team, Shion fully expressed his trust in her capabilities. Originally, the plan was to allocate 1,500 troops from both the Riverlands and the West. Yet it dawned upon Theon that the nature of warfare in this region dictated a strategy of simultaneous combat and plunder. Thus, it sufficed to dispatch 1,500 men along with 300 ironclads to the west, while the north would focus on seizing gold and craftsmen. In this manner, Theon would retain 2,500 men to directly engage in the conflict. However, Theon was not in a hurry. He surmised that Joffrey was likely preparing to behead the old wolf, and upon Ned Stark's demise, true chaos would ensue. At that juncture, Cersei Lannister would undoubtedly pen a missive, imploring him to assist in the defense of King's Landing. True to his expectations, a week later, a raven from King's Landing arrived bearing news. After perusing the letter, he carelessly discarded the envelope into the hearth. Joffrey had impulsively executed Ned Stark during the trial. An opportunity had presented itself. Yara, I entrust the West to you. The amount of gold we seize will dictate our future endeavors. Rest assured, I shall exert every effort. King of Iron and Salt, please place your trust in me. This marked Yora's inaugural address of Theon as the King of Iron and Salt before the assembly. Although Theon had yet to be officially crowned, an increasing number of nobles began to refer to him as king. Nonetheless, Theon was not anxious to claim the title. As the ancestors advised, one should build high walls, amass grain, and delay the proclamation of kingship. With the imminent onset of the War of the Four Kings in Westeros, it was indeed an opportune moment to stockpile resources. The assembly readied their gear and divided into two factions. After a span of 10 days, Theon arrived at King's Landing, whereupon his presence noticeably alleviated the atmosphere. After all, he was evidently an ally, and the addition of a friendly force brought hope for the city's defense. Otherwise, should the city fall, it would surely descend into flames, slaughter, and pillage. Stationing his forces on the outskirts of the Red Keep, Theon proceeded with a few guards to the Great Hall to pay his respects to Cersei and Joffrey. Upon entering the hall, he noted the sparse attendance. With only a handful of individuals present, accompanied by some guards. "Your Majesty, Your Grace," he saluted. Cersei, upon witnessing Theon Greyjoy's arrival, felt a gradual sense of relief. Had he truly remained hidden in the Iron Islands, the current Lannisters might have found themselves at a disadvantage. Joffrey beamed with delight, for following Theon's departure, he was once again accompanied by the tiresome hunt, which left him dreadfully bored. Moreover, amidst the recent turmoil, he sensed that his own situation was precarious. To his astonishment, his loyal guard, Theon, had arrived with over 2,000 men to safeguard him. Joffrey rose in exuberance, exclaiming, "What did I tell you? Sir Theon, no. Duke Theon shall indeed come to our aid. Why did you not believe?" Peter Baelish, furrowing his brow, scrutinized Theon Greyjoy, perplexed as to how this diminutive sea creature managed to bring 2,000 men with him. It was imperative to recognize that the current landscape revealed 8,000 infantry and 20,000 cavalry from the Rich and High Garden, along with an additional 10,000 from the former royal fleet at Dragonstone. This was a nearly insurmountable predicament. The only course of action is to steadfastly defend King's Landing, holding out until Tywin crushes the Northern Alliance, and then returning to aid King's Landing in repelling the southern forces and the navy from the east. In such a scenario, it is hard not to perceive Theon as merely courting death. However, Peter understands that Theon is a player much like himself. Upon Theon's arrival in King's Landing, Peter has been closely monitoring him, gathering intelligence. From Theon's actions, particularly after discovering that he betrayed his foster father, Ned Stark, in exchange for a chance to return to the Iron Islands, Peter believed that Theon would not return. Little did he know that upon Theon's return home, the old sea monster had perished, bizarrely consumed by flames in his own chamber. Upon hearing Joffrey's words, Theon immediately drew his sword, the Valyrian steel blade, and knelt. "I, Theon Greyjoy, am unwaveringly loyal to your Majesty. Please inform me who claimed I would not come. I shall do him." Joffrey hastily waved his hand. No, Duke Theon. The Kingsguard is yours to command." Witnessing Joffrey's eagerness to bestow the Kingsguard upon him, everyone was taken aback. "Your Majesty, this is unwise," Cersei quickly interjected. Perhaps feeling somewhat summoned, Cersei's tone carried a reprimanding edge, prompting Joffrey to turn back, displeased. "I am the king. Were you reprimanding me just now?" Realizing that her previous comments had embarrassed Joffrey in front of the others, Cersei swiftly added, "Your Majesty, Duke Theon has just arrived in King's Landing and is not yet familiar with the situation. Perhaps we could allow him some time to acclimate." To this, she appended, "What do you say, Duke Theon?" while casting frantic glances in his direction. Theon, fully aware of Joffrey's temperament, approached him closely. "I have vowed my eternal loyalty to your Majesty. Whatever you command shall be done." At Theon's declaration, Joffrey nodded eagerly. "In that case, the 5,000 Kingsguard are entrusted to you, Duke Theon. Do not disappoint me. Your Majesty, you can always trust Theon Greyjoy." Theon could barely contain a smile. What manner of ally is this? To so readily place the Kingsguard into his hands is remarkable. Nonetheless, Theon understood that the Kingsguard would likely pay lip service. Yet it mattered little, for a significant portion of them consisted of commoners. Knights and nobles comprised less than 2,000. He could integrate some of the elite commoner Kingsguard into his own forces. Chapter 12. Let us discuss Joffrey, with a triumphant expression, cast a glance at Cersei and then surveyed the silent lords below him, feeling a surge of arrogance within. Although Joffrey was cruel, he was not a fool. He sensed the unspoken hierarchy among his council, realizing that it was his mother who truly wielded power over King's Landing. The unexpected appearance of Theon invigorated him with a taste of genuine authority, a sensation he found intoxicating, relishing the cries of others and savoring their fear. Cersei glared at Theon in fury while he feigned ignorance. Often, the presence of a powerful general supporting a powerless king signaled the onset of turmoil in the court. Theon's intent was to bolster his own strength by aligning with Joffrey. Once the meeting adjourned, Theon sought out Joffrey privately. "Your Majesty, relying solely on 5,000 gold cloaks and 2,500 ironborn against an approaching siege of nearly 100,000 is perilous. We must recruit more soldiers." "Recruit?" "But Peter mentioned the treasury is empty," Joffrey replied, recalling his previous inquiry about repairing the palace. "I shall find a way. But I require your permission to expand the army." Theon revealed his true aim at last. Joffrey waved dismissively. "Do your utmost. The more soldiers, the better." "At your command, Your Majesty." With Joffrey's consent, Theon had effectively secured an official mandate for recruitment. Upon exiting, Theon immediately went to the slums, selecting individuals around the age of 20. Carefully choosing those in good condition. These destitute souls only needed a meager meal each day to compel them to serve. Theon planned to recruit 400 individuals every 3 days for easier management and indoctrination. A larger group would lead to chaos. The new recruits would not be well fed, rather. They would receive 2 scant meals daily, with the possibility of a full meal for those who performed well. This would instill a habit of obedience, as they would not be sent out to battle just yet. The current situation suggested that within a month or two, Stannis would employ shadow magic to assassinate Renly. At this stage, the Stark forces had just gathered their strength, while Renly Baratheon and Stannis Baratheon had assembled their armies. The 4 kings remained in a state of watchfulness. Hesitant to act, but it was certain that the Stark family of the north would strike first, as they had lost their patriarch. The other 3 kings were engaged in a struggle for the Iron Throne within the Baratheon family, with Joffrey still officially bearing the Baratheon name. Once the recruitment was complete, Theon brought the new recruits to his camp. "Rupert Segovia, these 400 are entrusted to you." After giving further instructions and ensuring Rupert understood, he hurriedly departed. Returning to his own encampment, Theon finally allowed himself to relax, worn out from a day of ceaseless activity and the hurried journey prior, without proper rest. He slept soundly until the following morning. After rising and completing his morning rituals, Theon made his way to the Red Keep. Naturally, he had an office arranged for him. Albeit a makeshift one in a side hall, it was spacious, though somewhat austere. Theon then retrieved the roster of the gold cloaks, preparing to wield his authority over them. Just as he was selecting the commoners for the gold cloaks, Peter Baelish strode leisurely to the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in." Peter entered. "Greetings, Duke Greyjoy." Upon seeing Peter, Theon felt a surge of delight. The purse of gold was practically being offered to him on a platter. He quickly rose and brought a stool over for Peter, saying, "Please, have a seat, Lord Baelish. I was just about to seek you out." As they sat facing each other, Theon inquired, "I've heard that the Duke intends to conscript soldiers, is that correct?" "Forgive my candor, but our treasury, Lord Baelish. I recall that the grain harvest was recently completed, so we should have ample supplies, should we not?" Theon interjected. Peter's expression turned weary. "The grain and taxes we receive are indeed limited. With the looming chaos of war, most of the taxes and provisions are retained by the nobility themselves. We have sufficient grain, yet the gold dragons amount to little more than 20,000. Theon leaned back, his brow furrowing in concern. Peter gazed at him with a wry smile, as if hoping Theon might conjure a solution to this dilemma. Suddenly, Theon's face brightened. "Lord Baelish, what if you were to fund my military expansion with some gold dragons?" His smile was unwavering, merely shifting. Peter's smile faltered, caught off guard by such audacity. "Your Grace, while I serve as the master of coin, I cannot conjure gold dragons from thin air." Theon abruptly stood and approached Peter, placing a hand on his shoulder. "But I hear your brothels are quite abundant, are they not?" "Lord," my Peter began, but Theon interrupted him. "Lord Baelish, let us not dwell on that matter for now. I have suddenly recalled another issue." Theon walked to the window and closed it, plunging the room into a dimmer atmosphere. Peter sensed unease, wondering if Theon harbored ulterior motives. Theon resumed his seat, resting his chin on one hand. His tone and gaze shifting to one of scrutiny. "I have received word that the deaths of the 2 former prime ministers were not as they appeared. I wonder how much you know about this matter, Lord Baelish." "Ah, yes. We might inquire with Lady Lisa Tully, after all. She harbors deep affections for you and would go to great lengths for your sake." Upon hearing Theon's words, Peter's heart skipped a beat. Yet he maintained an innocent facade, feigning ignorance and claiming that his relationship with Lisa was merely that of childhood playmates. Theon sat with his legs crossed, gazing at Baelish. After a moment of silence, he continued, "Chaos is but a ladder. However, Littlefinger, you must understand. If you find yourself ensnared in the depths of chaos, it resembles what Varys once said, chaos is a pit that devours all. You must make a choice. Will you spend gold to avert disaster, or will you cast yourself into the abyss? I possess knowledge far beyond what you might imagine, my lord." A cold sweat broke upon Baelish's brow. He was indeed uncertain of how much Theon actually knew, but it appeared to be substantial. 100,000 gold dragons. What say you? Baelish's voice trembled, as if he had been bled dry. 1 million. That is impossible. I do not possess such wealth. If Cersei and Tywin were to discover that you had used the Valyrian dagger to frame. Let us discuss this. Baelish hastily interrupted Theon. Chapter 13, Expansion. In a final bout of bargaining, Theon extorted 200,000 golden dragons from Baelish. These coins, of course, were not intended for the expansion of the military. Rather, they found their way into Theon's own pocket. As for whether Baelish would betray him, he certainly was not foolish enough to disclose such a transaction. On his way back, Baelish's heart bled, for he possessed a mere 500,000 golden dragons, which he had set aside to secure a fiefdom for raising an army. Before he could acquire that territory, Theon had already extorted half of it from him. After bidding farewell to Baelish, Theon initially intended to seek out Varys, but his plans were interrupted by Sansa's arrival. "Theon, I beg you, save me," Sansa pleaded as she entered. At that moment, she remained oblivious to Theon's betrayal of her father, a secret known to very few. Such matters are often neither as grand nor as trivial as they may seem. After all, it is rare for anyone to place their trust in an evidently ambitious hostage. Yet Ned had chosen to believe in him. Even without Theon's treachery, Ned would have faced the same fate. The principal dealings between Theon and Cersei revolved around the false accusations against Lisa Tully of the Vale, implicating the Lannisters. "Sansa, remain calm." Theon quickly embraced the key to the north. "Oh no, Sansa. I wish to save you as well, but King's Landing is in disarray. I must first secure my position. Can you hold on for a while?" Sansa, helpless in his arms, nodded before wiping her tears and departing. As Theon watched Sansa's retreating figure, he pondered how to cleverly encourage Joffrey to wed Sansa, for marrying her would provide him with a legitimate claim to rule the North. The dominion over Westeros can be achieved through two avenues: one through violent conquest, which is gradually accepted over generations, and the other through legitimate inheritance. In most cases, Theon preferred the latter method for ruling a territory, as it demands significantly less cost compared to the former. In the following fortnight, Theon selected a total of 2,000 refugees to join his ranks, while also incorporating 1,500 clean-blooded gold cloaks into his army, who would heed his commands. Consequently, Theon's forces swelled to 6,000 men. Although their overall combat effectiveness was lacking, their numbers were at least substantial. Moreover, they subsisted on the provisions of King's Landing, and the refugee soldiers expressed their gratitude towards Theon. The original gold cloaks, possessing a degree of competence, were appointed as squad leaders, a rare promotion for those without connections. In stark contrast, Janos Slynt had become notorious for his avarice, infamous for selling positions within the King's Landing garrison, which included the gold cloaks, while also embezzling the soldiers' wages. With nearly 3,000 in military pay, he demanded half for himself, illustrating the depths of his greed. Moreover, he had allied himself with Cersei, effectively becoming part of her faction. From the moment Theon arrived in King's Landing, he had taken note of Slynt. Not merely for his betrayal of Ned in the narrative, but also due to his haughty demeanor, which was truly memorable. However, it is likely that Janos will soon come knocking, for Theon has recruited nearly 1,500 men from the gold cloaks, resulting in a significant reduction. Almost half in the protection fees Janos is expected to collect this month. "My lord Theon, His Majesty has summoned you to the council." "Very well. I shall attend at once." Upon Theon's arrival at the council, all were already seated, including the commander of the city guard, Janos Slynt. Cersei was also present, and her demeanor did not bode well. Particularly, her gaze was as if she wished to devour him whole. "Your Majesty, I must accuse Theon Greyjoy of treasonous intentions." Secretly incorporating the gold cloaks into his army and enlisting able-bodied men from the commoners. As anticipated, Janos Slynt was the first to strike at Theon. Theon was acutely aware that Cersei was behind this maneuver, for Slynt was unlikely to provoke him without her instigation. He was a quintessential sycophant. thriving on the misfortunes of others. Faced with a duke wielding 6,000 soldiers, he would never dare such a thing without Cersei's directive. Frankly speaking, nearly 70% of the military power in King's Landing now lies in Theon's hands. Theon is not afraid of anyone now. Your Majesty, the expansion of the army in King's Landing was sanctioned by you, yet those gold cloaks willingly joined my ranks. Theon rose abruptly, vociferously denouncing General Strength. You accept bribes and traffic in positions of power. Ordinary gold cloaks are required to surrender half of their pay to you. Is this how you serve as the commander of the city guard? Your Majesty, consider this. If your two traitorous uncles were to lead thousands against King's Landing, how could your soldiers defend you when they do not even receive their full wages? I shudder to think how much resolve they would have to fight for you. Joffrey, upon hearing Theon's words, was momentarily taken aback, then turned his gaze upon General Strength, his cruel intent unmistakable. Cold sweat broke out on Strength's brow as he cast a pleading glance at Cersei. Though she felt helpless, she knew she must devise a means to save Strength. Should he be slain, all remaining gold cloaks would likely fall under Theon's command. Thus, Cersei hastily interjected, Your Majesty, Strength aided you in quelling Ned Stark's rebellion. His merits and faults balance each other. We are in a precarious time. It is not the moment for execution. We can address this matter once the rebellion is firmly quelled. Cersei's words still held sway over Joffrey, provided they did not tarnish his imperial dignity. Reluctantly, Joffrey cast a glance at Strength, contemplating how to torment him further, convinced that Theon spoke the truth, even envisioning his uncle storming King's Landing and severing his head. Theon chose not to elaborate further and silently returned to his seat. A hush fell over the assembly, and then Maester Pycelle tremulously produced a letter. News had arrived from the wall in the north. The wildlings were gathering for reasons unknown, necessitating support in supplies and manpower from King's Landing. Pycelle stammered as he divulged the contents of the letter. Cersei cast a disdainful glance at Joffrey, who, despite the potential for personal growth alongside women, chose to present himself in such a decrepit manner. In the original narrative, he was captured by Tyrion while still in a woman's embrace, a quintessential fool. How could he possibly extend aid to them now? Their king is ensnared in King's Landing, and despite their reliance on the formidable wall, they dare to request support and supplies? Unlike his original portrayal, the former Joffrey was blissfully unaware of his dire circumstances, whereas the current Joffrey is subjected to daily intimidation by Cersei, who seeks to underscore her own significance. It can be said that the present Joffrey is acutely aware of his plight, and this knowledge weighs heavily upon him, leaving him with far less time to torment others. Yet, he has also grown increasingly volatile. Even the slightest oversight from his servants can lead to their execution at his hands. Fortunately, the deaths are swift, though it remains uncertain whether to deem this fate as fortunate or unfortunate. Chapter 14. They all knew, yet did not intervene ultimately. The plea for aid from the wall in the north was set aside. In the face of the furious Joffrey, none dared to invite his wrath. 3 days later, the promised 200,000 gold dragons from Baelish arrived in Theon's hands. Theon allocated half of this sum for immediate dispatch back to the Iron Islands. Of the remaining 100,000, 90,000 were designated for the procurement of weaponry and armor, comprised mainly of the simplest leather armor and spears. While this was certainly an improvement over wielding pitchforks, nearly 1,000 men still found themselves without weapons or armor. To be candid, Theon found the televised portrayal of events to be fraught with imperfections. For instance, the depiction of the North resembled a horde of beggars, with even the Norse king, Robb, attired in a manner that was far from regal. Not to mention the Norse soldiers, who appeared no better than the village council of Winterfell. However, as it stood, Winterfell was indeed vast, serving as the capital of the North. The true nature of the northern soldiers remained uncertain, compelling Theon to prepare as thoroughly as possible. The remaining 10,000 gold dragons in Theon's possession were intended to be converted into 100,000 silver coins for the purpose of paying the troops. A common soldier's monthly stipend of 3 silver coins was, without a doubt, exorbitant. After all, aside from the regular garrison troops in King's Landing, other lords often neglected to pay their soldiers, providing only minimal provisions at best. Some soldiers even had to bring their own supplies to battle. However, plunder was always an option. What one seized in battle was deemed their own gain. In Westeros, warfare was often accompanied by pillaging. Despite King's Landing's dire financial straits, the treasury, though burdened with debt, still boasted an abundance of provisions after the harvest. Now, Theon had firmly established his footing, particularly after distributing silver coins to the soldiers, thereby significantly securing their loyalty. The next step was to surreptitiously transport King S Landing's supplies back to his own stronghold. A week later, news from the front lines arrived suddenly. Duke Tywin Lannister's forces had suffered repeated ambushes, incurring heavy losses. Even Jaime had been captured. And upon reaching King S Landing, this information was swiftly suppressed. How could that accursed North manage to defeat my grandfather on the battlefield? Who can explain this to me? Joffrey's fury was palpable. The more enraged he became, the clearer it was to Theon that he was increasingly terrified. Observing Joffrey, who bore a striking resemblance to his original portrayal yet exhibited numerous differences, Theon felt a sense of satisfaction. Fear of death, after all, was a hallmark of a competent king. Everyone else kept their heads bowed in silence. The news of the front line's defeat was indeed the worst tidings imaginable. Your Majesty, I can lead 5,000 men to the front lines for support, leaving over 4,000 to defend King S Landing. Theon seized the opportunity to propose. No. You cannot leave. You must remain to protect King S Landing. You cannot abandon your post. Joffrey bellowed vehemently. The others regarded Theon with astonishment in their eyes. He had firmly entrenched himself in King S Landing. With 6,000 men under his command, if he could hold the city, his merits would be unquestionable. Venturing to the front line now seemed a thankless endeavor. Your Majesty, the relationship between Stannis and Renly is currently fraught with tension, and they may well engage in hostilities before long. However, the North is intent on advancing directly towards King's Landing. Upon hearing Theon's words, Joffrey violently shattered a wine goblet, demanding to know when he would return. After you took 5,000 men, only a little over 4,000 remain in King's Landing. It shan't be long, Your Majesty. While I stabilize the situation at the front, I shall return post-haste. Ultimately, Joffrey permitted Theon to head north, recognizing the urgency posed by the northern armies approaching the capital. With the green light given, Theon promptly made preparations to depart. Seizing the opportunity to take only 5,000 men, he purged the majority of the inept and treacherous elements within his ranks. He then commenced the transportation of provisions from the city, lamentably unable to empty it entirely, yet securing 2/3 of the supplies was a commendable feat. This would suffice for the Iron Islands for an entire year. Theon summoned Andor Lothar, a marquis from the Iron Islands with considerable familial influence. Andor, leave only 5 days' worth of rations, take the rest, along with 500 men, back to Pike Island. Andor immediately assured Theon that he would safely transport this stockpile to Pike. Having spent a lifetime raiding at the borders, he had never before seized such a substantial quantity of provisions directly from King's Landing. Lord Theon, your prowess is truly impressive. I am utterly convinced. Theon waved dismissively. Aware that many in King's Landing were cognizant of his intentions, including Cersei, Varys, and Baelish, yet his formidable presence kept their tongues in check. In his heart, Theon understood that moving 2/3 of King's Landing's food supply could not remain concealed from the astute. Yet, on one hand, he was heading to the front lines to continue his plundering, or rather, to aid the Westland's army. On the other, they were eager to see him depart, hoping to restore the political equilibrium in King's Landing. Particularly, Cersei Lannister must be the most eager for his exit. As for the gold cloaks, they could quickly be replenished to 5,000, or even 6,000 or 7,000 if need be, requiring merely a single-course meal per day, especially given the overwhelming number of refugees spawned by the war. Perhaps the only individual in all of King's Landing who did not wish for Theon to leave was Joffrey. Nevertheless, Theon had no intention of returning to the capital. The tumult of power there entailed far too many complications. During his time in King's Landing, Theon had expanded his forces to 5,000 while also acquiring a substantial amount of provisions and 200,000 golden dragons. Chapter 15. The Little Sea Monster. The scene resembled an expansive encampment, engulfed in a cacophony of chaotic sounds. The cries of courtesans intertwined with the shouts of merchants, punctuated by the curses of soldiers. Tywin Lannister, a legendary figure of the Westlands. If one were to denote Cersei, Joffrey's mother, as the embodiment of lustful sin in the original tale, then undoubtedly, Joffrey's grandfather, Tywin Lannister, represents the sin of arrogance. In his youth, Tywin inherited a fractured legacy from his father, as the guardianship of the Westlands began to wane. 2 ancient noble families aspired to supplant the Lannisters, only to be met with Tywin's swift and ruthless retribution, leading to their utter annihilation. Thus, the tale of the reign of Castamere spread, heralding Tywin's formidable presence. Subsequently, the Lannisters grew increasingly powerful, dominating the Westlands entirely. Tywin commanded all noble houses to send men to Casterly Rock in service to him, leveraging wealth to compel nobles to periodically muster their private forces for training. In essence, The Westlands had become a society of central authority. This was one of the reasons behind Tywin's arrogance. During the War of the Five Kings, he appeared to disregard the might of any kingdom. However, it may not solely be arrogance. At least within the television adaptation, the armies of the Westlands were uniform in their armaments and attire, unlike the North, where many farmers wielded pitchforks in battle. My lord, reinforcements have arrived from King's Landing. As Tywin was clearing the battlefield of corpses, he lifted his head at the mention of reinforcements from King's Landing. His tone was laden with skepticism. Could there truly be reinforcements from King's Landing at this juncture? The messenger identified himself as Theon Greyjoy, Duke of the Iron Islands. Tywin's confusion deepened. Was not the Duke of the Iron Islands that old curmudgeon, Balon Greyjoy? Wiping the blood from his hands, Tywin inquired, "Where is he?" "Outside the camp, my lord." "Bring him to me," Tywin commanded his guards. At that moment, Theon stood at the edge of the encampment, observing the disarray around him, his senses assaulted by the faint cries of women in distress. "My lord Greyjoy, please accompany me. Duke Tywin is awaiting your presence," the soldier spoke with utmost respect. Soon, under the soldier's guidance, Theon arrived at a grand tent. Upon entering, he immediately noticed Tywin Lannister seated in the principal position, exuding an unmistakable aura of authority cultivated through years of high status. "Greetings, Duke Tywin," Theon initiated the conversation. However, he lacked the humility he had previously exhibited in King's Landing. The circumstances had changed. He now possessed both wealth and provisions. Tywin narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Theon. "Theon Greyjoy, son of Balon. If memory serves, you are the ward of Ned Stark. You claim to come to my aid?" Tywin expressed his disbelief regarding Theon's intentions to support the Westlands. In response to Tywin's inquiry, Theon casually remarked, "That depends on how many gold dragons you are willing to part with. I have heard that even your excrement is gilded." To which Tywin retorted, "How many men have you brought?" 5,000, all elite infantry," Theon replied. Indeed, what Theon has stated holds true. In Westeros, the ability to master 5,000 men equipped with leather armor and weapons is undeniably a mark of elite status. Meanwhile, Tywin has begun to ponder the prospect of enlisting Theon to fight on his behalf. It is evident that Theon, much like Balon, harbors great ambition. Yet he is far more cunning than Balon ever was. Theon currently styles himself as the Duke of the Iron Islands, while it is highly probable that Balon has met with an untimely demise. Chapter 16. Castle Running Water. Observing Tywin's lingering indecision, Theon remarked, "Roose Bolton can hold you at bay with 18,000 men. I can likewise do so with 5,000. What do you desire? Gold, or something else?" Tywin finally inquired. Castle Running Water, along with the surrounding lands, including Seaguard and Stonehenge, Theon articulated his objectives. Seaguard, positioned by the sea, is adjacent to the Green Fork River. Through this river, one can reach Crab Bay, traversing the waterways of Westeros, facilitating future trade with Essos across the narrow sea. As for Stonehenge and Castle Running Water, they were requisitioned merely to safeguard against incursions from the north and the west. Very well, Castle Running Water is currently encircled by the Stark Pops. Stonehenge and Seaguard lie to the north of the Riverlands, particularly Seaguard, which is not far from Twin Rivers. If you can capture it, then it shall be yours," Tywin said, his words akin to hollow boasts. Theon, with only 5,000 men, found the prospect of seizing 3 notably distant strongholds rather daunting. "Agreed. Yet you must supply me with some war horses and weaponry." Theon began to negotiate. Tywin, well aware of Theon's intentions, understood that both parties were merely leveraging one another. Ultimately, Tywin consented to provide 500 war horses and 1,000 sets of armor and weaponry, much to Theon's delight, as 500 war horses were indeed a precious commodity, especially in the impoverished Iron Islands where such resources were scarce. Thus, a preliminary alliance was forged. Tywin would supply a cache of weapons, while Theon would serve as a thorn in the side of the battlefield. Upon returning to the encampment, Theon eagerly unfurled the map, his covetous gaze lingering on Castle Running Water, Seaguard, and Stonehenge. Castle Running Water had previously been besieged by Jaime, and even Admiral Tully had fallen captive to him. Alas, Jaime had earlier divided his 30,000 men into 3 camps to encircle Castle Running Water. Subsequently, Robb Stark had dispatched Roose Bolton with 18,000 infantry to Harrenhal to feign strength and distract Tywin Lannister, while he himself led 6,000 cavalry to ambush Jaime, successfully rescuing his uncle Edmure and capturing Jaime Lannister in the process. At that very moment, however, Joffrey had executed Ned Stark, and Arya Stark had vanished, leaving Sansa as the sole hostage of House Lannister. This turn of events rendered Tywin, who had been in a position of strength, exceedingly vulnerable. Yet, the old lion remained unperturbed, even in the face of such precarious circumstances. Gazing at the map of Castle Running Water, Theon pondered his strategy. After Robb reclaimed Castle Running Water, it was unlikely he would linger there for long. He would surely seek another opportunity to undermine Tywin's forces. For even if Jaime's camp was defeated, there would still be 20,000 men returning to Tywin's command, confronted with nearly 50,000 soldiers under Tywin. The North's 24,000 were hardly a match on the open battlefield, thus Robb would undoubtedly seek further chances to strike at Tywin. However, at present, Tywin was holed up in Harrenhal with 30,000 men, while nearly 20,000 others were stationed at Casterly Rock, preventing Robb Stark from pilfering the Lannister stronghold. Subsequently, Theon commanded the advance towards Riverrun, and as soon as Robb revealed himself at the front lines, he intended to seize the castle. Shortly after Theon's departure, Arya Stark was taken by Tywin to serve as a cupbearer. Upon learning that Theon had recently been there, Arya vehemently denounced him as a traitor, adding yet another name to her list of those she wished to assassinate. Chapter 17. A man climbs the wall not far from Hellenberg. A formidable assembly of approximately 10,000 emerged, led by none other than Tyrion. Soon, Tyrion encountered his father, 1,000 clansmen from the Vale. A spontaneous recruitment during my travels, he declared, his tone brimming with pride as he endeavored to impress his father. Pouring himself a goblet of wine, he mused, now, who are we fighting? The North? I have escaped. Tyrion remained oblivious to the events transpiring in King's Landing, believing mistakenly that Catelyn had captured him, inciting a standoff between the North and the West. Robb is dead, slain by the tusks of a boar, he remarked, taking a sip from his cup. I imagine my sister is overjoyed. Ned Stark had been executed by Joffrey for treason. With a clatter, Tyrion nearly dropped his wine goblet. What? 7 gods above, Ned? Treason? His voice was thick with disbelief. Tywin succinctly recounted the events to Tyrion, who could not help but reflect on the extent of his sister's indulgence towards Joffrey. Tyrion mused that no rational person would engage in such actions. Tywin had amassed nearly 60,000 men, allocating 30,000 to Jaime, who ultimately suffered significant losses, leaving a mere 10,000 and himself captured. This debacle profoundly impacted the noblemen under Tywin's command. Fortunately, Tyrion had brought with him 1,000 clansmen from the Vale, and Tywin assured him that his promises would not only be fulfilled but exceeded, with conditions far more generous than those offered by Theon. Subsequently, the leader of the clansmen, Shagga, expressed the need for half-men to fight alongside them, to which Tyrion consented. After integrating the clansmen, Tywin resolved to take the initiative against the North. In the original narrative, Jaime's capture occurred after Tyrion's return. However, Tyrion was unaware of the reasons, as his arrival on Tywin's side was somewhat delayed. Meanwhile, Theon was not idle. He stationed his troops at a distance from the Weeping Town, constantly probing its defenses. Along the way, he encountered several small bands of fleeing soldiers from both the west and the north. My lord, the Weeping Town is currently held by Blackfish, with at least 4,000 within its walls. Robb Stark has already withdrawn. Upon hearing his scout's report, Theon narrowed his eyes. The Weeping Town was undoubtedly a formidable fortress. Despite the surrounding lands being defenseless, the town itself was akin to a natural bastion, situated at the confluence of the Tensure and Red Fork rivers. The Weeping Town resembled a triangle, surrounded on 3 sides by water. Only 3 drawbridges connected it to the land. Once retracted, the town would transform into an island. Had Edmure not been so impatient, Jaime would have found little recourse against the Weeping Town. Similarly, should Theon attempt a direct assault now, he would have no means to capture it, merely incurring needless casualties. The sole strategy would be to lower the drawbridge from within, allowing his forces to enter. With this in mind, Theon began to devise a plan, knowing full well that Robb had likely received word of his non-allegiance, making entry into the town impossible. The only recourse was to infiltrate the town himself and seek an opportunity to lower the drawbridge. Subsequently, Theon commenced a rapid march towards the city of Deepwood with 5,000 men, having solidified his plans and no longer concealing the movements of his army. The 5,000, adorned with the flag of the sea beast, camped conspicuously outside the city. Theon crossed the stone bridge alone to reach the foot of Deepwood, where the bridge abruptly halted mere meters from the city gate, necessitating the lowering of the drawbridge for further advance. As the creaking sound echoed, the drawbridge descended. Blackfish and Brynden Tully emerged, visibly still nursing their wounds. Theon Greyjoy, I know you, traitor. Blackfish derisively accused. You are nothing but a sycophant. Even more loathsome than your father Bolton, for at least he did not grovel before the Iron Throne. With a smile, Theon retorted, thus, my father was overthrown and subdued. My 2 brothers perished, and yet I remain alive. The provisions of Deepwood can last for a year. I hope you can endure for a year as well. Upon finishing, Brynden turned sharply and departed, disinterested in further discourse with Theon. Observing the slowly rising drawbridge and the towering city walls, Theon remained silent, merely nodding before returning to his encampment. As evening fell, Theon, armed with a grappling hook, approached the southernmost drawbridge under Deepwood via a small boat, where the guards were relatively sparse, facilitating his army's entry into the city. Little did Brynden anticipate that Theon would dare to clandestinely scale the walls alone. Arriving at the base of Deepwood, a fleeting shadow enveloped Theon, as he donned a makeshift direwolf armor. Damn it, had this been authentic, I could have soared over the walls with just one direwolf steed, he lamented, shaking the grappling hook in frustration at the inferior imitation. In no time, Theon ascended the battlements, where the sentinels of Deepwood, spotting this armored figure, immediately sounded the alarm. The Ironborn nobles waiting outside, upon hearing the horn, wiped their brows, fervently praying for Theon's safety. Had it not been for Theon's reckless determination, they would have categorically forbidden him from undertaking such perilous ventures. For his actions in King's Landing had already earned their respect. Meanwhile, atop the walls, Theon deftly descended into the drawbridge's interior and severed the ropes with a single stroke of his sword. As Theon leapt down from a height of 15 meters, the soldiers on the battlement stood in stunned silence, questioning his intent. Was it suicide? Yet, the thunderous crash of the drawbridge collapsing roused them from their stupor, prompting several to hastily descend the stairs, only to confront Theon wielding the sword of the sea serpent. Upon hearing the commotion, the Ironborn forces outside immediately began to rally towards the drawbridge. Theon, facing 5 sentinels, brandished his sword and swiftly dispatched them, but as the alarm rang out, an increasing multitude began to converge upon his position. Chapter 18. I am the king of the Iron Islands. As he observed the gathering throng, Theon remained unperturbed. Release the arrows. With this command, a flurry of projectiles soared toward him. Yet, with a sharp sound, the arrows ricocheted harmlessly, scattering upon the ground. Will Daniel was taken aback. He had never encountered such impenetrable armor in the 7 kingdoms. Who are you? Will Daniel's furious shout rang out, alleviating some of his trepidation. Theon, brandishing his sword, declared, I am Theon Greyjoy, king of the Iron Islands, sovereign of the seas, phantom of the mists, and leviathan of the abyss. The art of self-introduction was one Theon mastered well. When one presented themselves lacking an impressive array of titles, it signified a lack of stature. Just look at Daenerys. Her titles stretch on endlessly. Theon, that accursed traitor, that wretched squid, Robb shall surely take your head. Brynden's voice boomed, his eyes wide with fury, resembling a man eager for calamari. At that moment, Theon's forces arrived. Your Majesty, are you unharmed? Tim Joff inquired anxiously. However, Tim's concern was evidently unwarranted. To inflict damage upon the direwolf armor, one would need at least a Valyrian steel crossbow. Theon pointed his sword and proclaimed, crush them. Dispatch the insurgents. Tim Joff swiftly drew his longsword, shouting, kill. A chaotic surge ensued as they charged forth, leaving Theon to sigh inwardly. This was far from his imagined army. They fought like a disorganized swarm. Were it not for their somewhat unified uniforms and the cloth tied around their arms, Theon might have doubted their loyalty. The cacophony of battle cries echoed through the city of Riverrun. Fortunately, Brynden's forces mobilized swiftly, sparing Theon from the need to run about. With 5,000 against 4,000, the advantage was not pronounced. Yet, thanks to Theon's newly formed 500 light cavalry and their complete armor coverage, the scales tipped rapidly. Especially with Theon riding a steed, lance in hand, his formidable presence was undeniable. The 500 cavalry, led by Theon, sliced through the defenses of Riverrun's garrison like a knife through butter. Before long, the remaining defenders scattered in disarray. Theon, accompanied by his cavalry, set forth to pillage the nobility, relishing in the carnage. At dawn, the drawbridge of Riverrun rose once more, as if all was as it had been. The only reminders of the previous night's slaughter were the splotches of blood and the remnants of smoldering ruins. Fortunately, Theon dispensed silver coins to his soldiers monthly and did not require them to provide their own provisions, thus alleviating the burdens of the common folk and sparing them from numerous indignities. The bodies of Brynden and the other nobles were collectively cremated, and then interred in a cemetery far from the city. Theon's actions afforded Brynden and his ilk a semblance of dignity, and naturally, he arranged for his deeds to be widely publicized throughout the city. Moreover, it included the initiative taken by Theon last night, in which he commanded the soldiers to refrain from disturbing the civilians, even going so far as to eliminate several noblemen from the Iron Islands for this cause. Tim, take your men and raid the estates of those nobles, then distribute a small portion to the civilians, while the majority is to be allocated to the soldiers. But why share with the civilians? Tim inquired, perplexed. He was well aware that Theon was not the paragon of justice and honor as portrayed by the common folk. It is merely a fade, a token gesture to help us win the hearts of the populace in Riverrun for conscription purposes. Tim promptly commenced the raids, which lasted an entire day. It must be said that the wealth within the noble households was indeed substantial, although a detailed inventory had yet to be taken. It was estimated to be worth at least 600,000 gold dragons, and this was merely within Riverrun, excluding their own fiefdoms and castles. Most nobles possessed their own lands and fortresses, regarding their estates in Riverrun as mere temporary lodgings. Nevertheless, the wealth within Riverrun Castle astonished Theon. As the storerooms and cellars were brimming with provisions, it was no wonder that Brynden confidently claimed he could withstand a siege for a year. The monetary resources within the castle were scarce, likely reserved for procuring sustenance. This turn of events benefited Theon, though it was regrettable that Brynden Tully had not been captured alive. The old man still held his dignity, preferring to meet death in battle rather than surrender. After seizing Riverrun, Theon hastily dealt with the remaining nobles within the castle. Subsequently, through a combination of coercion and persuasion, he aligned himself with a faction of obedient lesser nobles, granting them varying degrees of military authority to maintain order in the city. Simultaneously, he stripped a group of disobedient nobles of their military command and dispersed their retainers. All weapons and armor were confiscated, amounting to a mere 600 men. As most of the recalcitrant nobles had been executed by Theon the previous night. After confiscating the weapons from these 600 individuals, Theon selected 500 from among the civilians and distributed the arms, thereby establishing the Riverrun garrison. This force was composed of 500 former minor nobles and 500 civilians. Theon intended to utilize the provisions of Riverrun to conduct proper training for his troops. The first task would be to teach them basic directions, followed by military posture and physical training to instill the discipline expected of elite forces. In due course, the garrison would also engage in training, and those civilians who excelled would be elevated to the status of newly minted nobles. Chapter 19. I shall personally sever his head while Tyrion busied himself training his army in the bustling city of Riverrun. The first direct confrontation between the Stark wolves of the north and the Lannister lions of the west had come to an end. Tyrion roamed the battlefield, observing the surviving soldiers joyously clearing the field, perhaps finding their only rewards in the spoils stripped from the deceased. Upon returning to his father's military tent, Tyrion discovered a gathering of the West's nobility. "This is for you," Tywin declared, handing Tyrion a scroll. Tyrion accepted the envelope, curiosity piqued. "What is this?" he inquired. "You shall replace me as Hand of the King in King S Landing. We initially had 3 Starks as hostages, but now only Sansa remains." Tywin's tone bore an unusual hint of anger, revealing his discontent with Cersei and Joffrey regarding the situation. Tyrion felt a surge of astonishment. For the first time, he sensed a semblance of recognition from his father in the face of this unexpected appointment. "Why me? I mean, why not Uncle Kevin or someone else?" His voice was laden with disbelief. Pouring a glass of red wine for Tyrion, Tywin replied, "Because you are my son. If your sister cannot manage, then it falls to you." Upon hearing this, Tyrion grasped that an opportunity was being bestowed upon him. Tywin remained uncertain of Jaime's fate. Should Jaime be deceased, Tyrion would be the last remaining option. If Tyrion proved capable, Tywin would consider him. If not, he would have to look to the Kevin line for an heir. No one cherished the Lannister family more than Tywin, for his children, be they son or daughter, and even himself, were merely instruments for the advancement of the family legacy. Tyrion gazed at the letter of appointment and asked, "When do I depart?" "Now." He downed the last sip of wine and hurriedly departed, accompanied by Podrick and a cadre of soldiers who bid him farewell as he left Harrenhal. After Tyrion's departure, Tywin and the assembled nobles resumed their deliberations regarding the forthcoming military strategies. Robb Stark's military tactics and mindset were undeniably advanced, and facing Robb's unpredictable maneuvers, the forces of the West suffered successive defeats. Following his meeting with Roose Bolton, Robb had been entangled in a relentless struggle against Tywin in the Riverlands. Yet, Both sides faced a common dilemma: time. The North had summoned a vast amount of resources to march southward, to the extent that much of the grain in the north lay unharvested, rotting in the fields. Thus, the northern army resorted to pillaging in the riverlands, inciting the local peasantry's ire against them. Many, unable to sustain themselves after being robbed, formed bands of outlaws, beginning to plunder other farmers and small patrols of soldiers. This situation exacerbated in the riverlands, with the most notorious group being the Brotherhood without banners. In addition to these outlaws, mercenaries and the Mountain, Tywin's enforcer, added further complexity to the conflict. Consequently, the northern forces found their food supplies dwindling. Should provisions run low, the nobles, initially gathered from all corners, would surely scatter in disarray. Similarly, the Lannister army not only had to withstand the northern forces but also contend with threats from the south posed by Renly and Stannis Baratheon. However, the plight of the north is even more dire. At that moment, a soldier entered and handed Tywin a letter. Upon opening the envelope, Tywin's expression shifted to one of incredulity. The little sea monster had captured the Riverlands. How on earth had he managed to do that? The garrison of Riverlands consisted of at least 4,000 men, well supplied with provisions, yet it had fallen so swiftly. Kevin Lannister immediately seized the intelligence report to scrutinize it closely. The letter stated that Theon Greyjoy, clad in armor gifted by the drowned god, had single-handedly taken the gates of Riverlands. Kevin scoffed at such absurdity. Perhaps I should have a suit of lion armor crafted for myself by the smith. One of the 7 gods, he jested. The Tullus are nothing but a pack of fools. Edmure has squandered the Riverlands army, and now his uncle has surrendered Riverlands as well. Tywin's countenance was grim. Theon's capture of Riverlands was undoubtedly a setback for him. In his plans, although he had promised Riverlands, Seaguard, and Stonehenge to Theon, he believed that the 5,000 men under Theon's command would be utterly incapable of seizing any stronghold. Hence his willingness to make such promises. However, the anticipated protracted conflict did not materialize, and Riverlands fell within a remarkably brief span of time. Now the route home was entirely obstructed, unless one were to detour through Silverhill. Send the letter to Robb Stark. At the very least, Theon is not yet our enemy. With Riverlands lost, Stark has suffered a significant blow. He will be far more anxious than we are. Tywin promptly dispatched the letter to Robb. Realizing that a crucial strategic point for Robb's southern campaign had fallen into the hands of the Ironborn, Tywin understood that this would undoubtedly disturb Robb's peace, perhaps even distracting him from romantic pursuits with that little nurse. Yet, it became evident that Robb was angrier than Tywin had anticipated. I had always regarded him as a brother. My father never wronged him. Yet he has betrayed both me and my father. My father was executed, and he marched into King's Landing with 5,000 elite soldiers to seize Riverlands. I must personally execute him, wherever he may be. Upon receiving Tywin's letter, Robb initially could not believe it. First, he thought Theon lacked the capability, and second, he could not fathom that Theon would betray him. Go summon Lord Bolton. I have matters to discuss with him, Robb instructed his attendant. Roose Bolton was one of the few in the north whom Robb could trust to command troops independently. The elder Bolton was indeed a formidable leader. Your Majesty, what is the matter? Roose Bolton entered and spoke directly. Theon Greyjoy has launched a surprise attack on Riverlands, and it has now fallen. I intend to lead our forces to reclaim Riverlands, and I need you to hold Tywin here. Roose Bolton pursed his lips. Your Majesty, we must act swiftly. Our supplies are dwindling. I will return shortly, and I shall personally sever his head, Robb declared confidently. Just then, the little nurse Talisa walked in, and upon seeing her, Roose Bolton chose not to speak and turned to leave. As the military tent of Robb was erected, Roose Bolton cast a glance back at the upright banner of the Ice Wolf, and with his thoughts lingering, departed from the scene. Chapter 20. The Red Wasteland. As dusk descended, the clouds roiled, awash with a crimson twilight. Even at this late hour, the temperature of the Red Wasteland remained unrelenting, the air thick with the acrid scent of sulfur. Daenerys and her companions found themselves at the brink of despair, gazing at Drogon. A sudden wave of hopelessness washed over her. The exhilaration she had felt upon acquiring her 3 dragonlings had long since been eroded by the harsh environment, leaving her in uncertainty about what her young dragons might consume. Even securing food and water for herself and her companions had become a formidable challenge. After enduring a protracted night, Daenerys instructed the 3 sworn blood riders accompanying her to mount the last 3 horses capable of bearing them, each setting forth in a different direction. Their survival hinged on whether these 3 could locate a city or a village. Sitting on the ground, she drained the final drop of water, wet her parched lips with her tongue, and uttered in despair, "Can we truly escape this red hell? You are the hope of us all, the mother of dragons." "We shall surely find a way out," Jorah Mormont replied with steadfast conviction. Glancing at the 3 dragonlings within their wooden cage, a flicker of hope ignited in Daenerys' heart. At that moment, a horse approached from the distance, prompting Jorah to rush forward to investigate. To his dismay, he discovered the head of a blood rider within the saddlebag. "It seems we have encountered another horseman tribe," he lamented. Clutching the severed head, Daenerys' voice trembled with fury. "I will ensure they pay dearly for this." "Indeed, but first, we must survive to have the chance for vengeance," Jorah reminded her. Reluctantly, Daenerys handed the head to Jorah, bidding him to present it to Khal Drogo, as he was both entitled and obliged to follow Drogo into battle. Jorah complied, setting the Blood Rider's head aflame in accordance with Dothraki tradition. 2 days later, the Blood Riders who had ventured south returned with exhilarating news. Approximately 3 days' journey to the south lay a trading city willing to accept them. Overjoyed, Daenerys immediately led her party southward, yet the 3-day trek stretched into 4, pushing her companions to their limits. At last, gazing upon the golden city walls of Qarth, adorned with flying fish and beasts, a deep sigh of relief escaped her. Situated in the southeastern region of Essos, Qarth served as a vital trade port connecting the eastern and western lands of Essos and was a city of immense wealth. Although ostensibly ruled by the royal family of Qarth, true power lay in the hands of the 13, each a merchant of unparalleled riches, Jorah explained to Daenerys. With a resounding boom, the gates of Qarth slowly opened, revealing a contingent of guards, followed closely by the current wielders of power, the 13. Daenerys stepped forward, declaring, "I am Daenerys Targaryen, the Stormborn. Stormborn, I know you, the mother of dragons, Daenerys Targaryen. Welcome to the greatest city in the world, Qarth." A rotund man interrupted her introduction. Taken aback, Daenerys inquired, "My lord, do you know me?" "Oh, I am no grand figure. I am merely a merchant of spices. And I do not know you. However, I have heard whispers that you are a true dragon, and your offspring ride upon magnificent steeds that traverse the world. Please forgive us, the 13 noble lords, for our ignorance. Might we be granted an audience with your children?" Daenerys and Jorah exchanged a subtle glance before she replied, "My friend, my journey has been arduous, and my people are on the brink of starvation. If you could provide sustenance for my subjects, I would be eternally grateful. I must speak candidly, mother of dragons, I cannot ascertain the existence of your progeny. I merely wish to confirm, as your subjects are Dothraki, and you understand my meaning." The portly man emphasized the words mother of dragons. Upon hearing this, Daenerys became visibly agitated. "I do not lie. Oh, I certainly believe that you are truthful and hold that conviction firmly. However, this is our first encounter, and such assurance does little to sway my companions." The rotund man glanced back at the remaining 12. Daenerys, now both exasperated and amused, retorted, "In my homeland, it is customary to welcome guests within the hall, not to insult them at the threshold. Then you may return to your homeland, where your people may host you and your children," he scoffed. With that, he turned away, dismissing her with indifference. Who would care for a remnant of a fallen dynasty in Westeros? Just a beggar princess, indeed. And now, additionally, a beggar named Khaleesi. Daenerys felt a surge of fury, her chest heaving. "You promised to receive us, yet you now deny us entry." The portly man wore a bemused expression and replied, "We are here together now. Is this not a form of reception? If we are not allowed into the city, my people and I shall perish outside. That would indeed be unfortunate, but I shall not permit a horde of Dothraki savages to enter," he declared with disdain. He then smiled at Daenerys and turned to leave. Daenerys' face flushed with anger. 13 lords, when my children mature, they will aid me in reclaiming all that is rightfully mine, and vanquish those who have wronged me. Fury shall blaze, and fire shall engulf the city. To those beyond the walls, the first to perish shall be by dragonfire." Upon hearing Daenerys' threat, Jorah instinctively placed his hand upon the hilt of his sword. The portly man could not help but laugh. Daenerys' threats seemed utterly ludicrous to him. "Ha! Truly, you are Targaryen, but alas, you are correct in but one assertion. If you are not allowed into the city, you shall surely perish." At that moment, a stout man emerged, saying, "You are frightened by a young girl and a handful of horsemen. This is hardly the demeanor of a great ruler. She threatens to burn my city. Would you still invite her in for a drink?" The portly man replied, visibly displeased. The stout man, Zaro, scoffed inwardly. What does it mean to claim your city? One noble lord suffices for the 13. Although Zaro felt a sense of disdain within, he maintained a gentlemanly smile and declared, I, Zaro, shall utilize the privilege of the magnate to vouch for the noble mother of dragons. The privilege of the magnate is somewhat akin to the absolute veto power held by the 5 infamous rogues. The spice merchant, portly and unwilling, finally relented with a disgruntled remark, You shall bear the responsibility for this matter. Whatever transpires will fall solely upon your shoulders. Zaro bowed and made a gesture of invitation, saying, My lady, welcome to Karth. As the city gates slowly closed, Daenerys arrived in this free city-state, known as the world's harbor. In an instant, the cacophony of vendors and shouts enveloped her. Merely a wall separated them, yet it felt as though she had crossed from heaven into hell. Chapter 21. Acting Prime Minister Tyrion. As the war intensified, the 7 kingdoms witnessed a surge of refugees. These displaced individuals began to flock towards King's Landing, causing its population to swell from over 400,000 to 500,000. The most palpable effect was the pronounced stench that permeated the air of the city. In the Red Keep Square, which faces the sea, a celebration was underway for Joffrey's birthday. Joffrey was engrossed in watching the Hound battle at night. Dog, kill him! He exclaimed, reveling in the spectacle. True to his nature, the Hound dispatched the knight, hurling him from the high platform. Joffrey, brimming with excitement, approached the edge, gazing at the lifeless body below, and declared, For the next match, find the dog a formidable opponent. Soon, a portly knight wobbled onto the stage, prompting Joffrey to furrow his brow. Wait, have you been drinking? The knight, caught off guard, stammered, I apologize, your grace. I grew a bit too enthusiastic and had a couple of cups. Joffrey nodded, it's quite normal. Then signaled to a guard to fetch 2 barrels of wine for the knight. A gleeful expression crossed Joffrey's face as he seemed to devise a particularly amusing game. The knight, who had just begun to relax, felt an ominous chill upon seeing Joffrey smile. Let him drink to his heart's content, Joffrey proclaimed, revealing his cruel intentions. No. Your grace, please, I shall never drink again. The knight fell to his knees, pleading for mercy. Joffrey's delight grew at the sight of the knight's desperate supplications. Sansa, observing the knight's distress, interjected, Your grace, today is your birthday, it would be unfortunate if someone were to die. She forced a smile, attempting to defuse the situation. Just then, a familiar voice chimed in, Miss Stark is correct, after all, it is your birthday. Tyrion's voice resonated from a distance. Joffrey, scowling, cast a displeased glance at Tyrion, his expression akin to saying, What are you doing back here? Tyrion, ignoring Joffrey's glare, approached Sansa and expressed, I am sorry for what has befallen your father. Thank you, Lord Tyrion, Sansa replied, glancing at Joffrey, but my father is a traitor, as are my parents. I love my king. Tyrion nodded, somewhat taken aback, then proceeded towards the council chamber. Inside, Cersei was convening with Ser Loras, Pycelle, Baelish, and Varys. As a cheerful whistle echoed, Tyrion sauntered into the meeting room. He approached Cersei, bestowing a kiss on her cheek. Observing her disdainful expression, he remarked with a grin, Hello. Sister. Have you missed me? What are you doing here? This is a council meeting. Cersei struggled to contain her anger. Tyrion feigned agreement, Oh. I am well aware this is a council meeting, and I also know where Father's seat is. With that, he took his place at the position of Prime Minister. From his bosom, he produced a letter and handed it to Pycelle. Trembling, Pycelle opened the envelope, which appointed Tyrion Lannister as the wartime hand of the king. After reading its contents aloud, he passed the letter to Cersei. In disbelief, Cersei took the missive, and upon confirming its accuracy, she bellowed, Everyone out. All of you. The remaining 4 departed with inscrutable expressions, internally reveling in the unfolding drama. Having just seen Theon Greyjoy leave, they now had the spectacle of Prime Minister Tyrion to behold. Your father is greatly disappointed in you. Now you are the child who has let him down, not I, Tyrion remarked with a smile. Cersei remained silent, recalling how she had been momentarily stunned when Joffrey beheaded Ned Stark. My brother Jaime has been captured by those direwolves, his fate unknown. We once had 3 Starks. And now only 2 girls remain, Tyrion lamented to Cersei. 1, she replied curtly. Tyrion's head snapped up. 1. What do you mean by 1? He set down his flask. What do you mean, 1? Cersei licked her lips. The younger one has vanished. Taking a deep breath, Tyrion inquired. Are you suggesting that the little girl disappeared right under the noses of thousands in gilded robes? Our attention was diverted by Theon Greyjoy. He must have rescued her. Cersei asserted confidently, as if it were a certainty that Theon had spirited away Arya. Tyrion then sought to ascertain the situation from Cersei, and after hearing her account, his eyes widened in astonishment. What a feat by Theon Greyjoy! To have absconded with 2,500 souls and 2/3 of King's Landing's provisions right under the vigilant gaze of so many. Tyrion was incredulous, unable to fathom that his nephew could be so gullible, placing his trust in an ambitious scoundrel. He was certain that these individuals harbored intentions of expediting Theon's departure, thereby allowing him to seize such substantial benefits with ease. Cersei now harbored some regret for permitting Theon to carry off such a vast quantity of provisions. The Lannisters paid their debts. He has betrayed me, and I shall ensure he pays the price. Upon hearing Cersei's words, Tyrion nodded. Indeed, you shall make a duke wielding 5,000 elite troops and controlling the Iron Islands pay dearly. Pray, we must focus on how to address the threats posed by Renly and Stannis in the south. Tyrion lamented his sister's political acumen. Cersei produced a letter and handed it to Tyrion, revealing that Renly had been assassinated in his own tent, reportedly by his sworn shield, Brienne. Tyrion seized the letter, and after perusing its contents, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. With Renly's demise, the Riverlands would undoubtedly revert to a state of neutrality, and Stannis would be poised to capitalize on this opportunity to consolidate power in Storm's End. The current trajectory of events presented a mixed bag for King's Landing. If Stannis Baratheon remains alive, King's Landing shall confront an army of 100,000 from the south, which might first assault the city or perhaps turn its attention towards Dragonstone. Conversely, should Stannis meet his demise, King's Landing would likely face an army of approximately 30,000, comprising both land and naval forces. Given Stannis' character, he would undoubtedly command the Royal Navy to make a swift advance towards the Blackwater Bay. Ultimately, Tyrion let out a sigh, relinquishing the letter in his grasp before returning to seek out Shae. Upon arriving at Shae's hiding place, taking advantage of her momentary distraction, he suddenly embraced her from behind, burying his face in her bosom. This startled Shae considerably. She turned around and, upon realizing it was Tyrion, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Chapter 22. The Sun God. After the encounter, Tyrion reclined in Shae's embrace, contemplating his forthcoming actions. With the demise of 2 successive prime ministers in his position, caution was imperative. Each of those who had fallen held far greater stature than he. You mustn't wander off, or my sister will not spare you, nor will she allow it. This place is perilous. I should never have brought you here. But you did bring me, Shae replied. Rest assured, I shall take care of myself. Hearing her words, Tyrion felt a slight alleviation of his worries. The following day, Tyrion, accompanied by Pod and Rick, roamed the streets of King's Landing. Their purpose, however, was not leisure but rather to assess the plight of the refugees. Upon entering the city, Tyrion had observed an overwhelming influx of displaced souls, all congregating in the slums, easily infiltrating the ranks of other military forces. Such is the nature of war, Pod remarked. Tyrion understood this truth all too well, yet he feared that these individuals might conspire with the enemy and create chaos from within during Stannis' siege. As Tyrion prepared to return to the Red Keep, he suddenly spotted a man standing atop a stone, addressing the masses below. What is this? Are they plotting a rebellion? Tyrion chuckled to Pod. Rick interjected. They are from the Slums sect. Many such sects have emerged here. They pray that the Seven will quell the war and send forth the next reign of bread. Upon hearing this, Tyrion's smile faded, replaced by a profound sense of melancholy at their simple yet desperate wish. Come, let us see, he urged his companions. They soon arrived at the edge of the throng. Listening to the man speak. This is inherently unjust. We may live in humility, we may endure in silence, but they cannot treat us like maggots, crushing us at will. War is a vile game, played by despicable players, while we are but lowly insects. Look at the ground beneath our feet, littered with filth and refuse. We can scarcely fathom the lives of the nobles dwelling in the Red Keep. Do you know how many golden dragons those nobles squander on bread and milk in a single day? 500,000 golden dragons. Not even a cart could contain such provisions. Only the great sun god Apollo can save us. With a flourish, the speaker, Schiller Andolph, gestured, and several men emerged, carrying numerous boxes. When the boxes were opened, they revealed black bread. The sight of the bread ignited greed in the eyes of the onlookers, and several men lunged to seize it, only to be mercilessly slain by the bearers of the boxes. Schiller observed the scene and declared, the sun god is merciful, but that does not grant you the liberty to act recklessly. Form an orderly line for the bread. Witnessing this, Tyrion quickly exchanged glances with his companions and discreetly slipped away. Once they had exited the slums, Tyrion remarked, "There is undoubtedly a power backing them. It is highly likely they are aligned with Stannis. He has a fire priest by his side, it must be him. We must swiftly take control of the Golden Roads and eradicate this sun god cult, damn be it." Polan nodded dismissively. Reed then turned to Tyrion and remarked, "There are two major cults in the slums, the aforementioned sun god cult and the sparrow cult. However, the sparrow cult is significantly weaker, as the sun god cult distributes black bread to the people every 2 days. Nonetheless, the sparrow cult boasts a larger following, for the sun god cult's doctrines are stringent, permitting only the most sincere believers to join the Knights of the Radiant Sun." "What? The Knights of the Radiant Sun? Damn it, they even have a knightly order!" Tyrion exclaimed. Reed, taken aback, confirmed, "Indeed, there are at least 50 fully armed knights, and this is no secret in the slums." "And their infantry?" Polan inquired at that moment. "Every cult member would dare to fight to the death with a stone against the Golden Roads. They have at least 2,000 members, not counting those who have yet to join. While, with tens of thousands of refugees in King's Landing, if they were to grow in strength, perhaps Stannis would have to reclaim the city from a horde of madmen," Polan jested. Just then, a small contingent of knights suddenly appeared, surrounding them. Polan and Reed immediately drew their swords, shielding Tyrion behind them. "I am the Hand of the King. Who are you?" Tyrion promptly declared his identity. One of the knights dismounted, removing his helmet as he approached Tyrion. "My lord, His Holiness the Pope wishes to see you. There are matters to discuss." "Oh. I believe the slums are not suitable for weighty discussions. Perhaps we could go to the Red Keep," Tyrion suggested. The knight glanced back at the imposing Red Keep before turning to say, "It is filled with your sister's people. Perhaps the slums are the safest place after all." Tyrion furrowed his brow, realizing the situation was more complex than it appeared. The knight's words were intriguing, the slums, being the safest, were indeed under the influence of his sister. Ultimately, Tyrion nodded in agreement to meet the Pope in the slums, driven by the urgency of the situation, though he still felt the Red Keep would be a safer option. Soon, Tyrion met the Pope in a dilapidated house. It was the same man who had been speaking on the stone. Upon Tyrion's arrival, Schiller set down his pen and welcomed him. "Welcome, Prime Minister Tyrion. It is rather humble here. Do not mind the simplicity." "Not at all." Upon entering, I felt as if I were basking in the sun's warmth, Tyrion replied earnestly. "What is it you wish to discuss with me?" Schiller gestured for the guards to withdraw. Observing this, Tyrion signaled for Polan and Reed to wait by the door. Once everyone had vacated the room, Schiller began, "I am Schiller Andolf, Baron of the Iron Islands. His Majesty, King Balon, has commanded." "Wait, King Balon," Tyrion interrupted. "You are a man of Balon Greyjoy, the King of the Iron Islands." "Indeed, His Majesty wishes for me to convey that we can collaborate." "Damn it. This man has gone to the Riverlands and still seeks to meddle in the affairs of King's Landing. Pray tell, how do you propose we cooperate?" "The cult offers you armed forces to assist in reshaping the power dynamics of King's Landing, while you are required to provide sustenance, weaponry, and legitimacy in return." Upon hearing this, Tyrion promptly remarked, "Weapons and provisions are out of the question. I can, however, offer you legitimacy. How does that sound? Otherwise, let us not continue this discussion." "Agreed." Schiller immediately concurred, for his primary objective was indeed legitimacy. As for food and alms, they would be advantageous, but their absence would not be detrimental, especially since Tyrion is no easy man to deceive. "We also require a parcel of land. This slum will suffice," Schiller continued. Tyrion nodded. "This land was originally yours, was it not?" "That will not suffice. We require a legitimate and proper deed," Schiller insisted. Chapter 23. The Shuffle. Subsequently, the two engaged in discussions regarding various details, after which Tyrion took his leave. Once Tyrion departed, Cersei promptly penned a letter, fastening it to the leg of a raven destined for the city of Riverrun, for he required assistance. The splendid weapons procured from Riverrun could be transported back to the Iron Islands, while the worn-out armaments could certainly be sent to King S Landing for repurposing, thereby eliminating waste. Upon Tyrion's return to the Red Keep, he immediately commenced the reorganization of the power dynamics within the Red Keep. He needed to swiftly gain control over the City Watch, harboring no trust in the so-called Faith of the Seven. To him, Theon was merely a treacherous little man, devoid of any credibility. Thus, Tyrion's first target was Yonos Slint, a greedy and honorless newly elevated noble. Good heavens! Who would promote such a person to command the city watch? As dusk fell, Tyrion invited Janos Slynt to a sumptuous dinner, which Janos accepted with eagerness, believing that Tyrion was attempting to curry favor with him. After all, every king who arrived in King's Landing would naturally prioritize the favor of the commander of the city watch. Tyrion occupied the head of the table, while Janos sat at his left. It was indeed a lavish feast. Janos remarked that, although he relished accumulating wealth, he did not indulge in extravagant pleasures, preferring the sight of gold dragons piled high in his home. Many noble castles boasted vast reserves of gold, a common ailment among the aristocracy. Perhaps you should try this bottle of wine, Tyrion suggested, pouring a glass for Janos. Do give it a taste, my lord. After sipping, Janos exclaimed, "The wine from the arbor is delightful." Tyrion smiled, saying, "I am pleased you enjoy it. By the way, my lord Janos, tell me, was it your direct order that led to the betrayal of Stark in the throne room?" Tyrion began his line of questioning. Janos hesitated for a moment. "It was indeed my command. He is a traitor, and it was my duty. The fool may be oblivious to the fact that you have long since betrayed him, having been offered more gold by my sister, correct?" Tyrion retorted with disdain. "I possess my own honor. I will not serve traitors. Oh, forgive me, my lord Janos, but to my eyes, you possess no honor whatsoever." Tyrion scoffed. "For had you held even a modicum of honor and responsibility, you would have never allowed Theon Greyjoy to carry away 2/3 of the provisions from King's Landing." Mentioning Theon Greyjoy before Janos undoubtedly struck a painful chord with his already scarce pride. He commands 6,000 men, many of whom are ironborn, and the king trusts him. "That is not my concern." Tyrion shook his head in resignation, setting down his wine glass. "Yet, you stand behind the regent, Queen Cersei Lannister. Had you and my sister cared even a fraction for King's Landing, you would have certainly prevented Theon from absconding with such a significant portion of the food supplies. Yet, in your pursuit of reclaiming your own power, you turned a blind eye to the vast quantities he took." Janos surged forward, claiming that had we intervened with Theon Greyjoy, he would have forcibly seized control, thereby depleting the already scant forces of King's Landing. Theon Greyjoy could never prevail. He is 100 times more astute than your covetous, ignorant, short-sighted flock of foolish geese. Tyrion's words were far from courteous. Janos, with his verbal sparring, was no match for Tyrion. Enraged, Janos pointed a finger at Tyrion, exclaiming, "Have you lost your wits, you little imp? Do you think I would stand here to endure your scorn?" With that, Janos glared at Tyrion, as if ready to strike at any moment. "Little imp! Oh! 7 gods above, that was indeed a most unflattering insult, my lord Janos. However, you must remain here for my humiliation, lest my friends subject you to their derision." After uttering this, Tyrion cast a glance at Borros beside him. Janos turned to look at Borros, who smiled and nodded, affirming his willingness to indeed make Janos suffer. Janos' lips quivered, yet he remained silent, aware of his own limitations. Ultimately, he could only threaten, "I shall report today's events to the Queen Regent, you shall see." "Oh! Splendid! However, you have now transgressed the laws of the 7 kingdoms, betrayed the former hand of the king, and are suspected of accepting bribes. Thus, you are hereby exiled to the wall." "What?" Janos was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation. "Quickly!" Tyrion called out to the guards outside. 2 Lannister soldiers promptly entered, seizing Janos and transporting him via the waterways of Blackwater Bay to the wall under cover of night. As Janos continued to shout that he had powerful allies, Tyrion could only sigh, lamenting the ineptitude of his allies. Strength was undoubtedly a man lacking in social grace. Originally a commoner, he secured his position as the commander of the city guard through some dubious dealings with Peter Baelish, thereby preserving his post during Robert's reign. Later, during the turmoil in King's Landing, he aligned himself with Cersei and was bestowed the title of Earl of Harrenhal. Yet, this title bore no real power. He had no loyal subjects or lands, merely a noble designation. Thus, Tyrion had little trouble dispatching him, and Strength found himself utterly powerless. Tyrion poured a glass of wine and offered it to Borros, saying, "A toast to you, the newly appointed commander of the Gold Cloaks, my lord Borros." Borros smiled and accepted the goblet offered by Tyrion. Chapter 24, Siege of Benlu City in the land of Hogian. At Benlu City, Theon leaned against the city wall, one hand propping up his chin, helplessly observing his elder brother Robb, who was vehemently denouncing him from below. "Doesn't he tire of this?" Theon remarked to Ymil Golden. When he turned his gaze back to Golden's contorted face, he suddenly realized how deeply the people here valued honor and family. Golden was nearly beside himself with rage. How dare he speak of you in such a manner, your majesty? It was his father who abducted you, and now he shamelessly claims to have sheltered you. Damn it! I shall take his head. Theon hastily restrained Golden, who was eager to confront Robb, and spoke in a low voice. I am the king of the Iron Islands. I must consider you and the entire Iron Islands. We cannot venture out to battle. We possess ample provisions to hold our ground. And we should wait for Tywin and his forces to engage. As long as we defend Benlu City, we shall have the chance to reclaim Helgean and restore our ancestors' glory. Golden, a man of great honor, was renowned for his loyalty even among the Iron Islands. But your majesty, I cannot allow him to demean you thus. I must slay him. Golden's fury was palpable. In his eyes, to insult his monarch was a greater affront than taking life. Theon firmly grasped Golden's head, stating, You mule, Robb commands at least 5,000 cavalry, while we have only 5,000 infantry, half of whom are green recruits who have barely seen battle. My elder brother seeks to draw me out to reclaim Benlu City. I will not step outside the city, nor will I allow you to venture into danger. Now, return to your quarters and remain there. Golden merely pouted and departed in silence. Watching Golden's retreating figure, Theon sighed in resignation. Golden was well known for his integrity and honor, and Theon had observed him closely before bestowing upon him significant responsibilities. Yet, this same quality could be troublesome, as his excessive regard for honor often led him to seek conflict without consideration of the consequences. He was suited to be a commander but not a leader. Theon then shifted his gaze to Robb below, who was angrily labeling him a villain and traitor, pondering whether to reveal the skills he had honed in protecting his family in Deswen, which might very well infuriate Robb to the point of collapse at the foot of Benlu City. It must be acknowledged that Robb was quite adept in warfare. Despite Theon's knowledge of all 36 stratagems, he had no desire to engage in a contest of wits with Robb, as he was well aware of the pitfalls of mere theoretical discourse. Raising a tin horn, Theon called down to Robb, Robb, my brother. I have conveyed your whereabouts to Tywin via Raven. If you do not return, Roose Bolton may face ruin. Theon had indeed sent a message to Tywin through the Raven. Yet there had been no response from Tywin's end. Nevertheless, this could serve as a means to intimidate Robb. Upon hearing Theon's words, Robb's expression shifted. Although Roose Bolton had written the day prior stating that Tywin's forces had shown no signs of movement, he dared not take a gamble. For his own troops were limited and could not withstand unnecessary risks. Chapter 25. A true hero who can bend and stretch Robb. Why must you oppose me? I implored. After all, we are brothers. If you truly regard me as a brother, then an ambush on River Ram is uncalled for. You scoundrel! With those words, Robb departed in fury, fully aware that Theon was resolutely defending River Ram. Theon watched Robb's retreating figure and waved goodbye, wishing him luck. After bidding farewell to Robb, Theon returned to Pike. Today, a raven from the Iron Islands had arrived, but before he could peruse its contents, Robb had interrupted him with a forced display of jest. Upon opening the missive, Theon's smile widened as he read the news. Yara had achieved great success in the Westlands and on the island of Driftmark. Though it was unfortunate that the fleet from Driftmark had pursued her, resulting in some losses. This venture had yielded a fortune of over 100,000 gold dragons for Pike, along with an abundance of provisions. Although it paled in comparison to the wealth of the Westlands, the Riverlands, and the Vale, it was a tremendous boon for the Iron Islands, which had previously known only poverty. Subsequently, Theon summoned Golden and Segovia, emphasizing the importance of steadfastly holding River Ram. Under the cloak of night, he mounted his horse and departed. He needed to hasten back to the Iron Islands and strategize for the conquest of Seagard before Tywin could crush Stannis. Then, he would seize Stonehenge before Tywin could conquer the north, thereby solidifying control over half of the Riverlands. As for the potential butterfly effect that might worsen the situation, Theon mused that even if Robb were endowed with greater intellect, he could not outmaneuver Tywin Lannister. Moreover, Robb was not cut out to be a king. First, he executed a major lord under his command, and then he broke off his engagement. Such actions had thoroughly disillusioned many of the northern nobles. A week later, Theon arrived at Pike aboard a merchant vessel. Upon returning to the castle, he found Yara in discussion with Andre about whether they should assist Theon. My brother is currently besieged at River Ram. Do you expect me to remain idle? My lord has 5,000 men and provisions that can last over a year. The northern brutes cannot maintain the siege indefinitely. Any rash action on our part would disrupt my lord's plans. Should he require assistance, he has ravens at his disposal. Andre remarked. Just then, Theon entered the room. Andre is right. I am grateful you did not act impulsively. Welcome home, my lord. Yara rose to greet Theon. He casually took a seat and inquired, have the spoils been accounted for? Indeed, my lord. A total of 610,000 gold dragons, along with a substantial supply of food and fine wine. Andre reported. The Westlands and Driftmark are indeed bountiful, considering that Yara merely seized Lannisport and Driftmark. Yara added. My forces are limited. I did not delve deeply into the Westlands. What of the harvest in the north? Theon asked. Alas, only over 100 craftsmen. The captives are quite troublesome, my lord. Once Theon had grasped the situation, he departed alone to visit Apollo. Navigating through layers of guards, he arrived at the cavern behind Pike, which had expanded considerably, clearly indicating that Apollo frequently enlarged his lair. Upon entering the cavern, Shian beheld a colossal dragon, exceeding 2 meters in length, sprawled atop a diminutive golden hill in slumber. As if sensing Shian's presence, Apollo abruptly lifted his head. Upon recognizing Shian's arrival, Apollo excitedly flapped his wings and soared toward him, toppling him to the ground and lavishing him with affectionate licks. Regrettably, without summoning his armor, Shian's physical prowess was akin to that of an ordinary human, rendering him unable to dislodge Apollo. All right, Apollo, rise quickly, he urged. Responding to Shian's words, Apollo eagerly stood up, circling around him in delight. As Shian surveyed the long-missed Apollo, he could not help but marvel at the rapid growth in both size and beauty that Apollo had undergone. The dragon's wings were impressively expansive, with a wingspan far exceeding his body length, and his horns glimmered with a dark golden hue, truly a visage that would captivate any admirer of beauty. After frolicking with Apollo for a while, Shian inquired if he wished to venture outside for a spell, only to be met with a direct refusal. For Apollo, basking in the warmth of the golden hill was the epitome of dragonic bliss. Even hunting was reserved for the night, when he ventured into the depths of the ocean. As Shian sensed Apollo's sentiments, he found himself pondering for the first time the inappropriateness of the name Apollo for such a creature. How perplexing it was. For should he not be a purebred red dragon? Chapter 26, The Sea Frontier City. The following day, Shuren summoned Yara and Andre, along with a gathering of nobles. Now that the bustling flowing city had fallen into our hands, it was merely a stepping stone. We required the entire northwest region of the Riverlands to be united as one. Shuren pointed to the map, indicating the Sea Frontier City. Esteemed colleagues, we must seize the Sea Frontier City and the Stone of Ruin, thereby securing control over the Blue Fork River. Andra interjected. The Sea Frontier City is adjacent to Twin River City, and the Fry family has now aligned themselves with Robb. If we were to capture the Sea Frontier City at this moment, we would undoubtedly provoke a counterattack from the north. Andre's assessment was astute. The Sea Frontier City lay along the route home for the Northerners. Once news of its capture reached Robb, he would undoubtedly rush to reclaim it without hesitation. Yet, Shuren understood that Robb, in his romantic folly, would soon regret his engagement, and this regret would serve as a catalyst, igniting the ambitions of House Bolton and the fury of House Fry. To be candid, the North's potential for warfare was considerably low. Despite Robb's exceptional military prowess and his near invincibility against Tywin in battle, it was well known that such a course would ultimately lead to the North's downfall. Robb's regret would present a splendid opportunity for Tywin, the Boltons, and the Freys. Fear not, esteemed friends, for an opportunity shall soon arise, an extraordinary one. Shuren urged. Thus, I require you to continue gathering forces in Pike, with all expenses borne by the castle. The nobles exchanged glances, for they had intended to return to their homes laden with spoils, convinced that their gains would sustain them for some time. Shuren discerned their thoughts and reiterated. An opportunity lies before us, a chance to seize dominion over the Riverlands. After a moment of hesitation, several of the more formidable nobles voiced their support for Shuren's endeavor, prompting the others to reluctantly agree. Subsequently, the assembly dispersed. Andre, observing the retreating nobles, could not help but exclaim, "What a bunch of cowards, timid souls." Yet, it was not entirely fair to judge them so harshly. Their recent gains were substantial, and it was natural to shy away from further risks. For warfare does indeed bring death. After concluding his remarks, Shuren suddenly turned to Andre. Andre, if I were to appoint you as the Duke of Horror Island, do you have the confidence to keep the various noble factions there in check? That would be quite difficult. The nobles of Horror Island wield significant power, such as the Hellas family, Andre replied without hesitation. The Hellas family, a marquee house of Horror Island, could muster between 800 to 1,000 fighters. Furthermore, the island's fertile soil and favorable climate had long positioned the Hellas family as a dominant force in the Iron Islands. Were it not for the presence of other formidable noble houses to counterbalance them, the Iron Islands might not bear the name Greyjoy. And what if I were to provide you with 3,000 heavy armored soldiers? Would you feel assured? Sharon's words momentarily left Andre at a loss. Before he recalled that Sharon had indeed acquired 3,000 troops from King's Landing. Your Majesty, 3,000 is unnecessary. A mere 1,000 would suffice. Andre requested only 1,000 individuals. His own family lineage was formidable, belonging to the noble Marquis family of Great Wicker Island. Secured by Andre's assurance, Sean urged him to immediately prepare for the relocation of his family, cautioning that once the esteemed nobles of Harlow Island returned, it would be too late to intervene. Upon receiving the command, Andre promptly proceeded to his family castle to attend to this matter. Andre harbored his own ulterior motives. Sean intended to wield him like a dagger, and he was more than willing to assume the role of this blade. He contemplated splitting the family into 2 branches, severing ties with his brother. His father, having fathered a son in his old age, had given him a brother who was now merely 15 years of age. He planned to leave a few elders to assist his brother Brent, then alter the family crest and surname, before leading the remaining members to Harlow Island. The power dynamics of the Iron Islands had remained unchanged for decades. This presented a splendid opportunity, a chance to elevate a great family. Once Andre departed, Sean arrived at a farmland situated behind Pike City, adjacent to Apollo's Nest, where he cultivated the disaster-resistant wheat he had acquired. It remained uncertain whether the seeds produced by this wheat would retain the superior genetic traits across generations. However, it was fortunate that this batch matured every 2 months, allowing for a substantial harvest of seeds. As for whether the original superior characteristics would endure, Sean was indifferent, for his knowledge of biology was limited. The only course of action he could take was to prevent these seeds from mingling with ordinary ones. Perhaps in the future, he could continuously select and breed superior strains from the common seeds, but for now, with the populace struggling to secure sufficient sustenance, such considerations seemed far too distant. Chapter 27. The Union Shoran observed several farmers harvesting wheat in the fields when an elderly man approached him. Your Majesty, you have arrived. These wheat crops are truly remarkable. They mature within just 2 months, with plump grains and remarkable resilience against calamities. Where did you procure these seeds? The old man, named Mario, was a farmer whose father had extensively studied agriculture and imparted his knowledge to him. Thus he became renowned in his craft. It was only when Shoran commanded the search for skilled tillers that his lord began to recognize his worth, tending to him with care and presenting him to Shoran. Shoran waved his hand dismissively. The seeds are a gift from the water deity. Mario, wise with age, immediately grasped that he had overstepped and quickly replied, I apologize. Your Majesty, I forgot that you are the envoy of the water deity. Mario regarded Shoran with a hesitant expression. What is it you wish to convey? Shoran disowned Mario's reluctance to speak. Your Majesty, I must trouble you to follow me, Mario implored, leading Shoran to a patch of unharvested wheat. This area exhibited an eerie red hue. Your Majesty, please observe. The wheat here has yet to mature, and the yield is exceedingly sparse. I cannot comprehend this anomaly. As Shoran examined the peculiar wheat, a suspicion began to form in his mind. The crops were imbued with a distinct aroma reminiscent of dragon dung, an unusual blend of rust and charred scents. Do not worry. When this wheat is ready for harvest, bring your men to collect it, and ensure the grains are preserved well. Then, notify me immediately, Shoran instructed. It appeared that Apollo had been defecating in this vicinity, leading to the wheat's mutation. Ordinary wheat would perish upon contact with dragon dung, yet this resilient variety had survived and even transformed. However, its potential effects remained uncertain. Perhaps it was unlikely to be lethal, or so one could hope. Experiments could be conducted using prisoners when the time came. Your Majesty, there is one more matter. Recently, strange roars have echoed in the vicinity at night. It could possibly be some kind of beast. Stone once glimpsed a pair of enormous eyes. Might you send more men to assist us? I beseech you, Your Majesty. Upon uttering this, Mario knelt down, visibly trembling with fear. Shoran exhibited surprise, pointing towards a distant cave. You have not encountered Apollo. I assumed you were already aware. Mario raised his head, his face a mask of confusion as he gazed at the cave, where guards were stationed. We have never ventured close. Then you need not worry. The oldest beings in existence reside within, No monsters shall assail you here. This is Apollo's domain. Upon hearing Shoran's reassurance, Mario felt a measure of relief. That night, even though the roars emanated from afar, they instilled an undeniable sense of dread. As for what resided within the cave, the vigilant defenses suggested it was not a matter for his curiosity. Ever since his family had been sent to this fertile land, he had sensed that they were to partake in some clandestine endeavor, and the unfolding events confirmed his suspicions. If the wheat seeds from here were to be disseminated, it would undoubtedly attract the scrutiny of various factions. At this moment, a guard approached, announcing, "Your Majesty, a messenger has arrived from King's Landing." Seeing patted Marius on the shoulder and, accompanied by the guard, returned to the hall of Pike Fortress. Upon reaching his throne, if one could call it that, as it was merely a stone chair, rather uncomfortable to sit upon, he inquired brusquely, "What is it?" He was too preoccupied with organizing his thoughts on the preparation of farmyard manure to engage in idle chatter. "The Prime Minister, Tyrion, intends to propose a marriage between you and Princess Marcella, Your Grace. This is an opportunity to ascend to the highest echelons of glory." Hearing the messenger's condescending tone, could not help but scoff. "I am delighted that you consider a union with me, but your manner of speaking is quite displeasing. Whether King's Landing can survive on the Stannis is still uncertain. Perhaps you should focus on ensuring your own safety first." Yara interjected with a sharp retort. The messenger replied, "If King's Landing is indeed assured of survival, then the need for such a marriage would be rendered moot, would it not? To be candid, Tywin has promised that if I can secure the cities of Driftmark, Stonehaven, and the Stormlands, they shall be mine unless Tywin proves to be deceitful and attempts to wrest them from me." Sin's message was unmistakable. He required only the 3 cities and saw no necessity for an alliance with Marcella. "The regions north of Harrenhal, including Harrenhal itself, are entirely yours, Your Grace. Lord Tyrion sincerely invites you to join the Privy Council as commander of the Royal Navy." Tyrion, well aware of Sin's mercenary nature, intended to cede the northern riverlands directly to him. As for the naval commander position, that was merely a nominal title, and it was not beyond Tyrion to desire the Iron Fleet's involvement in the conflict. A truly cunning little monkey. "Tell Tyrion that I also desire the Crag and Seagull Town, along with Old Town. Otherwise, consider the matter closed. If you agree, send word by Raven." The messenger bowed and exited the hall. Watching the messenger depart, Sin realized his plans would need to be adjusted. He had initially intended to personally lead an assault on Storm's End and Stonehaven, but it now appeared he would first need to make a trip to King's Landing. "Yara, begin assembling the Iron Fleet. If Tyrion consents, you shall lead forces to capture Storm's End and Stonehaven. I will simultaneously inform Tywin that the forces from Riverrun will assist him in flanking Robb Stark." "Understood." Yara replied promptly, setting off to summon the nobles and prepare for the fleet's assembly, which would require considerable time and resources, far more than gathering soldiers. Subsequently, Sin took out paper and quill to draft a letter to Tywin, instructing him to notify the Boltons and the Freys. Recently, Sin had heard that Robb had engaged in a simple wedding with the little nurse. This was tantamount to delivering a slap to the face of old Lord Frey, and a rather blatant one at that. Ironically, the Frey family had amassed their wealth through tolls, which had led to disdain from the other nobility, prompting them to seek a marriage with a ducal house to elevate their status. They had finally found an opportunity, sending 4,000 men to battle, with 2 sons perishing, only for Robb to renege on the agreement. Although he had his uncle Edmure stand in for him, the Tully family, to be frank, held little regard for Lord Frey. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was that Robb's actions had utterly humiliated the Frey family, coupled with the seizure of Riverrun by Theon. It is bluntly evident that Robb Stark was losing the war, despite appearing to consistently push Tywin back. In reality, Tywin had not suffered significant losses in terms of manpower. Furthermore, being besieged at Riverrun, he dared not assault Casterly Rock, relying solely on plundering the supplies of the Riverlands, which rendered him incapable of securing victory in this conflict. Once the letter was composed, Theon handed it to the Maester, instructing him to prepare the Raven for immediate dispatch. Chapter 28, The Naval Commander. A week later, King S. Landing responded, indicating a willingness to cede the Crab-S Claw Peninsula. However, he could not unilaterally decide on the fate of Stonehill and Seagull Town, both of which served as vital ports in the Vale. Should Theon choose to bring a fleet of at least 5,000 men to King S. Landing, it would be welcomed. If not, then that would be the end of the matter. As Theon studied the map, he was astonished that Tyrion was actually willing to relinquish the Crab-S Claw Peninsula to him. The matter of Seagull Town was merely a tactic by Theon, an attempt to create room for negotiation. The Crab's Claw Peninsula was a royal territory. Once secured, it would grant control over the outlet to King's Landing and the Trident River. This would allow him to station half of the Iron Fleet in the Trident River, reaping substantial profits through protection fees. To be candid, dispatching 5,000 men to King's Landing would indeed test the Iron Island's ability to mobilize. Currently, Theon commanded approximately 7,000 troops. 5,000 were stationed at Riverrun, while 500 Ironborn were required to guard Pike, ensuring that no one discovered Apollo prematurely. The remaining 1,500 were intended for a surprise assault on the coastal city. In a past rebellion, Theon's father, Balon, had aimed to seize the coastal city first but was vanquished by the count of the coastal city beneath its walls. The 500 Ironborn could not be moved, thus a temporary relinquishment of the coastal city was necessary. Theon summoned Maester Luwin, instructing him to delay sending the letter to Tywin. Theon had initially planned to coordinate an assault on Robb with Tywin, but with Robb's defeat now a certainty, the Freys and Boltons would not remain aligned with him to the bitter end. Hence, his best course of action was to have Yara secure Riverrun while he proceeded to King's Landing to fulfill his promise. Theon penned a new letter, instructing the Maester to send it to Tywin 3 days after his departure. Subsequently, Theon assigned Maester Luwin 3 primary tasks: to reevaluate the population of the Iron Islands, to measure the land anew, and to compile a list of all noble families residing within the island chain. With the recent turmoil across Westeros, Theon found himself with a considerable number of soldiers from beyond the Iron Islands, presenting an opportune moment to cleanse the noble class of the Iron Islands. Theon and Yara then led the remaining soldiers to Riverrun. Yara gazed at the seemingly impenetrable fortress before her and inquired how Theon had managed to seize it. The garrison within was scant, easily overwhelmed by a single warrior, clad in armor and wielding a sharp blade. Theon spoke without modesty. Indeed, it was through the might of armor and the prowess of his Ironborn that the castle had fallen. Upon confirming their identities, the guards on the battlements promptly opened the gates to welcome Theon. Inside the great hall of Riverrun, the nobles were gathered, seated in succession, while Theon boldly took his place at the head of the table, observing the heated discussions among the lords. The majority believed that they should fortify Riverrun and use it as a stronghold to reclaim the Riverlands, thereby restoring the glory of the Ironborn. The ongoing conflict between the Lannisters and the Starks was of no concern to them. Their strategy was undoubtedly the most prudent. The Riverlands, as the heart of Westeros, bordered 5 of the 7 kingdoms. Should the Ironborn fleet gain entry into the Trident River, Theon would hold the very heart of the Riverlands in his grasp. At that juncture, regardless of who ultimately emerged victorious, the claim to the Riverlands would indubitably belong to the Iron Islands. Denial is futile. After the grand victory, neither party possesses the capacity to threaten the formidable Ironborn, numbering 7,000, and may even find themselves under threat instead. However, Theon harbors grander ambitions. He yearns for both Mere and the Vale. The Vale, a veritable Eden among the 7 kingdoms, is naturally fortified by the treacherous reefs of the Fingers Peninsula, complemented by the presence of the Bloody Gate, rendering it nearly impenetrable. Within its borders lie formidable defenses and the most fertile lands of the realm, with tales proclaiming that the pumpkins of the Vale surpass even those of the Riverlands. How could such allure not make Theon salivate with desire? Initially, he intended to use Sansa to control the north, but now, bereft of the guidance of the three-eyed raven, Bran stands merely as an exceptionally gifted warg. This suggests that Bran may ascend as the next Protector Duke of the North, or alternatively, the Boltons could conspire to eliminate both Bran and Rickon. Theon intervened to halt the escalating conflict among the nobles. Once silence descended upon the whole, he articulated his resolve. We seek not merely the Riverlands, we desire the Vale, willing to forego the former if necessary to secure the latter. Of course, possessing the Riverlands would be advantageous. A hushed astonishment enveloped the assembly. For the Vale is unlike the Riverlands, fraught with natural defenses, and currently boasts a legitimate heir, making conquest appear improbable. Princess Myrcella shall wed me, and I shall unseat Lysa Tully from the Vale, subsequently acquiring the royal decree from the Iron Throne. We need only eliminate the recalcitrant minor lords within the Vale. The original narrative reveals that Peter Baelish, despite his union with Lysa, could not seize control of the Vale, primarily due to the questionable lineage of his claim. Lacking loyalty from his own troops and vassals, he was left with naught but a solitary decree. Yet Theon differs. He comprehends the circumstances surrounding Jon Arryn's demise and wields sufficient forces, albeit knowing that ultimate dominance may still necessitate the use of force. Upon hearing Theon's declaration, The nobles ceased their descent. His current stature rendered him beyond reproach. Chapter 29. The little princess having solidified his decision in the bustling city of Riverrun. Theon Greyjoy set forth southwards towards King S Landing with a contingent of 5,000 men, while Yara commanded the remaining 1,500 to hold Riverrun. To ensure absolute security, Theon's 5,000 did not include archers. 1,000 archers and a substantial stockpile of arrows were left behind in Riverrun. Lightly equipped, Theon and his men hastened their journey, reaching King S Landing after 4 arduous days. Along the way, they encountered numerous scouts from the north, indicating that Tywin Lannister was indeed under significant strategic pressure from Robb Stark. However, in comparison to the circumstances in the original narrative where Robb invaded the Westlands, the Lannisters found themselves in a relatively advantageous position, albeit having suffered a setback at the hands of Yara. As Theon approached King S Landing, he was struck by the increasingly pungent stench that enveloped the city, astonished to find himself back at the vortex of turmoil so swiftly. In the outer districts, refugees huddled together like swarms of fleas. War invariably drove vast numbers of people into King S Landing. Not only refugees, but also numerous minor nobles sought refuge in the city, causing an already populous King S Landing to swell further. The safety of the slums offered little more assurance than the streets outside, where murder, theft, and pillaging were commonplace. In such an environment, some individuals wisely chose to band together. For instance, the current Sun Cult and the Sparrow Cult had emerged as nefarious powers clothed in religious pretense. The Sun Cult boasted a formidable order of 200 armed knights within its ranks, along with 3,000 soldiers of the ever-summer infantry, wielding makeshift lances fashioned from broken spearheads affixed to wooden shafts. This armed force was already quite formidable, and in contrast to the Sparrow Cult, the Sun Cult appeared distinctly wealthier. Moreover, as both were factions recognized by the Iron Throne, the Sparrow Cult, though a motley assembly, commanded an armed force exceeding 10,000, comprised of the relatively healthy members of their faction. After receiving a letter from Ser Davos, Theon anticipated that Tyrion Lannister would not unilaterally acknowledge the Sun Cult's status but would instead seek a counterbalance to stabilize the scales of power. In comparison to the Sun Cult, which revered the Father, the Sparrow Cult, devoted to the Seven, was more readily accepted by the populace. Had it not been for the Sun Cult's ample supply of black bread, their influence might have waned. However, it became evident that even black bread proved far more alluring than empty rhetoric, granting the Sun Cult a military strength that surpassed the seemingly larger Sparrow Cult. Religious factions are inherently perilous organizations, and Theon himself harbored a disdain for such entities. The greatest power in the world is that of kinship, and the only force that might eclipse it is faith itself. In the Red Keep's hall, Tyrion sipped from his goblet to suppress his tumultuous emotions. The last time he had encountered Theon Greyjoy, he was merely a hostage of House Stark. In a matter of mere months, he had transformed into a prospective suitor sought by the royal family, a remarkable shift indeed. In a society that places immense value on lineage and family, marrying a royal princess is a profound honor, especially when that princess is backed by the formidable legacy of an old lion. Your Grace, Duke Theon Greyjoy is on his way to the council chamber, reported Tyrion's attendant, Rick. Tyrion set down his wine cup and jested. I advise you to refrain from calling him Duke Theon. Rather, address him as your majesty, lest the Ironborn pluck out your tongue. Red was momentarily taken aback, and upon observing his expression, Tyrion playfully patted Red on the waist, adding, at least he has publicly claimed the throne yet. He is astute, cunning, and treacherous. Upon entering the council chamber, Tyrion found Theon seated at the head of the table, surrounded by Bolon, Varys, Tam, Pycelle, Cersei, and Myrcella, with Joffrey absent. Tyrion took his seat opposite Theon, stating, that position is mine. This one is yours. Is there an issue? Of course not. Tyrion replied with a confident demeanor. Then sarcastically remarked, after all, you still command 5,000 elite troops. And not to mention the countless faithful of the church, surely they would send Stannis reeling. I possess 5,000 men, bolstered by the gold cloaks, sufficient to withstand Stannis. However, I require you to honor your promise. Myrcella and the Crablands are mine, and I demand a formal royal decree from the Iron Throne. Tyrion glanced at his blushing niece and then at the displeased Cersei. Very well, the day after tomorrow, a formal royal decree will be issued to all factions. Cersei, with a stern countenance, fixed her gaze on Theon. You had best ensure Myrcella does not suffer any indignities. Otherwise a Lannister always pays his debts. I understand, Theon interjected, eyeing the rosy-cheeked Myrcella with satisfaction. In contrast to the brutal Joffrey and the feeble Tommen, Myrcella was pure, kind-hearted, and quite beautiful. Although merely 7 years of age, Theon himself was only 17. The age difference felt negligible. In the original narrative, Tyrion had proposed various betrothal candidates for Myrcella to Varys, Baratheon, and Pycelle, ultimately deciding upon marrying her to the latter, who was subsequently imprisoned. However, Tyrion chose a different path this time, directly betrothing Myrcella to Theon. While Dorne is indeed impoverished, the Iron Islands offer more convenient support to King's Landing. Additionally, Theon possesses considerable ambition and resolve, and thus far, he has not committed any heinous acts, rendering him the most suitable match in Tyrion's estimation. Conversely, Cersei harbored a deep disdain for Theon, not only due to the initial threat he posed but also because of his devious nature. Fearing that Myrcella would be the one to suffer. Nonetheless, she recognized the necessity of Theon's strength to safeguard King's Landing. Over the past few days, she had been educating Myrcella that a woman's most potent weapon lies between her legs. Men wield power, while women can manipulate men, regrettably, due to Myrcella's inherent disposition. Cersei's teachings seemed to bear little fruit, although she did glean some understanding of matters between the sexes. Royal offspring are often precocious. In the original story, Theon's 4 idealized figures in the Game of Thrones were Daenerys Targaryen, Margaery Tyrell, the gentle Myrcella, and the fiery Ygritte. Without further ado, it is evident that Theon harbors a genuine affection for Myrcella, as well as for the Crab's Claw Peninsula. He gestured for Myrcella to approach, and after glancing at her mother and then at Tyrion, she obediently made her way to his side. Theon gently grasped Myrcella's slender waist, drawing her closer, and then removed the golden lion necklace from her neck, declaring, "This necklace is unworthy of such a beautiful princess as yourself." He then produced a sapphire necklace from his own pocket, stating, "I have always believed the sea to be the most exquisite, yet from the moment I beheld you, I realized my error. Your eyes surpassed the ocean's beauty. Only this tear of the sea god could remotely compliment you, my princess." The onlookers observed Theon adorning Myrcella with the necklace, their faces contorted in discomfort, save for Cersei, whose expression appeared somewhat more amiable. Tyrion interrupted this awkward display, genuinely perplexed by how Theon could utter such sentimental words to a mere child. Nevertheless, he could not deny the sincerity of the sapphire, although they were unaware it had been pilfered by Yara in Lannisport. Myrcella's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as Theon lifted her onto his lap, proclaiming, "From this moment forth, Myrcella is my wife and shall not stray a step from my side." Tyrion's expression hardened, and with a forced smile, he remarked, "Princess Myrcella is still quite young and should remain by Queen Cersei's side to learn. Wouldn't you agree, Lord Theon?" Theon was determined not to allow anyone to instill peculiar notions in Myrcella. He desired a pure and virtuous royal spouse, rather than a princess prone to whispering in his ear. He fixed Tyrion with a steady gaze, his silence speaking volumes in response to Tyrion's inquiry. The atmosphere in the court grew tense, and the other attendees fell into a heavy silence. Eventually, Tyrion spoke. "Then I trust Lord Theon will take good care of Princess Myrcella. I hope this does not impede your naval duties." He emphasized the last part regarding naval affairs. "Rest assured, my Lord Tyrion," Theon replied with a smile, offering his assurance. The court meeting adjourned amidst this peculiar ambience. As Theon led Myrcella by the hand towards his quarters, he had stationed his troops at the Black Mud Gate, bringing only 100 guards to the Red Keep. Holding Myrcella's small hand, he marveled at how, as a lifelong bachelor, he had managed to secure a child bride. He felt gratitude for his journey and the system that facilitated such a delightful arrangement. Myrcella, perceptive to the earlier tension in the meeting, allowed Theon to hold her hand in silence. "You shall henceforth be my wife, the most esteemed woman in the world," he proclaimed, patting her head and weaving grand dreams. Myrcella beamed in response, nodding in understanding, aware that she was merely a pawn in the alliance forged through marriage. Her hope was simple. She wished only to not be mistreated by Theon, daring not to wish for more. Despite her attempts to conceal her feelings, being merely a 7 or 8-year-old girl, Theon could easily discern her thoughts. However, he merely patted her head without uttering a word. That evening, Myrcella found herself utterly defeated by Sin. As Sin's black piece fell, a perfect 5-star line was formed. Myrcella, pouting in disappointment, exclaimed that she no longer wished to play. Sin chuckled heartily, declaring that if she no longer wished to continue, it was indeed time to rest. With that, he reclined on the bed, patting the space beside him. Myrcella's cheeks flushed crimson. She was still so young, and her mother had clearly stated that such things were only permissible after her first menstruation. The night passed in silence, devoid of the fanciful musings that danced through Myrcella's little mind. She lay comfortably in Sin's embrace, enjoying a peaceful slumber, though had it not been for Sin's unique constitution, his arm might have succumbed to numbness. Chapter 30. The wolves descending, the stray dogs as the first rays of sunlight pierced the horizon. The refugees in the slums began their daily struggle anew. Despite the occasional distribution of black bread by the sun cult, the meager relief was insufficient to make any significant impact in light of the ever-increasing number of displaced individuals. In the Great September, Schiller and the Sparrow were engaged in a discussion regarding the refugee crisis. The surge in refugee numbers had reached alarming levels, and under the current circumstances, a riot seemed almost inevitable. Confronted by the famished masses, faith and indoctrination had lost their efficacy. Primal instincts had taken hold of the refugees' minds. Recently, Schiller had heard numerous accounts of cannibalism. These were merely the more conspicuous incidents, while far more dreadful calamities transpired incessantly within the confines of the slums. It was painfully evident that we were devoid of any viable solutions. The Sparrow gestured toward the slum's direction, declaring that its inhabitants were no longer human but rather beasts. One might consider distributing all available food to them, yet such generosity would likely be met with hostility, as they might attempt to take your life for the sustenance. Upon hearing the Sparrow's words, Schiller refrained from retorting, for the Sparrow spoke the truth. The refugees were engaged in a daily battle for mere scraps, and the sight of an abundant supply would only drive them into greater madness. Noticing Schiller's silence, the Sparrow continued, "Your master has arrived. Will you not pay your respects?" His tone dripped with sarcasm, as he believed that divine authority surpassed royal power and that true power resided in the hearts of men. "That is not my master, rather. It is the embodiment of the Father," Schiller replied, rising to cast a glance at the Sparrow. "You shall soon understand why." With that, he turned and departed. The Sparrow paid little heed to Schiller's words, for his own ascendancy had progressed at an unprecedented pace, with his benefactor shifting from Cersei to Tyrion. The Sparrow produced a letter from Cersei, a means of persuasion, as Tyrion wielded the power of the gold cloaks, and Cersei sought to cultivate a loyal armed faction. Thus, she turned her gaze toward Schiller and the Sparrow, initially intending to consolidate both religious factions under her influence. However, upon discovering Schiller's allegiance to the faith, Cersei erupted in fury. Reluctantly, she resolved to court the Sparrow instead, understanding the necessity of powerful allies to contend with the Sun cult. The Sparrow recognized that he required the backing of nobility, at the very least, a duke. Consequently, an agreement was forged. Cersei, as the regent, would provide the Sparrow with food and political advantages, while the Sparrow would furnish her with armed support to suppress dissent. A day later, Joffrey returned to the Red Keep, having learned of Stannis' arrival, and promptly summoned him. When Stannis entered the throne room with Myrcella, he found Joffrey exuberantly seated upon the Iron Throne. "I hear you have secured Storm's End." Schiller gazed at Joffrey, resplendent in his lavish attire, and could not help but lament inwardly the squandered opportunities. He could have effortlessly triumphed, yet had chosen a path of self-destruction. "Indeed, Your Majesty, Storm's End is now under our control." Upon hearing the words of Theon, Joffrey was filled with exhilaration. The reports from the front lines had been rife with tales of defeat, yet at last there was a beacon of good news. The heart of the Riverlands, the city of Riverrun, had been captured. It was then that Joffrey beheld Myrcella once more. "I heard my uncle has wed Myrcella to you. He has finally accomplished something of merit." As Joffrey spoke, Theon could not help but twitch his lips. It was well known that Joffrey held a deep-seated animosity towards Tyrion. This animosity had only intensified after Tyrion lost his position at hand of the king, with Joffrey delighting in humiliating him further. "Fear not, Your Majesty, I shall take good care of Princess Myrcella." Yet Joffrey's concern did not lie in Theon's ability to safeguard Myrcella. Rather, it was whether Theon could ensure the defense of King's Landing. "How many men have you brought?" 5,000, Your Majesty, all of them elite soldiers." Hearing the figure, Joffrey felt a twinge of disappointment, as he had anticipated that Theon would have at least an additional 3,000 following the capture of Riverrun. Theon perceived Joffrey's discontent and remarked, "Your Majesty, there are still 2,000 men in Riverrun. Once we secure the city, Robb will no longer be a wolf descending south, but rather a stray dog." Chapter 31. The dreaded time. 2 months have swiftly elapsed, and Stannis has yet to make his advance. King's Landing has descended into a state of disarray. Aside from the indifferent Joffrey and the besotted Loras Tyrell, Tyrion and Cersei have found themselves at an impasse. Tyrion commands the city as garrison, while Cersei has fostered the rise of the Sparrows. With her support, the Sparrows have rapidly gained strength and influence. Initially believing that the sparrows would be grateful for her patronage, Cersei has now come to realize that they are gradually slipping from her grasp. The sparrows have become formidable. Boasting a force of 3,000 men, although their combat prowess may be lacking, it suffices for internal strife. Tyrion has also discerned that the legitimate sect he had publicly acknowledged has not yielded the anticipated benefits. The militant Sun-S faith has stagnated at 3,300 members, focusing solely on propagating their doctrine and pacifying the refugees. In contrast, the Sparrow sect continues to expand its power and has even begun to make overtures to Joffrey. Tyrion had previously consulted with Loras about directly dismantling the Sparrow sect. But Loras had rejected the notion, citing the need for stability. What folly! Upon returning, Loras would undoubtedly cultivate the core members of the Sun-S faith in the Riverlands. At that point, if they could strip the Sun-S faith of its martial capabilities and transform it into a regular tax-paying sect, it would become a tool of governance. As for the ambitious Sparrows, let them remain in King's Landing to play their games with the Iron Throne. What delectable dish have you prepared today, Sir Loras? Myrcella inquired as she approached him. Loras, having a preference for simple fare over Western cuisine, often indulged in bread, milk, and roasted meats. Thus, he frequently took it upon himself to recreate the culinary delights of his homeland. Initially, Myrcella had struggled to adapt to the flavors of the Eastern dishes. But she soon found her palate refined by Loras' cooking. With little else to occupy his time, Loras often entertained Joffrey or accompanied Myrcella in her pursuits. The troops were diligently training under the supervision of their subordinates, with a newly conscripted contingent of soldiers now practicing for an hour each day, finally shedding their previous laxity. If one were to assess the most significant achievement of this training, it would undoubtedly be that the soldiers have at last learned to distinguish left from right. For an ancient army, this represents a monumental advancement, as clarity in orientation greatly enhances the cohesion of the unit and facilitates disciplined training. Currently, Loras is selecting elite members. The 3,000-strong summer infantry and the 300 knights of the sun have been incorporated into his ranks. The only drawback lies in the inherent discord between the two factions, one devoted to the drowned god and the other to the sun god. Reluctantly, Loras has had to station them separately. He set the bowl of lean meat porridge and fried eggs on the table. Nothing special, just the usual. Myrcella inhaled deeply, savoring the aroma. How delightful. I wish I could enjoy this every day. After expressing her delight, she hurried back to the table to arrange the utensils. Just as Loras placed his belongings down, the guard entered and whispered urgently in his ear, "Your Majesty, rumors have erupted overnight in King's Landing. It is said that the 3 children of Cersei are not the offspring of Robert." Upon hearing the news, Theon maintained an impassive expression and nodded thoughtfully. He was aware of this matter, as Stannis had disseminated the information in the original narrative, achieving 2 objectives: sowing discord in King's Landing while solidifying his claim to legitimacy. Theon glanced at Myrcella, who was delicately sipping her porridge. Myrcella resembled an idealized version of Cersei, possessing both the beauty of Cersei and Jaime, yet embodying the courage and kindness befitting a princess. Regrettably, this news would inevitably reach Myrcella's ears. All he could do was delay her awareness for as long as possible. After signaling for the guards to leave, Theon approached Myrcella's side, asking, "Is it delicious?" Myrcella swallowed her food and wiped her mouth before replying, "It's delightful." She then offered another bowl to Theon, urging, "You should eat quickly. It won't taste as good when it's cold." Myrcella, King's Landing is perilous at the moment. Stannis' forces have begun their advance, and the city is teeming with refugees, many of whom are unsavory. You must not leave the Red Keep, do you understand? Myrcella nodded solemnly. "I understand. I won't be a burden to you. I am your fiancée." After affectionately patting Myrcella on the head, Theon settled down to savor the breakfast. For one must never neglect the pleasures of food. Meanwhile, Tyrion listened to Podrick's report, inhaling deeply and exhaling with frustration. Just the day before, he had received word that Stannis' 30,000 troops were closing in on King's Landing, and that evening, rumors about his brother and sister began to circulate. Damn it! This would have a significant impact on King's Landing. Although Tyrion immediately dispatched individuals to investigate the matter, the rumors had already spread. This was an unparalleled and sensational piece of news. The human penchant for gossip was insatiable. Since assuming the role of Hand of the King, Tyrion had begun to relish the exquisite taste of power, yet he was also besieged by an overwhelming number of political matters and troubles. Nonetheless, the situation in King's Landing was far better than Tyrion had anticipated. At the very least, with Theon's assistance, the city had gained over 8,000 additional guards. As for the Sparrow, Tyrion was astute in his judgment. The Sparrow would undoubtedly refrain from aiding in the city's defense, as long as he did not confront Stannis directly. Stannis would not retaliate against him after breaching the city. Once King's Landing weathered this storm, Tyrion would ensure the Sparrow was thoroughly eradicated, subsequently expelling the faith of the Seven from the city. However, even if Tyrion did not seek to oust Theon had no intention of allowing the faith to remain in King's Landing. The doctrine of the faith mythologized a creation dragon named Apollo, a detail meticulously orchestrated by Theon. Stannis' forces had departed from Dragonstone. They would reach King's Landing via the waterways within 2 days. A defensive plan must be devised immediately. Podrick, go find Theon and summon him to the council chamber. Upon encountering Podrick while narrating a story to Myrcella, Theon made his way to the council chamber, where Tyrion was engrossed in the war tomes housed in King's Landing's collection. Which location do you think Stannis will attack? Tyrion inquired, looking up as Theon entered. The Mount Gate, Theon replied. Stannis will undoubtedly choose to assault the Mount Gate upon landing. Everyone knows it is the weakest point of King's Landing. Tyrion gazed at the map, contemplating that Stannis, a seasoned veteran of countless battles, would undoubtedly choose to launch his assault under the cover of night either this evening or the next. Unfortunately, we received the intelligence too late. Theon studied the map, gesturing towards the coastal side of King's Landing. Do you intend to set fire to the scoundrel's ships under the veil of darkness with wildfire? Scoundrel? A fitting name indeed. Should we find ourselves captured, I have no doubt that the scoundrel would display your head upon the fence of the privy. Theon chuckled dismissively. No one can slay me. Nor is there anyone who can match my forces. Tyrion shook his head in resignation. Stannis commanded a formidable army of 30,000, while they could muster barely over 10,000 to defend the Mount Gate, many of whom had never seen the battlefield. After some deliberation, Tyrion and Theon agreed on a tactical approach. They would first employ wildfire to attempt a devastating blow against Stannis' fleet, while a contingent of 10,000 would staunchly defend King's Landing. Stannis, lacking supplies, could not maintain a prolonged siege on the city. They merely needed to await Tywin's reinforcements to gain the capability to confront Stannis head-on. Chapter 32. I stand there on the following evening. The great bell of Julin rang out resoundingly. Sean watched with amusement as the clumsy Myrcella struggled to don his armor. The young girl could hardly manage the weight of the gear, yet she insisted on assisting him. Once Sean was fully armored, he instructed Myrcella to remain in the room and not venture outside. The 300 knights of the Sunfire Order stood guard around them, fully armed. No one, not even the most daring, could take Myrcella away. Any intruder would face immediate execution. Amicia proclaimed with fervor, no one can take Her Highness away. After patting Amicia on the shoulder, Sean mounted his steed and galloped towards the Black Mud Gate. At that moment, the Black Mud Gate was ablaze with light. Soldiers hurriedly wielding torches. A multitude of infantry formed ranks behind the city gates, while archers took their positions atop the walls. Upon Sean's arrival at the gate, he found Tyrion gazing intently at the dark expanse of the sea. Did you not summon the king? Sean inquired. I assumed you would call him to bolster the soldiers' morale. Tyrion shook his head, replying, let him remain in the castle. If he were to come and then flee in fear, it would utterly demoralize our troops. Sean nodded in agreement. You know the king well, haha. Tyrion chuckled, fully aware of Joffrey's disposition. Then Tyrion suggested, why not give a speech to inspire your men? He gestured towards the thousands of infantry nearby. Sean waved his hand dismissively. No need. My mere presence is the greatest encouragement. More effective than gold. Do you believe it? Tyrion pursed his lips in mock dismay. Ah, yes, yes. Who are you? You are Theon Greyjoy. Without further elaboration, Sean recognized that once Stannis' soldiers landed, the gates of Black Mud would be indefensible, and the expanse behind the gates would become the ultimate battleground. His forces comprised 8,000 men, 3,000 from the Eversummer army and 5,000 from the Ironborn, and though they were outnumbered, they would await the enemy's fatigue. The advantage was his. Suddenly, Tyrion's gaze sharpened as he observed a dark fleet rising from the abyssal sea. Upon sighting the approaching armada, Tyrion immediately signaled. A large ship advanced slowly towards Stannis' fleet. Davos, the Onion Knight, shouted, archers, prepare. A multitude of archers readied their bows, and Davos squinted at the looming vessel, urging them to remain steady. As the opposing ship drew near, Davos suddenly noticed the greenish liquid along its sides. Damn it, wildfire! He exclaimed, his face tightening with anxiety, and he called out urgently. Get down. However, Barely had Davos spoken when a fire arrow descended from the heavens, followed by a thunderous explosion that illuminated the entire sea with a green glow. Tyrion, witnessing the scene, felt a mix of fear and exhilaration. He had not anticipated the sheer ferocity of wildfire, which would undoubtedly claim thousands of Stannis' men. However, Stannis, a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, swiftly organized hundreds of swift vessels to charge directly towards the gates of King's Landing in response to the sudden assault. The distance from the coastline to the city was merely a few hundred meters. Faced with the dense ranks of enemy troops, Theon involuntarily squinted his eyes. This was his first experience of such a large-scale siege. The opposing force was entirely composed of infantry, presenting a perfect opportunity to rigorously train his own army. Tyrion, open the gates when the time comes, Theon instructed. Tyrion, taken aback, turned to Theon and exclaimed, "Have you lost your mind? Aren't we planning to hold the gates at all costs?" Theon replied, "You hold your position on the walls with your golden cloaks. Ensuring that the enemy does not seize the battlements, I will take charge of the area below the walls. After all, the Black Mud Gate won't hold for more than a few minutes, will it?" Tyrion fixed his gaze on Theon, and after a moment, shouted downwards, "Open the gates." After issuing the command, he turned to Theon and said, "You'd better be able to hold your position." "I can certainly hold it. You must do everything in your power to defend the walls and prevent them from climbing up." With that, Theon departed from the battlements and moved to the forefront of his army, now just a few meters from the city gates. With his back to the crowd and facing the slowly opening gates, Theon unsheathed his sword, the sea serpent, proclaiming, "The dead do not die." As his words echoed, a cacophony erupted, and the army immediately entered a state of combat readiness. "The dead do not die." The soldiers' roars reverberated through King's Landing. This was one of the fruits of 2 months of rigorous training, with their battle cries synchronized and powerful. "Oh, for the love of the gods!" Tyrion, tense and on edge, was startled by the sudden outcry and glanced back at Theon with an incredulous expression. Yet, he felt a surge of joy. This was one of the few armies he had seen that could approach the disciplined formation of the soldiers from the Westeros. As Theon observed the enemy troops advancing towards the city gates, a silvery light glimmered in his eyes. As the first soldier braved the rain of arrows to charge in, a resounding battle cry erupted, and with a flicker, armor materialized upon him. Theon did not launch the initial attack, rather, the sight ignited a fervor among the Ironborn. Foremost, it was the first time witnessing Theon's transformation in its entirety. Previously, they had only heard tales from their noble lords or seasoned veterans who fought in the Battle of the Flowing City. Now, seeing it firsthand was as breathtaking as Yora's first encounter with Daenerys and her dragons. Theon raised his hand, pointing his sword towards the gates, and the exhilarated Ironborn surged forward to confront the invading enemy troops. Meanwhile, the Ever-Summer Infantry Regiment formed a perimeter, relentlessly encircling and eliminating the intruding foes. In an instant, Stannis' forces found themselves trapped at the city gates. Outside the walls, Stannis was commanding his troops to assault the fortifications. Upon witnessing the gates of King's Landing swing open, Stannis, having just been outmaneuvered by Tyrion's wildfire tactics, did not rally a massive wave of soldiers to charge inside. Instead, he assembled a vanguard to probe the situation. Chapter 33, Your Sister's Safety. While a fierce battle raged outside, Joffrey arrived at Myrcella's side. 10 minutes earlier, Cersei had taken refuge with the women in the depths of the Red Keep. However, as king, Joffrey's most prudent course of action should have been to join the soldiers on the battlements. Cersei, concerned for Joffrey's safety, found herself in a predicament. Joffrey showed no inclination to ascend the walls. Yet, as a mother, Cersei could not allow her son, the king, to cower among women. In a moment of inspiration, she devised a plan, urging Joffrey to seek out Myrcella under the pretense of worrying for her safety. Upon Joffrey's arrival at the seat of House Tyrell, he was met with an imposing sight. 300 fully armed knights had encircled the estate, rendering egress impossible. Joffrey, accompanied by 2 guards, attempted to enter, only to be halted at the entrance by Sir Amory Lodge. Joffrey gaped in shock at Amory, his face quickly contorting with indignation. "What is the meaning of this? I am the king. What do you intend to do?" His words tumbled forth in a rapid torrent, fueled by a tempest of anger and embarrassment. "Lord Tyrell has decreed that no one is permitted to approach Princess Myrcella," Amory replied, his expression unyielding, remaining mounted without dismounting. This proclamation sent Joffrey into a furious rage. "Now, get down from that horse at once. I will have your head for this. I shall have Sir Tyrell slay you. Where is Sandor?" Upon hearing Joffrey's frantic cries, one of the guards interjected, "Sandor is at the front lines, Your Grace." Seizing the guard by his collar, Joffrey thrust a finger toward Amory. "Kill him! Go and kill him at once." The guard, caught in a bind, found himself unable to advance or retreat. Amory, with a furrowed brow, regarded Joffrey with palpable disdain, particularly given the king's current predicament. Amory then maneuvered his horse to create an opening. "Your Grace, you may take refuge in the courtyard, but your guards cannot accompany you." Joffrey glanced at his two guards, then back at Amory's unyielding countenance, which resembled that of Ned Stark more than he would care to admit. Ultimately, he released his grip on the guard, storming into the courtyard in a fit of fury. Amory signaled to his men to keep a watchful eye on Joffrey. Although he understood that Joffrey posed no real threat to Myrcella, it was prudent to maintain vigilance. This was the very circumstance that irked Amory the most. Were Joffrey not king, adorned with that ludicrous crown, he would never have permitted him to seek shelter in the courtyard. Casting a final glance at Joffrey's retreating figure, Amory felt a contempt that words could scarcely convey. As king, he should have led from the front, yet here he was, seeking refuge behind his sister in utter disgrace. Meanwhile, the two guards returned to Cersei, their tails tucked between their legs as they reported the events, perhaps embellishing the tale to preserve their dignity. After hearing their account, Cersei took a final sip of wine, handing her goblet to Sansa. "Myrcella is fortunate, at least for now." She then turned to Sansa, saying, "Won't you have a sip?" Sansa shook her head, indicating her refusal to partake in alcohol. Since Theon's return to King's Landing, she had not seen him, as Cersei kept a tight grip on Sansa, fearing that Theon might quietly whisk her away. Truth be told, Sansa had never been particularly fond of Theon, although she had sensed his previous affection towards her. However, ever since the royal family arrived in King's Landing, Theon seemed to have transformed entirely. Initially, when she sought his assistance, she had hoped for his willingness to help, yet, to her dismay, he vanished one fateful night. Upon his return to King's Landing, he remained under Cersei's control. And it was only after the announcement of Myrcella's betrothal to Theon that Sansa abandoned her hopes of encountering him. Even if she had found an opportunity, Theon would likely not wish to meet her. Firstly, there was no necessity, as he had grown disinterested in the north. Secondly, Myrcella, the enchanting young lady, was simply irresistible, embodying all the qualities he admired, with the sole drawback being her tender age, which, according to Westerosi customs, would require at least 7 more years of maturation. Cersei personally poured a glass of wine for Sansa, insisting, "Drink." There was no room for Sansa to refuse. She then filled her own glass, revealing her slight inebriation. Perhaps the uncertainty of the war's outcome compelled Cersei to consume more to suppress her fears. You know, a woman's most potent weapon lies between her legs. If it were anyone else, even after the castle falls, there would still be a glimmer of hope for survival. But the adversary is Stannis. Even a mere iron rod would be more appealing to him. He would surely sever my head and display it upon the walls of the Red Keep, indifferent to the matters between my legs. Sansa was visibly shaken by Cersei's words, astonished to discover such thoughts lingered within her. Cersei, discerning Sansa's expression, recognized that for a noble girl, the most joyous moments arrived before her first moon's cycle, for once it came, it signified readiness for marriage. Often, the most advantageous alliances among families were forged through matrimony. All they could hope for was that the suitor would be a handsome, gracious nobleman, rather than a boorish swine who only indulged in drink and women. Sansa was acutely aware of whom Cersei referred to as the boor, and the thought of her impending marriage to Joffrey filled her with an unbearable sadness. Cersei narrowed her eyes, remarking, "Tyrion has found Myrcella a fine man. Though Theon's treachery is loathsome, one cannot deny that he treats Myrcella well." A sardonic smile escaped her lips. 300 fully armed knights are sufficient to confront 1,000 infantrymen on the battlefield. Chapter 34. The defeat of Sheridan after a series of probing maneuvers. A throng of soldiers began to surge into the Black Mud Gate. The interior, spanning several dozen meters, instantly transformed into a gruesome slaughterhouse. Stannis observed the chaos, his countenance marked by shock as he beheld the white figures recklessly dashing through the crowd. With no alternative, he could only command his knights to encircle Theon. Yet the counterfeit dire-oath armor he wore rendered him impervious to attack, while his immense strength left Stannis helplessly watching. Reluctantly, Stannis placed his hopes in the annihilation of Theon's forces, hoping to wear down that monstrous figure clad in white armor. At this juncture, the shortcomings of the golden-robed defenders became apparent. Faced with Stannis' onslaught, Half of the soldiers on the walls were green recruits, gradually succumbing to pressure. Were it not for Tyrion's relentless on-site command, the walls may have faltered entirely. After all, they were but city guards, incomparable to a true army. Similarly, the performance of the Unsullied, who were experiencing their first battlefield engagement, was lackluster, as they struggled to respond to the myriad of sudden developments. As the battlefield remained at an impasse and King's Landing began to tilt toward defeat, a resounding tremor echoed through the ground. Aware that Tywin must be arriving with cavalry reinforcements, Theon braced himself. Indeed, a multitude of horsemen erupted from Stannis' flank, transforming the expansive coastline outside the Black Mount Gate into an ideal charge zone for cavalry. Stannis, filled with resentment, watched the cavalry from the Westlands arrive. And in his struggle, he was dragged away by Davos and others, leaving behind the adage that with green mountains, one need not fear a lack of firewood. As the retreat signal sounded, Stannis' forces promptly began to disintegrate, scattered by the cavalry's charge, with the tides of battle turned against him. Stannis fled with thousands of demoralized troops, leaving a field strewn with corpses. Observing Stannis' rout, Theon immediately directed his men to scour the battlefield, gathering all usable weapons and supplies. At this moment, Tyrion bore a wound across his face. Had it not been for the Hound's timely intervention, he might have been cleaved in two, becoming a true half-man. The one who had attacked Tyrion was none other than Cersei, whose animosity toward him had escalated to irreparable levels over the past 2 months, leading to an open rupture between them. What Tyrion did not anticipate was Cersei's ruthlessness, striking at him during the chaos of war. After the Hound tossed the unconscious Tyrion to Podrick, he quietly slipped away, deeply unsettled by the war, particularly the explosions of wildfire. Thus, the War of the Four Kings had dwindled to 2, Joffrey and Robb Stark of the North. Tywin, mounted on a majestic steed, surveyed the defeated Stannis' forces, feeling a slight sense of relief. With the 2 major threats in the south neutralized, only Robb Stark remained, stationed at the borders in a bid for independence for the North and the Riverlands. However, the northern threat had diminished significantly, due to Theon's meddling. Robb had neither seized all the territories of the Riverlands nor breached Casterly Rock to plunder the Westlands. It could be said that Theon's presence had continually bolstered the Iron Throne's position, and even before Stannis' army's disintegration, there had been no genuine breach of the Black Mount Gate. However, Theon never intended to assist either faction. He would lend his support to whoever offered him the most. As the war drew to a close, the atmosphere in King's Landing began to ease somewhat, with Tywin entering the city accompanied by 1,000 cavalry. Cersei and her compatriots were elated, for Theon's involvement had alleviated the dire circumstances faced by King's Landing compared to those depicted in the original narrative. Naturally, Cersei was not, as in the original tale, perpetually poised with poison, ready to take her own life. The most astonishing figure in this conflict was undoubtedly Theon Greyjoy. Rumors of his divine armor spread like wildfire, although many claimed to have witnessed him summon the armor gifted by the drowned god from the void. A significant portion of the populace remained skeptical, as most of the attention was focused on Stannis at that time. Many soldiers stationed at the rear were oblivious to the events unfolding at the front. As for Theon himself, he refrained from commenting on the matter, instead reveling in counting his spoils. The Ironborn were particularly adept at scavenging the battlefield, leaving no stone unturned in their quest for salvageable items. Upon returning to his quarters, Theon discovered that Joffrey had already departed, leaving behind a menacing threat directed at Jaime, proclaiming that he would order Theon's execution on the morrow. Chapter 35, The Sea Monster and the Lion. The day after, Joffrey officially commanded Tywin to serve as the hand of the king in the throne room. In contrast, Tyrion's fate was rather grim. He remained in a dark chamber nursing his wounds, much like the conclusion depicted in the original tale. Following the appointment of Tywin as the prime minister, Joffrey promptly instructed Tywin to apprehend the errant knight, Aemon Lucifer. With the threat to King's Landing neutralized, it was time to settle scores. Tywin, having matters to discuss with Theon, sought him out. At that moment, Theon was engaged in deliberations with his subordinates regarding the affairs of the Cracklaw Peninsula. Upon Tywin's abrupt arrival, Theon expressed confusion but nonetheless gestured for his men to provide Tywin with a seat. After settling down, Tywin stated, by the king's command, "I am here to apprehend Aemon Lucifer." Theon glanced at Aemon to his left and then turned back to Tywin, saying, "It was my command. Speak plainly of your intentions. I find circumlocution rather irksome." Theon did not believe that Tywin had come solely on Joffrey's orders to capture Aemon, considering Aemon merely a minor knight not worthy of Tywin's personal attention. "I shall not relinquish the Cracklaw Peninsula to you," I offer to exchange the entirety of the riverlands instead. It is unwise to go back on one's word, Duke Tywin. The royal edict is quite clear. The Cracklaw Peninsula, bounded by the towns of Maidenpool and Old Town, belongs entirely to me. After making his point, Theon instructed Aemon, fetch the royal decree. No need for that. Tywin interjected. Tyrion is merely acting as the prime minister. He coerced the king into issuing the decree. And the young king remains unaware of the gravity of the situation. Once I have secured the riverlands, I shall grant you dominion over it. Frowning, Theon realized that Tyrion had likely conspired with Tywin regarding the Cracklaw Peninsula. Evidently, Tywin had no genuine intention of relinquishing it. Indeed, if the Ironborn were to seize control of the Cracklaw Peninsula, it would transform the realm into a den of pirates. A crippled riverlands is of no use to me, Theon remarked with displeasure. Understanding Theon's desire to leverage the situation, Tywin countered, I shall offer you 500,000 golden dragons to assist in the reconstruction of the riverlands. And I will eliminate the majority of the nobles loyal to House Tully in the region. Should you refuse this offer, neither the riverlands nor the Cracklaw Peninsula will belong to you. At the mention of Tywin's threat, tension filled the hall, yet Theon maintained a smile as he regarded Tywin. Very well, I shall forego the Cracklaw Peninsula. Tywin nodded, stating, take your men to the Iron Islands or to Riverrun while awaiting the royal decree. With that, Tywin departed with his entourage. Once Tywin had left, the nobles could no longer contain themselves. If we seize the Cracklaw Peninsula, the riverlands will also be ours. Theon turned to Umber and the others, saying, I understand your frustration, but Tywin refuses to yield. What can you do? The West boasts 10,000 elite cavalry, with noble knights in abundance. What do we possess to resist them? Umber retorted defiantly, the Ironborn fear no enemy. Theon laughed in response. So you would send your followers to make meaningless sacrifices? Theon stepped forward, placing a hand upon Omer's face, and began to weave grand visions. Remember, a leader must not act impulsively. I aspire for you to stand independently, rather than merely embodying a brute force. He then addressed the assembly, stating, Tywin may have seized the crag from my grasp due to his formidable force of 10,000 elite cavalry, while I possess none. Yet, Tywin Lannister shall not forever reign as the dominant lion of the land, just as I, Theon Greyjoy, shall not remain eternally ensnared by the sea. With a sudden fervor, Theon seized the trident from the table, declaring, to arms. We set forth to the riverlands. Chapter 36. The new administration, an imposing throng of 8,000 traversed the lands of Riverrun, arriving at the bustling city of Flowing City. Theon gently dismounted, cradling the curious Missy, who surveyed her surroundings with wide-eyed wonder. This city, reminiscent of an isolated isle, piqued her intrigue. At that moment, Yara and the others lowered the drawbridge to greet them, and everyone's gaze fell upon Missy, who held Theon's hand. They had all heard of the union between Theon and Missy. Your Majesty, Your Highness. Upon facing the crowd as respectful bows, Missy appeared somewhat flustered. Though she yearned to inquire of Theon why they were addressed as King and Queen, she understood that certain matters must remain unspoken in public. As Theon entered the city with his army, Flowing City had already been meticulously organized. In accordance with Theon's directives, the commoners had seen their taxes substantially reduced. The nobility, however, had been divided into 3 factions, one decimated, another subdued, and a third courted, alongside a new batch of nobles appointed by Theon. The common folk across the 7 kingdoms exhibited a certain reluctance towards outsiders, yet this aversion paled in comparison to the allure of reduced taxation. No one would oppose their own interests. The world thrived on the pursuit of gain. The commoners, often ignorant and uneducated, had been deprived of enlightenment. Most were illiterate. Yet when Theon proclaimed a reduction of land tax to 40%, they expressed immense gratitude and returned to their toil in the fields. Theon understood that only by distributing land among the commoners could his own revenue increase, as the same principle applied to population growth. Thus, seizing the opportunity presented by this grand purge, he instructed Yara to redistribute the surrounding lands of Flowing City to the farmers. Once Missy was settled, Theon promptly convened his ministers to deliberate on the future governance of Riverrun. Unlike the Iron Islands, where the death of Robb Stark would enable Roose Bolton to reclaim the north, Riverrun had become a considerable mess, with countless noble lives lost. This presented Theon with a remarkable opportunity. Riverrun, devoid of natural fortifications and characterized by its flat terrain, was exceptionally suitable for agricultural development. Moreover, the Trident River provided direct access to the narrow sea, enhancing its prospects for trade. Thus, with a few reforms, Riverrun could sustain a formidable standing army. Following discussions and Theon's persuasive entreaties, it was ultimately decided that Riverrun would adopt a system of city governors. This meant that each city would have a governor appointed by the king to oversee its administrative affairs, alongside a military commander responsible for its armed forces. Towns below city status would continue under a feudal system, governed by the nobility. All nobles would lose the right to grant titles to lesser nobles, with all appointments made directly by the crown. Regardless of whether a city or town, all taxes would be collected annually, with cities remitting 70% and retaining 30% for military and developmental purposes, while autonomous towns would submit 50%. Furthermore, no noble could impose additional burdensome taxes. Grain taxes were not to exceed 40%. These reforms would be limited to Riverrun and would not affect the Iron Islands, yet even this news left many in shock. However, where there is sorrow, there is also joy. Many of the newly appointed noble factions on the scene have yet to completely shed their peasant mentality, thus naturally supporting Scene's new policies. Conversely, the established nobility wears expressions of concern, although the political structure of the Iron Islands remains unchanged. They are acutely aware of Scene's political ideologies. Nonetheless, Scene has now acquired the capacity to command unwavering loyalty. Those who have fought alongside him comprehend the significance of his armor, and moreover, his actions are more likely to garner the support of their soldiers. Scene is cognizant of the discontent among these nobles, yet he refrains from convening them, as his current manpower is insufficient, compelling him to maintain control over the city. Were he to possess a significant number of educated and literate individuals, he would have no desire to allow even villages to govern themselves, let alone towns. Chapter 37. The new agenda. The reforms proposed by Theon can be described as exceedingly audacious. In the time of the first emperor, the remnants of the 6 dynasties were swept away, transitioning from a feudal system to a centralized administrative system. One may ponder why the illustrious 7 states of the Warring States period were reduced to 6 what of the 7th. However, Theon clearly lacks the formidable legacy of the first emperor. In fact, the only commonality they share is that both served as hostages. Theon, evidently, does not possess the capacity to enact sweeping reforms all at once. Instead, he must resort to a gradual approach, akin to a frog being slowly boiled. As he slumped in his chair, fatigued by the tens of thousands of words he had penned, Myrcella stood behind him, gently massaging his temples. It was only now that Theon comprehended the arduousness of starting from scratch, as faced by the revered leaders of the past. He encountered myriad challenges, such as the intricacies of tax collection, strategies to prevent extensive land consolidation, and measures to thwart noblemen from hoarding both populace and land. Moreover, the training of a new-style army posed its own set of dilemmas. He grappled with how to effectively merge ancient practices with modern methodologies. A sole reliance on contemporary training methods was impractical, given that he lacked sufficient resources to sustain his soldiers' physical needs. Without proper nourishment, it was inconceivable for anyone to adapt to the rigorous training regimens of the modern military. Previously, Theon had been preoccupied with the prospect of reaping rewards from the War of the 5 Kings, neglecting to contemplate future developments. Now, as he abruptly halted, he was struck by the realization of the multitude of unresolved issues before him. If he were to follow traditional paths and await the division of the Hygian territory, his troubles would be minimal. Yet, Theon aspired to construct a grand, centralized empire. The feudal system of Westeros held no allure for him. He had no desire to witness his descendants embroiled in conflict, struggling to maintain the integrity of the empire he had established after his demise. As Theon pondered the intricacies of his new political vision, a fresh round of power struggles erupted in King's Landing, with Tyrion, the former acting hand, undoubtedly finding himself in the most precarious position. Upon awakening, Tyrion immediately sought out Tywin to claim his due reward, Casterly Rock. However, Tyrion underestimated Tywin's disdain for him. As Tywin asserted, he would not allow a drunken, debauched dwarf to inherit his castle, as that would bring shame upon the family. Why do you ask why? Tywin continued, his voice seething with contempt. You, who were born of a mother you caused to perish, a malformed aberration, a disobedient progeny, what right do you have to inherit Casterly Rock? Rising in fury, Tywin approached Tyrion, coldly declaring, your heart is filled with jealousy, ensnared by your own cunning. The world has bestowed upon you my surname and allowed you to wear my garments solely because I cannot prove you are of my blood. Upon hearing Tywin's words, Tyrion felt a tremor in his cheek. For the first time, he confronted his father with anger rather than fear. Yet Tywin did not relent. The 7 gods have taught me the virtue of humility, compelling me to witness you flaunting the sigil of the lion, a symbol of my father and grandfather. Begone! Now! With his final words, Tywin mercilessly commanded Tyrion to leave. Although Tyrion was consumed by rage, the long-standing fear he harbored for Tywin ultimately prevailed, forcing him to depart in resignation. Tywin observed Tyrion's retreating figure and declared, "No longer shall you lay claim to the inheritance of Casterly Rock." Without a moment's hesitation, Tyrion exited Tywin's chamber. The following day at the royal council, the presence of Pycelle, whom Tyrion had imprisoned, added an unexpected dynamic to the proceedings. Pycelle was initially a confidant of Tywin, and secondary to Cersei. Tyrion, lacking an official title, was summoned to the meeting nonetheless. Tywin positioned himself at one end of the table, asserting his authority by placing Tyrion to his left. As Varys approached to select a seat, suddenly, Baelish started forward, claiming the chair closest to Tywin, prompting Varys to suppress his annoyance and settle for the second seat. Pycelle dutifully occupied the third seat, while Cersei dragged a stool to sit at Tywin's right. Ultimately, Tyrion was the only one left standing in the council chamber. Casting a glance at the assembly, Tyrion dragged a chair opposite Tywin, the sound of the chair scraping against the floor resonating sharply in the silent room due to his diminutive stature. Observing the varied expressions on their faces, Tyrion seized the chair beneath him and pulled it forward with a flourish, placing both hands on the table as he scanned the room. "This is quite delightful," he remarked, "and being so close to my esteemed fellow ministers is truly enjoyable." Cersei's face betrayed a smirk of derision at his words, and no one else offered a reply until Tywin broke the silence, officially commencing the council meeting. The agenda was straightforward. Pycelle was to forge a marriage alliance with Lysa in the Vale to stabilize the region, while Tyrion was to assume the role of Master of Coin. Additionally, discussions regarding a union with Marjorie were on the table days prior. Emissaries from Highgarden had arrived in King's Landing, and Littlefinger's persuasion had borne fruit. Marjorie, eager to ascend to the position of queen, sought to elevate House Tyrell to prominence. The two factions quickly reached an accord, with Joffrey decisively opting for the marriage, much to Sansa's delight, as the prospect of being engaged to Joffrey filled her with joy. Unbeknownst to her, this scene was witnessed by the old Rose, Olenna. Seeing Sansa's exuberance, Olenna furrowed her brow, sensing an ominous shift, casting a wary glance at Joffrey. She buried her misgivings deep within. When Tyrion assumed the position of Hand of the King, he was acutely aware of the state of the treasury, particularly after it had been plundered by a certain rogue. The coffers were woefully inadequate to fund Joffrey's wedding. Nevertheless, Tyrion accepted the office, recognizing the necessity of power. Holding a title, even a modest one, was preferable to obscurity. He was determined to demonstrate to Tywin that he, Tyrion, would not be outdone by anyone, even without the support of his family. Chapter 38, The Iron Salt First Legion. Unlike the turbulent intrigues of King's Landing and the incessant warfare in the heart of Riverrun, Theon Greyjoy has finally accomplished the initial phase of his new agenda at Fortress of the Flow. Concurrently, he has meticulously selected 4,000 of the most exceptional individuals to form the Iron Salt First Legion. As the name implies, the Legion is equipped with a plethora of military assets and comprehensive support facilities, and the mere establishment of these 4,000 troops has cost between 200,000 to 300,000 golden dragons. The Iron Salt First Legion, once fully assembled, comprises 4,000 men, including 500 fully armed elite warriors, while the remaining 3,500 are also well-equipped and possess a robust internal structure. Perhaps the most commendable aspect of this army is its discipline, which has been revitalized through the integration of red training methods. The overall military conduct has been transformed, and the Legion's unwavering operational efficiency surpasses that of any other military faction in Westeros. Commander Amory Lorch has been appointed as the military leader, while Schiller has been designated as the military instructor, responsible for teaching the soldiers literacy and instilling the values of loyalty. 2 months have been sufficient for the Fortress of the Flow to find its rhythm, and as time progresses, Theon senses that the ominous Red Wedding is imminent. Recently, he received word of Tyrion's wedding invitation. However, he chose not to attend and refrained from disclosing this matter to Myrcella. Following Tyrion's nuptials, Joffrey's grand wedding is slated to occur, and the Red Wedding is expected to take place during this interval, though the precise timing remains uncertain. Meanwhile, scouts from the front lines have relayed information indicating that the Stark family has returned to the north with half their forces, as Robb Stark has agreed to the Fry family's demands and is preparing to apologize in person at the Twins. As Theon peruses the intelligence delivered by the Omega reconnaissance team from the Riverlands, Tom Bill enters the room. Tom Bill is one of the few individuals Theon has chosen for his commercial acumen, overseeing the operations of the Central Trading Convoy. Observing Tom Bill's expression, Theon immediately senses that trouble is afoot and inquires, What has transpired? Tom Bill, thinking it better to avoid the demise of his comrades, steels himself and replies, Your Majesty. The shipment of grain from Kajim has yet to arrive. Theon furrows his brow. Has it been intercepted? Tell me it isn't so 100 elite squads. And you mean to say they were robbed? Not quite, Tom Bill clarifies. It appears that Kajim overindulged at Highgarden, causing a week's delay in his journey. A laugh escapes Theon. Kajim, that rascal. He often brainstorms with his tasks. It's no surprise he would take such initiative with the convoy. When he returns, I shall have him imprisoned for 7 months. A week's delay, and he should consider himself fortunate to escape with his head. Kajim, once a destitute youth, had joined the Eversummer Infantry Corps. Endowed with prodigious strength, he distinguished himself gallantly during the Battle of Blackwater and was personally knighted by Theon himself. A mere 15-year-old boy. Rising from the slums, he fiercely felled 11 foes in battle, earning the honor of becoming a noble knight, one of the king's sworn protectors. It is only natural that such a youth would grow proud under the favor of royalty. Nevertheless, Theon holds a genuine affection for the boy. His valor in combat is commendable, and with proper guidance, he could undoubtedly evolve into a capable commander of great renown. Tom Bill was an astute individual, naturally discerning the affection that Sean held for Kajim. He thus remarked, Your Majesty, Kajim is still quite young. A fortnight of confinement should suffice. Any longer, and it may prove detrimental. Sean set down his goblet and cast a glance at Kajim, replying, Very well, let it be half a month. Do remember to have him treat you to a meal. Upon hearing this, Tom Bill nodded eagerly, exclaiming, Certainly. Absolutely. Sean could not help but chuckle at this. Waving his hand dismissively, All right then, if there's nothing else, you may return to your duties. Upon his return to Riverland City, Sean assembled a central trading caravan to procure grain from the River Bay region, anticipating the long night to come when crops would no longer be cultivated. Initially, Sean intended to unveil the conspiracy between Lisa Tully and Peter Baelish to assassinate Jon Arryn, hoping to secure for himself the title of Protector of the Vale from Joffrey. However, unforeseen circumstances arose once he arrived in King's Landing. He soon realized that the situation was far more complex than he had envisioned. Even if he were to disclose the matter, it would merely result in Peter's disgrace, while Lisa Tully might face retribution from the Vale as nobility. Robin Arryn remained the foremost heir, and an outsider might not even pass the Blood Gate. Given this, it would be wiser to wait until Riverlands fell under his control, thereby threatening Peter incessantly and extracting resources from the Vale. Ultimately, it boiled down to the inadequacy of his own strengths. The total population of the Iron Islands, as per Maester Stannis' assessment, was a mere 80,000, barely a fifth of that of King's Landing. The arable land was exceedingly scarce, which explained the habitual piracy among the Ironborn, as the barren isles could scarcely sustain them. The sole cause for optimism lay in the abundance of colossal iron mines on Great White. According to Maester Stannis, should sufficient slaves be procured, the iron output from Great White would ensure that the Iron Islands need not worry about weapon production in the future. Population had consistently been one of the greatest impediments to the development of the Iron Islands. Fortunately, Riverlands was on the verge of falling into Sean's grasp. Once he established a firm foothold there, he could turn his attention back to governing the Iron Islands, ultimately connecting them with Riverlands. At that juncture, the Iron Fleet would serve as an artificial barrier for the people of Riverlands. Chapter 39. Let us give it a try. A month has swiftly passed, and the blood-red wedding has arrived as promised. The young Wolf Lord has truly become the young Wolf Lord. His ice wolf, Grey Wind, had its head severed and was then sewn onto his own neck. We have triumphed, Sansa. Where is she? I wish to share this joyous news with her. Have Sir Joffrey deliver Stark's head to me. Joffrey exclaimed excitedly. I intend to present it to Sansa at my wedding. No! Tyrion glared at Joffrey. You shall not torment her. Tyrion then employed his eloquence to deliver a scathing lesson to Joffrey. Yet, the Joffrey of this moment was emboldened, with his loyal confidant, Theon Greyjoy, at his side, and the formidable Tyrell family allied with him through marriage. I am the king. I shall do as I please. I will punish you. Any who loudly proclaim themselves king cannot be a true ruler. Tywin interjected suddenly. Once I have decisively secured this war for you, I shall make you understand this truth. Upon hearing such admonishment, Joffrey's fury surged. My father has won the true war. He personally slew Rhaegar Targaryen and claimed the crown. And what of you? Hiding in Casterly Rock, too afraid to emerge. The courtiers present were taken aback by Joffrey's words. Even Tyrion stared in astonishment at him. Regret washed over Joffrey after uttering those words. After all, Tywin commanded at least 50,000 troops, and King's Landing remained under his control. The king is weary. Escort him back to his chambers, Tywin said, casting a glance at Cersei. She immediately smiled and quickly led Joffrey away. In the subsequent council meeting, Tywin fulfilled his promise by appointing Roose Bolton as the Warden of the North, thereby elevating House Bolton to the status of a ducal family. Meanwhile, the Freys, having violated guest right, became the Wardens of the Riverlands, with Tywin bestowing the eastern part of the Riverlands upon them. Such is the situation, Your Majesty. Furthermore, Your Majesty, Tywin has sent word that the Riverlands shall be divided, and we shall take what we can, reported a scholar to his lord. After hearing the report, Theon's expression remained impassive, though the twitching of his eyelid betrayed a tumult of emotions beneath his calm facade. After a long pause, Theon slowly remarked, Tywin truly believes that I am a toothless octopus now that I have reached the shore. Inform Omar and Amory to muster the troops. The scholar promptly departed to relay the message to Amory and Omar. Standing beside Theon, especially when he was agitated, felt like being exposed to an invisible storm of golden energy that stung the face. Soon, in the open grounds of Riverrun, the Ironborn First Legion gathered information. Theon ascended a raised platform, surveying the 4,000 elite warriors before him, his spirit soaring. With a fierce howl, pure white armor materialized from the void. And empowered by the golden energy, Theon's voice resonated across the training field. Everyone, we have once again lost the Riverlands. News from King's Landing reveals that the lands that rightfully belong to us are to be shared with a noble who has thrived on toils. This is intolerable. I harbor no desire to incite war. I wish not to witness any of my subjects or soldiers perish in the throes of battle. I cannot bear to see children and women bereft of their fathers and husbands. Yet, they deem me a coward. I acquiesced to their refusal of the Five Fingers Peninsula. And I accepted their denial of Cradle Point. However, now they withhold even the Riverlands from us. We require the Riverlands. With the Riverlands, we can cultivate sufficient sustenance, ensuring no household faces hunger, and no family fears the long night. We must reclaim all that rightfully belongs to us. We must reclaim all that is ours. We need war. As Shang's voice resonated, the warrior's roar echoed through the heavens. War. Shang unsheathed his longsword with fervor. The fallen do not perish. The fallen do not perish. With Shang's battle rally concluding, he led the army forth, leaving Yara to defend Riverflow City. A force of 4,000 may seem neither excessive nor scant. Yet these 4,000 elite troops far surpass the current military might of Westeros. Shang guided his forces upstream along the Red Fork River, aiming directly for Stonehaven. Once, Stonehaven flourished within the Riverlands, yet it has now succumbed to decay, reduced to a mere shadow of its former glory, with only a small count residing there. The Count, Facet, harbored no intentions of resistance and readily surrendered upon their arrival. Although his family's influence waned, his awareness of the prevailing circumstances was keen. The news of the Greyjoy and Frey families vying for the Riverlands had already permeated the noble circles. Yet, upon witnessing the Greyjoy forces, Facet's ambitions were ignited. Facet had always been an astute investor. When the Tully family summoned the Riverlands vessels to arms, he promptly harvested the not yet fully ripened crops and gathered his people near Stonehaven. His decision proved wise. As the armies from the west and north relentlessly ravaged the Riverlands, and had he not acted swiftly, the losses would have been catastrophic. Your Majesty, your army is truly awe-inspiring. With that, Facet knelt. Your Majesty, permit me to follow you. Gazing at Facet kneeling before him, Shang felt a surge of surprise. It seemed the nobility of the Riverlands held little affection for the Tully family. Shang placed the sea serpent upon Facet's shoulder, accepting his fealty. However, Shang refrained from divulging the details of his new policies. In his plans, both Stonehaven and Seaguard were to be focal points for reform. Without lingering, Shang continued northward, while Facet dispatched his illegitimate son, accompanied by 300 men, to follow Shang. Lacking legitimate heirs, Facet had only a daughter, yet he possessed an unexpected illegitimate son. This son, favored by Facet for his exceptional swordsmanship, was deemed by him to possess potential rivaling that of Baratheon and Jaime Lannister. Lucifer, Ketchum inquired. I heard your father mention that you would one day surpass the fearless Bollistan and the regicide James. Ketchum, of a similar age to Lucifer, had chanced upon Facet boasting of his son's prowess akin to that of a sword saint. He had long harbored a desire to challenge Lucifer. Yet the latter's aloof demeanor rendered him unresponsive. Fortunately, Ketchum had been confined by sin for half a month, which tempered his impulsiveness. Otherwise, he would have acted on his urge to engage in combat long ago. Chapter 40. Haijiang City. When Xian arrived at Haijiang City, the Fry family had only just regained their composure. The Marquis of Haijiang, resolute in his determination, intended to defend the city with over 1,000 soldiers. Awaiting the arrival of Wade Fry for assistance, the Fry family and the Marquis of Haijiang had maintained a close alliance, with their fortresses situated in proximity to one another. However, the Marquis greatly underestimated Xian's strength. In his eyes, filled with despair, Xian ascended the city walls, undeterred by the rain of arrows. Upon reaching the ramparts, a massive crossbow bolt was suddenly loosed, striking Xian with great force and sending him sprawling. Yet, before the onlookers could rejoice, Xian emerged from the wall as imprint, exclaiming, "What a delightful sensation this crossbow provides!" He picked up the two-handed battle axe from the ground, a temporary weapon crafted by a blacksmith at his behest. Clad in armor, Xian's strength surged fivefold, rendering other weapons almost trivial by comparison. The sight of him wielding the colossal axe in his white armor sent the defenders into a state of panic, as he turned and leaped from the wall, cleaving through the gate's latch from within. With the gates flung wide, 500 iron cavalry surged forth into Haijiang City. Witnessing the cavalry's entry, the Marquis realized he had no escape and unsheathed his sword to take his own life. Following the Marquis's demise, the surrounding soldiers cast down their weapons in surrender. Lucifer, observing from a distance, widened his eyes at the scene, while Ketchum remarked, "His Majesty Xian is the embodiment of the divine." He then playfully patted Lucifer on the head. But at that moment, Lucifer paid no heed to Ketchum's gesture, his mind solely occupied by the image of Xian, the lone conqueror. Ketchum shook his head, pitying Lucifer, who, before he could earn his place, had been left awestruck by His Majesty's prowess. Eventually, Lucifer snapped back to reality, his gaze burning with determination as he drew his long sword and charged towards the city gate with his 200 men. Ketchum, however, remained behind, loyal to the King Asgard, knowing he could not act without Xian's command. Those like Lucifer, who had joined later, were free to advance with their own troops. Once the 500 cavalry had fully entered the city, Amicio began to organize the forces for entry. In truth, Xian had long desired to capture Haijiang City. However, at that time, with over 20,000 men from the northern realms clashing against 50,000 from the western territories, Xian's few thousand irregular troops had been insufficient. Yet, fortunes shifted, the northern forces had been severely weakened, and the riverlands lay in ruins, devoid of any significant nobility. Meanwhile, the Lannisters of the west were preoccupied with consolidating power for the Iron Throne. With Xian's revitalized army, he now feared no one, as long as Tywin Lannister was not personally leading troops into battle. Presently, Tywin was entangled in negotiations with Olenna, indifferent to the desolation of the riverlands. From Haijiang City, Xian gazed towards the Iron Man Bay in the west. Having secured Haijiang City, access to the Iron Islands would be vastly simplified. 3 days after taking Haijiang City, a letter from the Fry family arrived, expressing their willingness to submit to Xian, but with the condition that he marry one of their daughters. What could this old man be thinking? Who would dare to forge an alliance with him now? He could disregard the rights of his guests, Rufer mocked. Of course, it would be me. Xiang chuckled. As for the so-called Red Wedding, if it were to happen to me, I would certainly present Frey's head as a wedding gift to his daughter. Rufer was taken aback. Your Majesty, are you truly considering the delusions of Walder Frey? His voice brimmed with incredulity. Why not? You don't genuinely believe that House Bolton can truly dominate the North, do you? The Stark family still has 2 sons, one of whom is an extraordinarily gifted warg. Rufer's expression shifted, as if he began to comprehend Xiang's intentions. You plan to keep Walder Frey around, so that if House Bolton is vanquished by the Starks, Walder can serve as a buffer against their advance southward. Indeed, this was Xiang's strategy. He had previously learned that, due to the disappearance of the Green Seer and the absence of a surprise attack on Winterfell as depicted in the original narrative, Bran and Rickon were both alive and well. The Stark family had ruled the North for 8 millennia, their authority deeply entrenched. For House Bolton to usurp them, there was but one path: to eliminate Bran and Rickon and subdue the other northern nobles. Otherwise, even if the Starks were entirely extinguished, it would not necessarily mean that only House Bolton was entitled to take their place. And as for the decree from the Iron Throne, to the northern nobles, it was akin to mere toilet paper. Thus, Xiang promptly penned a letter in response to Walder Frey. expressing his agreement to marry one of his daughters and stating he would arrive at Riverrun in 3 days to collect her. After composing the letter, Shawn commanded Amiscio to swiftly subjugate the lesser knights and nobles surrounding Stonehenge and Seagard, informing them that they must proceed to Seagard immediately or face execution. Among them, Shire led 500 cavalry to gather the refugees from the north of the Riverlands. Presently, these refugees were ubiquitous, and in Shawn's eyes, they represented a valuable labor force. Additionally, the potential for disease and plague arising from their deaths necessitated prompt action. 3 days later, Shawn arrived at Riverrun as promised. He did not bring many companions, only the company of Kakim and Lucifer. Upon his arrival before Walder, a flicker of surprise crossed Walder's face. Such audacity was remarkable, given his history of violating guest rights. My Lord Shawn, what incredible courage you possess. Are you not afraid I might violate guest rights once more? With that, Walder consumed a piece of bread dipped in salt. Observing the offered bread and coarse salt, Shawn waved dismissively, indicating his disinterest in such fare. He then casually found a bench to sit upon, while Kakim and Lucifer stood behind him. If you dare to make a move, your neck will wear the head of that dog from the entrance. Upon hearing Shawn's brazen words, the nobles in the hall erupted with fury, their jeers and insults filling the air. A ferocious bark echoed, and a shimmering phantom of silver armor encircled Shawn, though it did not materialize, maintaining only its ethereal form. With that singular bark, silence fell over the hall, and all present displayed expressions of sheer terror. The inhabitants of Westeros revere the gods, so encountering such a miraculous spectacle inevitably left them in awe. As for fear, it stemmed from the realization that Theon was no longer one of their own. In this moment, everyone recognized the truth in the words of the deserter from the Iron Islands. Theon indeed bore the potential to be an incarnation of the divine, capable of single-handedly breaching the city walls. Chapter 41. Your husband has come to fetch you. Depart quickly. Old Walder observed the scene with a twitching eyelid. Yet his years of experience allowed him to quickly diffuse the tension. Selena, your husband has come to escort you. With Walder's exclamation, the crowd promptly responded, donning smiles as they turned their gazes toward a girl in the center. Indeed, Selena, your husband has arrived. Walder had initially intended for his most beautiful daughter to wed Robb, but following Robb's broken engagement and Edmure's loss of Riverrun, Walder took drastic measures, eliminating both suitors. His original plan was to divide the Riverlands with Theon, and then, once the Boltons were preoccupied, to ally with them in driving Theon back to the Iron Islands. However, Theon's capabilities surpassed Walder Frey's expectations, according to the descriptions of the fleeing soldiers from Seagard. Over 1,000 men could not hold the city for even 10 minutes before surrendering, with Theon's 4,000 elite troops closing in. And after suffering considerable losses during the War of the Five Kings, Walder quickly adopted a more astute strategy, seeking a marriage alliance with Theon. He was unconcerned about Theon's union with Myrcella, who decreed that a king could only have one wife, as long as the king's power was sufficiently formidable. Even a union with 2 men would go unchallenged. At that moment, Walder perceived Theon as an excellent matrimonial prospect. I hope you will take my daughter as your principal wife, Walder proposed, his tone tinged with a hint of pleading and hope. Every one of my wives is my principal wife, Theon assured him. Upon hearing Theon's words, a look of delight spread across Walder Frey's face, and he immediately began preparations for a banquet, inviting Theon to stay the night. Theon, unreserved, accepted the invitation and requested 2,000 soldiers from Old Walder, who readily agreed. As the banquet concluded, Theon carried Selena back to his chamber. Selena was of a suitable age, and faced with the alluring Selena, Theon did not hold back. After years of solitude, it was no time for chivalry. Nevertheless, Theon was mindful of Selena's inexperience and refrained from overwhelming her, though it left him somewhat unsatisfied. The following day, Theon returned to Seagard with the 2,000 soldiers prepared by his father-in-law. Within the Hall of the Twins, a heavy silence enveloped the assembly. Finally, Walder broke the stillness, his voice laced with a trace of concealed relief. We have made the right decision. As Walder initiated the conversation, the others echoed his sentiments. Though they felt elated at that moment, their expressions would darken when news of Theon's reforms in the Riverlands reached them. Upon returning to Seagard, Theon immediately commanded everyone to gather the refugees while continuously sourcing provisions from Riverrun and the Iron Islands. As half a month passed, Seagard had amassed tens of thousands of refugees. Theon first ensured they received ample sustenance for 2 days before instructing them to base. Once the refugees had regained their composure, Theon issued new labor tasks, and upon hearing they would be working on the waterways, the refugees felt a pang of despair. realizing the reason behind their 2 days of feasting. However, the refugees did not succumb to utter despair. They were accustomed to labor, and it merely resulted in the daily demise of a few. Yet, what left these refugees astounded were the subsequent words of the nobleman. His Majesty has decreed that all participants in the service shall receive 2 hearty meals and a copper coin each day. Everyone will be assigned to production teams, with the 10 teams exhibiting the highest efficiency receiving a bowl of meat soup daily, along with an additional 2 copper coins. Upon hearing the nobleman's proclamation, some refugees fell to their knees, exclaiming, "My lord, is what you say truly so? Am I not mistaken?" The nobleman, a true lord of the Iron Islands, initially recoiled at the sight of the suddenly kneeling refugees, but then reconsidered and spoke. "You wretched refugees are fortunate to encounter His Majesty, for it is the blessing of the drowned god upon you." With that, the nobleman turned and departed. The gold dragons and provisions in the hands of Sean were quite substantial, having previously plundered the Westlands and the Isle of Tears, and later extorted a sum from Littlefinger. Along with Tywin's assistance and the grain acquired in King's Landing, he had ample resources to extend the Blue Fork to the very edge of the coastal city. Chapter 42. The 3 treasures of time travel. As the news of the construction of Haijiang City spread, a multitude of refugees began to gravitate towards it. The reasons were simple: either they gambled on the truth of the rumors, or they awaited a slow demise from starvation. Meanwhile, Xian welcomed this influx, having resolved the potential threat posed by Shuangha City, leaving the northern territories devoid of worry. Concurrently, Xian sent a letter of appeal for aid to the couple known as Littlefinger in the Vale, confident that soon enough, their assassination skills and provisions would arrive. Indeed, with the significant number of refugees participating in the construction of the Haijiang City docks and various facilities, Xian realized that his own food supplies would not sustain them for long. Thus, he reluctantly penned a letter of greeting and borrowed a considerable amount of grain from Peter Baelish, the guardian of the Vale. To Xian's surprise, Littlefinger generously acquiesced to this seemingly unreasonable request. Xian reflected on how wise it had been not to allow Baelish to perish in King's Landing. Yet he also understood that Littlefinger would not easily relent. For Xian, the immediate priority was the grain supply. All other concerns could be postponed. Even the overall reclamation of the riverlands was treated with haste. Presently, the facade of stability in King's Landing appeared to be set, with various factions preoccupied with their trivial matters. For Xian, the paramount objective was to transform Haijiang City into Haijiang Port. From there, he envisioned constructing a colossal port at the terminus of the Blue Fork River, thereby linking Ironman Bay with the Blue Fork River. This would facilitate remarkably convenient trade with Essos, significantly boosting development. The first batch of supplies transported via the Blue Fork River would come from the Vale, with a substantial quantity of grain being unloaded from cargo ships amidst the hopeful gazes of the gathered crowd. Observing this scene at the docks, Xian began to strategize his forthcoming policies for the populace, whether it be the transformation of Haijiang City into a port or the construction of the Blue Fork Port. He anticipated a maximum construction period of 3 months. After this duration, the swelling number of refugees would undoubtedly require resettlement, not only around Haijiang City but throughout the entire riverlands, which harbored at least 200,000 displaced individuals. If even half were to succumb to hunger, disease, or calamity, at best, only 100,000 would survive. Xian's primary forces had already commenced the reclamation of the 7 cities he had initially designated. These cities, dispersed in a gourd-like formation across the riverlands, would become the military and political epicenters of the region. In the future, Xian's decrees would first be communicated to these 7 cities, subsequently radiating outward from there. All 7 cities had been expanded from smaller towns, and Xian valued their geographical positioning, knowing that in the event of war, they could support one another without the risk of being cut off. 50 days passed in the blink of an eye. The entire riverlands had ostensibly submitted to Xian's authority, yet the extent to which the nobles plotted in secrecy remained unknown. Xian, however, had no inclination to address them immediately. Gazing at the fragrant soap before him, he wore a satisfied expression. Glass, soap, and gunpowder, 3 essential treasures of time travel. Glass was already present in Westeros, and Theon himself possessed only a rudimentary understanding of glass-making techniques. As for gunpowder, he had followed the formula to create it, yet it failed to explode, merely emitting a few sparks with a hissing sound. Consequently, Theon turned his attention to the most easily manufactured product, soap. By utilizing wood ash and animal fats, and adding a few aromatic spices, he was able to produce visually appealing soap. Originally, Theon intended to distill alcohol, but brewing consumed too much grain. He had even explicitly decreed that no one was permitted to use grain for brewing without authorization. This rule applied to both nobles and commoners, with severe penalties of no less than 3 years imprisonment for violations. Of course, Theon did not prohibit the circulation of alcohol. All 7 cities housed licensed breweries. Those wishing to drink or sell could procure supplies from these establishments. At present, Theon planned to position his soap in the high-end market, targeting the affluent nobility across the realm, while the leftover scraps from production would be slightly refined and sold to lesser nobles and knights. As for the common folk, they were not considered a viable market due to their limited purchasing power and the scarcity of animal fats. Theon summoned Tom Bill to present the finished soap. Upon understanding its potential, Tom Bill immediately recognized the business opportunity. If sold to the slave masters of Essos, it could yield a significant amount of gold dragons. However, Theon informed Tom Bill that soap sold in Essos could only be exchanged for goods such as grain and cloth, as they did not accept gold dragons. He suggested that they could sell 30% of the soap in Westeros to obtain gold dragons. Essos, lacking the concept of a long night and blessed with a temperate climate, was home to 9 affluent free trade cities. Theon believed that the slave masters would not hesitate to part with their dust-laden gold coins for a luxury item that symbolized status. To elevate the soap to the status of a luxury good, Theon handed Tom Bill a small booklet, advising him to first seek an audience with the prominent slave masters of the city-states upon arriving in Essos, rather than selling directly. He suggested presenting the soap as a gift and demonstrating its efficacy publicly during these visits. Theon shared his advertising strategy with Tom Bill, who was taken aback, realizing for the first time that business could be conducted in such a cunning manner. In commerce, it is not merely the product that is sold, but the brand and the array of status and identity it represents. Thus, Tom Bill set forth to Braavos with the first batch of 500 bars of soap. Chapter 43. We go to eat melons. Boom. A silver serpent sliced through the night sky as Shion gazed from the window at the flickering lights of Highjongport amidst the rainy night. Sighing deeply, he realized that the challenges ahead for construction would undoubtedly escalate significantly following this night. Many of the refugees' homes could barely withstand the torrential downpour, but fortunately, though the rain was fierce, the winds were mild. In the year AC 300, a fabricated timeline, nearly 3 months had passed since Shion's rule over the Riverlands commenced. The region had stabilized considerably, with the construction of both Highjongport and Lanchaway, Longchao River Port, nearing completion. Soon, the plight of 90,000 refugees would necessitate urgent solutions for their resettlement. Shion tucked away the land planning documents. During his governance of the Riverlands, he had eliminated a significant number of nobles and confiscated vast tracts of land. He intended to distribute the 90,000 refugees into villages situated between Shirtu City and Highjongport, anticipating that as Highjongport developed, it would require a substantial workforce and resources. Meanwhile, the ambitious plan for 7 colossal cities was just beginning to take shape, each named after a river of distinct color for convenience. For instance, Chief City, the closest to Banlu City, was the fastest to develop and had already begun to resemble an urban settlement. During this period, Shion generously bestowed titles of knighthood upon his most capable soldiers, granting them lands and villages. As his initial supporters, these knights held a high regard for Shion's new policies. The grain tax had abruptly decreased to 40%, and the cancellation of various other miscellaneous taxes quickly garnered a considerable amount of goodwill among the populace. Now, at the tail end of a prolonged summer, the population of Westeros peaked at approximately 25 to 30 million, with the Riverlands alone sustaining 3 million prior to the onset of war. The War of the Four Kings, which had persisted for over a year, resulted in a population decline of at least 500,000. This was mitigated somewhat by Shion's intervention, which hastened the war's conclusion by a year or two, averting even greater losses. After a night of relentless rain, Shion promptly instructed the newly established administrative office to organize personnel to prepare soup for the disaster-stricken victims whose homes had collapsed. As a person from the Celestial Empire, the instinct for infrastructure development was ingrained in him. Shion yearned for the Riverlands to transform overnight into his envisioned ideal. Yet, the initial stages were often the most challenging. And currently, the Riverlands lay in a state of disarray, with Shion lacking sufficient funds and provisions. A skilled cook cannot work without rice. Shion was eagerly awaiting the return of Tom Bill. The round trip for Tom Bill typically took over 2 to 3 months, but he was anticipated to return in a matter of days. The wheat in the Riverlands could be harvested thrice a year due to the prolonged summer, as Westeros experienced little autumn or winter, enjoying spring and summer year-round. The next wheat harvest was still 2 months away, if they could endure this interim period. the food crisis would be greatly alleviated. However, these 2 months promised to be arduous, as the previous crop had either been plundered during the conflict or left to rot in the fields. King's Landing, the Red Keep. Since Sansa's marriage to Tyrion, Joffrey's torment of her has diminished significantly. However, whenever he encounters Sansa and Tyrion, he always finds an opportunity to humiliate her. Joffrey, indeed a ruler of infamous repute, during the events of the Red Wedding, boldly chastised Tywin in the council chamber, exclaiming, "My father has won the true war while you cower in your castle." This incident created a rift between Joffrey and the Lannister family, simultaneously offering a glimmer of hope to the Tyrells. "My dear, do not be afraid. What do you think our sovereign is like?" Olenna inquired, clasping Sansa's hand. Sansa hesitated, yet ultimately, with a quivering voice, uttered a single word, "Monster." Olenna, upon hearing this, perceived the truth in Sansa's innocent demeanor. She recognized that Sansa, being merely a naive noblewoman, would not fabricate such a statement. Numerous rumors circulating in King's Landing corroborated this notion. Nevertheless, Olenna held confidence in her granddaughter, for Marjorie was even more stunning than she had been at a young age. And under Olenna's tutelage, she had mastered the art of political maneuvering. If all else failed, they would have to resort to. Littlefinger intended to whisk Sansa away, but Varys learned of this plan and subsequently incited the old Rose, Olenna, to facilitate Lores's approach towards Sansa, aiming to forge a union between them. However, upon discovering this, Littlefinger promptly informed Tywin, who was immediately opposed to the idea. The North and the Vale could form an alliance, but what would become of the Westlands, the Riverlands, the Vale, and the Crownlands? Thus, he forcibly arranged for Cersei to wed Lores, while Sansa was to marry Tyrion. Although the Tyrells could muster an army of 120,000 men, they were still overshadowed by Tywin's elite force of 60,000, a situation exacerbated by Tywin's strategic prowess. He mandated that the nobility of the Westlands regularly assemble their vessels for training, resulting in a military force far superior to those of other regions. Additionally, the Westlands' abundant gold mines produced the finest weaponry in the Seven Kingdoms. Joffrey's wedding was scheduled for mid-November, a mere 3 months away, and invitations had already been dispatched to the great noble houses across Westeros. Among them was the newly influential player in the Game of Thrones, Theon Greyjoy. Observing the invitation in his hand, Theon turned to the 2 women at the chessboard and declared, "The king's wedding is upon us. Let us prepare our belongings. We shall not merely spectate, we are to attend the wedding." Chapter 44. The Sorcerer in the Early Morning. The bustling port of the Sea Reach was already alive with crowds commencing their daily toil. At the administrative hall, Sen was entrusted to oversee the operations of the port, while he endeavored to recruit as many scholars as possible. Meanwhile, Sen himself was accompanied by Myrcella and Cersei as they journeyed to King's Landing, accompanied by a contingent of 100 cavalry. With ample time at his disposal, Sen meandered for half a month before finally arriving at King's Landing, which seemed still shrouded in the lingering shadows of war. Refugees were everywhere, struggling to survive. And one could only wonder about the fate of that old crow, Littlefinger. Upon entering the city, many of the old noble families were quick to receive the news of Sansa's arrival. Naturally, the first to be informed was the Master of Whisperers, Varys. After listening to the report from his little bird, Varys sighed. It seemed that Sansa had transformed ever since the former king visited House Stark. Varys felt as though Sansa possessed an uncanny foresight, always managing to benefit from impending upheavals. Such individuals are often the most perilous. Akin to the former Master of Coin, Littlefinger, who thrived on chaos. The first order of business for Sansa upon reaching King's Landing was to escort Myrcella to pay a visit to Cersei Lannister. Even though Sansa's subordinates consistently referred to him as Your Grace, his official titles remained those of the Duke of the Riverlands and the Iron Islands. Myrcella was filled with joy at the prospect of seeing her mother. Before they even knocked, Cersei opened the door, her face lighting up at the sight of her daughter. Casting a glance at Sansa, she remarked, "You should go visit your king. Do you intend to enter my chamber?" Sansa shot a sidelong glance at Cersei's room, a smirk playing on his lips, before turning to leave. As Sansa made his way to the throne room, he happened upon a man with a severed hand, prompting a surge of curiosity. Approaching him, Sansa inquired, "Jaime?" Jaime turned to face him, recognizing the man whose smile graced his lips. "You are Theon Greyjoy, the cunning squid?" Jaime asked with intrigue. Sansa's expression morphed into one of confusion. "Cunning squid? Who bestowed such a moniker upon me?" Sensing Sansa's bewilderment, Jaime clarified. The nobles of the rich referred to you in this manner, claiming you absconded with all of King's Landing's provisions, nearly leading the city to its downfall. Sikun wore a perplexed expression, contemplating whether he should allow Stannis to enter the city. Perhaps he would bestow upon him a prestigious title rather than tarnish his reputation as a thief. Jaime shook his head, chuckling. My brother has spoken of you. He claims you are quite the fighter. If only I still had my right hand, I would gladly engage you in a contest. With that, Jaime self-deprecatingly gestured toward his severed limb. True strength resides in the spirit of a warrior, not in any single appendage, Sikun replied, patting Jaime on the shoulder. With that, he strode purposefully toward the throne room, leaving Jaime momentarily speechless. After a considerable pause, Jaime suddenly erupted into laughter, then patted his golden hand. When Theon arrived at the throne room, Joffrey was languidly seated upon the Iron Throne. Your Majesty, how have you been of late? Joffrey lifted his eyelids, eager to discern which audacious individual dared to speak to him so familiarly, only to find Theon Greyjoy entering the chamber. A look of surprise immediately graced Joffrey's face. Sir Theon, have you come to attend my wedding? Of course, Your Majesty's wedding. How could I possibly miss it? Theon replied with a smile. He then produced a square box from within his cloak. Your Majesty, this is a gift for you. As Joffrey reached out for the wooden box, Theon swiftly retracted it. Your Majesty, a wedding gift must, of course, be opened on the day of the nuptials. Those present in the hall wiped the beads of sweat from their foreheads. Rarely did anyone dare to speak to Joffrey in such a manner, for his cruelty was well known. To everyone else's astonishment, Joffrey did not react with anger. Instead, he inquired, have there been any intriguing tales of late? Do share. Theon gestured invitingly, and the two made their way to the spaces where Joffrey typically resided. In the ensuing days, Theon frequently regaled Joffrey with grand tales and shared curious happenings from the realm of Middle-earth. It is worth noting that the magical tides of the entire world were surging with unprecedented fervor, the speed of which could only be described as extraordinary. The most palpable sensation came from the armor itself. Theon's armor could absorb gold elemental ions from the air to enhance its defensive capabilities. Thus, he was acutely aware of the ever-increasing concentration of magic in the atmosphere. It was likely that the sorcerers of the Shadowlands were reveling in their newfound power. Chapter 45. Oberyn Martell. Today, while accompanying Selena on a shopping excursion, Theon encountered a rather extraordinary individual, Prince Oberyn Martell of Dorne. Theon had a vivid impression of the prince, particularly due to his notorious reputation and his pansexual orientation, which instinctively urged Theon to maintain his distance. Yet, it seemed as if this man recognized him. As he approached directly and inquired, "Are you Theon Greyjoy?" With no option to evade, Theon nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "Indeed, I am Theon. You must be Prince Oberyn, correct? I have heard of you. It is said that under your governance, the Riverlands have swiftly stabilized." Oberyn flashed a grin. "Ha! That is a falsehood. Only when I have eliminated all those disobedient nobles can we truly call it settled." Upon hearing this, Oberyn paused, instinctively stepping back as he regarded Theon's wide smile. "I wish you a swift resolution in the Riverlands. Farewell." Selena, witnessing this exchange, could not suppress her laughter. Is it really wise to frighten him so? Theon wrapped his arm around Selena's waist, nonchalantly dismissing her concern. However, a flicker of cold determination crossed his eyes. He was gathering intelligence on those nobles secretly holding clandestine gatherings, and once he identified them, he would strike decisively. As he turned his gaze back to Selena, warmth and flirtation returned to his expression, and they continued their shopping stroll together. Meanwhile, in the Riverlands, Ser Amory was leading 1,000 men on a campaign against bandits. Following the recent turmoil, many had turned to a life of crime, becoming mercenary outlaws. This band of marauders, now accustomed to pillaging, posed a significant threat to the security of the Riverlands. Theon had instructed Amory to eradicate the bandit menace at all costs. The fertile plains of the Riverlands were meant for cultivation, not for the ravages of brigands. As the days passed, Theon had been in King's Landing for months. With Joffrey's wedding still a month and a half away, he lay on his bed, relishing the soothing massage from Marcella. A knock echoed through the chamber. "Enter." A guard stepped inside, presenting Theon with a letter from the Iron Islands. Upon opening the envelope, Theon's countenance shifted dramatically as he read the first line. Without hesitation, he burned the letter in the candle flame until it was reduced to ashes. Had it not been for this letter, Theon would have forgotten the vast expanse of red wheat from the Iron Islands, which today had been devoured by the dog of Maren's son. That considerable stretch of wheat had been consumed by a black Rottweiler, cursed be the beast. The very creature he had once cradled now stood at a height of 1.5 meters after feasting on the wheat. By the gods, a Rottweiler of that stature. Damn it, that could yield at least 200 pounds of wheat. How had it managed to consume it all, eating while relieving itself? In that moment, Theon comprehended the significance of that red wheat, capable of significantly enhancing biological potential. He could only wonder if there were any adverse side effects. Infuriatingly, it had been devoured by a mere dog. That dog was already en route and would reach King's Landing within a month. Once the guards departed, Mizera continued to massage Sin's back, while Selena stood by, peeling fruit for him. In this moment of leisure, they were oblivious to the passage of time. Chapter 46, Black Hope. A month later. With merely 2 weeks remaining until Joffrey's grand wedding, the Riverlands experienced a remarkable harvest. Thanks to Theon's policy of eradicating banditry and allowing the region to recuperate, the wounds of war swiftly healed. Theon established an annual grain tax, collected every December based on the land holdings of each household, supplemented by trade and poll taxes. He recruited a multitude of lower-ranking scholars to serve as the foundation of administration, and once the time was ripe and his coffers full, Theon was certain to invest in educational initiatives. However, at present, the foremost priority remained strengthening his military forces. Following Joffrey's nuptials, December of AC 300 would arrive. And with the forthcoming tax revenues from the Riverlands, Theon would be poised to expand his army. The thought alone filled him with overwhelming delight. What could be more exhilarating than military expansion? The three great joys of life: accumulating wealth, infrastructure development, and military augmentation. A wave of merchants surged into the Riverlands from the Iron Islands, including some minor knights and lesser nobles, who ventured forth with their villagers to engage in commerce. Theon did not impose restrictions on trade. His commercial taxes were substantial, yet as long as these merchants adhered to their tax obligations, he would not resort to actions that would yield short-term gains at the expense of long-term prosperity. Additionally, Theon possessed vast tracts of fertile land along with drought-resistant wheat, the seeds of which could be cultivated without deterioration of their superior qualities. With the drought-resistant wheat, combined with the abundance of arable land and untapped wilderness in the Riverlands, Theon was well on his way to achieving self-sufficiency in food production. "Your Majesty, the people from the Iron Islands have arrived," a guard announced. Theon reached out and playfully wrapped the guard's helmet, chiding, "Didn't I instruct you not to address me as your Majesty? Wait until I have expanded my army before you do so." The guard nodded eagerly in response. Before long, Theon encountered a contingent from the Iron Islands, encircled by a cage draped in black cloth. "Your Majesty." The group bowed deeply. Theon waved his hand dismissively and stepped forward to unveil the cage. A colossal creature emerged before him, its glossy black fur accentuated by golden red tufts at its paws, presently slumbering within the confines of the cage. Theon's eyelid twitched as he abruptly struck the cage twice. The clanging sound startled the Rottweiler awake. It lifted its massive head, a flicker of human-like annoyance flashing in its eyes. Upon noticing Theon perched atop the cage, the Rottweiler felt an inkling of familiarity. Yet an immediate surge of irritation surged within, prompting it to bare its teeth at Theon. Theon smiled and instructed the others to bring the cart into the courtyard. Moments later, the air was filled with the anguished howls of the dog, a cacophony that persisted for half an hour. Subsequently, Theon, holding the chain with his left hand, led the bruised Rottweiler alongside him. A group of Iron Islands guards flinched at the sight. This hunting dog had become exceedingly unruly after its transformation, and it had taken considerable effort to coax it into the cage. However, seeing its battered state now, it was evident that it had been thoroughly subdued. Theon instructed a servant to distribute a gold dragon to each guard, before returning to his chambers, leading the Rottweiler, now named Black Hope, by its leash. Grasping Black She's ear, "I was aware that you could comprehend my words. Behave yourself and remain at the door. Do not bite indiscriminately, understood?" Immediately, Black She licked Sin's hand, signaling that he would be obedient. Upon returning to the room, I found Mizera engaged in a game of chess. "Do you not grow weary of playing chess every day? What else is there to do?" Mizera swung her little legs, barely touching the ground. Selena merely smiled faintly, saying little. For her, life now was far preferable to her days in Twin River City. Sin approached, lifting Selena into his arms and placing her on his lap, taking her place to play Gamoku with Mizera. Chapter 47, The commencement of the wedding. In November of AC 300, Theon finally awaited the wedding of Joffrey, and the Red Keep was abuzz with excitement. Although Theon was unable to attend the blood-red wedding due to special circumstances, witnessing the violet wedding was a consolation. Selena clung to Theon's left arm, appearing somewhat anxious and reserved, while Myrcella confidently held his right arm. Upon their arrival at the entrance, the attendants immediately approached to greet them, addressing Lord Theon and Princess Myrcella, and inquiring about the identity of Selena, whom they did not recognize. "This is my second wife." Theon introduced her. The attendant promptly apologized. "Greetings, Lady Greyjoy. I sincerely apologize for not recognizing you." Selena quickly waved her hand, indicating that it was unnecessary. Theon smiled quietly, leading the two ladies toward the center of the banquet. Nobles greeted them as they passed, with the lords of the Riverlands and those from distant lands lowering their postures before this new guardian of the realm, well aware that this young sea creature was far more cunning than the treacherous Bolton, and notably formidable. Rumored to have been personally bestowed by the drowned god with a set of salt-forged armor, impervious to destruction, under the guidance of the attendants. Theon soon reached his designated position, in close proximity to the king. The proximity to the king often signified one as standing in the power play at hand. Among the distinguished assembly, two individuals stood apart, Tyrion and Sansa, the married couple. Tyrion sat, incessantly toying with the wine goblet in his hand. As Theon approached him with his own glass, "Our master of coin does not appear particularly pleased," remarked Theon, clinking his goblet against Tyrion's. "Cheer up, my friend. It is the king's wedding." He then turned to Sansa, saying, "Lord Tyrion is fortunate to have married such a beautiful woman." Sansa smiled and nodded, replying, "Thank you. Princess Myrcella is also very lovely." After finishing his drink, Theon remarked to Sansa, "Selena is quite beautiful as well." He then filled his goblet and made his way to Olenna and Marjorie. "Queen of Thorns, little Rose, it is an honor to finally meet you." "Lady Marjorie is even more enchanting than I had imagined," Theon began. Olenna was the first to respond, "Cunning squid, you surpass your father in excellence. If my son or grandson could possess your caliber, my concerns would be alleviated." "The cunning squid, how I loathe that moniker. I am not cunning at all. It baffles me what sort of person could bestow such a malicious title upon one as honest and sincere as myself. Oh, the Seven will surely condemn that individual to the depths of hell." Olenna's tone held an oddly peculiar inflection, though it might have been merely Theon's perception. "Some individuals are indeed destined for hell, swiftly," Theon remarked with a weighty implication. After Theon departed, Olenna commented, "What a terrifying young man, with far-reaching influence." Marjorie, intrigued, inquired, "Why do you say that? Although he has acquired the Riverlands, it hardly seems sufficient to warrant such commendation from you." Olenna grasped Marjorie's hand, remarking that some individuals are destined for hell, which is ultimately for the greater good. Marjorie, perplexed by Olenna's tone, could not fathom that her grandmother was plotting to poison Joffrey. At that moment, Tywin surveyed the gathering of nobles below, resembling an old lion surveying his territory. "Tywin, my old friend, it has been quite some time," said a voice, drawing Tywin's attention to Theon. "I never expected that old Walder would be so intimidated by you." "My father-in-law, intimidated by me? Do not jest, Prime Minister Tywin," Theon replied with a chuckle. "I know that old rascal Walder well. He is ambitious and has long desired to ascend among the upper echelons of nobility. If he were not frightened, would he entertain the thought of a union with you?" Theon spread his hands in a gesture of resignation. After Theon completed his circuit, he returned to his seat, awaiting the arrival of the main attraction. As a contingent of guards cleared the way, the day's protagonist, Joffrey, made his entrance, resplendent in his regal robes. Chapter 48, Power is a Tiger. With the entrance of Joffrey, the banquet began to take on a lively atmosphere. This event symbolized the union of the West and High Garden, a harmonious blend of lion and rose, presenting an image of exquisite beauty. The elder lion, Tywin, seemed untouchable. Yet the serpent from Dorne boldly declared his intent for vengeance in plain view. King's Landing was far from the peaceful facade it projected, and Tyrion observed the unfolding drama with quiet relief at having sent Shay away. Joffrey, brimming with arrogance, surveyed the guests, and upon spotting Theon, raised his cup in a distant toast. Theon promptly rose to reciprocate the gesture with respect. It must be noted that Joffrey held a peculiar trust for Theon, to the extent that he perceived him as more reliable than Tywin. This trust stemmed primarily from Joffrey's feeling of subjugation under Tywin's dominance, as many of the lords followed Tywin's commands. At that moment, the court jesters commenced their performance, yet few adults paid attention to the lackluster display. However, Myrcella watched with great interest, though the throng of guests frequently obstructed her view. Dontos hollered, "Come forth to perform." Theon called out. He recognized the man from Joffrey's name day, where he had nearly been drowned in wine by the king. Sansa had ultimately saved him, and subsequently, Peter Baelish had bribed him to whisk Sansa away amidst the chaos. Theon stroked his chin, contemplating whether to retain Sansa. With the fall of Winterfell and the absence of the Green Seer, Bran would likely not risk venturing north of the Wall. He would probably be supported by the Northern Lords and embroiled in conflict with the Boltons. Sansa's greatest significance lay in her potential as the key to unlocking the North after the demise of Bran Stark and Rickon Stark. Yet, a troubling question arose: would Bran and Rickon perish? Much depended on the machinations of the Boltons and Peter. After much deliberation, Theon concluded that keeping Sansa was fraught with risk. Offending the Lannisters for an uncertain ally was a dangerous gamble. As Theon nominated Dontos, the man grew increasingly anxious. A natural response to the pressure from such a powerful noble. Being summoned forward by Theon could significantly sway his future endeavors regarding Sansa. My lord Theon, I believe I shall remain below to perform. Many children wish to see my act, and it would spare Princess Myrcella any disturbance. Dontos deliberately raised his voice. At that moment, cold sweat soaked his back. His actions were indeed perilous, as he wagered that Theon would not kill him at the king's wedding and that he could vanish after receiving his payment. With a scoff, Theon felt a wave of disdain and fury rise within him upon hearing Dontos's words. He abruptly stood, declaring, "Which child wishes to see? Let him come forth." Theon's voice boomed louder than Dontos's, his gaze sweeping over the surrounding nobles, who merely glanced at him before feigning ignorance of the situation. Observing the expressions of those around him, Shaun smiled with satisfaction and urged, "Continue your performance, Tontos Horad." Suddenly, he felt someone tugging at the hem of his garment. Turning around, he saw Myrcella gazing at him with a hint of fear, while Cersei, although not frightened, wore an expression of astonishment. Shaun abruptly snapped back from the intoxicating allure of power, inhaled deeply, and gently ruffled Myrcella's hair before returning to his seat. At that moment, Shaun continuously relaxed his breathing to adjust his mindset. The sensation of instilling fear in others was exhilarating, even capable of causing one to lose oneself. Zion, a rural college student from the Blue Star in the 21st century, had never experienced such a commanding authority that could induce fear with a mere glance. With the advantages bestowed upon him by the system and his prophetic insights, he unconsciously developed a sense of disdain for everyone around him. His gaze then drifted to Joffrey, who was not far off a little lion who had tasted blood, arrogant and cruel, ultimately meeting a tragic end on his wedding day. Despite possessing immortality, was not Apollo still yet to grow? At this moment, Joffrey remained blissfully unaware that he had been harshly admonished by the loyal subject Shaun, who viewed him as a cautionary tale, while happily preparing for something. Silence, everyone. Today's festivities have been plentiful, but a royal wedding is not merely a time for revelry. It is a moment steeped in history. Next, let us welcome Joffrey, Loras, Stannis, and Robb Stark. As Joffrey introduced them, a wooden dragon head in the center suddenly swung open. A cacophony of drums and gongs erupted, and 4 dwarves took center stage to enact the War of the Five Kings. Undoubtedly, this was Joffrey's mockery of Tyrion. Faced with this spectacle, Tyrion forced a smile, striving to appear indifferent. As the dwarves delivered their clumsy and ludicrous performance, the crowd erupted in laughter, except for a select few who frowned at the absurdity of it all. Varys, his brow furrowed, surveyed the scene and glanced at the many sycophantic nobles, solidifying his thoughts. Tyrion turned to his attendant Podrick, instructing, after the performance, give each of them 20 golden dragons. With one of the dwarves delivering a final comedic blow to the wolf's head, this farcical display came to an end. As the 4 dwarves took their bows, the audience erupted in applause. Even Shaun could not restrain his clapping, albeit not for the dwarves, but for Joffrey. As Tyrion had remarked, while the 7 kingdoms had seen mad kings and foolish kings, few embodied the worst of both as Joffrey did. Myrcella frowned, thoroughly disgusted by the dwarf's concluding antics. Shaun peeled a grape and popped it into Myrcella's mouth, teasingly suggesting, "Shall we kill him later?" "No, that is unnecessary," Myrcella quickly replied. "I was only jesting." Cersei pinched Myrcella's cheek playfully. Joffrey rose and seized a pouch of coins. "This was originally intended as a reward for you, yet none of you are champions. The true champion dares to challenge my reign. Uncle, why not descend and compete against them? I am certain they possess spare attire." At that moment, Joffrey revealed his fence. For his true intention was to thoroughly humiliate Tyrion. Tyrion's eyelid twitched, and he understood. Chapter 49. The Purple Wedding. Tyrion pushed back his stool and rose, turning towards Joffrey with a smile. "I believe I have savored enough of the taste of battle, Your Grace. My face no longer requires additional scars. I dare say it is you who should take the stage, as this skirmish is but a poor imitation of your valiant image on the battlefield. As your foremost witness, I feel compelled to advocate for you. Descend from your high perch, wield your new Valyrian sword, and demonstrate to all how a true king earns his throne. However, you must be cautious. These people appear to be driven mad by lust. It would be a tragedy if the king were to lose his virtue before the wedding night. Tyrion's sharp tongue was well known, and as he concluded, he resumed his seat. Meanwhile, Joffrey, standing in place, seethed with indignation. The atmosphere of the banquet plummeted to frigid silence, with all eyes fixated on the unfolding drama. Only Theon observed Sansa Stark with a smirk. After a brief pause, Joffrey seized a goblet of wine and approached Tyrion from behind, who nonchalantly sipped the red wine before him. As Joffrey poured the wine over Tyrion's head, Tyrion remarked indifferently, "This wine is quite delightful. What a waste." At that moment, Marjorie timely interjected, "Dear, come back. It is my father's turn to toast." Joffrey ambled back, declaring, "I have no wine in my cup. How can he toast?" He then turned to Tyrion, "Uncle, since you lack the courage to fight, why not serve as my cupbearer?" "Thank you, Your Grace, it is my honor," Tyrion replied. "It is no honor." Joffrey glared at him. Tyrion approached Joffrey, reaching for the goblet. But Joffrey let it slip from his grasp, causing it to shatter on the floor. Tyrion recognized this as Joffrey's humiliation and bent to retrieve it, only for Joffrey to kick it further away, sending it rolling beneath the table. Marjorie, witnessing this scene, turned her gaze away, silently cursing Joffrey. Tyrion glanced up at Joffrey before attempting to fetch the goblet from beneath the table, but Sansa, in a timely manner, picked it up. After filling the goblet with wine, Tyrion extended it towards Joffrey. Joffrey, looking down at Tyrion, who was barely half his height, commanded, "Kneel before your king." Tyrion remained silent, his gaze fixed resolutely on Joffrey. "Kneel! I command you. Kneel before your king," Joffrey bellowed. As tensions escalated and neither party was willing to yield, a cake was presented. "Look, a birthday cake!" Marjorie exclaimed, diverting Joffrey's attention. Joffrey's focus shifted to the pigeon pie, and with a swift stroke of his sword, several pigeons erupted from the cake. "Happy birthday! Is this surprise acceptable?" "Your Grace?" Marjorie giggled. Joffrey was quite content, indulging in cake under Marjorie's attentive care. At that moment, Sansa turned to Tyrion, who had returned to her side, and asked, "May we take our leave?" "Let us see," Tyrion replied. "Uncle, where do you intend to go? You are my cupbearer. Have you forgotten?" Joffrey's voice rang out inopportunely. Tyrion inhaled deeply and looked back at the arrogant Joffrey. Reluctantly, he approached the table and casually picked up a goblet of wine. "Hurry! The pie is too dry." Theon observed Joffrey gulp down the wine before Olenna, swiftly embracing Myrcella in his arms. Tyrion extended the wine cup to Joffrey, saying, "Your Grace, Miss Sansa is unwell. May I be permitted to—" "No, cough, cough, no one is allowed," Joffrey interrupted, his eyes narrowing. This was a sign of the Strangler's onset. Tyrion displayed a look of confusion, suddenly gripped by a sense of foreboding. "Your Grace? You—" "No, I am fine," Joffrey insisted. Marjorie's face also reflected panic. "He is choking." At that moment, the poisonous effects of the Strangler had taken hold, and Olenna urgently called out, "Help this poor boy." It was only then that everyone realized what was happening, as they witnessed Joffrey, sprawled on the floor, retching uncontrollably, causing a commotion to erupt. In that chaos, Dantos seized the opportunity and approached Sansa. "My lady, we must leave quickly, if you wish to survive." Coincidentally, their eyes met Theon's, and Dantos's eyelid twitched. Why was this sea creature not tending to his king? Theon waved his hand, signaling them to carry on, while he shielded Myrcella's eyes. The Strangler could cause one to bleed from all orifices, turning their complexion a ghastly purple, which was indeed terrifying. The scene descended into chaos, as Cersei hastily pushed through the crowd, cradling the fallen Joffrey in her arms. At that moment, Joffrey's mouth began to bleed, his face contorting in agony. In his final moments, Joffrey pointed a trembling finger at Tyrion. At that instant, Tyrion, incredulous, picked up the goblet that had fallen to the ground. Chapter 50. The enigmatic fall of a life. As anticipated, Tyrion emerged as the primary suspect, coupled with the malevolent intentions of Tywin and Cersei. Tyrion found himself ensnared in a web of accusations. The abrupt disappearance of Sansa only intensified the scrutiny surrounding him. Her absence during the brief chaos of the banquet further solidified Tyrion's alleged culpability. The notion that a couple bearing animosity towards Joffrey could conspire to commit regicide did not seem far-fetched. Tywin, exhibiting little outward emotion at Joffrey's demise, promptly ordered a lockdown of the city, forbidding anyone from entering or leaving. He cast a discerning glance at the immobile Theon, then shifted his attention to Tyrion and the elderly Rose of Highgarden, as if perceiving deeper truths beneath the surface. It was evident that Tywin likely harbored suspicions regarding Joffrey's poisoner, yet he refrained from voicing these thoughts or taking action, as he desired a compliant king. The rightful heir, Theon Baratheon, presented an appealing alternative. Obedient, non-ve, and a mere 9 years of age, he was a stark contrast to Joffrey. Moreover, with each new reign comes a new court. Tywin stole a glance at Theon, already contemplating how to deal with the former favorite of the previous regime. In that moment, Theon remained oblivious to Tywin's scrutiny, preoccupied instead with the possibility of extorting supplies from the Riverlands. In truth, the likelihood of success was slim, for the key players involved were well aware of who had poisoned Joffrey. Unlike Theon's attempts to blackmail Peter Baelish, who wielded no vessels or army. With the nobles of the Vale not heeding his commands, the Riverlands were governed by Olenna, a formidable matron capable of rallying an army of 100,000 at a moment's notice, making her a challenging target for extortion. After a moment's contemplation, Theon ultimately abandoned his plans for coercion in the Riverlands. He returned to his abode accompanied by Myrcella and Sarella. Upon arrival, he immediately summoned his retainers, recognizing that with Joffrey's death, the forthcoming trial of Tyrion lacked any intrigue. Theon felt the urge to return to the Iron Islands, having been away for far too long. However, prior to that, he needed to oversee the conscription affairs in the Riverlands, followed by a reckoning with his homeland. Before long, Theon and his entourage had their belongings in order and proceeded resolutely toward the city gates. Sir Malin, the newly appointed commander of the Gold Cloaks in King's Landing, had a keen eye for the unfolding events. "My lord Theon, do you intend to return to the Riverlands?" Malin inquired. "Indeed, Sir Malin, as you are aware, my life has been but a series of drifting fortunes. I had intended to attend the royal wedding, yet alas, the king has passed before I could present my gift." Theon produced a soap box from his pocket. "This fragrant soap is for you, Sir Malin. It serves a purpose akin to that of the soap tree, yet offers a more delightful aroma and superior efficacy. You shall discover its virtues upon use. It was originally meant for the king." Theon had lost count of how many such gifts he had distributed, though he was certain that many nobles had received them. Upon opening the soap box, a delightful fragrance wafted forth, prompting Malin to promptly stow the wooden box in his possession and instruct his men to open the city gates. After Theon departed, a subordinate cautiously approached Sir Marlin and said, "My lord Marlin, Prime Minister Tywin has ordered us to seal the city gates. Allowing them to escape so blatantly may have dire consequences." Marlin waved his hand dismissively, assuring him that it was of no consequence. If he wishes to leave, even Lord Tywin will not protest, especially now that the late king has passed. His hold on King's Landing has become tenuous. Days later, Theon returned to the port of Sigard, which had gradually supplanted the Riverlands' former capital, becoming the new political hub of the region. Theon summoned a gathering of nobles, appointing Yora as the castellan of the Riverlands, tasked with the defense of the city. He had already designated commanders for most of the crucial territories within the Riverlands, and the next pressing matter was taxation. Tax evasion was a perennial issue, and Theon instituted stringent laws regarding taxation, though the effectiveness of these measures remained uncertain. As December dawned, the first collection of taxes commenced, with numerous soldiers and clerks traversing the Riverlands. As the days unfolded, reports regarding the tax situation began to trickle in by mid-December. Listening to the account from Archmaester Stephen, excitement shimmered in Theon's eyes. He had imparted the method for producing organic fertilizer to several scholars. Soon thereafter, the final batch of grain coincided with the initial application of the organic fertilizer. Although the quantity was modest, the results were promising. While the grain tax had diminished, the overall yield of grain remained consistent, comparable to previous collections. Consequently, farmers found themselves with a surplus, allowing them to gradually accumulate reserves. Most astonishingly, trade taxes yielded over 2 million golden dragons, even with commerce still in its infancy. At the current growth rate, the following year would likely see the tax collected biannually, with amounts multiplying significantly. Coupled with the merchant fleet established by Theon, he would possess ample resources to bolster the development of other industries. With bountiful harvests and a robust treasury, it was the opportune moment to expand the military. Theon convened with Archmaester Stephen to deliberate and ultimately resolved to recruit an additional 6,000 standing soldiers, bringing the total to 10,000. Simultaneously, each city would independently enlist 1,000 permanent troops, resulting in a sudden increase of the standing army to 20,000, a stark contrast to conscripted forces. The annual payroll for these 2,000 soldiers and officers would amount to 100 to 200,000 golden dragons. Especially considering the army as provision of food and lodging. Theon intended to allocate 30% of tax revenues each year for military development. Unlike the nobles of Westeros, who preferred their gold to gather dust in warehouses rather than invest in their domains, Theon believed that gold left stagnant was as good as stone. Money only held value when it circulated. With a flurry of commands issued recruiting soldiers, repairing roads, expanding shipyards and soap factories, constructing public restrooms for waste collection, and hiring city sanitation workers, the recently acquired funds were swiftly dispersed. Although the funds have been depleted, the returns have been substantial. This is primarily due to the fact that all endeavors require human resources, and rather than imposing forced labor, Theon opted for voluntary recruitment. This decision has resulted in a plethora of employment opportunities. As it is December, the southern regions of Westeros will soon experience a brief winter. Even if snow does not fall and the cold spell lasts less than a month, the sudden drop in temperature renders conditions unsuitable for cultivating various crops. Consequently, many individuals find themselves idle at home. Theon's extensive construction projects not only provide a moderate number of job opportunities, but also instill confidence in farming families to have more children. After all, for the common folk, each additional child represents an increase in productivity. Moreover, in a context of surplus grain and savings, population growth becomes inevitable. This increase in population, in turn, presents dividends for Theon. Chapter 51. The authority of the sky. In the early morning, the port of Highjong was shrouded in a thin veil of mist. The bustling activity of couriers and dock workers vividly illustrated the prosperity of this port city. Your Majesty, I have procured what you requested, a somewhat obsequious voice announced. The newcomer held a cage draped in black cloth. So soon? What is its condition? Xian inquired eagerly. Facet lifted the black cloth, revealing a palm-sized fledgling before Xian's eyes. The bird was entirely snow-white, with claws that bore a delicate jade hue, exuding an air of extraordinary magnificence. This bird is just a month old and already measures the size of a palm. Its quality is indeed remarkable, Facet remarked, observing the fledgling within the cage. Xian was thoroughly pleased. Where did you find such a creature? Your Majesty, it was acquired in Pentos for a total of 500 blocks of soap. It is said that for every 100,000 prayer eagles, only one pure white eagle will appear. As for Xian's sudden desire for an eagle, it was merely a whimsical thought, a notion of having a white hawk to accompany his black hound, Heixi. The soap produced in Hejian had already established a market in Essos, although currently, only a few free city-states in the west had formed trade relations. It was certain that the influence would spread eastward into Essos. Xian, captivated by the fledgling, reached out to tease it. To his surprise, the seemingly drowsy bird suddenly exhibited a fierce glare, swiftly biting down on Xian's finger. The puncture in Xian's forefinger healed almost instantaneously. Yet he was filled with delight. The fledgling's bite, capable of piercing adult skin, hinted at its ferocity as an adult. Excellent. The next soap factory shall be established in Shoreshore City, he declared. Upon hearing this, Facet immediately bowed in gratitude. For the sake of this white eagle, he had initially sought Tobur to acquire the 500 blocks of soap, and subsequently, he had exhausted his resources to secure the fledgling. Acquiring the rights to establish a soap factory would undoubtedly elevate the development pace of Shoreshore City. Ever since the city transitioned to a garrison system, Facet had lost his autonomy over Shoreshore. He understood that only through continuous achievements would he attain a higher status. In fact, the establishment of the garrison system significantly reinforced central authority. As long as the city was well controlled, even the local nobles in towns and villages, despite having autonomy, would not be able to stir much upheaval. As for any surrounding city strategies, they were impractical in Westeros. A week later, in Xian's expansive courtyard, he whistled, and Zeus promptly flew back to perch on his arm. Nearby, Heixi rolled its eyes before settling down to sleep. Xian gazed at Zeus on his arm, growing increasingly satisfied. It is said that a young lord must master 2 essential skills, walking dogs and training birds. The ancients did not deceive me. Xian had become utterly engrossed in falconry over the past week, having successfully applied techniques learned from videos he had seen online. Certainly, this is also related to Zeus's elevated spirituality, which far surpasses that of a certain foolish dog that relies on thieving grain, savoring the morsels of beef in his hand. I pondered whether to offer the scant remnants of wheat to Zeus. Although the wheat had been ravaged by Blackie, some remnants had been collected by Mario, albeit in limited quantity. Thus, Theon resolved to embark immediately back to the Iron Islands. The affairs in the Riverlands had been sufficiently arranged, and it was time to revisit the lair of the sea monsters. Subsequently, Theon, accompanied by Myrcella and Selena, boarded the grand vessel that had long been prepared, making their way directly to Pike Island through Iron Man Bay. Days later, Theon disembarked, with Zeus perched regally upon his right shoulder, resembling a prosperous lord returning home. As he gazed upon the bustling King S Harbor, the largest port of Pike Island, a satisfied smile adorned his face. Initially, when trade resumed in the Iron Islands, the majority of Ironborn were quite resistant. Yet gold is perpetually the most persuasive of commodities, when a group fought tooth and nail for a mere 100 golden dragons, only to discover that a neighbor had merely ventured to sea, trading spices and grain to earn 200 golden dragons. Who could withstand such a revelation? Furthermore, given that the Iron Islands were inherently unsuitable for agriculture, an increasing number of individuals turned to commerce. Myrcella, riding upon Blackie's back, surveyed this place, which her mother had described as impoverished and arduous. Her immediate impression was one of prosperity, starkly contrasting with Cersei's depiction of the Iron Islands. In truth, the Iron Islands remained largely barren. Only Pike Island had come to life, for it was directly governed by Pike Castle, where the inhabitants first grasped that strong arming surpassed toil, and trade triumphed over plunder. Outside of Pike Island, however, many nobility believed that Theon had forsaken the drowned god, betrayed the Ironborn, and sullied the honor of his people. Among the most audacious were the Harrow family of Harrow Island, who had publicly belittled Theon on numerous occasions, an open secret well known to all. It was apparent that the Harrow family was dissatisfied with the reforms in Pike Island, though they had yet to sever ties openly. That dog is quite large, surely. If it were slain, it could provide sustenance for several days. It is said that the one upon its back is the royal princess, Robert Baratheon. She is indeed striking. The bird upon His Majesty's shoulder is quite a sight. With the Riverlands now under His Majesty's control, what shall be done? Shall we venture to the Riverlands to explore potential opportunities? The crowd buzzed with chatter, yet most Ironborn had adapted to their newfound lifestyle. Upon Theon's return, they regarded him with utmost respect. In terms of quality of life, they were far better off than before, at least managing to secure 2 hearty meals a day. As for the slander from other island chains, they paid it no heed. Engaging in commerce did not hinder their faith in the drowned god nor impede their propensity for raiding. It merely represented a shift in approach. Theon then returned to Pike Castle, where Andre had been awaiting his arrival. Your Majesty, you have finally returned. If you had delayed any longer, the Harrow family would have ascended to the heavens. Hearing Andre's grievances, Theon was somewhat perplexed. Did I not leave you with 1,000 men? How many does the Harrow family possess? Upon hearing this, Andre shook his head in resignation, remarking, the Harrow family seems to have united several prominent nobles of Harrow Island at some cost. Now, the entirety of Harrow Island is like an ironclad fortress, housing at least 500 individuals. It appears we should not have allowed these nobles to return. They should have been kept entirely under our control in the Riverlands. Shan, stroking his chin, listened intently. Andre then whispered, Your Majesty, the Harrow family is taking advantage of the changes on Pike Island to amplify their heraldry. And recently they have been fostering close ties with the nobles of Oakmount and Black Tide Island. I propose we act decisively and dispatch troops from the Riverlands to directly besiege the Harrow family. There is no need to draw troops from the Riverlands, Theon replied. The current situation among the 7 kingdoms is precarious, and the Riverlands serve as our stronghold and granary in Westeros. We cannot afford to deplete our forces. Moreover, the new recruits from the Riverlands have only just begun their training and are not yet a formidable force. Hearing Theon's words, Andre's expression turned troubled. But Your Majesty, if the Harrow family manages to rally the nobles from the other 2 main islands, the situation could become dire. Let them gather, Theon retorted confidently. It will merely facilitate the consolidation of power for my subsequent political reforms. Upon hearing Theon's assured declarations, Andre fell silent. The fact that the king appeared unfazed indicated that he must possess a strategy to maintain control over the situation. In truth, Theon had no such strategy. He merely intended to wait until the Harrow family amassed a group of discontented nobles, then execute a direct and forceful purge. Gathering 3,000 to 4,000 miscellaneous troops would be a remarkable feat, considering that the finest 4,000 soldiers of the Iron Islands were stationed in the Riverlands. Chapter 52. Nightfall. As night descended, Theon ventured alone to the rear of Pike Castle. Here, a new batch of disaster-resistant wheat had been sown. While ordinary wheat in the Iron Islands required 3 to 4 months to mature, this resilient variety thrived in a mere 2 months. The granaries of Pike Castle were already brimming with a substantial stock of wheat seeds, awaiting the clearing of Harrow Island to commence planting, while the fields along the river would need to remain patient for a while longer. Upon reaching Apollo's dwelling, faint sounds echoed from within the cave. As Theon ventured deeper, the interior gradually illuminated, revealing a multitude of bioluminescent gems casting vibrant colors throughout the cavern. To be honest, at least 1/3 of the gems collected by Theon's caravan in Essos had been dispatched to the dragon's lair, not to mention the abundance of gold coins. Suddenly, the mountain of gold trembled, and a colossal dragon's head emerged. Apollo, upon noticing Theon's arrival, widened his eyes in surprise and abruptly burrowed out from the mound of treasure. Theon estimated Apollo's length, including his tail, to be at least 10 meters. Astonishingly, in less than a year, he had grown from 2 meters to 10. Theon caressed Apollo's metallic skin and mounted the dragon's back. Although the ride was slightly uncomfortable, it was bearable. With a gentle pat on Apollo's neck, the dragon immediately unfurled his wings and soared into the skies. In an instant, they burst forth from the cave and ascended into the clouds. Theon, gazing down at Pike Castle, couldn't help but shout with exuberance. "Oh yeah! Hooray!" Theon exclaimed, resembling a jubilant monkey, prompting Apollo to glance back at him with a look of concern. Theon, now brimming with excitement, reveled in the exhilarating sensation of the cold wind against his face. A feeling beyond words, his primal instincts laid bare. After an extended flight, Theon finally returned to the ground, affectionately patting Apollo's head. "Rest assured. It won't be long before you can proudly reveal yourself to everyone," he reassured. Apollo shook his head, indicating that after a few more years of growth, he would no longer rely on blood meals for sustenance. His hunting frequency had diminished, and the magical energy in the air was gradually supplanting blood as his primary source of nourishment. This marked a significant distinction from the dragons in Game of Thrones, where true dragons had a maximum lifespan of about 200 years and required flame-cooked food throughout their lives. Apollo, feeling fatigued from the flight, nestled himself back into the mountain of gold as if burrowing into a cozy bed. It was evident that Apollo preferred solitude. Yet this would not deter Theon from his future dragon flights. Once Apollo reached a length of 100 meters, he would undoubtedly circle Pike Castle daily, akin to displaying a nuclear weapon at one's doorstep. When Theon returned to his chamber in the dead of night, he found Myrcella peacefully asleep in Selena's embrace. Initially intending to retire for the night, he reconsidered and made his way to the courtyard. As a white, ethereal silhouette flickered past, armor enveloped him instantly. Clenching his fist, Theon attuned himself to the formidable power of the armor. Thanks to the unprecedented surge of magical tides, the counterfeit snow-hound armor grows stronger with each passing day. Now, after donning the armor, Theon's physical prowess has reached 5 times that of an ordinary person. The armor itself is indestructible. It once withstood a bolt from a siege crossbow on the walls of Haijiang City, leaving only a dent upon its surface. The Night King possesses a physical condition that likely ranges between 5 to 10 times that of a common man. Yet his most formidable attributes lie in his mastery of ice and necromantic magic. While Theon remains uncertain about the specifics, he is assured that the Night King is an extraordinary being, not a deity. Thus, he has not been claimed by the system. At this juncture, Theon wonders about the current situation of the Great Wall, but according to the narrative, the Night King's assault on it is still approximately a decade away. If Theon manages to thwart Daenerys from delivering her dragons, it is highly probable that the Night King will be trapped beneath the Great Wall, biding his time until the coldest depths of winter, when he will navigate around from the frozen Eastern Sea. A week later, a 2-meter-long double-bladed axe was delivered to Theon. 2 months prior, a merchant from Braavos had exchanged a Valyrian sword for the rights to sell Braavos soap with 2 mil. This Valyrian sword, originally named the Watcher, was melted down under Theon's directive and reforged into an axe blade, complemented by a handle crafted from fine iron, resulting in the creation of a uniquely shaped massive double-bladed axe. Theon fashioned this colossal axe purely to facilitate the act of slaying, maximizing his advantages in battle. Theon has selected a chestnut-colored coat, which will be enhanced once the second batch of extraordinary wheat matures, allowing for the fortification of the young steed. Once augmented, the coat will undoubtedly exhibit significantly increased stamina and explosive power, paired with a set of iron armor. Who could possibly stand in Theon's way on the battlefield? However, extraordinary wheat matures only once every 6 months, and with Apollo absent, Relying on the consumption of flesh for growth, the supply of dragon dung will inevitably dwindle. One cannot resort to bleeding Apollo for experimentation, after all. Theon estimates that he can cultivate a maximum of 2 more batches of extraordinary wheat. Considering Blackie's situation, he could potentially breed 2 extraordinary beings, with the best candidates being Zeus and Ares, the name of the cult. As for humans, Theon has no intention of contemplating them. As the saying goes, 1 shining star is sufficient. Yet, based on the current trajectory of the magical tide's rise, it is highly likely that powerful sorcerers will emerge, particularly from the realm of shadows. In the following period, Theon allocated a substantial sum of money and meticulously selected numerous craftsmen to establish a workshop for crafting tools. Drawing from his memories of a past life, Theon recorded extensive knowledge in a notebook, although there are many areas where his understanding is still superficial. Nevertheless, he is not overly concerned, for once industry finds its proper footing, its development will assuredly accelerate. The entirety of Westeros remains entrenched in a feudal medieval system even after 8,000 years, which perplexes Theon to no end how utterly strange. Concurrently, he is vigorously constructing roads on Pike Island, encouraging commoners to engage in trade. In truth, Theon aims to promote agriculture. But the arable land on Pike Island is rather limited. With a sense of resignation, he turned his gaze towards the realms of commerce and fishing. Naturally, the shipbuilding industry was of paramount importance as well. In this regard, he had also sketched a flawed design for a Ming Dynasty treasure ship and entrusted it to the largest shipyard on Pike Island. Simultaneously, he presented 000 gold dragons to the shipyard, offering a substantial reward ranging from hundreds to thousands of gold dragons to those who could innovate upon existing shipbuilding techniques. The profits he earned from soap sales were largely invested in this endeavor, and though he had no certainty about the returns, he harbored no regrets even if the money were to vanish into thin air. To lag behind is to invite defeat. Advancement is achieved through monetary investment. His technical expertise was limited. He could only boast the knowledge of soap making among the 3 great treasures he had traversed. Thus, for him, the most effective strategy was to propose a concept, and then, through financial resources, transform that concept into a plan and subsequently into reality. Fortunately, he recalled an essential agricultural tool's design, the curved plow. The curved plow, also known as the Jiangdong plow, was invented during the Tang Dynasty in China. According to the records in the Classic of the Plow by Lu Guiman of the Tang era, the curved plow comprises 11 components crafted from wood or metal. This implement remained in use until the Qing Dynasty without significant modifications, employing the principle of a mechanized, inclined plow. Compared to its predecessors, the curved plow featured several notable improvements. Firstly, the straight and long beam was replaced with a curved and shorter one, and a freely rotating plow disc was installed at the head of the beam. This not only reduced the size and weight of the plow frame but also facilitated turning and maneuverability, thus conserving both human and animal labor. As an aficionado of historical novels, he naturally remembered the design and production methods of the curved plow. After completing the drawings for the curved plow, he promptly sent them to Andra, instructing him to arrange for personnel to select a site and commence factory construction. Initially, he intended to establish the workshop in the Hejian area. However, after careful consideration, he opted to build the first curved plow workshop on Pike Island. Chapter 53. Taking the lead. The inhabitants of Westeros exhibit a profound indifference towards the passage of years, their understanding of time's flow being rather nebulous. Consequently, Theon could only approximate the specific dates through rudimentary methods, compelling the nobles to report the time to their subjects every fortnight. He also recruited numerous low-ranking scholars from the citadel, as well as literate and destitute knights and nobles. Due to financial constraints, Theon was unable to publish newspapers as he had envisioned. Instead, he could only produce a limited number of announcements, which were distributed as letters to the noble knights. On the last 3 days of each month, he arranged for scholars to recite the contents of these announcements at designated locations. In truth, these could scarcely be classified as newspapers. They were merely notifications, a necessity given the circumstances. The Bureau of Tools had specialists dedicated to researching low-cost paper production. With Theon as general guidance and the already established papermaking techniques in Westeros, progress was commendable. Under the implementation of Theon's numerous measures, the development of Pike Island surged remarkably. Despite its meager resources, visible economic growth became apparent. The following day, a letter arrived from King S. Landing, requesting Theon to appear in court to identify Tyrion as the perpetrator of King Joffrey's poisoning, demanding his presence within a fortnight. Handing the letter to Andra, Theon scoffed. Had this been earlier, they would have requested my presence in King S Landing. But now, do you see how the letter is phrased? Tywin insists I arrive within 15 days, as if my absence would be a disservice to Joffrey. Andra, however, found this quite reasonable. You used to address him as your majesty with such ease. You still refer to him as Joffrey now, don't you? Of course, Andre merely grumbled internally. Your majesty. I believe you can easily disregard this, perhaps find an excuse to decline, he suggested, standing tall. Tom Bill had just returned from Essos with 5,000 fine horses. The first 1,000 war horses having already arrived in the Riverlands. Theon made several adjustments to the saddles of Westerosi war horses and fitted them with horseshoes, enabling his cavalry to swiftly master their steeds while maintaining combat readiness without the concern of hoof wear. In the age of cold weapons, war horses functioned much like tanks. Once they gathered momentum, they could effortlessly breach infantry formations many times their size. Furthermore, battles in this world seldom featured the element of surprise, making the possession of elite cavalry exceedingly vital. Your Majesty, I bring good news. A robust man burst into Theon's office. Tras, how many times must I remind you not to be so reckless? Apologize to His Majesty at once. Andra exclaimed, casting frantic glances at Tras. Prime Minister Andra. Is there sand in your eyes? Why are you blinking so much? Tras inquired, momentarily forgetting his own task. Enough. Tras, what is it that you wish to convey? Theon inquired, recognizing Tras as the son of a renowned blacksmith from Great White. Due to his propensity for creating ostentatious yet impractical inventions, he was cast out by the old blacksmith to forge his own path. After wandering to Pike Island, he learned of Sin's search for an ingenious blacksmith and eagerly volunteered, presenting numerous designs of his own creation. Coincidentally, Sin was out walking his dog when he came across Tras's blueprints. Astonished, he immediately welcomed Transmigrated into his fold, bestowing upon him the encyclopedia of sea monsters and a generous sum of 50,000 gold dragons. However, Sin subsequently forgot about him, leaving him to roam in the Bureau of Tools. Tras, with an expression of confidence, handed his designs to Sin, who, intrigued, accepted the papers. Eager to discover what could embolden this 15-year-old, towering at 2 meters, to exhibit such bravado in his presence. Upon examining the designs, Sin was taken aback and exclaimed, "You actually created this?" Indeed, Tras beamed with pride, affirming that the first prototype was already completed. "Quick, take me to see it," Sin urged, and they hastily departed, leaving a bewildered Andra in their wake, unsure of what had transpired. The Mogul's River, an inland waterway of Pike Island, surged with swift currents, rendering it unsuitable for fishing, resulting in sparse settlements along its banks. At that moment, a humble structure rose near the river. Tras led Sin to a machine in the midst of assembly, heralded as the first hydraulic forging hammer. If this seemingly rudimentary forging machine proved successful, the advent of hydraulic drill presses and grinding machines would surely follow, significantly enhancing the efficiency of weapon and armor production in the Iron Isles. The assembly continued until afternoon, and under Sin's eager gaze, the wheel submerged into the water, causing the hammer atop the machine to begin its rhythmic oscillation. Excellent! Every participant in this endeavor shall receive 500 gold dragons. Tras shall receive 1,000. Upon hearing Sin's generous rewards, the surrounding craftsmen were momentarily stunned. A single gold dragon equated to approximately 10,000 RMB, a sum they had never encountered before. Not to mention, even 500 silver coins would be an unparalleled bounty for them. Yet, Sin's lavish rewards extended beyond that. He intended to announce this recognition throughout the Bureau of Tools, simultaneously commanding Tras's small team. Comparisons, it seemed, served as the most potent motivator, and the personnel of the Bureau felt for the first time that the prospect of fortune lay before them. Hailing from various artisan backgrounds, they had been divided into different so-called teams upon entering the Bureau, tasked by His Majesty to incessantly research peculiar contrivances. They labored not only during the day on incomprehensible projects but also at night, studying alongside scholars to read, write, and perform arithmetic. The diligent monarch had devised a numerical calculation method to ease their burden, yet they still earned a modest monthly salary of 50 silver coins, amounting to a gold dragon every 2 months, prompting many to unconsciously drift through their days. However, when news reached the ears of Trelawney's team that a reward of 500 golden dragons was to be bestowed upon each member following a breakthrough in their research, many began to experience a subtle shift in their mindset. Sean gazed with satisfaction upon the revitalized workshop of tools, inwardly affirming that the expenditure had not been in vain. He was no fool, He recognized that the workshop had been languishing into disrepair, and thus seized this opportunity to invigorate it. Of course, this was merely the beginning. Within a year, the workshop would begin to purge those who intended to merely bide their time, retaining only the elite who would form the backbone of its future. To invest is to progress. Had the nobles of Westeros been willing to allocate their wealth towards the development of their territories rather than allowing it to languish in their castles, Westeros would undoubtedly not still be mired in the medieval era after 8 millennia. Once the first batch of hydraulic machine workshops was completed, the iron mines of Great White would become particularly significant. Meanwhile, Sean mobilized 500 soldiers to encamp around the periphery of the Maltese manufacturing plant, ensuring that unauthorized personnel remained at a distance. Concurrently, a multitude of employee dormitories began construction. As the Maltese manufacturing plant was destined to become the first stable source of employment for the Iron Islands, Pike Island was undergoing numerous silent transformations, whilst the noble lords of Westeros continued to indulge in their Game of Thrones. Chapter 54. The chaotic North. Theon did not regard Tywin's letter with any seriousness. Rather, his attention was drawn to another matter of greater significance. Upon returning to the north, Roose Bolton swiftly gathered a small contingent of nobles. As Tywin's decree reached their ears, many hastily united, pledging their unwavering loyalty to Bran Stark. However, the true allegiance of these families to House Stark remained uncertain. One thing was clear: although Bran lacked his brother's martial prowess, his political acumen was not to be underestimated. Coupled with his extraordinary gift of warding, Bran quickly seized control of Winterfell. The North found itself ensnared in a peculiar predicament, with Roose Bolton unrecognized by the Northern lords, while the faction pledging loyalty to the Starks harbored their own ulterior motives. Compounding the situation was the formidable military strength of the Bolton family, leading both sides to hesitate in making the first move. Yet, Roose could not afford to wait any longer. The longer he delayed, the more unfavorable his position became. In a few years, as others regained their strength, the Stark faction would far surpass the Boltons in power, with land, population, and wealth exponentially exceeding that of the Bolton line. Thus, he dispatched a missive to House Fry, hoping they would lend their military might to obliterate the Stark faction. In return for their assistance, the Bolton family promised generous rewards, including but not limited to gold dragons and precious gems. However, Walder Fry, cunning as a monkey, was not inclined to mobilize forces for the north, especially after Theon forcibly took away 2,000 of his men. Instead, he promptly sent the letter to Theon. Upon reading its contents, Theon's mind began to wander toward treacherous thoughts. The Bolton family was undeniably a duplicitous entity. Seizing control of the Bay of Crabs and White Harbor would render the North as malleable as a fragile maiden in his hands. Currently, with 20,000 men in the Riverlands, waiting a few months would enable them to produce weapons and plate armor in abundance on Pike Island. When the Old Lion perished, the factions of Highgarden, the Tyrells, and Cersei would inevitably be locked in fierce conflict. He could then raise an army to exact vengeance for his dearly beloved brother, Robb Stark. With this in mind, Theon penned a letter and instructed Lucifer to lead a small contingent under the cover of night to swiftly make their way to Riverrun. The following day, Theon summoned the commander of the Riverrun forces and, under the guise of gratitude, gifted him 1,000 suits of armor. In ancient times, armor was an exceedingly precious strategic resource, its significance far surpassing that of polearms or swords. Its cost was exorbitant. In Westeros, one could hardly find knights in armor, and even plate armor was a rarity among armies. Most soldiers donned mere cloth armor or were entirely unarmored, like the famed Unsullied of Essos, who wore only leather armor. However, the Unsullied's true strength lay in their unparalleled discipline. Nonetheless, Theon's homeland was renowned for the discipline of its armies, thus his own troops were equally well regulated. For instance, the 2,000 soldiers from the city of Luangha arrived as seasoned warriors, and their mere presence exuded a sense of formidable strength. Moreover, being veterans from the battlefield, their commanding aura was unmistakable. Daniel Patton felt a pang of regret as he realized he would ultimately be sent back. To be candid, he was unwilling to return. The conditions here were undeniably favorable, particularly the quality of food. Nevertheless, the principle of obedience had been ingrained in Daniel's heart, and he did not linger on questions but promptly prepared his troops for the journey back to Luangha City. In the black cells, Tyrion leaned against a pillar, lost in thought. With merely 2 weeks remaining until his trial, he still had no inkling of who had poisoned Joffrey, nor did he possess even a single suspect. For the list of those wishing for Joffrey's demise was extensive. However, one certainty remained: the poison was not of his making. yet he had become a scapegoat. Simultaneously, Tywin and Cersei had never held him in high regard and would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. Especially Cersei, who perhaps could hardly wait to see him executed. Tyrion's conjecture proved accurate. At that moment, Cersei within the Red Keep was contemplating how to eliminate Tyrion. She was impatient, yearning for Tyrion to suffer before her very eyes. Cersei was currently instilling her thoughts into Tommen's mind, declaring him the murderer of his brother. If Tyrion were not put to death, Tommen's credibility would be severely undermined. Yet, in truth, Tommen possessed little credibility. It was the old lion behind him who held genuine influence. As the old lion advised Tommen, a good king must humbly learn from the seasoned ministers before ascending to power and should continue to seek their counsel even afterward. Otherwise, he would not be a good king, much like your brother, who was not fit for the throne, hence his demise. Tommen, however, was indeed a good king. Obediently following Tywin's directives, including in the matter concerning Tyrion. Mother, Prime Minister Tywin will judge Tyrion. I believe he will fairly and justly preside over the trial of the wicked murderer, Tommen asserted with determination. A shadow flickered in Cersei's eyes as she contemplated her impending marriage to that insufferable Loras. It was the first time she felt a twinge of resentment toward her father. Nevertheless, Cersei could only suppress her bitterness. No one dared to oppose Tywin's will. In the current King's Landing, Tywin wielded omnipotent power. Chapter 55. Go fetch water for me. As Tyrion awaited his judgment in King's Landing, Walder Frey acquiesced to Roose Bolton's request, demanding a sum no less than 800,000 golden dragons in exchange for his military support. The Bolton family, equally eager for Walder Frey's backing, promptly offered a deposit of 200,000. In turn, Walder Frey honored his commitment and dispatched troops to the north. However, Walder claimed he lacked ships and necessitated passage through the Trident, a request to which Roose Bolton readily consented. Since Robb's demise, the Trident had remained firmly under Roose's control, representing a formidable stronghold in the north. Walder Frey, perusing Roose's letter, wore a perplexing smile. Perhaps I should be grateful that I did not contend with that little sea monster for control of the riverlands. What a loathsome individual, he muttered to himself. Not long ago, he had received a clandestine missive from Theon, indicating that Theon had acted independently, sending troops to aid Roose Bolton, thus breaching their agreement and seizing control of the Trident. Yet, this was not Walder's first act of treachery. He was unperturbed by it. Walder was acutely aware of his precarious position. He harbored ambitions, yet he was not foolish. He recognized that he was no match for Theon and could discern Theon's intention to centralize power. Although the twins had yet to undergo transformation, he understood it was only a matter of time before that eventuality arrived, at which point the twins would possess no capacity for resistance. Much like Daniel Patton, who returned from Theon's ranks, Walder found himself unable to recognize the 2,000 men who returned. If Theon's army were comprised entirely of such individuals thus, Walder Frey resolved to act as a pawn for Theon, at the very least enhancing Selina's standing on Pike. True to his nature, upon reaching the Trident, old Walder wasted no time and annihilated the garrison stationed there. This brazen act incited the ire of the northern noble faction loyal to Bran, prompting them to exclaim, "Roose Bolton is truly a fool." Roose himself was taken aback, realizing Walder's intentions. He subsequently penned a furious letter, denouncing Walder Frey for his lack of integrity and demanding that Walder promptly withdraw from the twins, lest he mobilize his forces to drive them back. The Bolton family, descending southward for battle, had significantly preserved their fighting strength, maintaining 6,000 capable soldiers. The Trident, deemed an impregnable fortress, was far easier to assault from within, allowing Roose Bolton to retain his composure despite the turmoil. He swiftly rallied his troops, intent on safeguarding the Trident before House Stark could seize it. However, someone received news even sooner. Theon, far away in Pike, was the first to obtain word from the twins. In a fit of rage during a council meeting, Theon berated Walder Frey for his betrayal, asserting that it had severely tarnished his reputation. Consequently, Theon issued an immediate order, dispatching 10,000 elite soldiers from the Riverlands to apprehend Walder Frey at the Trident. The command from Theon had yet to spread beyond Pike Island. Yet the 10,000 elite soldiers from the Riverlands had already arrived at the Bay of Carlin, laden with abundant provisions and strategic resources. Amaxio swiftly seized control of the Bay of Carlin with his contingent of 10,000, while Ward was vanquished and fled in a state of panic with a few followers, their destination being White Harbor. In pursuit of Ward Frey, Amaxio instructed Ruber Segovia to lead 6,000 men to apprehend him, while he himself remained at the Bay of Carlin with 8,000 troops. As for the additional 4,000 troops, they were the subordinates of Ward Fry, who, fearing the formidable presence of King Theon, had surrendered voluntarily. The northern nobles, only realizing the gravity of the situation after Robert Segovia captured White Harbor, vehemently condemned Theon Greyjoy as a petty man. Everyone was astute. Your father-in-law betrays you, and you respond faster than anyone else, sending 10,000 men north to detain your own father-in-law. In a mere fortnight, the two vital strongholds of the north were firmly in Theon's grasp, while dozens of Iron Islands warships lay anchored in the harbor of White Harbor. Most were vociferously denouncing Theon's cunning, yet he remained unfazed. They had yet to witness the treachery of the Three Kingdoms era, which boasted even more duplicitous figures. The north, having just endured a fierce battle, could muster barely over 10,000 capable soldiers, while both the Stark and Bolton factions were wary of one another seizing the opportunity to absorb the other. Thus, upon learning of the elite 1,000 from the Riverlands heading north, they temporarily abandoned their ambitions for the Bay of Carlin and White Harbor. Seizing this opportunity, Theon began fortifying defenses, particularly at White Harbor, which became a focal point of enhancement. The balance of power in the north shifted from a duality to a tripartite stalemate, as the enmity between the Stark and Bolton houses reached an irreconcilable state, obliterating any possibility of alliance. Meanwhile, Robert Segovia successfully located Ward in White Harbor. I have fulfilled my obligations as instructed by Theon, and shall now return to Riverrun, Ward announced, preparing to depart. However, Robert intervened, barring the way for the departing Lord Fry. My lord, I believe it is imperative for you to meet with His Majesty and provide an explanation. Upon realizing that Robert, as Theon's confidant, would undoubtedly be aware of the king's intentions, Ward's expression soured. I had thought our king would be able to wait a few more years. Ho ho. His Majesty is always adept at seizing every opportunity, which is precisely why he now holds firm dominion over the north of Westeros. Robert's insinuation was unmistakable. Theon intended to summon him to Pike Island to enjoy a life of luxury, and he should not be ungrateful. Chapter 56. The trial Fry was dispatched to Pike Island. Within the halls of Pike Castle, Theon once again encountered Walder Fry, though this time it was on Pike Island. I thought you could restrain yourself for a few more years, Walder remarked. Theon poured a glass of wine and presented it to Walder. I have exercised patience for far too long. The Riverlands are merely the first step. The era of the Seven Kingdoms in Westeros has lingered for too long. With that, Theon grasped Walder's hand, pressing the wine cup into the bewildered old man's grasp. Selena has wed me. I hope you find yourself as a passenger on the Imperial chariot rather than just another lifeless body beneath its wheels. Old Walder trembled as he took a sip of the red wine. His greatest ambition had always been to seize the Riverlands and become its guardian. He had never anticipated the extent of Theon's ambitions, and a flicker of regret crossed his mind. If Theon's chariot were to crash into Casterly Rock or Highgarden, it would likely be reduced to splinters. Theon perceived Walder's anxiety and fear and patted the old man's shoulder. Once Tywin is dead, it will mark the beginning of the Lannister decline. I shall gradually consume the Seven Kingdoms. There is no need to panic. Of course, you have toiled all your life. It is best for you to enjoy your retirement in Pike. Do remember to write to your sons. I fear that Euron may eliminate them all. I shall, Your Grace. Walder replied, his tone imbued with an inscrutable meaning, leaving one to wonder what lay in his heart. Theon then filled Walder's glass once more and departed alone. In the Red Keep of King's Landing, the imp was undergoing judgment before the Iron Throne. Tyrion gazed at the multitude of nobles, his fury bubbling to the surface. As the imp unleashed a merciless tirade against the nobility, chaos began to ensue. Observing the turmoil, Tywin immediately instructed Ser Meryn to escort Tyrion back to the dungeons. Father, I wish to confess. With these words, Tyrion plunged the assembly into silence. Jaime looked on in shock. Having previously promised Tywin to convince Tyrion to renounce his white cloak and return to the Westlands to inherit Casterly Rock, he had even forewarned Tyrion. Yet the nobles had provoked the imp's ire to such an extent that he contemplated confession. Tyrion ignored Jaime's frantic gestures. Tywin shot a quizzical glance at Jaime, pondering whether he had failed to prepare Tyrion adequately. However, Tywin was indifferent. If Tyrion chose to confess, he would simply be clad in black to serve on the wall. Tyrion turned to address the assembled nobles. I have saved you, saved this city, and your worthless lives. I ought to have let Stannis slay you all. The nobles erupted in an uproar at his words, prompting Tywin to interject. Tyrion, do you wish to confess? Yes, father, I wish to confess. Is this not what you long to hear? Tywin raised his voice. Do you admit to killing the king? No, I am innocent of that. I am guilty of a far graver sin. My crime is being a dwarf. Upon hearing this, Tywin cast a bemused glance at the assembly. The trial was not directed at the dwarf. Ah, indeed. Throughout my existence, I have been judged solely for my stature as a dwarf. Tyrion's voice involuntarily rose. Stripped of any fear of Tywin, replaced instead by despair and fury. Do you not wish to defend yourself? Tywin queried impatiently. No. But I simply wish to assert, I am not the culprit. A smile flickered across Tyrion's face, swiftly transforming into a mask of hatred. I did not slay Joffrey. Yet I fervently wish I had. Tyrion turned his gaze toward Cersei, relishing the thought of that vile little imp's demise, a pleasure exceeding that of 1,000 deceitful lies. I truly wish to embody the monster you envision. I yearn for enough poison to annihilate you all, reveling in the sight of it coursing through your veins, welcoming death with open arms. As Tyrion's words reverberated, chaos erupted. Tywin immediately rose, declaring, Sir Meryn, escort the prisoner back to his cell at once. Tyrion glared at Tywin in outrage. I shall not perish for Joffrey's murder. I am acutely aware that justice eludes me here. And thus I appeal to the gods above. I demand trial by combat. Trial by combat is a legitimate adjudication method found in European history. It is not applicable to all crimes, nor can it be invoked at any time. It may only be proposed when no concrete evidence substantiates the charges against the accused. This mode of trial exists to resolve disputes that cannot definitively result in conviction. Tyrion recognized that trial by combat was his only glimmer of hope, given the circumstances. He had no alternative. As the highest form of judgment in Westeros, trial by combat requires each party to appoint a knight to fight on their behalf until one is slain. The victor determines the outcome of the trial. Ultimately, the trial by combat was scheduled for 1 month hence. During this interval, both parties would seek champions to represent them. 1 week later, in the dungeon, Podrick entered the cell. As one of Tyrion's loyal attendants, he held genuine admiration for Tyrion. Bringing some sustenance, Podrick remarked, the Queen Regent has chosen the mountain as her champion. He has already arrived in King's Landing. And I witnessed the Queen capturing numerous refugees to provide the mountain with fodder for his slaughter. Hearing Podrick's news, Tyrion's heart sank. The mountain ranked among the most formidable fighters in the 7 kingdoms, and Tyrion knew few among his acquaintances could best him. Had his brother Jaime's hand not been severed, perhaps he could have fought for him. Tyrion resignedly took a sip of wine, saying, Young man, you ought to leave. Your stay in King's Landing has been long enough. My lord, I swore fealty to you. Enough. You need not risk your life for me. Depart from King's Landing, as far away as possible. Podrick opened his mouth but ultimately remained silent. By the way, please summon Bronn for me. After Podrick's departure, Tyrion did not wait long for Pod. It was not until 3 days later that Pod arrived at the place where Tyrion was held. The surroundings appeared rather pleasant. Upon entering, Pod remarked, Yes, quite nice. I sleep beside my own excrement every day, Tyrion retorted. I know you wish for me to bail you out. But I am to wed a noble lady, and Cersei has even bestowed upon me a castle. Pod casually found a seat. It seems my sister has already bribed you. Indeed, you previously mentioned that if someone were to buy me, you would always pay double, Pod said with a smile. What do you desire? 2 castles? Or perhaps 2 noble ladies? I wish to assist you, but you know, I have no intention of facing the mountain. It is a perilous endeavor. And although I respect you and believe you are innocent of poisoning, I am a mercenary at heart. Perhaps I shall have to take matters into my own hands. You may witness a grand spectacle of a dwarf being torn apart, Tyrion quipped self-deprecatingly. You could enlist your brother's help. You once said he would always protect and aid you. I've spoken with him, and if you were to ask, he might assist in your release. That is impossible. My father would never allow Jaime to fight. He has always wished for my brother to don the white cloak and inherit Casterly Rock. Tyrion was well aware of this. Jaime had approached him before, and Tyrion would never request Jaime to battle. This was Tyrion's character. He had lost all love during his trial, standing before everyone, yet towering above them all. Which noble lady has Cersei found for you? Is she beautiful? I hope she is not a hefty sow. If so, I would rather not have her. Tyrion gestured to shift the topic. He had lost hope. No one was willing to fight for him against the mountain. From the Riverlands. She is quite lovely, and her father is quite wealthy. Pod's expression reflected satisfaction, clearly indicating the girl was indeed beautiful. From the Riverlands. Yes, indeed. Hope suddenly surged in Tyrion's face. Pod looked astonished. You cannot mean. Clearly, Pod had discerned Tyrion's thoughts. Help me write a letter to Theon Greyjoy, stating that I am willing to return to the Iron Islands and serve him, provided he aids me. You're a genius. I will write that letter for you immediately. Pod responded incredulously. If Theon Greyjoy were truly willing to assist Tyrion, perhaps he could indeed turn his misfortune into fortune. They had witnessed Theon in battle. Tyrion began to pray that Theon still held interest in him. Previously, Theon had approached Tyrion, offering a position as his prime minister to help govern the Riverlands. However, at that time, Tyrion was solely focused on proving himself and reclaiming his rightful place. Thus, he had declined Theon's offer. Tyrion now finds himself filled with a twinge of regret. Had he known better, he would have accompanied Theon to the Riverlands. Chapter 57. Value Shoren gazed at the letter delivered by Boran, then cast a glance at Boran in the distance. It appears you hold Tyrion in rather high regard. To personally deliver a letter to him. He is my friend. I believe he would not harm Joffrey, Boran remarked. Joffrey was undoubtedly not killed by him. The mastermind and the accomplice had both achieved their desires at this moment. Shoren handed the letter to Andre. Boran, somewhat surprised, inquired, Do you know who it is? It matters not, Tyrion is doomed. I could not find a raven. 7 days are hardly sufficient to return to King's Landing. Boran expressed some regret, as he had failed to find a raven to send the message, and thus hurried to Seaguard only to discover that Shoren had already returned to Pike. By the time he encountered Shoren, less than a week remained before Tyrion's trial. Although time is still on my side, rescuing Tyrion would undoubtedly offend Cersei and her ilk. While I have never been on good terms with Cersei, I remain uncertain if Tyrion is worth my effort. Upon hearing Shoren's words, Boran immediately interjected. You must be aware of Tyrion's political acumen. He could undoubtedly assist you in governing a region. Shoren shook his head, stating, The political landscape of the Riverlands differs greatly. Most cities are governed by learned men, while the military is managed directly by appointed generals. How about this? I will take your place in the tournament on behalf of Tyrion, and you shall accompany Tyrion as I journey forth. Boran, taken aback, pointed incredulously at himself. Me? Indeed, you. Shoren affirmed, indicating Boran. I need you to assemble a band of mercenaries. Certain matters require your attention. I have already agreed to Cersei's terms, which include a castle and a beautiful wife. How large is that castle? Shoren chuckled. Is it larger than those in the Riverlands? Boran paused, perplexed. What do you mean? Shoren tapped on the map of Essos, pointing to a plain located beneath the Dothraki Sea, where the Lazarene dwell. A region highly suitable for agriculture. As a mercenary, Boran was certainly aware of the Lazarene plains in Essos, renowned among the horsemen as the two-headed sheep. That land is rife with barbarous horse tribes, making it nearly impossible to cultivate the land in peace. A group of savages without armor. I certainly do not intend to colonize it immediately, but I shall do so eventually. While Boran was unclear about the specific implications of colonization, he understood from Shoren's remarks that the intention was to conquer the Lazarene plains for agricultural cultivation. What say you? Have you considered my proposal? Shoren issued Boran a final ultimatum. As a mercenary, Boran naturally prioritized profit. What can you offer me now? Wealth, status, a castle, Shoren replied with a smile. In fact, you could lead the garrison of the Lazarene plains in the future. Deal! Boran agreed. All right, we shall depart tonight. We shall arrive by morning. In the midst of Boran's bewilderment, the evening swiftly approached. He followed Shoren to a wheat field located behind Pike. Shall we harvest some wheat for provisions before we set off? Boran lamented. Hush! Sin gestured for silence and then clapped his hands. A subtle growl echoed in the air, and a pair of golden eyes materialized before Boran. Trembling, Boran raised his hand, pointing at Apollo. Dragon, dragon, dragon. Sin swiftly mounted Apollo's back, and Apollo lifted Boran into the air. Regardless of his discomfort, all he yearned for was freedom, indifferent to my feelings. Oh, how unfortunate it was that Boran could not sing this tune. When Apollo finally set Boran down, he collapsed to the ground, retching violently. Sin patted Boran on the shoulder. You are the first to soar with Apollo. You should feel honored. He then affectionately stroked Apollo's forehead, let his head back. Apollo nuzzled Sin before turning to fly back. Having journeyed through the night, he felt weary and longed to return to Gold Mountain for rest before dawn. After a considerable time, Boran finally led Sin to the place where Tyrion was imprisoned. Along the way, Sin cautioned Boran against speaking or asking indiscreet questions, lest he face dire consequences. As a mercenary, Baratheon understood the gravity of certain matters and promptly assured Theon of his discretion. Shortly thereafter, Theon was brought before a small dark room. Upon entering, a foul stench assaulted his senses. Frowning, he approached the sleeping Tyrion and kicked him awake. Tyrion groggily opened his eyes to find Theon's furrowed brow. "You're here!" Tyrion exclaimed. Instantly alert. "You should have left with me then. Damn, it reeks in here, and you still managed to sleep. I dreamt you tore apart the mountain of magic with your bare hands. How impressive." Theon unsheathed his sword, the sea serpent, and deftly severed Tyrion's shackles, abruptly lifting him and tossing him outside. "Your sword is remarkably sharp. I dare say Valyrian steel pales in comparison," Tyrion remarked in astonishment. "For heaven's sake, go wash up." Theon replied with disdain. "That's out of the question. I cannot leave this dungeon. Tywin would never allow it." This time, Tyrion refrained from addressing Tywin as father. "If I say you can, then you can," Theon stated earnestly. Tyrion glanced at Theon. "Are you serious?" Theon remained silent, his expression impassive as he strode toward the exit. Baratheon wore a look of resignation, trailing behind Theon. Without hesitation, Tyrion followed suit. Theon was a man of extremes, at times exceedingly modest, yet at others, unabashedly arrogant, disregarding all. Upon reaching the entrance of the dungeon, the guards obstructed their path. "Tyrion is a criminal. He cannot leave the dungeon. Please return quickly." The guard's tone was surprisingly courteous. Had it been anyone else, they would have already taken action to detain both Tyrion and his liberators. "Do you know who I am?" "Of course, my lord Theon," the guard replied. Tyrion curled his lips in disdain. Never had anyone approached him with the words, "My lord Tyrion, it was an honor to fight alongside you at the Battle of Blackwater." How utterly absurd. "If one knows me, then step aside, for I shall take Tyrion's place in the fray." Ah! It seems that my lord Tyrion is not far from reclaiming his innocence. With that, the guard stepped aside, allowing several individuals to depart. Once Theon and his companions had exited, the guard promptly dispatched a messenger to inform Tywin. The guard was not foolish. He understood who his master was and recognized the futility in attempting to hinder Theon. With Theon still residing at the estate in King's Landing, Tyrion found himself unceremoniously delivered to his quarters by Theon, who then awaited either Tywin or Cersei's arrival, fully confident that someone would come, though uncertain as to whom it would be. Chapter 58. What are the Six Kingdoms? As anticipated, it was too long before the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Cersei stormed into the room with an imposing demeanor. "Where is Tyrion?" Theon glanced at the door behind him. "He is bathing inside." "May I inquire if you have a matter to discuss, my queen?" "Bring Tyrion to me," Cersei commanded her guards. The guards, not lacking in discernment, recognized Theon's significance. Had it been Tywin issuing the order, they might have complied without hesitation. However, Cersei's influence was more complicated. Noticing the guards' hesitation, Cersei bellowed furiously, "Go, now." Theon stepped forward, gently smoothing Cersei's disheveled hair. "There is no need to distress the guards. As Tyrion's appointed knight, I possess the authority to ensure his safety." Theon's words were, of course, mere rhetoric, lacking any formal stipulation that the accused must be held by the accuser. The dynamics of power between the parties involved ultimately dictated the situation. Cersei abruptly swatted Theon's hand away, taking several deep breaths to quell her fury. Once she had regained her composure, she addressed him, "Duke Theon, my champion is the mountain, while you govern the riverlands and the Iron Islands. There is no need to sacrifice your life for a dwarf." Hearing Cersei's threat, Theon erupted into laughter. "My queen, perhaps you should have ventured beyond the castle walls then, to witness how I vanquished Stannis. However, Myrcella is rather young. Should you satisfy me, I might consider relinquishing Tyrion. The mountain will personally deliver your head to me." Cersei spat before turning on her heel and departing. Once Cersei had left, Tyrion emerged, dressed in clean attire. "My sister is quite beautiful. It's only natural for you to have thoughts about her, but do not let Myrcella find out," Tyrion probed cautiously. "Do not worry. You are far more useful than Cersei," Theon reassured him, signaling that Tyrion need not be concerned. Upon hearing Theon's words, Tyrion felt a modicum of relief. He feared Theon might be overtaken by lust and attempt to pursue Cersei. Tyrion understood her all too well. She would not hesitate to employ her feminine wiles to achieve her ends. In truth, Tyrion's suspicions were not unfounded, had Myrcella not already been betrothed to Theon. Cersei would have indeed considered spending a night with him to fulfill her ambitions. Cersei knew well the most effective weapons a woman could wield. As was evident in the original narrative, At that moment, a sudden cry pierced the sky. A magnificent snow-white eagle soared above, causing Tyrion to widen his eyes in awe. It's stunning. I have never seen a pure white eagle. If captured and sent to the Vale, House Arryn would pay any price for it. Then, Zeus, the eagle, landed gracefully on Theon's shoulder. Ah! Is it yours? Tyrion asked, his voice full of confusion. Theon stroked Zeus's smooth feathers and replied, Next time you utter such words, I shall chop you into pieces to feed the fish. That is truly terrifying. Tyrion quickly poured himself a glass of wine to steady his nerves. Why is it so small? It resembles the eagle of Essos, yet the eagle does not bear white feathers, Tyrion inquired with curiosity. Theon was somewhat surprised, after all. It was Tyrion, a man well-read. He is not even half a year old, which is perfectly normal. Zeus had been growing vigorously prior, expanding in size each day. However, ever since Theon had fed Zeus some enchanted wheat, the creature's growth had stagnated, and it even appeared to be diminishing slightly, now merely the size of a pigeon. Tyrion reclined in his chair, relishing a rare moment of tranquility. It felt absolutely splendid. Yet, Theon, ever the provocateur, asked, What about your judgment? It felt utterly dreadful. Everyone was accusing me. If I were not a dwarf, perhaps everything would be different. A hint of melancholy shadowed Tyrion's countenance. Why wear such a glum expression? Theon chuckled. Is it merely due to a bunch of ignorant fools? They do not cast you down because of your stature. It is your lack of strength and authority they disdain. He gestured towards himself. When I was a ward of House Stark, which noble in the north held me in esteem? Even Robb incessantly emphasized, You are not a Stark. But now, I assert that you must remain here. Tywin cannot take you away, for I possess soldiers and land. Theon rose and patted Tyrion's shoulder. From this day forth, you shall be my deputy, the Chancellor of the Iron Empire. I hope you will never cease your quest for knowledge. The Iron Empire. Tyrion's eyes widened slightly. Indeed. The Seven Kingdoms, that title has lingered too long. There can only be one empire in this world. Chapter 59. The Mountain Ass Head would please Dorne the following day. Theon received a summons to meet Tywin. With a rare moment of leisure, he draped his arm over Zeus and took Tyrion along to the meeting. The reasons for bringing Tyrion were twofold, to protect him from potential assassination and to irk Tywin. Especially considering the outstanding debts regarding the lands of the Riverlands that Theon had yet to address. In the Red Keep's council chamber, Tywin occupied the main seat, while the others were arranged along the sides of the table. Theon strolled into the hall with an air of nonchalance, greeting the assembly with a casual, Oh, how long it has been. Did you miss me? Varys was taken aback. Theon seemed far more arrogant than before, a stark contrast to his previously understated demeanor. Is it true that the Riverlands are conscripting 20,000 men? Theon inquired, unperturbed by Tywin's awareness of the military mobilization. The conscription had been widely publicized, and the young man had been selected to join the army. He then pulled a stool and seated himself opposite Tywin, reclining with his legs casually resting on the table. So, what do you need from me? I hear you intend to take my son's place in the trial by combat. Tywin remarked, observing Theon with a steady gaze. Your son? No, no. This is my hand. Theon pointed at Tyrion, the hand of the King of the Iron Islands. An icy silence enveloped the room. It was the first time Theon had publicly claimed the title of King of the Iron Islands. But you are also the ward of the Riverlands. Tywin narrowed his eyes, reminding him of his obligations. Oh, I nearly forgot. I am still the ward. But, my lord Tywin, how does that pertain to my championing Tyrion in battle? Tywin fell silent, contemplating, before finally stating, It is not worth it. He then glanced at Tyrion, who fixed his gaze intently on Tywin, anxiety creeping into his mind. Tyrion understood the implications of Tywin's words. To offend such a powerful figure for his sake seemed unwise. It appears our perspectives differ. I have a great fondness for the exotic allure of Dorne, and I believe Prince Oberyn would appreciate the Mountain's Head, Theon remarked, causing Tywin's eyelids to twitch slightly. If Lord Tywin has no further business, I shall take my leave. I still have a bird to tend to. With that, Theon teased Zeus. Oh. And remember to have the mountain cleaned up. My sword is not particularly sharp, and I cannot wield it effectively if it is too grimy. Tyrion, let us depart. With that, he made his way outside. Once outside the Red Keep, Tyrion suddenly spoke. Thank you. Theon smiled. No need for gratitude. Some individuals are born exceptionally astute and politically gifted. Such talents are worth my time and effort. Of course, it would be wise to maintain your composure. Should you act foolishly, I may just assign you the task of cleaning the latrines. Upon returning to his estate, Theon began to play with his birds. As night fell, an unexpected guest arrived at his residence. "My Lord Varys, what brings you here at such a late hour?" asked Theon, gazing at the bald man before him. In the original narrative, Varys had always aspired to support a benevolent king, one who was compassionate towards the people. Thus, he eventually accompanied Tyrion to Essos, aligning himself with the liberator Daenerys. However, due to ideological disagreements, he ultimately betrayed Daenerys and met his demise at the hands of Drogon. "My Lord Theon, I have heard you possess an uncle. To be candid, I have intelligence regarding him," Varys declared, offering his sincerity. "Are you referring to Theon Greyjoy? It seems you are somewhat acquainted with him. According to my information, Theon is currently en route back, commanding a formidable fleet of 5,000 men." Varys extended a hand. 5,000 men sufficient for your uncle to entertain other ambitions. As far as I know, the Iron Islands hold a kingsmoot, and the Isle of Harrow has always been rather unruly. Theon cast a sidelong glance at Varys. "What are you implying? I am your ally. You have offended Tywin, and I admire your tenacity. I merely urge you to exercise caution." Theon was genuinely perplexed by Varys' intentions. Surely, he could not be contemplating placing a wager on him. From any perspective, Theon's current strength hardly seemed worthy of Varys' investment. The only conceivable reason might be that Varys had heard of Theon's policies in the north, which aimed to benefit the people. Was it possible that Varys wished to ensure his own longevity? "Varys, one of my objectives in keeping the Hellas family is to await Euron's return, to facilitate my dealings. Otherwise, I would have already eradicated the Iron Islands." Upon hearing Theon's words, Varys was taken aback. "It is good to know you have a plan. The North now has an army of 20,000, fully armored, with soldiers practicing archery, who sometimes neglect to retrieve their arrows. Do you grasp my meaning?" A cold sweat broke out on Varys' forehead. His little birds had previously reported that certain areas in the north had been fortified with stringent defenses. If what Theon said was true, then he must possess a means to mass-produce military supplies. And for Theon to devote so much to him. "Varys, there is a saying in Essos, the wise adapt to circumstances. If you align yourself with me, rest assured, I will not treat you poorly." Though Varys was unfamiliar with the term Volson, he comprehended the essence of Theon's words. "My Lord Theon, if you encounter difficulties, I will certainly assist." Varys suddenly noticed Theon's hand resting upon the hilt of his sword. "Varys, you would not wish for Tywin to learn of your collusion with Illyrio, would you?" Theon remarked with a smile. "If Tywin discovers your intentions to support the lineage of House Targaryen, do you think he would hesitate to eliminate you? Presently, the Iron Throne is occupied by Tywin's own grandson. One could argue that the true rulers of the Iron Throne are the Lannisters, not the Baratheons." Theon stepped forward to adjust the black hood on Varys' attire. "You have 1 day to contemplate this. Should you come to a resolution, bring the detailed information regarding your little birds to me tomorrow." Chapter 60. The Trial of Combat. On the evening of the following day, Varys hastily arrived at Sean's residence, pledging his allegiance. Observing the intricate situation of the little birds in his grasp, Sean was taken aback. It was no wonder Varys could serve as the master of whisperers, for his intelligence capabilities were indeed formidable. However, Sean was acutely aware that Varys was concealing a portion of the truth, in contrast to the affairs in Essos. Varys had merely skimmed over the details without extensive elaboration. "Mobilize a contingent of little birds for me. I intend to establish an intelligence organization," Sean declared, aspiring to form a network adept in assassination, espionage, and other clandestine operations. It was evident that Varys was an expert in this domain, and introducing instructors during training could significantly mitigate the risk of betrayal. This arrangement would also facilitate a balance of power between Varys' little birds and Sean's operatives, ensuring that Sean would receive diverse accounts of intelligence. Varys, clearly aware of Sean's intentions, found himself in a complex predicament. He was uncertain how Sean had discovered his collusion with Illyrio and did not dare to inquire too deeply, feeling as though he were a fish on a cutting board, vulnerable to slaughter. Nevertheless, Varys excelled in biding his time. Should Sean perish, his secrets would remain undisclosed. It was conceivable that Sean might meet his end in the duel against the Mountain, though Varys recognized the improbability of such a scenario. Given current circumstances, Sean could withstand a direct assault from a siege crossbow. By the Seven, even the Mountain, formidable as he was, could not breach Sean's armor, cursed be it. First, The drowned god had bestowed upon Theon Greyjoy an indomitable suit of armor, and subsequently, Stannis Baratheon had employed fire magic to assassinate Renly Baratheon. Essos was teeming with sorcerers, with reports indicating that some could conjure flames from thin air. Theon remained oblivious to Varys' inner musings regarding the resurgence of magical power. Yet it was evident that Varys' thoughts were tumultuous. In an effort to reassure Varys, Theon carefully articulated, "You shall henceforth be the head of the intelligence bureau of the Iron Empire, and I shall manifest the world you envision." It was a classic case of painting grandiose dreams, yet Theon possessed the capability to actualize such visions. "Of course, I have faith in your abilities," Varys replied. Theon felt no trepidation regarding Varys' potential treachery. His own strength had reached a point where dissent was no longer feasible. Moreover, Theon trusted that Varys would not be foolish enough to act against him without having an absolute opportunity to eliminate him first. Thus, Varys found himself reluctantly yet willingly aligning with Theon, though their relationship remained superficial. At the very least, he would not gravitate towards Daenerys' faction. Without Varys and Tyrion, the Mother of Dragons would undoubtedly face greater challenges in the early stages of her campaign. In truth, Theon had not intended to involve himself with Tyrion at all. His original intention was to have Tyrion eliminate Tywin and then seek refuge with Daenerys. However, after much contemplation, Theon ultimately resolved to intercept Tyrion. For Theon, this was a tangible reality, rather than a mere television series viewed from the Blue Planet. Thus, it was inconceivable for him to gamble on whether Tyrion would succumb to foolishness upon arriving in Meereen. Should Tyrion retain his acumen, he would undoubtedly be an invaluable asset to Daenerys. The prospect of such a scenario was utterly unacceptable to Theon. Time swiftly advanced to the day of the trial by combat. A week had elapsed, and the 10,000 elite troops from the Riverlands had reached the borders of their territory. Concurrently, Yara from the Iron Islands had dispatched 500 men to King S Landing. In truth, Theon was untroubled by the Lannisters' desperation for to Tywin. The fate of the imp held little significance. What truly mattered was that Jaime was willing to shed his white cloak. Tyrion's demise was preferable, yet not consequential if he survived. The one who truly yearned for Tyrion's death was Cersei, yet she lacked the strength to confront Theon. With only the unstable Sparrow at her command, Cersei was unable to turn the tide. At that moment, the arena was filled with nobles, all eager to witness the spectacle. Their interest in Tyrion was minimal. They were more concerned with the veracity of the rumors surrounding Theon. Oberyn gazed at Theon, who was playfully engaging with a bird not far away. Initially, Oberyn had intended to fight in Tyrion's stead, but Theon had unexpectedly seized that opportunity, depriving him of his chance for vengeance. Killing him would rid the realm of a demon, thus benefiting Westeros, Tyrion had remarked. Suddenly, the mountain strode into the arena. Towering over 2 meters, a true giant in Westeros. Known for his penchant for brutality, he instilled fear in many, having committed numerous atrocities during the War of the Five Kings in the Riverlands. Theon leapt from the high barrier with a thud. As he landed, a suit of silver armor materialized before the onlookers. Gasps erupted from the crowd. They had clearly observed that Theon had arrived unarmored. The gift of the drowned god, Tywin murmured, his gaze fixed intently on Theon. Sensing the scrutiny, Theon turned to find none other than the old lion, Tywin Lannister. In that very moment, the mountain charged, swinging his massive sword towards Theon's neck. The clash of steel rang out as sparks flew. Theon turned to face the mountain. "Have you now learned the art of ambush? It seems Cersei has imparted quite a bit to you." Tyrion sank abruptly to the ground, startled by the mountain's surprise attack. After all, the armor around Theon's neck appeared to offer scant protection. In truth, it was indeed vulnerable. The dire oaf's strength was formidable. And while the original show depicted the armor as largely leather, Theon's armor had been reinforced with a myriad of tiny scales. Thus, the mountain's blow had created the sound of metal meeting metal. With a powerful kick, Theon struck the mountain of 1,000 corpses at its midsection, the immense force propelling the giant away with astonishing speed. The strength of an adult multiplied sevenfold was beyond what the mountain could endure. No matter how formidable, the mountain was merely a robust human. Cersei abruptly rose from her seat, disbelief etched on her face. "This is impossible," she exclaimed, her voice tinged with sharpness. Clearly, Theon's strike had left her profoundly shaken. She had believed that the mountain would surely end Theon's life with his sword. Yet, unexpectedly, Theon approached the mountain with deliberate strides, seizing the back of the giant's neck and dragging him to where Oberyn was seated. In that moment, the mountain extended his hand, grasping Theon's throat with sudden force. If he could not breach Theon's defenses, he would simply snap his neck. However, to his horror, he found himself unable to exert any pressure. Theon tightened his grip on the mountain's wrist, and with a swift motion, shattered the bones within, releasing the now mangled hand. Theon observed with intrigue. How curious it is to witness fear in your eyes. I had assumed that someone as ruthless as you would be devoid of such an emotion. Is it because I am stronger, overwhelmingly so, that you are filled with dread? With that, Theon picked up the mountain's sword and, with 2 decisive steps, crushed the bones in the mountain's legs, forcing him to kneel before Tywin. Tywin's countenance darkened, while Oberyn, seated beside him, could no longer suppress his grin. Although it was regrettable that he was not the one to slay the mountain, witnessing the torment of his foe brought unparalleled delight. Theon stood with the sword in both hands, his resonant voice echoing throughout the silent arena. Gregor Clegane, you have brutally slaughtered 867 innocent civilians in the Riverlands, including 167 children, 342 men, 129 women, and 229 elderly and infirm. I, Theon Greyjoy I, King of the Iron Islands, Guardian of the Riverlands, and the earthly avatar of the sun god Apollo, born from the flames of light, hereby pronounce judgment upon you for your wickedness. With that declaration, Theon swung his sword down decisively, silencing the mountain's screams. He then retrieved the severed head and tossed it onto the table before Oberyn. Hell shall not claim him. He must go to the place of his penance. Oberyn gazed at Theon in astonishment, a smile spreading across his face as he instructed his servants to prepare the head for transport. He then bowed slightly to Theon. Dorne shall not forget your gift. My lord, he proclaimed. Turning to Tywin, he added, I have received the finest present since my sister's death. Today is indeed my happiest day. I shall take my leave now, Prime Minister Tywin. Oh, and as for the mountain's corpse, you may keep it. It is best to retain a reminder. Oberyn laughed heartily, taking the mountain's head as he prepared to return to Dorne to share the joyous news with Prince Doran. The people of Dorne were united in their grief over the death of Elia Martell, harboring deep-seated resentment. In the original tale, had Oberyn not sought the mountain's testimony against Tywin, it would have been the mountain who lay dead, not Oberyn. Chapter 61. The neighbors store grain, while I sharpen my blade the following day. News of Sin's trial at Demon Mountain spread like wildfire. Sin himself was hailed as the foremost knight in the 7 kingdoms, for even Demon Mountain fell victim to his prowess. In truth, most were unaware of the intricacies of the battle. However, as tales often do, they became increasingly exaggerated. When boasting to others, one tends to embellish the details perceived as impressive. At that moment, Sin was on horseback, journeying home alongside Tyrion and Boran. This was undoubtedly the most significant accomplishment of their expedition to King's Landing. Tyrion gazed at the transformed Riverlands, astonished. How did you achieve this? He inquired. The Riverlands had completely shed the scars of war, bustling with hurried civilians whose faces bore no longer the pallor of despair but rather a hint of vitality. With the reduction of grain taxes and the abolition of other oppressive levies, the populace possessed sustenance, and their spirits soared. Ha! How did you persuade your noble vessels to implement such reforms? Tyrion asked curiously. You hardly strike me as a man of eloquence. Well, those who disobeyed have met their demise, while those who complied naturally fell into line, Sin replied nonchalantly. Do not be surprised. The noble faction in Riverlands was utterly decimated. I retained the compliant and found excuses to eliminate the defiant. I placed my own people in positions of authority, ensuring no disorder arose. Moreover, with the new tax system, which farmer would be foolish enough to rebel against their lord? Upon hearing Sin's explanation, Tyrion began to grasp how Sin had swiftly stabilized the Riverlands. Aren't you concerned that your noble vessels might grow dissatisfied and turn against you? At this juncture, Boran interjected, wait a few more years, and I doubt anyone will dare to oppose His Majesty Sin. Tyrion raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Why do you say that? Boran merely shook his head in silence. Damn it. If you refuse to elaborate, why speak at all? Tyrion retorted, somewhat vexed. There are 2 things in this world that are truly revolting: half-finished thoughts and a sharp, resounding call interrupted him as Zeus landed on Sin's shoulder, chirping animatedly. Sin raised his hand, signaling the entire party to halt. It seems someone does not wish for us to return, and it is all your fault, Tyrion, Sin remarked. To instigate conflict at the border between the Riverlands and the Crownlands, only my sister could conceive such a notion. Not engaging in the Crownlands might be the pinnacle of her political acumen. Sin, bemused by Tyrion's incredulous commentary, found himself at a loss. He had underestimated Cersei's political intellect. But it appeared he had still overestimated her capabilities. You believe you can act here without anyone deducing your involvement. Just as the group engaged in banter, a dense throng of people suddenly appeared ahead. It is evident that Cersei is not devoid of intellect as she anticipates my path through the narrow way. Upon hearing Theon's words, Tyrion interjected, suggesting that Cersei perceives such arrogance in you that she would not regard anyone with respect. Hence the gamble of ambushing you on the shortcut. Should she succeed in her ambush, it would be a victory. If not, it would matter little. For Cersei would not be foolish enough to act upon the River Road or King's Road. Before Theon stood approximately 1,000 or 2,000 individuals, although numerous. It was immediately apparent that they were mostly refugees, with scarce armor among them. They seemed to be the minions of the Sparrow, who dared to confront me. Theon scoffed, already contemplating how to retaliate against the Sparrow. At this moment, behind Theon were 500 cavalrymen, fully capable of slaughtering the throng of disorganized refugees. He exchanged a glance with Boran, signaling him to proceed with the cleansing of their ranks. Boran understood this as his first test and promptly organized his troops, charging towards the beleaguered refugees. Faced with the oncoming cavalry, the once confident refugees scattered in panic. Clearly, the Sparrow was not particularly obedient. My foolish sister might still believe in the Sparrow's unwavering loyalty, Tyrion mocked. Judging by their current demeanor, it was evident that the Sparrow was merely going through the motions, unwilling to deploy his elite confidence. Perhaps my dear sister is already anticipating your head in King's Landing, Tyrion jested with a grin. Before long, the refugees were nearly decimated, while not a single one of Theon's 500 cavalrymen was injured. Theon continued to lead his troops at a leisurely pace. A week later, Theon returned to the port of Sigard. At that moment, a shipment had just arrived, and numerous porters were busy unloading cargo. Observing the large sea monster flag atop the vessel, Tyrion could not help but comment to Theon, "No wonder you have received so few reports of iron raids recently. Have you all turned to commerce? The ship is so immense that one might mistake it for a war vessel," Tyrion marveled. Theon replied with a smile, "Initially, no one wished to engage in trade, but when one must risk life and limb for mere coins, and then sees a neighbor return from the sea with gold pieces they could never acquire, who would be content? Money is always the greatest motivator." Boran concurred. "It appears you possess considerable influence. These individuals seem quite pleased to work for you." "Indeed." Theon dismounted. "The more one labors, the more one earns. They can earn at least a silver coin a day." Boran expressed his astonishment. "How much?" "A silver coin." "Yes, a silver coin a day. That amounts to 30 silver pieces a month, nearly a gold dragon in 3 months." Theon affirmed. "Exactly. That is why they are eager to carry the goods. If you want a horse to run, you must provide it with fodder." Theon chuckled. "Do you have any idea how many people in the Riverlands are eagerly anticipating my next conscription?" Tyrion, curious, inquired, "How many?" 50,000. He burst into laughter. "At least 300,000. Even many women aspire to enlist in the military." A burst of laughter escaped Tyrion, who exclaimed to Podrick, "Did you hear the figure he mentioned? 300,000. Yet, as his mirth subsided, Tyrion glanced at Shaun and then at the laborers toiling away. "What benefits does military service entail?" Tyrion inquired with a newfound seriousness. "Currently, a soldier earns 1 golden dragon per month, receives 13 golden dragons annually, enjoys 3 meals a day, accommodation, 4 days of each month, and their families receive a monthly food allowance. In the event of death, a one-time payment equivalent to 24 years' wages is granted as compensation." Tyrion was taken aback. "Then does that mean all your funds are devoted to the military?" "What else would it be?" Shaun replied nonchalantly. "If my money runs out, I will find a way to earn more. If I cannot earn it, then I shall resort to thievery. Regardless, my wealth is entirely spent on the army." Tyrion took a deep breath. "While your neighbor stockpiles provisions, you sharpen your blades." "I see." Chapter 62. You may go to the theater. Did you send someone to ambush Theon Greyjoy? Tywin stormed into Cersei's chamber. This morning, he had unexpectedly received a letter from Theon, and upon learning its contents, Tywin found himself devoid of the desire to summon Cersei. Instead, he directly proceeded to her quarters. "The 7 kingdoms have only just begun to stabilize, and you are inciting war." Tywin's tone brimmed with fury. Witnessing Tywin's wrath, Cersei felt a flicker of fear and regret within her, yet she maintained her defiance, asserting, "Eliminating Theon is the wisest choice. He claims the title of King of the Iron Islands, and next he will declare himself king of the Seven Kingdoms. If you wish to eliminate Tyrion, you can seek opportunities at your leisure, rather than resorting to a hasty ambush. The Riverlands are under Theon's control, as are the lands of Cracklaw and White Harbor. Theon has exchanged the head of the mountain for the goodwill of Dorne. Now that Tommen has just ascended to the throne, he has yet to secure his position. Tywin's words rang true. Although there was no public opposition to Tommen's coronation, the true power that belonged to him consisted solely of the Westerlands, the Riverlands, and the Stormlands. In this arena, Highgarden and the Lannisters were still at odds, each vying to manipulate Tommen to elevate their own families to dominion over Westeros. The Westerlands had scarcely recovered from the war with the North, and what they needed now was rest and recuperation, not the provocation of conflict due to a foolish decision. Theon has demanded substantial compensation. Should it not be met, he will publicly unveil your misdeeds. He knows far more than you realize. We possess an army of 200,000, capable of annihilating the Riverlands. Cersei insisted, undeterred. We have only 50,000 soldiers. Do you truly believe the Riverlands would come to our aid? Tywin retorted. Olenna would relish seeing both the Lion and the Kraken vanquish one another. Do you think the forces of the Riverlands are easily subdued? We are still uncertain of the true strength of Theon's peculiar armor. From this day forth, you are forbidden from leaving the Red Keep. And you are to cease all contact with the High Sparrow. Behave as a proper Queen Regent and hasten to bear a song for Loras. After reprimanding Cersei, Tywin turned to leave. He felt profound disappointment in her, to prevent her from disrupting his plans. He stripped her of her authority and placed her under house arrest within the Red Keep. As Cersei watched Tywin's retreating figure, her mind drifted to Joffrey's tragic demise and Tyrion's myriad grievances. A flash of malice and hesitation crossed her eyes, as if she were contemplating something sinister. Time swiftly passed to the end of the year AC 301. It had been a year since Tyrion's return. He had been appointed Hand of the King, replacing Theon in the governance of the Riverlands. Once again, Tyrion found himself astonished by Theon's political ideology. Every city in the Riverlands was governed directly by officials dispatched from Pike, with mandatory rotations every 5 years. This arrangement virtually eliminated any opportunity for local lords to form alliances, while the separation of military, political, and judicial powers allowed Theon to exert unparalleled control over the Riverlands. During this year, Theon established courts, with each city in the Riverlands funding the creation of courts and law enforcement agencies. Minor disputes among ordinary citizens are typically addressed by the Urban Enforcement Bureau, while more significant cases are referred to the courts for adjudication. In matters of justice, Theon has established a relatively comprehensive administrative system, continually refining the law with the counsel of several scholars based on regional circumstances. Before the law, nobles and commoners are considered equal, a principle that initially faced substantial opposition, particularly from the nobles of the Iron Islands, Harlaw, Oakmont, and Black-Tide. Instances of open defiance have emerged, yet Theon remains indifferent, which has emboldened the arrogance of the three noble houses. They are biding their time, waiting for an opportunity to dethrone Theon, or at the very least, to force him into exile in the Riverlands. Meanwhile, Theon is also awaiting an opportunity. He is anticipating Euron's return and the potential for rebellion. At the Central Administrative Palace in the coastal port, Prime Minister Tyrion received a stack of documents detailing the tax revenue from the Riverlands. A scholar presented the files before him. Tyrion nodded, acknowledging the information, and instructed the scholar to take his leave. As he perused the extensive tax details, he meticulously verified the figures before forwarding them to Pike. The substantial amounts listed did not stir any emotion within Tyrion, who had long since found tranquility in his thoughts. Following the assurance that the food supply in the Riverlands would prevent starvation, Theon had permitted the production of alcohol and organic fertilizers, allowing both commoners and nobles to establish factories for sale. Consequently, Theon amended the commercial tax regulations, apart from street vendors. Any merchant with a foundational storefront and a certain level of sales was required to remit taxes monthly. While tax evasion still occurred, overall tax revenues had significantly increased. Among these enterprises, the soap factory, a state-owned entity, contributed an astronomical sum each month, had it not been for the limited supply of animal fats. Sales would have undoubtedly doubled. The method of castrating white pigs was also disseminated to the scholars by Theon, greatly alleviating the unpleasant odor of pork. This prompted many farmers to begin pig farming, providing ample lard and allowing families to enjoy a few morsels of meat. Prime Minister, there is a woman outside who wishes to see you, a servant announced. Many wish to see my daughter. What does she want? If it is not of great importance, send her away. The servant hesitated before responding. My lord, She claims to be Melisandre, a servant of the Lord of Light. Who? Melisandre, the witch accompanying Stannis, Tyrion exclaimed. Bring her in. Soon, Melisandre entered Tyrion's office. How peculiar. How are these white walls constructed? She inquired upon entering. The products of the Ministry of Works. Classified information, not something you should question. What brings you here? Melisandre then began to recount events following Stannis' retreat. After Stannis was defeated, he fled to the north. While Melisandre, who had firmly believed that Stannis was the embodiment of the Lord of Light, the reincarnation of Azor Ahai, was destined to wield the Lightbringer to end the long night. Yet, inexplicably, she found herself unable to connect with the Lord of Light. She could sense the magical elements in the air surging incessantly, but the connection eluded her. Now, she could invoke many enchantments without relying on the fire element stone around her neck. In a desperate gamble, she forcefully employed the authority of the Lord of Light to foresee the ultimate battle. However, to her astonishment, having unilaterally invoked the Lord's power without facing any repercussions made her suspect that something might have happened to him. In this prophecy, she beheld a figure clad in pure white armor riding a rather peculiar four-legged dragon. Melisandre had once overheard Stannis mention the white-clad knight, described as impervious to harm and immensely powerful. After confirming with an artist, she immediately abandoned Stannis and set out to gather information, eventually arriving in the Riverlands. However, the conditions in the Riverlands had changed significantly. Newcomers were required not only to present a pass but also to provide identification and endure an array of inquiries. This led her to meander for several months before finally reaching the port of Seagard. So, you mean to say that His Majesty will don armor to confront that child-misleading Night King? Quite the tale, Tyrion exclaimed with admiration. He then withdrew a silver coin from his pocket and handed it to Melisandre, saying, "Thank you for your story. But I must now attend to the taxation of the Riverlands." After a moment's reflection, Tyrion added, "By the way, your narrative could be presented to the theater's playwrights. They would surely adapt your story into a dramatic performance. Such an innovative tribute to His Majesty is precisely what they lack." The theater was also a concept of Shuren, as the low literacy rate rendered newspapers rather ineffective. Consequently, Shuren established the theater at a remarkably affordable price. Simultaneously, numerous traveling troops perpetually disseminated Shuren's ideas through the medium of drama throughout the Riverlands. Chapter 63, Movements of the Others, a letter from the wall. Upon hearing Tyrion's words, Melisandre began to mutter incantations. With a sudden flare, flames erupted from her hands. "What on earth is this?" Tyrion exclaimed in astonishment. Magic was awakening, and its resurgence was unprecedented in both speed and intensity. Never before had a tide of magic surged so violently. The Night King's power was poised to eclipse that of any era past. Melisandre's tone was grave, for this magical tide was undeniably peculiar. It was 100-fold more rapid than any recorded instance, as if a dam had been breached. This was a most terrifying development. Even fire sorcerers could now wield flames with mere incantations. Thus, it stood to reason that the Night King's ice magic would reach a dreadfully formidable level. As the emissary of the Lord of Light, Melisandre felt a profound obligation to avert this calamity. She aspired to assist Theon in uniting Westeros before the long night descends, gathering the strength of the entire continent to fortify the wall. "I am aware of the existence of magic. There are numerous enigmatic sorcerers in Essos. However," Tyrion struggled to articulate his thoughts. In his memory, sorcerers and mages were typically a mad assemblage, requiring extensive rituals and sacrifices to conjure their spells. He had never encountered anyone like Melisandre, who could summon flames with mere words. Even the descriptions in books were scarce. At that moment, Tyrion recalled something Theon had once casually remarked upon seeing the plea for aid from the wall. Theon had said, "That ghastly thing is still far off. Let us hope Daenerys doesn't deliver any heads." No one had paid this comment any heed, dismissing it as a jest. Yet now it appeared that Theon might have already possessed some information regarding the others. Theon was no longer in the Riverlands, he was at Pike. "I shall send someone to escort you to Pike, but first, we must procure an identification card for you." "That peculiar little card?" Melisandre inquired with curiosity. "Indeed. Every individual, upon birth, must register at the local administrative office to facilitate population records." Tyrion then arranged for the swiftest vessel to transport Melisandre to Pike, concurrently penning a letter to be delivered by Raven. At this juncture, Theon was perusing a letter from the wall, which detailed a desperate plea for assistance. The night's watch was dwindling, with merely a few hundred men remaining, and provisions were alarmingly scarce. According to the reconnaissance by the rangers, 100,000 wildlings were advancing towards the wall, seemingly fleeing from something dreadful. Considering the prior information, it was highly probable that they were evading the others. Or it could be concluded that the wildlings were indeed fleeing from them. Andrew, we shall draft an additional 10,000 men into the ranks by early next year, raising the total to 30,000. Yes, Your Grace, Andre replied. This year, the tax revenue from the Riverlands is approximately 4 million, with nearly half stemming from the lucrative soap trade with Essos. Theon subsequently arrived at a factory not far from Pike, clearly a newly established establishment. At this moment, several scholars were intently gazing at the grand vessel before them, as if it contained some extraordinary treasure. How is it? Shuren suddenly interjected, clearly startling a few of the scholars. Your Majesty, you have arrived. You are correct. When the ash from plants is mixed with water in a ratio of 1:20 and then filtered through charcoal, it indeed can eliminate the vast majority of impurities. Given the current circumstances, the likelihood of producing fine salt is exceedingly high. Upon hearing the scholar's words, a flicker of excitement passed through Shuren's eyes. The process of creating fine salt is not particularly intricate. The challenge lies in the fact that fine salt is typically a commodity reserved for the royal family. Yet, Shuren harbored no such concerns. All he needed to do was ensure confidentiality. Much like the soap factory, not a single worker had ever left the premises. And even their families had been gathered together by Shuren. He suddenly recalled the method for producing fine salt, a detail he had long forgotten, resulting in a year of lost profit. Fortunately, it was not too late. Parker Island also possessed ample seawater for manufacturing coarse salt. Had Shuren produced fine salt earlier to sell in Essos, the earnings would have undoubtedly dwarfed those from soap. After all, fine salt is an indispensable commodity in every noble household, particularly among the slave masters of Essos, who, being wealthy and indulgent, would certainly not hesitate to pay a premium for the fine salt Shuren had to offer. Once the refined salt production is complete, it will be stored in glass bottles measuring 5 centimeters in height and 3 centimeters in diameter, then sold in Essos, with a tentative price set at 1 gold dragon per bottle. Glass already exists in the world of Game of Thrones, yet the technique for its production has long been monopolized by the Citadel, which has accrued substantial wealth through the trade of glass. For Shuren, the creation of glass is not overly complex. The sole challenge lies in the production of soda ash. The process of making soda ash is somewhat intricate, which hinders Shuren's ability to manufacture glass on a large scale, a lamentable circumstance. Similarly, Westeros possesses its own methods for producing refined salt. But even the royal family's refined salt has a slight yellow tint, which pales in comparison to the pure white fine salt before Shuren. A mere filtration process can result in a wide variety of refined salts. Over the past year, the workshop under Shuren's command has developed numerous useful inventions. Although much waste has also been produced, as long as innovations that enhance productivity emerge, Shuren stands to gain significantly. For instance, the dyeing loom has quadrupled the weaving speed of women. If every household had one, the production of fabric alone could match the family's previous total income. While the dyeing loom does not rival the famed spinning jenny, the emergence of the prototype makes subsequent improvements far simpler. However, the development of the steam engine has encountered tremendous challenges, with 2 craftsmen having tragically lost their lives in the process. This is an unavoidable predicament, as the quality of steel is exceedingly poor, and the sealing is inadequate, resulting in very low energy transmission efficiency. Do not suggest that it could propel ships or trains. Even the steam engine developed today would struggle to push a bicycle. After reviewing the research progress on refined salt, Xian returned to Pike Island with a sense of exhilaration. The innovations crafted by the Machinery Bureau, based on Xian's recollections, have significantly enhanced the productivity of Hejian, and with the advent of refined salt, Xian is poised to reap substantial rewards. The increase in productivity heralds a surge in population. According to current statistics, by the end of this year, Hejian's populace is projected to reach 3 million. Based on Xian's estimates, the sustainable limit of fully committed soldiers in Hejian is approximately 100,000. Thanks to a productivity level that far surpasses contemporary society, Hejian boasts an astonishing military ratio of 2:8. However, Xian will not permit Hejian to develop beyond its means. Given the current circumstances, it appears that conflict may still be a few years away. Xian has time to cultivate, already. Disaster-resistant wheat is being extensively sown in the fertile fields surrounding Benlu Fort. In 2 years' time, Xian will no longer need to fret about food supplies. Chapter 64. The Ailing Lion amidst tumultuous times half a year later, in a dimly lit basement of King's Landing. What is the situation? At most 3 months. Tywin is destined to perish. Yet, should we truly fear a desperate retaliation from him? Not at all. Once Tywin takes action, chaos will undoubtedly ensue in King's Landing. I cannot believe he would resort to such measures. Within the Red Keep, Cersei was administering medicine to Tywin. 6 months prior, in June of AC 302, Tywin suddenly fell ill, managing to handle state affairs only with the aid of medication, but he was gradually losing his strength. According to the Maester, he had at most 3 months left. After feeding Tywin, Cersei helped him lie down. Father, I will assist Tommen with the state matters. You must rest well. I believe you will recover soon. Let us hope, Tywin replied, his voice faint. Once Cersei departed, Tywin opened his eyes and immediately summoned a servant to fetch Jaime Lannister. A moment later, Jaime arrived at Tywin's side. In that instant, Tywin resembled a flickering candle in a tempest, aged beyond belief in just 6 months. I have no more than 3 months left, Jaime, Tywin gasped, his breathing labored. Before I depart this world, you must return to the Westlands and inherit Casterly Rock. Jaime's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Tywin had always cultivated him as the heir and shared the least conflict with him among his 3 children. You will recover, father. Jaime's voice trembled slightly. I am fully aware of my condition. You must set forth for the Westlands at once to claim your ducal title. After speaking, he handed Jaime a letter. This is for you. Return immediately and secure the loyalty of the noble houses of the Westlands. Moreover, be wary of the bastard, Theon Greyjoy. Under no circumstances should you conspire with him. That man never honors his agreements unless your power far surpasses his. Tywin imparted many instructions to Jaime and then requested that he summon Kevan. Kevan Lannister, Tywin's brother and another pillar of House Lannister, met a tragic end in the explosion at the Great September of Baelor in the original tale. What is it that you require, brother? Kevan approached, aiding Tywin to sit up. After Jaime departs tomorrow, you must lead a campaign against the Sparrows and ensure their complete eradication. Cersei cannot control them. Tywin was aware of Cersei's ongoing association with the Sparrows, even suspecting that they might have conspired with her to poison him. However, he believed Cersei lacked the audacity to betray him, despite being the individual with the greatest opportunity to do so. Furthermore, half a year ago, Tywin had indeed caught a chill and suffered a fever for several days. That bout of illness had contributed to the deterioration of his health. The Sparrows were not particularly active. Since the Faith Militant had vanished from King's Landing, the underbelly of the city had become their sole dominion. Thus, any attempt to root out the Sparrows would inevitably incite unrest among the common folk. The Great Sparrow must be besieged. He is undoubtedly an ambitious figure. Even in the face of a peasant uprising, the Great Sparrow must be eliminated. At this point, Tywin's voice grew somewhat louder, inducing a series of coughs. Upon hearing Tywin's resolute declaration, Kevan understood that Tywin was determined to crush the Great Sparrow. However, the Sparrows faction is no longer the impoverished group it once was. The Great Sparrow has embedded himself deeply in the hearts of the common folk. Any attempt to harm him would inevitably incite chaos among the populace. Nevertheless, since Tywin has spoken, a plan must be devised to encircle the Great Sparrow. This matter must remain discreet, and Cersei must not be informed. The elite forces from the Westlands outside King's Landing must be secretly mobilized to decisively eliminate the Great Sparrow. Rest assured, brother, the Great Sparrow will not escape. At Pike, Theon furrowed his brow as he gazed at the envelope before him. According to Varys' confidential report, Tywin was suspected of being poisoned. However, the daily concoction he consumed was confirmed to be free of any issues by Maester Pycelle. Additionally, the report indicated a strong possibility that Cersei and the Great Sparrow conspired to poison Tywin. However, Theon found it hard to believe. He thought Cersei lacked the audacity. Considering Tywin's towering reputation in the eyes of the Lannister siblings, which was evident to all. Putting away the letter, Theon inquired of Lucius, "What news from the Leviathan?" "Your Majesty, the suspicions still predominantly lie with Cersei and the Great Sparrow." Upon hearing this, Theon's frown deepened. This was highly unusual. Cersei should understand who the true pillar of House Lannister is, and, perplexingly, there was no evidence of poisoning. It was as if Tywin had fallen gravely ill and succumbed to his ailment. After all, he was over 50, a considerable age in Westeros. Regardless, should Tywin perish, the stability he had painstakingly secured for the Seven Kingdoms would likely unravel once more. Most critically, there was Tyrion. Theon had saved Tyrion's life at Cersei's behest. In light of her desire for revenge regarding her slain son, Cersei would surely not let this perpetrator escape unscathed. Yet, with Tyrion surrounded by formidable guards, assassination seemed a futile endeavor. Thus, Cersei would be left with only one path to pursue: war. A complete annihilation of Theon Greyjoy would compel him to surrender Tyrion. Contemplating this, Theon took out the envelope and composed 3 letters, one for Varys, another for Olenna, and the last for Cersei. The contents of the letters detailed the elaborate scheme to poison Tywin concocted by Olenna and Varys. Although he did not expect this letter to instigate an immediate rift between Cersei and Olenna, it would undoubtedly widen the existing chasm. Following Tywin's death, Jaime would return to Casterly Rock to assume the dukedom, signifying Cersei's absolute support in the Westlands. Meanwhile, Margaery would inevitably clash with Cersei over control of Tommen, as the roles of High Garden stood firmly behind her. Once the letters were meticulously penned, Theon temporarily set them aside. This was not yet the opportune moment. In the coming year or the next, Cersei will undoubtedly incite Tommen to wage war on the Riverlands, potentially enlisting the support of the Tyrells and rallying the forces from the Westlands, the Reach, Dorne, and the Stormlands to besiege the Riverlands. There is even a chance that Peter Baelish from the Vale will join in, as he is likely the one most eager to see Theon meet his demise. Currently, the combined forces of the Riverlands amount to 50,000 soldiers, all of whom are professional troops, training every 2 days. With a complete armor rate and exceptional military morale and quality, equating to at least 100,000 normal conscripts. Furthermore, every major stronghold in the Riverlands is fortified with cement walls and heavy iron gates operated by pulleys, effectively negating the possibility of being breached from outside. However, once war erupts, Theon will certainly not allow the flames of conflict to reach the Riverlands. Reflecting on this, Theon suddenly felt the need to first tidy up his own backyard, rather than waiting for that rogue Euron to return for a joint effort. Summon the lords, Theon commanded, taking immediate action to gather his council. Soon, the great nobles from Pike, Great White, Sawcliffe, and Old White assembled. Observing the animated discussions below, Theon clapped his hands and instructed Lucifer to distribute a stack of documents to the 18 arriving nobles. These documents detailed the conspiracies of the nobles from Harrow Island and the other 2 islands, with portions derived from the Leviathan Intelligence Organization and other snippets from Varys' Little Birds. Chapter 65, A Sweep, Fence. And terror. Numerous nobles gazed upon the documents in their hands, their hearts sinking with each passing moment. The undergarments of the Harry family had been thoroughly scrutinized. The Harry family harbored intentions of conspiracy, and now they were hastily mustering their forces. I shall personally lead the troops to eradicate the traitors. As the Iron Islands still operated under a feudal system, Theon was compelled to summon the various nobles to join his cause. As for the soldiers from the Riverlands, he had no need for them just yet. 3 days swiftly passed. On Pike Island, a gathering of 4,000 souls had assembled. Aside from the 1,500 hailing from Pike Island, the remaining 2,500 appeared to be mere brigands and pirates. The news of Theon's summons to his vessels reached the Harry family, who promptly alerted the other 2 islands, resulting in a formidable force of 5,500. Dunby Harry, the current lord of the Harry family, found himself in a state of unease. Previously, he had boasted with confidence, bolstered by Theon's apparent indifference. This emboldened him to consider reconvening the council to dethrone Theon. Yet, with Theon suddenly turning the tide against him, he felt a twinge of panic. Despite intelligence indicating Theon commanded only 4,000 men, he questioned whether he could withstand Theon's advance. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of confidence, incessantly assuring his fellow nobles that their forces, numbering over 5,000, had no cause for fear. In a bold move, he declared himself king, elevating the titles of his noble companions while publicly denouncing Theon as a traitor to the Iron Islands, branding him a lowly merchant. Pike Island lay in close proximity to Harrow Island, a mere day's sail away, and soon Theon made landfall on Harrow Island. He had anticipated an aggressive counterattack, yet was met with an unexpected retreat into the fortress. Andre was scornful. They had prepared for naval combat, yet upon landing, not a single figure appeared in sight. This indicated a semblance of cunning on their part, recognizing. Before Theon could finish his thought, a sudden clamor of battle cries erupted nearby. A throng of soldiers surged forth from the cliffs, an overwhelming sight that commanded attention. Ah, it seems the opposition is not entirely incompetent. They have indeed chosen to ambush from the cliffs at the harbor. Theon was taken aback. Without delay, he mounted his steed, grasping the double-bladed axe handed to him by his attendant, and donned his armor once more. Aerys, beneath him, exhibited a spirited eagerness, snorting through the iron plating. A far cry from the young colt he once was, now standing nearly 2 meters tall. Even encased in armor, he retained remarkable endurance and explosive power. With a swift snatch of his heels, Theon urged Aerys forward, who let out a triumphant neigh and charged towards the enemy. Given the barren nature of the Iron Islands, war horses were a rare commodity, and together, both sides could scarcely muster 400 cavalry. Thus, the battle would primarily consist of infantry. As Theon raced towards them, the rebel forces instinctively scattered, attempting to encircle the isolated figure of Theon. However, Aerys' speed surpassed their expectations. In the blink of an eye, Shaun had plunged into the throng, wielding a 2-meter-long double-headed axe with one hand. Thanks to the properties of Valyrian steel, any adversary merely grazed by the axe would either be slain or grievously wounded. Shaun's gaze swiftly fell upon Dunbeharry, the commander directing the soldiers, and he charged directly towards him. Dunbe, recognizing Shaun, immediately summoned archers to unleash arrows at him, disregarding the risk of injuring his own men. Yet, the arrows merely ricocheted off Shaun, failing to penetrate the full suit of iron armor encasing Aerys. Aerys maintained an astonishing speed, covering the short distance of 200 meters in just over 10 seconds. At this moment, Shaun commanded a legion of no less than 100 souls, marking the armor's first notable performance in battle. Upon seeing the gleaming white armor so close at hand, Dunbe was consumed by jealousy. He could not accept that if he possessed such armor and a war steed, Shaun would be no match for him. Yet, the world of power struggles was inherently unjust. Much like Daenerys, who commanded 3 dragons, had it not been for the forced demise of the dragons, the 7 kingdoms would have long been unified. Shaun's situation mirrored that. As long as he refrained from recklessness, he remained an invincible force. With a swift arc of his axe, Dunbe's men soared into the air, their eyes wide with disbelief and despair. At this juncture, the armies clashed. The 1,500 men of Pike Island swiftly formed ranks and engaged the rebels in fierce combat. Unlike the chaotic brawls of other soldiers, Pike Island's forces exhibited remarkable combat prowess, steadily depleting the rebels' fighting strength. Concurrently, Shaun began to hunt down the noble leaders among the insurgents. After consuming the final batch of extraordinary weight, Aerys experienced a significant enhancement in stamina. Appearing never to show signs of fatigue, the war arrived swiftly and departed just as rapidly. Soon, the rebels began to crumble. Following their defeat, Shaun divided his forces into 3, embarking on a campaign to eradicate the rebellious nobles across the 3 islands. He decreed that all insurrectionist nobles be executed en masse, bestowing their fortresses upon the valiant soldiers who had fought bravely. However, these newly minted nobles would possess only the right to collect taxes, while the farmers within their domains would remain under Pike Island's management, no longer obligated to fight for their lord. With the issuance of Shaun's decree, dissenting voices were nearly non-existent, for all understood his political philosophy, having witnessed how he had severed Dunbeharry's head. Thus, they were content with their castles and the right to tax. Those who remained ungrateful would find themselves feeding the fish. This unprecedented massacre and reckoning in the Iron Islands endured for 4 months, during which it was said the waters surrounding Harrow were stained a deep crimson. The people of the Iron Islands referred to this month as the month of judgment, during which Shaun executed no fewer than 200 nobles. Consequently, the dissenting voices in the Harrow Islands were thoroughly extinguished, allowing Shaun to seize the opportunity to declare the formal synchronization of the Iron Islands governance with that of the Riverlands. Although many nobles harbor some resistance to the implementation of the city guard system, they do not exhibit overt opposition. The reason, of course, lies in the fact that Shaun is able to facilitate greater profits for them. The nobles possess varying degrees of savings, and Shaun generously distributes shares of luxury goods such as soap, glass, and fine salt, ensuring their financial gain. Simultaneously, Shaun collects commercial taxes, creating a mutually beneficial arrangement. Furthermore, Shaun acquires 2/3 of the land at elevated prices from the nobles, subsequently selling it to farmers at lower prices in installments. While this incurs some losses for Shaun, the amount is relatively insignificant to him. However, it significantly contributes to the advancement of societal productivity. Although the city guard system establishes a separation of powers, the administrative authority still predominantly resides with the nobles. Even though the nobles may govern in unfamiliar territories, this does not hinder their monopolization of administrative power. Shaun has yet to consider establishing an education system, at least not until the year 303, as otherwise, the farmers would lack the surplus income to afford their children's education. Chapter 66. The tumult in King's Landing. As Cersei tended to the weeds in the garden, an unprecedented turmoil erupted in King's Landing. The High Sparrow was accused of treason and faced a relentless siege by the forces of the Westeros. In turn, the High Sparrow proclaimed that the king was surrounded by demonic influences and sought to cleanse the court. Thus, an extraordinary urban conflict broke out within the city. And the Sparrows, being more acquainted with the terrain, matched the forces of the Westeros in a surprising contest. The outbreak of war wreaked havoc upon the common folk and lesser nobles alike, as waves of refugees engaged in plunder and violence, subjecting many noblewomen to inhumane torments. However, just as the conflict reached a fever pitch, the elderly Tywin suddenly passed away. According to the Grand Maester, he succumbed to a chill that seized his heart. Tywin's death abruptly halted Cersei's campaign against the High Sparrow, as she, acting as regent, summoned numerous ministers to prepare for Tywin's funeral. Cersei insisted that Tywin's funeral took precedence over further bloodshed. The chaos in King's Landing was already overwhelming, and with Tywin's demise, the city had become a fragile egg. At this juncture, Kevin understood Cersei's intentions. She was resolutely determined to protect the High Sparrow. Gazing at the royal decree in his hand, Kevin sighed in resignation and ceased the assault against the High Sparrow. Seeing Kevin's withdrawal, the frail form of the High Sparrow finally straightened somewhat. He was at the end of his rope, with his available forces dwindling. This battle had profoundly illuminated the disparity between his faction and a regular army. The differences in both the quality of troops and their equipment were striking, were it not for the High Sparrow's familiarity with the slums. Leveraging the terrain to his advantage, his followers would have faltered within mere days. Control the High Sparrow, or you shall regret it. Kevin's tone was heavy, a mixture of warning and disappointment. After uttering these words, he turned away, for Tywin's remains needed to be returned to the Westeros for burial. As she watched Kevin's retreating figure, Cersei's expression flickered between clarity and uncertainty. Tywin's death seemed to have struck her with considerable impact. Perhaps because his demise was inherently tied to her own fate. Tywin's funeral was grand, yet it took place not in King's Landing, but in Casterly Rock. At the close of AC 302, Tywin had succumbed to illness in King's Landing, and Cersei seized control of power once more. While Jaime returned to Casterly Rock to inherit the title of Duke, the power dynamics in King's Landing were once again reshuffled. Cersei temporarily assumed the role of Prime Minister. And as regent, she ascended to the pinnacle of power once more, subduing the Tyrells of Highgarden in the process. Cersei had regained everything she desired. We must tread carefully. Olenna cautioned Marjorie. Fear not, I shall be cautious. Tommen adores me. He is but a young man newly acquainted with forbidden pleasures, Marjorie replied with a tone of confidence. Indeed, we need not overly fret, for the most anxious party now resides in the Riverlands. Ah, this promises to be quite a spectacle. Olenna's voice brimmed with schadenfreude. Shall we send troops to assist? Marjorie inquired with curiosity. One must understand that aspiring to be a queen does not solely hinge on the support of lions. However, for a lion to firmly claim the Iron Throne, it undoubtedly requires our backing. Olenna's words exuded confidence, for if Tommen sought to secure his reign, the support of the Riverlands was paramount, and therein lay their strength. Presently, the Stormlands boasted scant military might, and the forces of the Westlands had suffered considerable losses in their skirmishes with the North, while the Riverlands had emerged virtually unscathed. At this juncture, the most potent factions in Westeros comprised merely 3.5, the Riverlands, the Westlands, and the Riverlands, with the Vale counted as a half. The Vale's strength should not be underestimated. As a veritable paradise within Westeros, its defenses, though reliant on natural barriers, did not imply a deficiency in martial prowess. The Knights of the Vale were numerous indeed. In the year 303 AC, on the second day of the second month, Westeros was besieged by an unprecedented deluge. At Pike, Theon gazed out of the window, observing the tempestuous rain. Thunder roared in the heavens, and brilliant flashes of silver lightning illuminated the earth for but a moment, as a colossal figure swept through the sky. Suddenly, Myrcella darted from behind Theon, inquiring, "What are you watching?" "The rain," he replied, "for such torrential downpours are irresistibly captivating." Theon held a particular fondness for watching rain, especially storms, as they invariably uplifted his spirits. But shouldn't rainy days be reserved for slumber? Myrcella argued, believing the gentle patter of rain was most conducive to sleep. "Hurry! Sister Selena has already warmed the bed," she implored, tugging at Theon's sleeve with a playful demeanor. "Ha ha, very well, I shall cease my observation." He chuckled, leading Myrcella back to their rest. The tempest raged throughout the night, and by the following morning, a fine drizzle still lingered. However, thanks to the advent of cement, the streets of Pike remained free from mud. The production of cement was substantial. Yet its unique nature necessitated stringent documentation of its allocation. Almost all of the cement had been utilized for road repairs and wall fortifications, with civilian use currently restricted. This circumstance had resulted in the minor collapse of numerous thatched and earthen homes among the common folk, although they possessed the means to construct stone houses. It appeared that their newfound wealth had not incited extravagance, but rather a growing frugality. Nevertheless, it seemed that repairs could no longer be postponed. Pike's drainage system was relatively well developed, as Theon's stronghold had undergone 2 expansion plans. Each expansion initially addressed the arrangement of various underground conduits. Your Majesty, the new conscription in the Riverlands has commenced, with a notable increase in applicants compared to last year. Judging by the volunteer forms, the majority are drawn by the allure of military benefits. Upon hearing Andre's report, Theon smiled and remarked, "What else could one expect? Do you anticipate others to arrive with ideals of loyalty and patriotism? We are seeking recruits, soldiers. If the benefits do not prove attractive, then this army should not be formed at all." Andre, the armies of the world can be categorized into 3 tiers. The third tier is comprised of forces that fight solely for the benefit of others, and such armies are often prone to collapse at the slightest provocation. The second tier fights for their own interests or under the influence of religious indoctrination. These armies possess a commendable fighting spirit and, even when suffering casualties exceeding 50%, they are unlikely to falter easily. At this point, CM paused, seemingly lost in a reverie. And what of the first-tier armies? Andre could no longer suppress his curiosity. The first-tier armies fight entirely for their convictions, and not for the deceitful manipulations of religion. Such armies, even if reduced to their last man, will never yield to defeat. Andre felt that His Majesty was perhaps indulging in grandiloquence. Your Majesty, have you ever witnessed such a phenomenon? Andre was skeptical about the existence of such armies in the world. I have not seen them, but I have heard tales from the elders. The army of the rabbit back in the day was of this caliber. The rabbit? The founding of the nation? Andre's lips twitched. She often interjected with references that left others perplexed. Fortunately, Andre was accustomed to this and swiftly redirected the conversation. Shall we expand our forces this year? Indeed. For war is imminent. Inform Tyrion that we shall increase our army to 100,000, recruiting 50,000 this year. 100,000 is the maximum number of fully dedicated soldiers that the Hudgian region can currently sustain. Thanks to the gradual promotion of disaster-resistant wheat, the grain yield in Hudgian has increased by at least 30% this year. Chapter 67, The Bay of Slaves. Tyrion set down the decree from Cersei. Realizing that war was imminent, he understood that he was the catalyst for this conflict. Had it not been for Cersei saving him, she would never have instigated a war against the Riverlands. However, what was done, and lamenting it would not change the course of events. Tyrion felt he had not disappointed Cersei, for at least under his governance, the Riverlands thrived. He began preparations for this year's conscription, mobilizing 20,000 elite troops to the southern part of the Riverlands as a precaution against an unannounced attack from Cersei. With that thought in mind, Tyrion penned a letter to Cersei, requesting that she send a batch of cement to reinforce the castles in the southern Riverlands. Meanwhile, Cersei was not idle. She sought every means to stabilize the situation in King's Landing while simultaneously contending with the Tyrells for control of Tommen. With Jaime now inheriting the title of Duke of Casterly Rock, Cersei felt assured that the Westerlands stood firmly behind her. Currently, the number of soldiers Cersei could mobilize was rather limited. Upon reflection, it seemed she could only directly command the forces from the Crownlands, while the military might of both the Stormlands and the Westerlands had significantly declined, lacking a justifiable pretext to launch an assault on the Riverlands. Especially since Tyrion had legitimately won the trial by combat, leaving him exonerated, Cersei was adept at fabricating excuses where none existed. Thus, she procured paper and ink and began to compose a letter. Essos, the Bay of Slaves. The Bay of Slaves in Essos serves as the epicenter of the world as slave trade, home to bed slaves, skilled slaves, and the renowned Unsullied. Here, Theon acquired many skilled slaves, but ever since a certain woman arrived at the bay, things began to unravel. This Dragon Queen first disrupted centuries-old traditions, deftly acquiring an invincible army of 8,000, and then, under the guise of liberating slaves, took control of the entire bay. Regrettably, the queen lacked political acumen and was surrounded by individuals ill-suited for governance, resulting in rampant chaos across the 3 cities of the bay. In Meereen, where Daenerys resided, the Harpy spawn frequently caused unrest, and while Daenerys was stationed in Meereen, the Yunkai declared a return to slavery. In Astapor, The former slaves whom Daenerys had elevated to positions of power became new slave masters themselves. Struggling with the turmoil in Meereen, Daenerys found herself unable to address the crisis in the other two cities. Although she liberated hundreds of thousands of slaves, she failed to provide employment opportunities for them. When the initial euphoria of freedom wore off, many former slaves found themselves aimlessly adrift, uncertain of how to sustain their lives. This was a critical reason behind the failure of Daenerys' emancipation movement, leading many former slaves to revolt against her in hopes of returning to the bonds of servitude. Amidst the utmost chaos in Astapor, an unwelcome visitor had arrived in the city. "Damn it, I have finally arrived in Essos," Bororan seethed with discontent. While Varys remained remarkably composed. "What is it that you find unsatisfactory? Gold, women, power, what has His Majesty withheld from you? I merely wish to voice my grievances." "Why do you speak so much?" Bororan replied nonchalantly. "His Majesty granted you 4,000 elite soldiers to establish a foothold in Essos, not to indulge in complaints," Varys admonished. At this juncture, Varys' allegiance to Shoren had reached its zenith. As Varys articulated, he aspired to support a wise ruler, irrespective of their lineage. The governance of the Riverlands under Shoren evoked the vision of an ideal realm in Varys' heart, causing him to forget the last time he had cursed Shoren as untimely demise. With Illyrio, Varys also made his stance clear, resulting in a rather unpleasant parting. Initially, Varys intended to procure some funds from Illyrio, but the multitude of information Illyrio sought was beyond Varys' reach, leading to a straightforward revelation. Regrettably, he missed the opportunity for extortion, yet it mattered little, as the Riverlands presently lacked for funds. The annual profits from the myriad goods in the Riverlands amounted to at least 600,000 golden dragons, sufficient to repay the considerable debts owed to the Iron Throne. Meanwhile, the Iron Throne faced its own tribulations, burdened annually with loan repayments to the Iron Bank, not to mention the debts owed to the Lannisters and other noble families. Bororan embraced a courtesan, saying, "No need to rush. As His Majesty stated, Astapor currently faces 3 opposing factions, with the Butcher of Clyre having nearly eradicated the other 2. Indeed, our objective is to eliminate Clyre and then, following His Majesty's counsel, swiftly stabilize Astapor before pursuing the plans for the plains of Lazar." Bororan, while clutching a large rabbit, added, "Our army certainly cannot enter the city. Perhaps we can allow a portion to infiltrate Astapor first, then open the city gates under cover of night." Bororan's strategy was simple: ascertain the whereabouts of Clyre's pyramid and, under the veil of night, seize the gates before mounting a direct assault on Clyre's stronghold. Varys concurred with this plan, recognizing that Astapor's defenses were notably lax, enhancing their chances of success. After finalizing their strategy, Bororan turned to the now terrified courtesan. "Do you understand our words?" Upon hearing this, the courtesan trembled even more. Bororan glanced at Varys, who tilted his head. "What? Do you intend to kill her? We are a disciplined force, we do not slay indiscriminately. We shall purchase her and take her with us." Ultimately, Bororan spent a silver coin to acquire the courtesan. What a bargain, just 1 silver coin. What else would you expect? In the slave base, the least valuable are the slaves, the true worth lies elsewhere, Varys remarked. In the following 3 days, Bororan swiftly pinpointed the largest pyramid, the residence of Clyre. That very night, Bororan led a squad of 30 elite men, utilizing the recently invented repeating crossbow, to swiftly seize the gates of Astapor. The 4,000 elite troops swiftly surged towards the residence of Cleon. Cleon's response was unexpectedly swift, catching Bororan off guard. However, it bore little impact on the outcome. Bororan's contingent, clad in armor and equipped with an abundance of crossbows and fine steel weaponry, faced Cleon's troops, whose weaponry was an eclectic assortment of mismatched arms, rendering the encounter a mere slaughter. Before long, Cleon's forces were utterly routed, and he himself was captured and brought before Bororan. Observing the trembling Cleon, quaking in fear, Bororan could not refrain from remarking to Varys, "This fellow appears less a butcher and more like a corpulent rat." Just as Cleon began to utter a response, Bororan swiftly swung his sword, severing Cleon's head. He displayed the severed head in the slave square, announcing that the following day all would be driven to the effort square. Subsequently, Bororan met with Schiller to inform him that Astapor had been secured and preparations were underway for the takeover. Schiller accompanied Bororan to Essos. Appointed as the chief by Qyburn himself, Bororan oversaw military matters, Schiller attended to political affairs, and Varys was responsible for the transmission of intelligence. Chapter 68 Declaration. On the following day, many slaves awoke to find the world transformed. They gathered at the slave square, exchanging bewildered glances as new and old slaves mingled. Observing the imposing soldiers clad in armor, many individuals who were once nobles but had been relegated to slavery by the cruel Clyan found their spirits rekindled. It appeared that this faction, intent on eradicating Clyan, was formidable. The soldiers' luxurious weaponry was a testament to their might. In ancient times, armor was a symbol of wealth, while weapons held little value. Regulations concerning weapons varied, yet the possession of armor was a capital offense, not merely due to its cost, but because of its pivotal role in warfare. Schiller brandished an iron trumpet and declared in Valyrian, "I am Schiller. You may henceforth refer to me as the city guardian. Where I come from is of no concern to you, but from this moment on, Astapor shall fall under my jurisdiction. Regardless of your previous status, you are now all citizens of Astapor." Schiller spoke for a full half hour, and the efforts of the other slave masters became evident. They grasped that there would be no more slaves in Astapor, which brought to mind that woman. Yet it was clear this was not the doing of the Mother of Dragons, for her forces lacked such elite troops. Subsequently, Schiller embarked on sweeping reforms in Astapor. His first order of business was to eradicate the remnants of the old ruling powers. 4,000 elite soldiers spent a fortnight thoroughly cleansing the city before Schiller could truly seize control. During this period, both Yunkai and Millen received news of Astapor's change in leadership. Intriguingly, neither city responded. Millen's Daenerys found herself overwhelmed by the Son of the Harpy, while Yunkai adopted a detached demeanor, seemingly indifferent to the turmoil. However, Yunkai did voice his disapproval of Astapor's liberation of slaves, asserting that Schiller and Daenerys were cut from the same cloth. Yet, that was the extent of his involvement. It was evident that Yunkai wished to avoid unnecessary trouble. This, however, afforded Schiller some time. He solemnly issued the Emancipation Proclamation and the notice to slave masters. The former announced the liberation of slaves, while the latter served as Schiller's primary objective, urging the surrounding landowners to free their slaves and voluntarily surrender their lands. This not only ensured their safety but also allowed them to retain their fortunes, dissuading thoughts of murdering slaves and destroying lands in a hasty escape. They were given 3 days to consider. Yet, Schiller did not grant them 3 days. On the very first day, he dispatched troops to begin dismantling the estates of the nearby landowners. Equipped with superior gear, Schiller was able to divide his forces and act simultaneously. This led to the capture of numerous landowners attempting to flee, who were summarily executed and their assets confiscated. Conversely, for the compliant landowners, Schiller honored his word, permitting them to retain their wealth, with the option to either relocate or settle in Astapor. Schiller assured them of his technologies, such as glass, soap, and refined salt, promising to share a portion of prosperity with them. This news has brought immense joy to many landowners, while simultaneously igniting curiosity and speculation regarding the origins of Schiller and his entourage. However, this did not dampen their spirits. After all, the commodities Schiller mentioned, if available for sale, would undoubtedly yield far greater profits than their current endeavors as landowners. As time elapsed, within merely 3 days, Schiller acquired the lands surrounding Astapor and unexpectedly amassed a fortune, inciting envy among the landowners who wished to see him fail. Once he had dealt with the landowners, Schiller commenced a meticulous census of Astapor's population. The city of Astapor housed approximately 200,000 inhabitants, with the surrounding region's population nearing 800,000, totaling around 1 million. Schiller decided to lease the land to the freed slaves, assuring them that after 3 years of cultivation, the land would be sold to them for a mere silver coin. Throughout these 3 years, he would only collect 30% of the rental fees, distributing the land based on the number of individuals, with each person allotted roughly 4 acres. Each estate was designated as a village, facilitating management further. Simultaneously, Schiller instituted a system of collective responsibility. If one family transgressed the law, neighboring households would also face repercussions. In accordance with the laws of the Riverlands, he promulgated a new code of freedom, reaffirming the authority of the law. Upon his arrival in Astapor, Schiller not only brought with him 4,000 elite soldiers, but also a cadre of scholars and key personnel from the Riverlands factories. With the implementation of Schiller's series of decrees, Astapor swiftly regained stability. His reforms contrasted sharply with those of Daenerys, while Daenerys merely removed the shackles from the slaves. Schiller not only liberated them, but also provided pathways for their survival. The rapid stabilization of Astapor astonished both Yunkai and Meereen, as they had never witnessed an external regime so quickly consolidate control after seizing a city by force. In contrast, Meereen, despite Daenerys' possession of the Unsullied and free dragons, remained ensnared in turmoil. Schiller, however, remained unconcerned with their perspectives. With the distribution of land completed, he began to select locations for factory construction. Given that Schiller had yet to establish deep roots in Essos, he could not afford to build factories outside the city of Astapor. Ultimately, he heeded Varys' counsel and chose several pyramids for renovation to serve as the foundation for the factories. Observing the gradually stabilizing and accelerating operations of Astapor, Schiller finally breathed a sigh of relief. As this marked the first endeavor of his house in Essos, Sikun placed great importance on this venture, which added considerable pressure on Schiller. Fortunately, he had successfully completed the initial phase and had timed it well, with the harvest just gathered. There was no immediate concern regarding food supplies. After seizing Astapor, Schiller communicated with Sikun, assuring him that within a few months, the first shipment of cement would arrive in Astapor, thus allowing for genuine peace of mind. Currently, Astapor could be deemed fundamentally stable, relying heavily on the 4,000 elite soldiers under Boron's command to maintain order. However, preparations for the initial wave of conscription were already underway, with plans to recruit 5,000 individuals, subsequently filtering 4,000 to reinforce Boron's ranks. The remaining 1,000 individuals formed a law enforcement agency to maintain order in Astapor and address various legal disputes. Consequently, Astapor was likely to achieve a significant degree of stability. However, the initial conscription proved to be quite challenging. Schiller had already reduced the enlistment benefits to merely 1/5 of that of the regular army in Hejian. Yet the majority still perceived Schiller's intentions as an attempt to recruit a suicide squad. Ultimately, the military compensation dwindled to a mere 30 copper coins per month, inclusive of free meals and accommodation, before any individuals began to enlist. It took an entire month of arduous effort to gradually gather the requisite 5,000 eligible young men. Chapter 69, Celaena's pregnancy. On Parker Island, Sean was engrossed in governmental affairs, strategizing the future development of the Riverlands. When a scholar abruptly entered to deliver unexpected news, Celaena was pregnant. The proclamation caught Sean off guard. Pregnant? He echoed, perplexed. Your Majesty, Queen Celaena is indeed with child. With a sharp snap, Sean closed his book. Are you certain? Yes, Your Majesty, I am certain. Sean struggled to grasp the reality of the situation. It was not that he was averse to welcoming a child, rather, the notion was bewildering. Given that he had administered a serum, it was presumed that conceiving offspring would be exceedingly difficult, which led him to forego any protective measures. Why, then, was this outcome so contrary to his expectations? Your Majesty. Congratulations on the impending heir, the scholar continued. However, the damp conditions of the Iron Islands are unsuitable for a pregnant woman. I recommend relocating Queen Celaena to the Riverlands for her health. With a dismissive wave of his hand, Sean signaled the scholar to withdraw. The scholar, sensing the dismissal, bowed slightly before exiting. Sean then sought out Celaena Fry. Celaena sat on a bench in the courtyard, accompanied by old Ward. At the sight of Sean's arrival, Ward's smile stretched from ear to ear. Your Majesty, congratulations on your heir, he exclaimed. It had been quite some time since Ward had felt such joy. For the established order dictated that both Myrcella and Celaena held the rank of primary wives. Thus, should Celaena's firstborn be a son, he would be recognized as Sean's legitimate heir. Sean gazed at Ward's exuberance, speechless, and swiftly approached Celaena. How are you feeling? He asked, a surge of excitement coursing through him. After all, it was his first experience of impending fatherhood, and it would be disingenuous not to feel exhilarated. I'm well enough, though the Grand Maester mentioned that I should move to the Riverlands. Should I go? Celaena replied, gently caressing her slightly rounded abdomen, which Sean had mistakenly attributed to weight gain. There's no need to move. I will take you to Apollo instead, Sean reassured her. Celaena's eyes widened in surprise. Is that appropriate? Wouldn't that intrude upon Apollo? Not at all, Apollo wouldn't mind, Sean replied confidently. Ward, utterly bewildered, inquired, who is Apollo? My first son, Sean declared. You have an illegitimate child? Ward exclaimed, realizing his indiscretion. Forgive me, Your Majesty, I meant to ask, why is he not residing at Parker Castle? At Ward's query, Sean's lips twitched in irritation. You old fool, do you think bringing him to Parker Castle would make it easier to eliminate him? You wouldn't even spare an illegitimate child. He's just behind Parker Castle. Shall we go meet him? Sean suggested with a sly grin. Ward, upon hearing Sean's words, secretly contemplated how to rid himself of this illegitimate child, recognizing that keeping him hidden at Parker Castle surely granted him a significant place in Sean's heart. Of course, Your Majesty, it would be my honor. Ward eagerly anticipated meeting the illegitimate child, keen to assess his character and age to determine the feasibility of his demise. Subsequently, Sean led the two individuals towards Apollo's dwelling. At this point, Pike Fortress had undergone several expansions, enveloping Apollo's residence within its confines. Simultaneously, due to Apollo's absence, the extraordinary wheat had long since become extinct, concluding the cultivation of wheat in this area. Sean publicly claimed it as his private garden. After all, as a king, possessing a 500 by 500 garden was hardly excessive, was it? Upon arriving at Apollo's cave, Ward was momentarily taken aback. This illegitimate child resided in a cave. However, as soon as he stepped inside, Ward could not suppress a shudder, for the ground was strewn with scattered gems and gold coins. Your Majesty, it appears your offspring has a penchant for wealth, Ward remarked, a hint of humor in his voice. Sean, catching Ward's subtle insinuation, could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Old Ward was truly concerned about Selena's child status. Even Selena herself could not resist chuckling. Father, His Majesty's son indeed has a profound affection for treasures, and it is quite an extraordinary fondness. Once they ventured deeper into the cave, the atmosphere shifted dramatically from the moist sea breeze outside to an unusually dry and warm air, akin to being near a great furnace. Where is your son? Ward inquired, gazing at the mound of gold. Apollo, Sean called out toward the glittering pile. After a brief silence, there was no response. Your Majesty, is your son named Apollo? Ward offered, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness. Just then, a rustling sound emerged as the mountain of gold began to swell, as if a colossal beast were about to emerge. With a thud, a gold coin rolled to Ward's feet, and a massive dragon's head appeared before him. Apollo swiftly emerged from the treasure, a 20-meter behemoth that soon stood before Selena. Apollo cautiously approached Selena's abdomen, his golden red eyes intently focused on her small belly, where he sensed Sean's bloodline. Sean tapped Ward, who was still in a daze. Father-in-law, allow me to introduce you to my eldest son, Apollo Greyjoy. It was only then that Ward came to his senses. Your Majesty, your son is quite robust. He will undoubtedly conquer realms for you in the future. After a moment of hesitation, he managed to articulate this. Apollo, from now on, Selena will reside here. I shall instruct the Iron Guard to construct a small dwelling for her. You must take good care of Selena. She carries your brother, understand? Apollo nodded. Do not worry, father. I will look after mother. Goodness, you can speak, Ward exclaimed in astonishment. Having entered his growth phase, Apollo was now capable of speech, with the Iron Guard visiting daily to teach him the languages of Westeros and Valyrian. Chapter 70. Mandated by heaven. The living dragon before them was truly astonishing. How could it possess 4 legs? Vard had seen illustrations of dragons in books. Apollo was an ancient true dragon, while the dragons of Valyria were the products of blood magic. At least, that was the prevailing theory. Sin, too, found it challenging to elucidate. According to Sin's understanding from his past life, there were primarily 2 accounts regarding the dragons of Valyria. The first narrative spoke of a shepherd from Valyria who discovered a dragon egg, from which arose the first family of dragons. The second account suggested that the Valyrians had conjured these magnificent creatures through blood magic, purportedly a hybrid of Thoreau's wyverns and fire lizards. Yet, the precise origins of Valyrian dragons remained shrouded in mystery. Gazing upon the colossal being, which stood 20 meters tall, Vard felt for the first time that Sin's dominion over Westeros was not merely a dream, but a profound ideal. He was only 4 years old. In another 20 years, one could only speculate how magnificent he would become, destined to be the guardian of a future empire. Sin declared with unwavering conviction, indeed, it shall be. The Iron Guard exhibited remarkable efficiency. Within a mere 2 days, a rudimentary dwelling had emerged within Apollo's cavern, accompanied by several handmaidens. The Iron Guard, as the elite force of Winterfell, bore resemblance to the ancient royal guard, and their numbers had swelled to 2,000, all of whom were the finest soldiers. Melisandre observed the bustling Iron Guard with a sense of discontent. When she had come to meet Theon Greyjoy, she had anticipated being regarded with importance, only to find herself relegated to Winterfell. Moreover, Melisandre realized that Theon was effectively placing her under house arrest, leaving her perplexed as to his reasons. Anyone informed by the High Priest of their divine selection as the savior would hardly display the disdain and contempt that Theon exhibited. She had voiced her thoughts to Theon, questioning whether he did not wish to embrace the role of savior. Theon's response was succinct. He told her, "If you whisper in my ear of being mandated by heaven, destined for eternal glory, I might truly succumb to your seduction. But to speak of a savior now, that is utterly pedestrian." Melisandre found herself perplexed by Theon's dismissal of the notion of being chosen by the divine, and he offered no clarification. With no alternative, she remained in Winterfell. However, the past few days at Winterfell had been peculiar, with a significant number of iron guards being stationed around the outer garden, allegedly due to Queen Celaena's pregnancy. Yet, few understood why the queen would relocate to the garden upon becoming with child. Taking her time, Melisandre strolled towards the garden, or rather, the entrance of the Sun Garden, where the iron gates were firmly shut, guarded by several armored iron guards. "What are you observing, Melisandre?" Theon's voice called from behind her. The fire element within was abundant, akin to a small sun. Curiously, Melisandre turned to Theon, hoping he would illuminate her confusion. "Come inside, it is quite beautiful," Theon invited, leading Melisandre into the Sun Garden. The Sunflower Garden is filled with a myriad of plants, transporting one back to the embrace of nature in an instant. Within this garden, a prominent hill rises abruptly, characterized by a vast opening at its semicircular base that piques curiosity. At this moment, Myrcella is engaged in a conversation with Celaena about the precautions to take during pregnancy. As she earnestly relays the important points while holding a small notebook, a flicker of tenderness and happiness passes through Celaena's eyes. Inherently a kind-hearted girl, Celaena dreams of marrying a modest nobleman. However, her angelic beauty makes her acutely aware that she will inevitably become a pawn in her father's matrimonial schemes. Upon learning that she was to be wed to a man from the Iron Islands as his second wife, fear gripped her heart. Recognizing her inability to resist, she could only pray day and night for a peaceful life in her remaining years, particularly given the Iron Islands' less than stellar reputation, historically tied to piracy and now to unscrupulous commerce, which is hardly different from thievery. Especially in the realm of free trade city-states, the merchants of the Iron Islands and the Riverlands are the most detestable. Yet they possess luxurious goods such as soap, glass, and fine salt that are undeniably appealing. Perhaps Celaena's prayers were answered. Her husband, Shuren, along with her sister Myrcella, are both amiable companions, allowing Celaena to cherish her current existence, particularly during her pregnancy. The concern shown by Shuren and Myrcella fills her with a joy akin to falling into a pot of honey. "And Melisandre, you've arrived. Please regale Sister Celaena with your tales of fantastical adventures," Myrcella exclaimed upon noticing Melisandre's arrival, urging her to commence the storytelling. "Of course, my queens," replied Melisandre. After placing his belongings on the table, Shuren stepped into the cave alone. As Melisandre narrated her experiences, she glanced toward the cave. "Myrcella, what lies within that cave?" Melisandre decided to inquire about the mysterious entrance from the youngest Myrcella. "What is it?" Myrcella asked curiously, unable to fathom why Melisandre was suddenly interested in the cave. "I am a fire sorceress, highly attuned to the fire element, and the abundance of fire energy within that cave intrigues me," Celaena interjected, offering minimal information. Myrcella nodded in agreement. Both women were kind and gentle, yet possessed an astute understanding. Observing their reluctance to elaborate, Melisandre refrained from pressing further. She could vaguely sense that a terrifying creature dwelled below. The intense fire energy radiating from the vicinity left her in awe of the creature's power. Perhaps this was the source of Shuren's indifference towards the White Walkers. Nonetheless, she remained somewhat apprehensive, believing it would be wise for Shuren to unify Westeros sooner rather than later. Theon yearned to swiftly unify Westeros, yet such an endeavor required opportune moments. Simultaneously, he sought to gradually consume the various realms of Westeros, implementing reforms in each territory as it fell under his control. This approach would facilitate subsequent transformations, rendering them more manageable and effective. Relying solely on military might to govern Westeros would inevitably impede future reforms. Theon now prepared to make his move in the north, where the noble families were particularly obstinate. Gaining dominion over this region would undoubtedly demand considerable effort. However, Theon sensed a fortuitous moment had arrived. It was July of the year 303 AC, and the north had suffered a poor harvest in the preceding half-year, coupled with intermittent skirmishes between the Boltons and Starks. The inhabitants of the north were enduring considerable hardship. In response, Theon issued a decree prohibiting the private sale of grain from the Riverlands, mandating that all grain intended for sale be acquired by the crown at market price. Furthermore, he instituted a blockade on White Harbor, exacerbating the dire circumstances faced by the northern populace and resulting in a surge of destitute refugees. These wanderers roamed the north, seizing any opportunity to pilfer food from others. Theon believed the time was ripe. The impoverished farmers of the north yearned for a wise leader to guide them towards a life free from hunger. The vast expanse of the north, coupled with the fertile southern grasslands, presented ample opportunities for cultivating resilient wheat or engaging in livestock farming. As for the northern nobles, those who complied with Theon's directives would engage in agriculture and husbandry, while those who resisted would be treated as mere fodder for the pasture. Theon harbored no qualms about eliminating more northern nobles. The more disobedient, the better. Chapter 71. If accused of theft, you had better have stolen by February of AC 304. Theon would be poised to strike at the north. After enduring the trials of the year-end, the north would find itself at its most vulnerable in February of the following year, as the preparations for sowing would only just commence. Once Theon secured the north, the Iron Islands, the north, and the riverlands would coalesce into a singular domain, rendering his territory greater than that of the other kingdoms combined. Simultaneously, Theon would be able to fend off the White Walkers to the north and launch incursions to the south, thereby solidifying his power. Even if the other kingdoms united against him, he would remain unperturbed. At that point, Theon would proclaim his sovereignty and establish the long-anticipated Iron Empire. As the sun rose and set, December of AC 303 arrived in the slave bay of Astapor. Schiller observed the soldiers in the training grounds, his heart swelling with ambition. A month following the initial recruitment of soldiers, Schiller enlisted an additional 6,000 men, with the second recruitment proving remarkably successful. As the number of volunteers far exceeded the required count, with the glassworks, soap factory, and saltworks under his command, Schiller amassed considerable wealth and provisions, armors, and weaponry. When an industry monopolizes the market, it often becomes an exceedingly lucrative venture. Moreover, the abundance of merchants in Slave Bay, coupled with the reluctance of riverland traders to traverse the distance to engage in commerce, resulted in the glass, soap, and fine salt produced in Astapor being exceptionally sought after. Schiller raised a tin horn and proclaimed, "War. It has never strayed from our midst. The slave masters of the Yunkai constantly yearn to see us shackled again. They feast on white bread and drink red wine, yet they incessantly scheme to place the yoke upon us once more. But, dear comrades, the times have changed. We are free citizens of Astapor. We are the valiant free warriors of Astapor. The war has already begun. They have stolen our techniques for producing fine salt. They will seize the wealth that rightfully belongs to us. Your families will suffer unemployment, your wages will cease, and we will once again fall into poverty. Watching them indulge in their sumptuous white bread while we clutch our black loaves." Schiller's words ignited a fire in the eyes of the soldiers. They were unwilling to relinquish their current way of life: 3 meals a day, a monthly stipend of 30 copper coins, and additional provisions of a pound of meat and a pound of milk. These were days they had once only dared to dream of, and now a visionary, courageous, and skilled leader would guide them, wielding their pikes to protect this idyllic existence. War! The roar of the warriors echoed throughout Astapor. Schiller gazed upon the scene with satisfaction. As for the stolen salt production techniques, apologies, but the secrets of salt making are kept under the tightest of confidences, and would not be so easily divulged. However, Astapor now boasted ample provisions and sharp armaments. It was time to liberate Yunkai. Schiller was acutely aware that Yunkai had already reached out to Qohor, Volantis, and new guys to form a coalition. Once this alliance was established, Astapor would undoubtedly be the first target. In the original narrative, Cleon ruled Astapor, ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of the allied forces. Subsequently, Astapor experienced a succession of leadership changes, yet progress remained elusive. Eventually, a plague beset Astapor, rendering it nearly a ghost town. However, under the command of Schiller, Astapor refused to succumb to fate. Schiller resolved to take the initiative, aiming to seize Yunkai first before confronting the coalition of slave city-states. On January 1st, 304 AC, an elite force of 10,000 marched northward, with Schiller proclaiming that Yunkai had stolen the method for producing refined salt. This declaration left Yunkai in disarray, prompting an immediate convening of the noble council. After extensive deliberation, it became evident that no one harbored the capability to commit such theft. At this juncture, the nobles of Yunkai suddenly grasped the situation. The claim regarding the stolen salt production method was a mere ruse, a pretext for Astapor's aggression. The nobles of Yunkai had previously agreed to reclaim Astapor upon the arrival of the coalition forces, led by Volantis, intending to gradually wear down Daenerys. They believed their slave soldiers outnumbered the forces of the Mother of Dragons. However, they were taken aback when Astapor launched a preemptive strike against them. By the time they realized what was happening, it was too late. Baratheon, leading 10,000 men, advanced under the cover of night. A day later, Schiller publicly denounced Yunkai as a base and shameless thief. When the nobles of Yunkai finally reacted, Baratheon was already at their gates. 10,000 strong. The nobles atop the walls of Yunkai observed the discipline of Astapor's forces, rivaling that of the Unsullied, stirring feelings of unease within them. Initially, they had relied on the fortifications to withstand the onslaught of Astapor's army, but now they questioned their ability to hold out until the arrival of the coalition forces. Yet, they had not reached a state of panic. They reassured one another that Schiller lacked the Unsullied and dragons. They still had time and manpower to endure, awaiting the coalition's arrival, which would signify Schiller's doom. Kirk Raymond's voice resonated with unwavering conviction, bolstering the confidence of the other nobles. Baratheon set up camp, preparing meals. As the soldiers, exhausted, had no need to force an assault on the city, they could afford to wait until the following day to launch their attack. At dawn on the second day, as the first light of daybreak graced the horizon, Baratheon ordered the first wave of soldiers to storm the city. The sentinels on duty in Yunkai promptly detected the stirrings of Astapor's army and raised the alarm. A multitude of slave soldiers scrambled to the walls. Meanwhile, Astapor's troops swiftly assembled their siege engines. 18 catapults were lined up, each loaded with jars of wildfire. With a command, the wildfire jars soared through the air, detonating upon impact in a violent explosion, scattering iron shards and balls that claimed numerous slave soldiers. Following Astapor's barrage, Yunkai's walls lay in disarray. Taking advantage of the catapult's cover, a significant number of infantry surged forward with folding ladders, charging towards the base of Yunkai's walls. The soldiers swiftly assembled the siege ladders and commenced their assault on the city, while the wheeled siege engines positioned themselves beneath the gates. These wheeled siege engines bore resemblance to tanks. Their battering rams could be charged like crossbows and were operated by 6 soldiers, shielded by iron shields to deflect arrows raining down from the battlements. As the soldiers inside the siege engine began to rotate the winch, the battering ram accumulated force. Upon severing the tension rope, the ram was propelled forward with tremendous force, shattering the gates of Yunkai in an instant. The army of Astable, clad in leather armor and wielding metal shields and machetes, advanced resolutely, while the slave soldiers were scantily armored and poorly armed. In the moment the gates were breached, a multitude of slave soldiers were swiftly annihilated. The Astable forces surged into Yunkai with near unimpeded momentum. This city, one of the 3 major slave ports renowned for its abundance of bad slaves, succumbed in less than half an hour, unable to withstand the onslaught. Chapter 72, My Lord. I understand it is apparent that Schiller effortlessly seized the city-state of Yunkai, a place devoid of a standing army, relying solely on mercenaries and enslaved soldiers. When confronted by a trained regular army, they had little to no capacity for resistance. This explains the prominence of mercenaries and the Unsullied on the continent of Essos. The inland transportation difficulties, coupled with the thriving maritime routes, rendered the free trade city-states almost impervious to terrestrial threats, significantly diminishing their need for a standing army. Furthermore, the existence of enslaved soldiers and mercenaries meant that few inland trading city-states maintained substantial standing forces. Those that did often comprised a small number of purchased Unsullied alongside their own civilian populace. Upon entering Yunkai, Schiller swiftly divided his troops to encircle the pyramid within the city, gathering all the nobles together. Speak. Which noble has pilfered our salt production techniques? Confess truthfully. Schiller commanded from his seat, gazing down at the trembling aristocrats. The slave masters exchanged glances, and eventually, it was Kirk who spoke. We are men of integrity and would never steal your techniques. Surely, you are mistaken. Kirk, is it? I advise you against futile resistance. The so-called West is a false army. I suggest you confess honestly, or I assure you, these implements of torture will extract the truth from you. With that, Schiller produced a large, fearsome instrument. This terrified Kirk. What part of the body do you intend to use that on? Realizing the gravity of the situation, he quickly added, My Lord Schiller, we truly have not stolen anything. You may search us, you may search. Very well, then, tell me where your warehouses are located, Schiller instructed. However, upon hearing Schiller's demand, the nobles hesitated. The warehouses represented their very lives. Observing their indecision, Schiller swiftly signaled to Baratheon. A cruel smile spread across Baratheon's face as he seized the nearest noble and dragged him away. Soon, anguished screams echoed through the air, and as the despairing cries of the tortured slave master reached their ears, Kirk and the others quickly revealed the locations of their warehouses. Schiller immediately ordered Varys to lead a search for wealth. This plundering lasted an entire day, with preliminary estimates suggesting a haul of approximately 20 million gold coins equivalent to 3 years' worth of taxes from the region. When Daenerys liberated Astapor, she had confiscated the accumulated wealth of the slave masters, amassing a staggering 15 million golden dragons. However, when Daenerys passed through Yunkai, she did not enter the city but merely commanded the slave masters to release the slaves within, allowing Schiller to reap his own substantial rewards. Once the wealth of Yunkai had been thoroughly pillaged, Schiller reconvened the slave masters. It appears you are indeed rather astute. I have searched every warehouse and found no hidden salt production techniques. From this moment forth, for every minute you fail to identify the thief, I will randomly execute one of you, until none remain. Upon finishing his speech, Schiller drew his hand crossbow and effortlessly shot down a slave owner with a single arrow. At that moment, the countdown began. This audacious act by Schiller even led the nobility to question whether someone had indeed pilfered the salt production techniques of Astapor. As time elapsed, 4 more individuals met their demise, and finally, several high-ranking nobles, unable to bear the mounting pressure, exchanged glances before directly accusing 5 lesser nobles. Observing this, the remaining nobles hastily joined in the accusations against those 5, who realized they had been designated as scapegoats. In this critical juncture concerning their lives and fortunes, 3 of the lesser nobles, disregarding all else, erupted in vehement protests, asserting their innocence regarding the theft of the salt production technique while denouncing the transgressions of others. One of the lesser nobles, with a glimmer of cunning in his eyes, addressed Schiller, "My lord, they possess warehouses outside the city, and their silence indicates that the salt production techniques must be stored within the manor's repositories." Upon hearing this, Cork and the other slave masters widened their eyes in fury. Those were their lifelines, the culmination of years spent amassing luxury goods. "Oh, are you aware of the locations of those manors?" Schiller inquired. "I do not know, but I am confident I can extract the information from them." Mebis replied respectfully. "Ha ha ha, splendid. The task is yours." Schiller left a contingent of soldiers for Mebis to command and departed leisurely. At that moment, the other 4 lesser nobles gathered around Mebis. A triumphant smile spread across Mebis's face, for who could have predicted such capriciousness in fate? Just a second ago, they were hanging by a thread, and now their identities had undergone such a remarkable transformation. Meanwhile, Cork and his associates displayed fear upon their faces, yet still attempted to threaten Mebis and the others with bluster. Mebis and his companions merely scoffed at their attempts. "When you designated me as a scapegoat, I was left with no options. Following Lord Schiller offers a chance at survival. How could you be certain that Lord Schiller would not withstand the coalition of slave owners?" Chapter 73, The Alliance. The following day, Mebis approached Schiller with a piece of paper in hand. Schiller gazed at the document, marred by splotches of blood, which detailed the locations of several warehouses. "My lord, if you search based on the locations indicated, you are certain to uncover their clandestine salt production techniques. I am willing to lead a team for the search," Mebis declared resolutely. Schiller smiled as he handed the warehouse intelligence to Poland, instructing him to gather a team for immediate investigation. He patted Mebis on the shoulder, saying, "Mebis, you have proven yourself worthy. They possess no salt production technology. The secrets of refined salt production are highly classified, and not a single rat can escape the confines of the factory." Upon hearing Schiller's earnest words, Mebis felt a mix of astonishment and joy, astonished by Schiller's cunning and relieved that he had preserved his life. "My lord, the coalition from Volantis is expected to arrive in about 2 months. We must prepare in advance," Mebis stated. Realizing that having chosen to follow Schiller meant committing to the path ahead, no matter how perilous. "Do not worry, the slave master's foes are not limited to us. The Queen of Meereen, Daenerys, is also among them," Schiller replied. Mebis furrowed his brow. "My lord, Daenerys' regime in Meereen is quite unstable, rife with the presence of the Harpy's offspring. I fear they may not be of assistance to us when the time comes. Moreover, the Harpy's progeny are not only found in Meereen, they will also appear in Yunkai. We must devise our plans early, lest we become mere victims." Schiller smiled faintly. "I did not misjudge you. You indeed possess some capabilities. You are correct, the Harpy's descendants are present in Yunkai, but they are also found in Astapor. Just yesterday, a number of their heads were displayed upon the walls of Astapor." The thought of the Harpy's offspring amused Schiller, as there had been numerous reports of their activities in Astapor earlier on. However, the implementation of the collective punishment and reporting systems transformed any suspicious individual into a target for the citizens, perceived as a walking bounty of 50 golden dragons. Many of the Harpies' progeny were inadvertently reported by their own neighbors, and some even by their own sons, leading Schiller to momentarily suspect that the latter were merely coveting the 50 golden dragons. Nevertheless, since Schiller was also diligent in verifying the actual circumstances, he would naturally reward those who reported legitimate threats. Thus, he had never truly worried about the Harpies' descendants. Additionally, the influx of numerous lower-tier scholars from the Riverlands greatly facilitated Schiller's management. Scholars proved to be a remarkably effective group, somewhat akin to the ancient scholar official class of the Celestial Empire, yet their studies were far more diverse, encompassing astronomy and geography, and they had practical experience, minimizing instances of mere theoretical discourse. Upon hearing Schiller's words, Mebius came to realize that Schiller likely harbored no fear of the Harpies' offspring. Mebius, I shall provide you with 3,000 men. You have 3 days to eliminate the surrounding landowners. Is that agreeable? Of course, my lord. Mebius promptly agreed, affirming that 3,000 elite troops would be more than sufficient. Over the following 3 days, Mebius led these 3,000 soldiers to sweep through the villages and estates surrounding Yunkai, while Schiller began to implement new policies. Drawing from the experience gained in Astapor and the substantial wealth amassed, Schiller swiftly accomplished the transformation of Yunkai. Notably, Yunkai was renowned for its abundance of bad slaves, and as a result of Schiller's reforms, a staggering 200,000 bad slaves found themselves unexpectedly liberated, thrusting their existence into turmoil. The bad slaves, both male and female, possessed skills solely related to their former roles, leaving them ill-equipped for a life beyond servitude. In response, Schiller organized a cadre of scholars to instruct the newly freed individuals in agriculture, culinary arts, and other pursuits, allowing them the freedom to choose their paths. Yet, a significant number of these former slaves were resistant to returning to a normal life, having grown accustomed to their previous existence. Consequently, Schiller envisioned the construction of a grand establishment named Heaven on Earth, crafted from cement and glass, complete with an array of modern attire, transforming it into a vast red light district. Schiller believed that this venture would become a new pillar of Yuankai's economy, convinced that the exquisite garments designed by Her Majesty and the premium services offered would undoubtedly attract merchants and nobles alike. Reflecting on this, Schiller couldn't help but admire the audacious imagination of Sikun, who had managed to conceive such alluring designs. Sir, there is an envoy from Mirren seeking an audience with you. A voice interrupted Schiller's thoughts. Engrossed in the governance of Yunkai, he was preparing for numerous projects that promised to generate significant employment opportunities, greatly benefiting the stability and development of the region. Let him enter. Schiller was taken aback by Daenerys' initiative to seek him out. It appeared her circumstances were rather precarious. Shortly thereafter, a man entered, bowing respectfully before introducing himself. My lord Schiller, I am Raymond. I come bearing an invitation from the Dragon Queen to meet with you. If she wished to see me, she would have come herself rather than send you, Schiller replied, his tone laden with displeasure. My lord, Her Majesty does indeed wish to meet you in person, but as you are aware, the children of the Harpy have been sowing discord in Mirren, and the Queen is unfortunately unable to leave. The envoy was evidently skilled in diplomacy, although Daenerys was indeed somewhat constrained, with numerous Harpy children continuing to create chaos in her absence. The potential for unrest upon her departure was a pressing concern. Very well, 3 days hence, my king shall personally visit Daenerys. Excellent, we eagerly await your king's arrival, my lord. Raymond noted this information discreetly, surprised to discover that Schiller was not the highest authority. Chapter 74. Zuogang. As night enveloped the realm of Yunkai, a profound stillness descended. The denizens concluded their daily toils, returning home to contribute to the greater good of their king. A chilling wind howled through the air. Shire suddenly lifted his gaze, witnessing a colossal creature alight upon the apex of the pyramid. Apollo, measuring 27 meters in length, emanated an overwhelming presence. Shire, Boran, and Varys suppressed their trepidation and anxiety, promptly kneeling in homage. Your Majesty, I apologize for the late hour and for keeping you waiting, came the jovial voice of Sikun from atop the dragon's back. Upon hearing Sikun's voice, the trio indicated that they had just arrived. Sikun, unfazed, acknowledged the inconvenience of communication, reliant solely on Zeus for messages. Consequently, Sikun's arrival was surely delayed, and he surmised that the three had been waiting for at least 2 days. After all, the dark circles under their eyes and their weary expression spoke volumes. Sikun patted Apollo's snout, urging, return swiftly, and ensure the safety of Selena. Selena's belly had begun to swell, suggesting that she would soon bear Theon's firstborn son or daughter around June or July. Apollo nodded and immediately took flight, deeply concerned for Selena's well-being. Had it not been for Zeus's ineptitude, Apollo would have preferred to remain by Selena's side. Now, only a foolish dog was at her side, and he needed to return quickly. Zeus, perched on Theon's shoulder, appeared perplexed. Do you even hear what you are saying? In the blink of an eye, Apollo vanished into the night. Shire guided Theon into the interior of the pyramid, providing insights about the state of Yunkai and Astapor. So, the situation in Yunkai and Astapor is largely stable, needing only to contend with the slave coalition of Volantis. Indeed, Your Majesty, the slave coalition of Volantis is en route, and Daenerys' regime is precarious, maintained solely through the oppression of the Unsullied and dragons, Shire reported. Upon hearing Shire's briefing, Theon formulated a plan. What is the situation in the Razor Plains? He inquired. At this moment, Varys responded, Your Majesty, we have scant intelligence. The Dothraki frequently roam the Razor Plains, severely impacting our scouts. Theon furrowed his brow, deciding to abandon operations in the Razor Plains for the time being. Once I have secured the north, I shall redirect the royal fleet to the Slaver's Bay. At that time, the royal fleet will patrol Slaver's Bay, and we will act on the Razor Plains. Regardless, we must seize the Razor Plains. We cannot afford to overlook this granary. Understood, Your Majesty. Shire immediately bowed in affirmation. The following day, Theon, accompanied by 200 elite warriors, set forth for Meereen. He did not choose to bring an excessive number of followers. With Theon's own prowess, even bearing Yunkai, he could single-handedly uphold Astapor, truly invincible in the realm. Your Majesty, emissaries from Yunkai have arrived, Yora informed Daenerys within the pyramid of Meereen. Bring them to the summit of the pyramid. Daenerys commanded. Yora cast a glance at Drogon, who was resting nearby, comprehending that Daenerys sought to assert her authority through the mighty dragon. Meanwhile, at the base of the pyramid, Theon Greyjoy encountered Yora Mormont. Greetings, I am Theon. I am aware of your reputation, Yora. To be candid, you have left a far less favorable impression on me than Joanna. Theon interrupted Yora's words. I am Theon Greyjoy. You should now discern my identity. Yora was taken aback. The Greyjoy scion. You are the son of Bolon, raised in the north. His voice betrayed a hint of skepticism. This revelation was indeed astonishing. In Yora's mind, the Iron Islands had languished since Bolon's failed rebellion. How could they now extend their influence to the far-off Slaver's Bay? Her Majesty awaits you at the summit of the pyramid. Follow me. Despite the multitude of questions swirling in his mind, Yora accompanied Theon to the apex of the pyramid. Upon reaching the summit, Theon immediately spotted Drogon perched beside a stone table, measuring at least 5 meters in length. This was akin to the description of a card in the original text. In the television adaptation, Drogon was significantly enlarged for narrative purposes. Nonetheless, a dragon exceeding 5 meters in size was still quite formidable, though that was contingent on one not having encountered Apollo. You have stolen my city. Such an act is unforgivable. A commanding yet sultry voice rang out. Theon turned to see a silver-haired young woman, no, a matron seated regally, casting a scornful gaze upon him. That city does not belong to you. Your assertion is flawed, for even Meereen cannot be claimed as yours. Upon hearing Theon's words, Daenerys was instantly incensed. The turmoil in Astapor and the plight of Yunkai had long been thorns in her side. Observing Daenerys' fury, Theon remained undaunted, continuing, Look at Meereen. You govern it personally. Yet what is the outcome? The Harpy S-spawn has begun to undermine your authority, and you find yourself ensnared in chaos daily. This is not governance, it is occupation. At Theon's sardonic remarks, Daenerys could no longer contain herself. She declared vehemently, I am the liberator of slaves, the mother of dragons. When my dragons mature, I shall incinerate all who stand against me. In that moment, Daenerys turned her gaze toward Drogon, who had silently approached her side. Now, Drogon was watching Theon with keen vigilance, sensing an aura both familiar and foreign emanating from him, sending shivers down his spine. Chapter 75, The Eldest Daughter-in-Law. Theon Greyjoy, you have mentioned that your dragon is growing, but can you endure until that time? Theon gestured towards Drogon, who was merely 5 meters in length. His scales still fragile enough that even a common siege crossbow could penetrate his flesh. Do you place your hopes in him or in your 8,000 Unsullied? The Unsullied are not a renewable army. For every soldier lost, there is one less to fight. Daenerys was acutely aware of this. If you are here to deliver futile words, then you may leave at once. Realizing she was losing the verbal battle, Daenerys hastily ordered them to depart. To be honest, she had originally intended to intimidate Theon and his companions with her dragon-esque presence, but for some inexplicable reason, Drogon exhibited an unusual wariness upon encountering them. This stirred a sense of unease within Daenerys, who now merely wished to hasten their exit. "Oh, do not be in such a rush, I have yet to introduce myself. I am Theon Greyjoy, King of the Iron Islands. I possess a formidable fleet capable of aiding you in crossing the narrow sea to seize the Iron Throne." At that moment, Yora leaned closer to Daenerys, whispering about House Greyjoy. "Ha! Why should I place faith in a failure? Your father's fleet was long since obliterated by the Iron Throne, and you yourself are but a hostage of House Stark." Daenerys mocked, feeling as though she had finally gained the upper hand. "My father has long since perished. The usurper Robert died while hunting. And then Lord Ned Stark succumbed to the hands of the new king, Joffrey." As Theon recounted his tale, a look of shock crossed Daenerys' face. She suddenly realized that Westeros was in a state of profound weakness, presenting an unparalleled opportunity. "Why should I believe your words?" Daenerys questioned. "Ha ha! You may choose not to believe me. I have no obligation to convince you," Theon retorted. "The one in a hurry is not me. This is your opportunity. Moreover, the rule in Yunkai and Astapor is exceptionally stable, and the Iron Fleet is already en route. I have ample time to wear down the slavers." Theon spoke leisurely, indeed unhurried, for the Iron Fleet was indeed on its way. A journey with the ship Zeus could be completed in a mere day and night. In terms of flight speed, Zeus was no slower than Apollo. Daenerys fell into silence, and after a moment, she inquired, "How did you deal with the son of the Harpy?" Theon smiled but remained silent. "Speak of your terms," Daenerys said, observing Theon's expression, ultimately deciding to yield. "I have heard that your current situation is quite precarious. Have you even considered a marriage alliance with the noble families of Meereen?" Theon asked. Daenerys' expression shifted. How could he possibly know such things? "Indeed, I am contemplating that," Daenerys candidly admitted. "I have a proposal," Theon stated as he rose and approached her. "I will provide you with the Iron Fleet, an army, and political expertise to help you stabilize Meereen, vanquish the slavers, and reclaim the Iron Throne. What must I offer in return?" Daenerys furrowed her brow as she spoke, though deep within her heart, she had already formulated an answer. "Your body, your identity, and those 3 dragons of yours. We shall unite in marriage," said Theon. Indeed, it was undeniable that Daenerys had a penchant for handsome men. Theon, not lacking in good looks to begin with, had been further enhanced by the serum, rendering him undeniably striking. Moreover, Theon possessed the fleet, army, and talents that Daenerys desperately needed. Lost in thought, Daenerys contemplated the implications. A marriage with a slave lord would undoubtedly grant her more freedom. Yet a union with Theon was a different matter entirely. Theon commanded a vast army and fleet, and the chain reactions resulting from such a marriage would be numerous. For instance, Daenerys glanced at Daario, who was stationed at the entrance. Initially, she had intended to favor Daario, but that was clearly no longer an option. As for Jorah Mormont, the ever-loyal suitor, Daenerys had never considered him, for he was aging and lacked physical allure. In the original narrative, Daenerys was but a young woman, open to affection from both genders, having even engaged in playful escapades with her handmaidens. There are unedited scenes in the television series, though I cannot recall the specific episode. "Very well, I shall grant you the title of consort once I reclaim the Iron Throne." Daenerys regained her haughty demeanor. Theon also took note of Daario at the entrance, a handsome young man, well suited to serve as a lieutenant, preferably to meet his end on the battlefield. As for the relationship between Daario and Daenerys in the original text, or whether anything had transpired between them, Theon remained indifferent. What he sought was Daenerys' identity, along with a suitable bride and subordinate for Apollo. With this in mind, he inquired, which of the 3 dragons is female? A large question mark appeared on Daenerys' face. Nonetheless, she replied, "Vermithrax is the female dragon, while Drogon and Rhaegal are male." "Is there a problem? Where is Vermithrax?" Theon asked. Daenerys frowned. "They will return shortly." Just as her words faded, 2 roars echoed from the sky, and 2 dragons, each over 2 meters long, descended upon the apex of the pyramid. Upon seeing the size of Vermithrax, Theon furrowed his brow. Must Apollo also nurture a large wife like himself? This one seemed rather small. The white dragon appeared less imposing than even the green dragon Rhaegal. "What if I were to claim this white dragon for myself?" Theon proposed to Daenerys. "Ha! If you can tame it, I certainly won't object," Daenerys scoffed, doubting Theon's ability to tame a true dragon. After all, Theon bore the cold blood of sea monsters. How could he possibly be worthy of the noble blood of a dragon? It settled then. With that, Theon approached Vermithrax. Vermithrax, still bewildered by the unfolding events, noticed Theon striding toward her with the expression of a man gazing at his future bride. Theon emanated an aura that instilled fear within the dragon, as if encountering a natural enemy. Unlike Drogon, Vermithrax was smaller and felt an even greater trepidation in the presence of Apollo. Vermithrax stood tall, wings unfurled, emitting a continuous roar of fury. Daenerys squinted at the scene, well aware that this was a precursor to Vermithrax unleashing its dragonfire. Yet it also revealed the creature's underlying fear. She refrained from halting Vermithrax, curious to see if Shan could subdue it. If Shan were to perish beneath the dragon's flames, she would bear no blame. As anticipated, witnessing Shan's relentless advance, Vermithrax released a torrent of fire, engulfing Shan in searing heat. At this sight, Yora and Dario cautiously approached Daenerys, wary that if Shan were to be incinerated, his men might resort to desperate measures. However, their concerns proved unfounded. As the flames dissipated, a gleaming suit of white armor materialized before them, causing Daenerys and her companions to widen their eyes in astonishment. Daenerys was the first to react, silently lamenting the predicament. Indeed, Shan surged forward, pinning the retreating Vermithrax to the ground. Shan as ally promptly produced iron chains from his satchel, indicating that Shan had long planned this maneuver. The outcome met Shan's expectations. Daenerys indeed had a dragon under her command. With Vermithrax subdued, shackles fastened to its limbs, the dragon's fire could no longer inflict harm upon Shan. Gripping Vermithrax's jaws, Shan delivered a knee strike to its abdomen, causing the creature to tremble in pain. Yet with its mouth restrained, only whimpers escaped. A flicker of compassion crossed Daenerys' gaze. After all, she regarded her dragons as her children, and Vermithrax, along with Rhaegal, had not been confined to the depths of the pyramid. Regret flooded her heart as she pondered the source of Shan's armor, finally beginning to grasp why Drogon had been so wary of Theon Greyjoy. After enduring Shan's strike, Vermithrax appeared considerably subdued. Though dragons are beasts, their intelligence is not to be underestimated. Their difficulty in taming stems from their status as the mightiest creatures in this realm. Shan tugged at the chains, expressing gratitude to his beloved wife. With a slight bow, he led Vermithrax toward the exit of the pyramid. Vermithrax glanced back at Daenerys, eyes filled with hope, yearning for her to intervene. Daenerys' chest heaved with emotion as she watched Shan's retreating figure, her expression darkening. Shan's ally bowed respectfully to Daenerys, declaring, "Your Majesty, I shall assist you in quelling the unrest in Meereen and discuss the particulars of our alliance." As Shan reached the doorway, he suddenly patted Dario on the shoulder, instructing him to follow, as a trade with his ally. The weight of the armor pressed down upon him, leaving Dario with no choice but to turn towards Daenerys. Meanwhile, Shan engaged in earnest conversation with Daenerys, who appeared to absorb his words with keen attention. "Do not look further. Although my heart does not belong to her, Daenerys has already entered into a union with me. If you dare to defy my wishes or entertain reckless thoughts, I shall crush your skull," said Theon with a nonchalant air. Dario felt a flicker of discomfort at the corner of his eye. Certainly, he would never dare to harbor inappropriate feelings towards Queen Daenerys. "You have slain the other two commanders and aided Daenerys in breaching Meereen. I have high hopes for you. From now on, follow Boran and work diligently," Theon remarked. Behind him, Boran cast a mocking glance at Dario. A sense of foreboding washed over Dario, and he suddenly felt that his time was limited. However, he was mistaken in his assumptions. Theon had little interest in Dario. In this endeavor, he had acquired what he desired, a dragon and a formal alliance with Daenerys. Henceforth, he would be regarded as the husband of the former princess, and Viserion would serve as the finest testament to his claim. Theon returned to the depths of the abyss, penned another letter, and affixed it to Zeus's leg. "I appreciate your effort for making another journey. Summon Apollo for me. I wish to return to the Riverlands." Zeus cast a glance at the white dragon beside Theon before vanishing into the heavens. Chapter 76, The North. On the following night, atop the Grand Pyramid of Yunkai, Shan was gently stroking the white dragon, Viserion, who had become considerably more docile. After Shan had retrieved his armor the previous day, Viserion had unleashed a torrent of dragonfire, thoroughly incinerating him. Once recovered, Shan had retaliated with a fierce beating, the anguished cries of the dragon echoing for hours on end. Suddenly, Viserion abruptly raised his head to the sky, emitting a chilling roar. Apollo had once again arrived at the pyramid of Yunkai, with his massive head directed towards Viserion. Apollo exclaimed in astonishment, a bipedal dragon species. This revelation left Sean equally astonished. Indeed, I possess memories that describe bipedal dragons, Apollo continued. Are bipedal dragons considered lesser dragons? Sean inquired with curiosity. To be precise, they do not belong to the category of lesser dragons. Lesser dragons refer to the offspring of the dragon lineage and other species. Bipedal dragons, on the other hand, belong to a different dragon species, albeit significantly weaker than the four-legged giants. With Apollo's elucidation, Sean grasped the relationship. It was akin to comparing the four-legged dragon to a Tibetan mastiff, while the bipedal dragon was reminiscent of a corgi. They were both dragons. Yet their prowess and appearance differed vastly. What do you think of this female dragon? She is the last of her kind. Does she catch your eye? Sean asked. Apollo, using his front claws, drew Viserion closer for a thorough inspection. After careful examination, he remarked, quite beautiful, I am satisfied. The only lament is that she is a bipedal dragon. That is satisfactory. Though still small, she will surely grow, Sean replied, initially concerned that Apollo might dismiss Viserion. Let us return to the riverlands, Sean said as he mounted Apollo's back, while Viserion was held securely in Apollo's grasp. Upon their return to the riverlands, Apollo set Sean down at the port of Haijiang before soaring towards Pike Castle with Viserion in tow. At that moment, Tyrion, alerted by the commotion, emerged. Your Majesty, did you not travel to Essos? I did, but I have just returned. How is the mobilization of the troops in the riverlands progressing? Long before, Sean had instructed Tyrion to mobilize the forces in the riverlands. Veteran soldiers were stationed in the southern part of the riverlands to guard against threats from the south, while 50,000 new recruits awaited orders. They were now poised for Sean's command. Your Majesty, are you truly planning to take action against the north? Tyrion asked, perplexed. In Tyrion's view, although the north was vast, it was exceedingly barren. Coupled with its harsh environment, there seemed little worth the effort of conquest. If Sean were to intervene in the north, the Bolton and Stark families would undoubtedly resist fiercely. Despite their current animosity, should Sean lead forces into the north, there was a strong possibility that the two families would temporarily unite against him. The southern part of the north boasted expansive pastures suitable for livestock farming, and due to its vastness and sparse population, it further lent itself to industrial development. Sheehan elucidated to Tyrion that, fundamentally, his intention was to forge a connection between the riverlands and the north. Well, you are always right, Tyrion replied. Under Sheehan's policies, the development of the riverlands over the past 2 years was utterly incomprehensible to Tyrion. Particularly noteworthy was Sheehan's acquisition of vast tracts of land in his capacity as king, followed by the extensive cultivation of disaster-resistant wheat. The frequent harvests, occurring every couple of months, rendered the food supply in the riverlands exceptionally abundant. Many peasant families could now afford 3 meals a day, albeit modest ones, a prospect that had previously been unthinkable. Moreover, Sheehan had prohibited the sale of grain outside the riverlands, with the penalty for transgression being death, equated with the crime of smuggling weapons and armor. I want he always be right. At some point, I too will be at a loss regarding the next steps, Sheehan mused. Intrigued, Tyrion inquired, what point? Nothing of consequence. Sheehan replied, shaking his head. You often speak in riddles, which raises concerns about whether you might end up like the Mad King in your old age, Tyrion jested, adopting an exaggerated expression. I hope, by then, the drowned god has reclaimed that suit of armor he gifted you. Otherwise, I may need to pack my bags and flee to Essos. Is there a possibility that, by then, Essos could become my territory? Sheehan jested in return. At that moment, Tyrion suddenly recalled something. Your Majesty, how was your recent expedition to Slaver's Bay? Well, it was rather mediocre. The spoils were limited to a wife, a dragon, and 2 cities. As for the rest, the harvest has yet to commence, Sheehan replied nonchalantly. Tyrion sprang to his feet in astonishment. You have wed Daenerys Targaryen. How could she possibly agree to such a union? And she gifted you a dragon. Tyrion exclaimed. I didn't disclose the specifics of my circumstances to her. Nor did I mention my 2 existing wives, Sheehan said with a smile. She currently knows only that I can summon armor and that I am the king of the Iron Islands, possessing a fleet capable of ferrying her across the narrow sea. Oh, you are indeed a cunning strategist, but she will inevitably learn of your dominion over the riverlands. Soon, the north will be added to your realm, and you will be building a kingdom. Sheehan responded dismissively, what of it? By then, I shall have secured her affections, and I will have taken one of her dragons. What can she do? Besides, I will keep Slaver's Bay embroiled in conflict, ensuring that our aging military equipment can be sold off. There are also other resources, such as clothing and footwear produced by factories, which will have a market. Tyrion realized, his surprise giving way to understanding. Your Majesty is astute. We can now sell our surplus goods to the warring factions. Shion nodded in agreement. Precisely. We can even sell them the outdated equipment we replace, reaping substantial profits. What about the grain? Should we sell it? Tyrion suddenly recalled. No, we shall not sell. The long night approaches. Not only shall we refrain from selling, but we must also acquire more, Shion instructed. You can continue purchasing grain in regular batches. The more we have, the better. Rest assured, Your Majesty. I shall make the necessary arrangements, he assured. By the way, have you considered what excuse we shall use to mobilize our forces? Tyrion inquired. Let it be said that we march for the vengeance of Robb, my dear brother, betrayed by his own vessel, Roose Bolton. As his brother, Bran is unable to seek retribution, so I, as his adopted kin, shall take up arms to besiege Roose Bolton at Harrenhal. Tyrion furrowed his brow. What of House Stark? They have ruled the North for 8 millennia. The Northern Lords will surely not support your cause. Let us claim that House Stark has conspired with the White Walkers. And then we shall act decisively. Label the disobedient lords as collaborators with the otherworldly threat and eliminate them without hesitation. For every coward, there are those who fear not. We shall rally some, suppress others, and extinguish those who oppose us. Such tactics have always proven effective. Chapter 77, The Siege of Horror Castle. Tyrion wore a look of exasperation. Is this excuse not a tad too perfunctory? The northern nobles colluding with the White Walkers. Hardly perfunctory. Our military strength has reached a point where their opinions hold little weight. He intended to convey that he wished to confront them. And he wouldn't even bother to fabricate a convincing rationale. The forces of the Riverlands were clad in the latest armor, with a diverse array of weaponry among the ranks. In contrast, facing the northern army was akin to a long reach against a short grasp, with no mobility to speak of. The northern forces, let alone having standardized military armor, lacked even adequate clothing. Indeed, Tyrion contemplated, this reasoning held true. It was reminiscent of the time he was accused of poisoning Joffrey. Had he possessed an army back then, he would not have been so easily cast into a cell to await his demise. If it were Theon, not only would he have been imprisoned with witnesses to testify against him, but without irrefutable evidence, who would dare accuse Theon of a single misstep? The northern forces now found themselves in a similar predicament. When accused of colluding with the White Walkers, they better have genuine ties, lest they lack even the strength to resist. This occasion of training the northern army was intended to expose these 50,000 new soldiers to the realities of battle, preparing them for the formidable families in the south. Theon planned to utilize the north as a crucible for his troops. Subsequently, the standing army of the Riverlands would be maintained at 100,000, the upper limit for the region. The Riverlands' 50,000 troops swiftly gathered at the coastal port. Once assembled, they proclaimed that Roose Bolton had harmed the monarch, and as the adopted son of House Stark, he would lead an army to avenge his brother. Thereafter, he marched his forces across the Bay of Crag, heading straight for Horror Castle. Upon hearing of Theon's imminent approach, the aged Skinslicer immediately dispatched a messenger to inform the Stark family. Damn it, I should never have trusted that old fool Walder. How dare he? Roose Bolton seethed with rage. Theon had previously captured the Bay of Crag and White Harbor. Though the old Skinslicer had felt regret, he had not been overly concerned. However, what completely baffled him was how the Riverlands could muster 50,000 men. What right did Theon Greyjoy have to raise such a formidable army? And did he not fear Cersei in King A's Landing seeking retribution? Father, we could send assassins. Ramsay saw an opportunity to showcase his prowess and promptly suggested this to the old Skinslicer. However, Roose outright dismissed the plan, asserting that assassins would find no entry into an encampment of tens of thousands. Ramsay, brimming with confidence, then divulged a piece of intelligence. Walder Frye's daughter is with child. She resides in the Twins. Are you suggesting we send assassins to eliminate a pregnant woman? Roose's anger was palpable. Assassinating a pregnant woman would be a profoundly disgraceful act for the honor-bound northern nobility. If such an atrocity were to become known among other nobles, the Bolton family would become an everlasting subject of ridicule among the northern lords. Father, I now bear the surname Snow. I could take a group to the Twins. If I succeed, Theon Greyjoy will surely be thrown into disarray. At that time, Stark can be contacted to repel Theon Greyjoy. Simultaneously, you may unleash the Ravens, prompting Cersei to send troops to attack the Riverlands, where Tyrion Lannister serves as the Prime Minister. Roose Bolton was intrigued. This indeed appeared to be the most effective strategy at present, considering that the Bolton family could muster only around 8,000 soldiers. Even if the northern soldiers were skilled, they could not compete against an army many times larger than their own in the Riverlands. Furthermore, intelligence indicated that the Riverlands forces were uniformly equipped with standard armor and possessed fine weaponry. Roose Bolton could not fathom why the Riverlands army was so well equipped. Little did he realize that the military expenditure of the Riverlands exceeded the tax revenue of the North each year. Ultimately, Roose Bolton promised Ramsay Snow, "If your plan succeeds, I shall allow you to bear the name Bolton and grant you a castle along with 1,000 acres of fertile land. Moreover, if you can capture her, that would be ideal. If not, at least injure her severely, leaving her barely alive." "Understood, father." Ramsay's eyes sparkled with excitement, while the castle and land were enticing. It was the name Bolton that he truly valued. The old Bolton had only one illegitimate son, and should he acknowledge Ramsay's identity, he would become the heir to Roose Bolton, the future Duke of the North. Ramsay had always been an ambitious bastard in the original tale. Roose Bolton married a plump woman for gold, and she bore him a son. Ultimately, Ramsay killed Roose and fed his stepmother and half-brother to the hounds. Following his orders, Ramsay set out with a select team of 12, circumventing the Riverlands forces as they made their way to the port. Meanwhile, Theon split his forces into three. One contingent of 20,000 marched directly towards the Dreadfort, another 20,000 led by Theon headed westward to Winterfell, and the last swept through the remaining minor nobles, executing those who resisted, while appointing a respected farmer to serve as the village chief. The chief would then select individuals to form a village guard responsible for maintaining order, while a substantial stockpile of grain was left for him to distribute. In this manner, the chief transformed from a commoner into the new aristocracy. Once he savored the taste of power, he would undoubtedly choose to support Theon in order to uphold his newfound authority. Although this granted the position of chief significant power, it was indeed quite practical. Once the greatest troubles of the North were resolved, gradual reforms could follow. Those who complied would accompany the Riverlands army to personally slay the rebellious nobles, otherwise they would be deemed insurgents and perish on the spot. The North, vast and sparsely populated, saw most individuals congregating in certain areas to live communally. This offered Theon considerable convenience. He retained the obedient nobles while sending them to eliminate the defiant, thereby solidifying their opposition. Chapter 78. No Way Winterfell. As the capital of the North, sprawls across a vast area, making it the largest city in the North. For several days, Theon has been marching with his men, during which a significant number of northern nobles have congregated in Winterfell. In a bid to repel Theon's 20,000 troops, they have summoned nearly all the able-bodied men from their lands, managing to muster just over 18,000. Yet, even if Theon divides his forces into three, he still commands an army of 20,000. The sudden deployment of 50,000 soldiers from the Riverlands has taken the North by complete surprise. Under the rule of House Tully, their military strength had never exceeded 40,000. Only the affluent West and the fertile Riverlands could boast armies of such size. Other houses typically fielded between 20 to 40,000 soldiers. The emergence of 50,000 troops from the Riverlands was utterly unforeseen. Furthermore, intelligence reports indicate that the 20,000 marching towards Winterfell are well equipped and abundantly supplied. This will be a fierce battle. How much longer can our food sustain us? Inquired a northern noble. His question was met with a heavy silence, clearly indicating their dire situation regarding provisions. At most, they could hold out for half a month. With nearly 20,000 men, a lack of supplies would inevitably lead to chaos and possible insurrection. Bran, observing the anxious faces of the gathered nobles, sighed inwardly. The prospect of victory in this war seemed bleak. 18,000 aging and ailing soldiers stood little chance against the 2,000 capable and elite troops of the enemy. Perhaps we should consider submitting to Theon Greyjoy, Bran suggested. What? That is inconceivable. The North never surrenders. The nobles protested vehemently. Bran replied. And then Theon will slaughter you all? This statement rendered the northern nobles speechless. While they were known for their forthrightness and bravery, it did not equate to a disregard for their lives. No one wished for death. Consider the Boltons. They are weaker than we are. How long do you think they can hold out? Bran posed the most critical question. The battlefield is in the north. We cannot afford to fight and plunder simultaneously. Nor can we abandon Winterfell. If Theon's army unites, can we withstand 20,000 men? What of 50,000? Finally, Bran proposed, I can speak with Theon. Sometimes, issues can be resolved without resorting to war. After deliberation, the assembly agreed to send Bran with 10,000 men to meet Theon. Meanwhile, Theon was inside his tent, warming himself by the fire, as several commanders debated whether to assault Winterfell directly or to besiege it. As Theon stroked the feather of Zeus, he pondered the merits of each approach. For the well-supplied army of the Riverlands, a siege would be the most prudent strategy, minimizing casualties. However, Theon was inclined towards an assault, preferring to save time. Given the Riverlands' siege equipment, capturing Winterfell should not prove difficult. Having lived in Winterfell for a considerable time, he understood which city gate was the most vulnerable. At that moment, a soldier entered to report, Your Majesty, a messenger from House Stark wishes to see you. House Stark? Let him in, Theon commanded. The Stark family is likely seeking peace, a fortunate consequence of the resilience shown by Carling Bay and White Harbor. We owe our gratitude to Roose Bolton. Soon, a burly man with a beard entered, perfectly embodying the traits of the Northman. Your Majesty, the king in the north wishes to meet with you, the envoy stated directly, without any circumlocution. Bran wishes to see me. Very well, where shall we meet? Theon readily agreed. At Winterfell, the king in the north awaits you, the envoy replied. Winterfell, situated not far from Wintertown, was an essential waypoint on Theon's route. All right. Go inform Bran that I shall come, tomorrow, he commanded. Upon hearing this, the envoy immediately bowed and hurriedly departed. It was not until he exited the Riverlands encampment that the northern envoy let out a long sigh of relief. Upon entering the camp, he had been struck by the strict discipline of the Riverlands soldiers, their armor and weapons gleaming with a sharp glint. Moreover, their provisions surpassed those of some lesser nobles in the north. He had witnessed a cook placing chunks of meat into a pot to boil, adding salt as white as snow. That must be the fine salt produced in the Iron Islands, which many lesser nobles could scarcely afford. With this thought in mind, the envoy quickened his pace, eager to relay this intelligence back home. Their negotiation terms would need to be adjusted. Upon the envoy's return to the Northern Army's command tent, Bran sat upon a chair, one hand gently stroking the head of his direwolf, Summer. With its silvery fur and golden eyes, each stark direwolf symbolizes the fate of its master. Grey Wind perished at the Red Wedding. Lady met her demise indirectly due to Joffrey, and Nymeria had been wandering the north with her own pack since her disappearance. Only Summer and Ghost remained. The latter following Rickon, who, in the original tale, met his end due to the betrayal of House Umber. Your Majesty, the strength of the Riverlands army exceeds our expectations. I cannot fathom how they have achieved this, the envoy reported, his observations prompting skepticism among many northern nobles regarding his credibility. Fear not, we have considered the worst-case scenario. I shall strive to secure the best interests for all, for that is the only course available to me, Bran replied calmly. Since the deaths of his father, mother, and elder brother in battle, Bran had seldom exhibited emotional fluctuations. Perhaps it was due to overwhelming sorrow, or some other reason. Bran was no longer the lively, spirited boy he once was. Since Robb's departure southward, Bran had taken to managing northern affairs with the aid of a maester, and from that moment on, he had become increasingly taciturn. Chapter 79, a long-awaited reunion. The following day, Theon arrived at the seat of the Iron Islands with a formidable army, which encamped outside the fortress of Carbon Fire. Alone, he entered the castle. Soon, guided by a servant, he made his way to the grand hall. The hall was filled with northern lords, and at the head of the table sat Bran, with Summer resting beside him. Theon approached slowly, pulling out a chair to sit before Bran. Bran, it has been an eternity, Theon murmured softly. Indeed, it has been a long time, Theon, Bran replied. It had been approximately 4 or 5 years since their last encounter, and Bran appeared to have matured considerably, while Theon remained unchanged. Perhaps my father should never have journeyed south. A stark and forthright wolf is ill-suited for a place like King's Landing. Bran's voice trembled slightly. Theon exhaled deeply, acknowledging. My father was indeed out of place there. He was far more principled than I had imagined. Perhaps I should not have returned to the Iron Islands so hastily. His tone was tinged with regret. The Iron Islands are your true home, not the North. I once dreamt that Winterfell would be swallowed by a tsunami. And my dreams often prove eerily accurate, much like the vision of my father's effigy I saw in the tomb beneath the castle. Bran's voice regained its composure. Upon hearing Bran's revelations, the northern lords below erupted into murmurs, as Bran had never shared such thoughts with them before. The sea will not drown the north, rather. It shall bestow upon us bountiful resources, Theon asserted. Swear fealty to me and adhere to my political reforms, and I shall spare those lords. The lords were incensed, their noses wrinkling in disdain. You come here alone and look down upon us, and now you dare to act so arrogantly. A stout middle-aged man spoke up. Theon, do not think that the 20,000 troops outside will intimidate us. Should conflict arise, the outcome remains uncertain. Solida, you old fool, you remain as dim-witted as ever. I offer you this chance, summon your men, and if you can land a blow on me, I will withdraw and relinquish both Caitlin Bay and White Harbor, Theon retorted. His expression one of disdain. Solida was one of the northern lords, robust in stature but lacking in intellect, with whom Theon had previously had minor altercations. Suddenly, a flash of white light revealed shimmering armor. Do you believe I would come here unarmed for any other reason? Theon declared. Enough, Solida, you may leave, Bran interjected immediately. Wishing to spare Solida from an unnecessary demise, he turned to Theon and said, Theon, do not take offense, you know Solida's nature. Seeing that he had subdued the crowd, Theon retracted his armor. Initially, he intended to make an example of someone, but Bran's intervention had diffused the situation. I am willing to lead the northern lords into submission and consent to your reforms, but I have one condition, Bran stated. You lack the standing to impose conditions. As you must surely understand, Bran. Bran did not respond to Theon's words, but continued, I demand the head of Roose Bolton. Walder Frye's daughter has married you. And it was my brother who broke the oath first, yet I must have Roose Bolton as head. The implication of Bran's statement was straightforward. Roose Bolton and Walder Frye conspired to slay Robb Stark. Since Robb broke the oath first, and since Caitlin wed Theon, Bran found himself without justification or strength to hold Walder accountable. However, Roose Bolton is Robb's vessel and bears no allegiance to Theon, thus, Roose must die as a condition for the North's submission. Theon gazed at Bran, whose resolve was unwavering, and nodded in agreement. I accept this condition. I shall deliver Roose Bolton as head to you. Very well. I, Bran Stark, hereby declare the North's submission to the King of the Iron Islands, in accordance with the will of the Iron Islands sovereign. Though the northern lords were reluctant, they recognized this was the best outcome and knelt to pledge their fealty. The northern nobles understood the political dynamics between the Riverlands and the Iron Islands and realized they would no longer possess autonomy over their domains. One northern lord raised his head and inquired of Theon, Your Majesty, will we still be permitted to trade in glass and fine salt? The other nobles looked expectantly at Theon. Having already resolved to submit and relinquish their autonomy, the ability to access trade rights for Riverland goods became paramount to their interests. Theon offered a reassuring response. Certainly, this concerns your welfare. I understand your concerns, and I will establish factories in the north, ensuring fair competition and equitable distribution of sales quotas. Upon hearing Theon's assurances, they felt a sense of relief, though they would lose their autonomy. The prospect of earning wealth and enjoying their lives remained intact. In the ensuing days, Theon recalled another contingent of troops, leaving 20,000 to garrison Winterfell, while leading the remaining 10,000 towards the Dreadfort. However, the population of the north was indeed sparse. Theon estimated that following Robb's campaign southward and several years of internal strife, the entire northern populace may not exceed 400,000. Chapter 80, The Battle of Terror Keep lies to the east of Winterfell, nearly aligned in a straight line. By the time Theon arrived at the foot of Terror Keep, it had already been besieged, with no means of escape. The nobles who had previously sworn allegiance to House Bolton now stood in silence, as if unaware of the encirclement. They had never wished to pledge their loyalty to House Bolton, but the proximity to Terror Keep left them with little choice. The opportunistic minor nobles, seeking to gain favor, were of no worth to the Boltons. Upon reaching the military tent, several commanders awaited him. Your Majesty, it appears that Roose Bolton intends to hold Terror Keep to the last. Shall we commence the siege? Gruff asked. Terror Keep is the second largest city in the north, surpassed only by Winterfell, and the harsh northern climate emboldened Roose Bolton's resolve to endure. As long as he could hold out until Ramsay succeeded, Theon might have a chance to withdraw, and Roose was wagering on that possibility. This was not a gamble Roose desired. For a cunning noble rarely undertakes actions devoid of certainty, particularly in this instance. Roose was acutely aware that Theon would seek his demise. Eliminating him would yield numerous benefits. such as enabling negotiations with House Stark or providing Theon with a means to validate himself, thereby increasing the likelihood of acceptance among the northern nobility. In any scenario, Theon as slaying of Roose, a man who had once betrayed his own liege, would bear no repercussions for him. Thus, Roose had to resist, to gamble on a plan with a low probability of success. If Ramsay could capture Celis, it would provide leverage for negotiations and a chance to breathe. Meanwhile, Theon had begun preparations for the siege. In anticipation of this northern campaign, the engineering corps had developed a colossal cannon, employing solid granulated wildfire. The explosive energy released by wildfire rivals that of gunpowder. From the inception of the engineering corps, Theon had initiated research on gunpowder. However, gunpowder's explosive yield remained insufficient for Theon's ambitions, and its development progressed slowly. Conversely, the advancements with wildfire were swift, as a method for creating solid wildfire was discovered. Unlike its liquid counterpart, solid wildfire proved to be more stable and exhibited greater explosive power in equal quantities. After extensive experimentation, the engineering corps successfully produced granulated wildfire, marking its inaugural application in the form of a siege cannon. Amidst the astonished expressions of the soldiers defending Terror Keep, 3 uniquely designed devices were swiftly assembled by the forces of the Riverlands. As the explosive shells were placed into the cannon, a sharp sound erupted when a soldier pulled the fuse. In the eager gaze of the onlookers, a shell and 2 solid projectiles struck the wooden gate of Terror Keep. In an instant, the gate was obliterated, and many soldiers, caught unawares, were pierced by the shrapnel. Witnessing this spectacle, Theon's face illuminated with delight. While the siege cannon resembled ancient artillery with a lengthy firing interval and a short barrel lifespan, its power was undeniably formidable. Regrettably, constrained by the current technological limitations, the production of such colossal cannonades is straightforward. However, the creation of more intricate weapons like flintlock and matchlock guns remains unattainable. Sean recalls the general structure of these firearms. Yet, after countless instances of barrel explosions, he realizes that the rudimentary metallurgy available cannot yield metal components that meet the necessary specifications for such small arms. Even this enormous cannon, dubbed Tsunami, faces the risk of catastrophic failure after merely 20 discharges. To ascertain the longevity of the Tsunami cannon, several condemned prisoners from the Riverlands have met their demise in explosive incidents. It is important to note that exceeding 20 uses does not guarantee a burst, but rather introduces a risk thereafter. Consequently, Sean establishes an internal regulation. Any tsunami cannon that surpasses 20 uses is to be sold at a premium to the free cities of Essos. The production cost of a tsunami amounts to approximately 600 gold dragons, yet it is sold to the free cities for 30,000 gold dragons, with ammunition priced separately. As the adage goes, when the cannon sounds, gold flows. Weaponry trade has perpetually been among the most lucrative enterprises. In stark contrast to Sean's exuberance, the fortress of Terror Castle, which has just witnessed its gates obliterated, exhibits signs of panic. The inhabitants, bewildered by the source of the thunderous noise, are dismayed by the devastation of their gates. Following Sean's command to advance, the soldiers form ranks and begin their march towards the entrance, while only a sparse volley of arrows is loosed from the castle walls. Clearly, the majority of the defenders have begun to flee. Realizing that with the gates breached and facing an army of well-equipped soldiers, defeat is inevitable, no one desires death. As the soldiers scatter, the defensive capabilities of Terror Castle swiftly crumble, allowing a torrent of troops to surge into the stronghold. However, the civilians within the fortress soon observe that the disciplined soldiers of the Riverlands commit no acts of arson, pillage, or assault against women. In fact, many daring civilians cautiously peek out to scrutinize this peculiar army. For the soldiers of the Riverlands, the spoils taken from the populace would likely amount to less than their daily wages and could lead to court-martial, rendering such theft a fool's errand. As for the assault of women, that is even less likely. Regardless of the appearance of local women, the soldiers are highly selective, especially when it comes to the ladies of the north. Many young soldiers, unencumbered by familial obligations and earning substantial wages with little to spend, often indulge in the pleasures of Snow Moon City, a brothel that Sean had acquired long ago and revamped with modern management techniques, transforming it entirely. Numerous soldiers and nobles are members of Snow Moon City. As the gates of the castle are breached, Sean strides into the damp, cold fortress. Marquis Bolton, oh, no, Duke Bolton, wait. That's not right. Ah, I remember now, His Majesty Bolton. Ha! Esteemed King of the North, Your Majesty Bolton, might I inquire why your castle lacks a lit hearth? Is there no firewood available? Hurry, someone, light a fire in the castle. we must not let Lord Bolton freeze. The tone of Theon was grave, as if he genuinely feared for the well-being of Roose Bolton. Theon Greyjoy, I have heard whispers that your wife is with child. Roose Bolton remained unfazed by Theon's sarcastic remark. Upon hearing Roose's words, Theon was momentarily taken aback. The news of Osha's pregnancy was not a secret, known to nearly everyone. But why would Roose bring it up? Was he seeking to celebrate? Theon had not considered the implications of assassination or kidnapping, for after all, Osha resided in Al, indeed. My wife is with child. Would you care to extend your congratulations, Lord Bolton? Theon replied nonchalantly. Roose poured himself a glass of wine. Attempting to feign confidence as he declared, my son Ramsay has dispatched the most formidable assassins of the Dreadfort to the Iron Islands. I am aware that such tactics are as dishonorable as your conquest of the Bay of Crabs, yet your wife and unborn child have fallen into my grasp. I have received word from Ramsay. He has succeeded. Theon's expression shifted dramatically, and he shouted in fury, You despicable wretch! You are unworthy of the title of noble. Seeing Theon rattled, Roose felt a sense of relief wash over him and retorted, Sir Theon, your methods of securing the Bay of Crabs and White Harbor are equally unscrupulous. At that moment, Theon suddenly regained his composure and calmly asserted, The Dreadfort is guarded by elite Ironborn, and your foolish son could never infiltrate it undetected. Witnessing Theon's doubt, Roose's heart quickened, realizing this young sea creature was indeed a formidable adversary. He then unleashed a torrent of rhetoric, extolling Ramsay's ruthlessness and cunning. Recounting how he had effortlessly infiltrated several defiant noble castles, severing the heads of those who opposed him. Theon's face betrayed his unease as he inquired, What is it that you desire? Upon hearing Theon's words, Roose understood he had secured his life, secretly grateful for Theon's youth. Thus, Roose began to outline his demands, a sum of 2 million gold dragons, 2,000 suits of armor and weapons, along with ample provisions. He insisted that Theon relinquish the Bay of Crabs and White Harbor, promising never again to invade the north in any form. Once you withdraw from the riverlands and concede the Bay of Crabs and White Harbor, I shall write to Ramsay, instructing him to return your wife, Roose Bolton concluded. Very well, I accept your terms. Upon hearing Theon's agreement, Roose immediately produced a document, requesting Theon to sign and place his seal. Theon took up the quill. A congenial smile suddenly gracing his features. Bring forth Roose Bolton, bind him, and send him to Winterfell. Upon hearing Theon's command, Roose's expression shifted dramatically. Theon, are you truly willing to disregard your wife's fate? If your vassals were to learn of this, do you comprehend the ramifications it would have on you? Upon hearing this, Shawn chuckled and remarked, Roose, if you were to claim that Ramsay's illegitimate son infiltrated the Red Keep and forced himself upon Cersei, I might entertain the notion of its veracity. Subsequently, Shawn disregarded the threats posed by Roose Bolton, fully aware of the formidable defenses surrounding the Dreadfort. Moreover, Selena and Marcella resided within the Sun Gardens, not to mention the Apollo lurking within the cave. Even the free-roaming Black Hound in the garden was hardly a match for their prowess. It is worth noting that the Black Hound now stood at an imposing height of 2 meters. What an extraordinary concept! With all fours on the ground and shoulders reaching 2 meters, including its head, it surpassed even Yao Ming in height. As events unfolded, they aligned closely with Shawn's predictions. Ramsay and his entourage hastened their journey, riding day and night, only to encounter a monumental setback at the very first step. Chapter 81, Ram's arrival in the city several days prior. Rams, accompanied by a small party, journeyed tirelessly day and night. At long last, they reached King's Harbor. Once the premier port of Pike Island, it still held that title, albeit its state remained dilapidated and primitive. Upon docking, the unfamiliar surroundings left Rams and his companions in a state of bewilderment. Kneeling to touch the cement ground, he surveyed the labyrinthine roads and throngs of people, uncertain of their next move. Subsequently, Rams and his team made their way to a restaurant situated by the dock. Its prominent sign simply reading restaurant, accompanied by a smaller note stating no lodging available. Upon entering, a man clad in peculiar attire approached him, inquiring, Sir, what would you like to eat? The waiter presented Rams with a menu. Furrowing his brow, Rams took the menu, only to be met with an array of bizarre names. And upon glancing at the prices, he was taken aback. 10 copper coins for a single pork sausage. 10 copper coins for a pork sausage. Do I appear to be a fool? A strange smile crept across Ram's face. Though he possessed a few golden dragons, it did not imply he was gullible. If the price had been revealed post-meal, he might have accepted it, but presenting it up front seemed to insinuate that they deemed him simple-minded. At that moment, the waiter, Recognizing Rams as an outsider, spoke again. Sir, I presume it's your first visit to Pike Island. The prices at the harbor are indeed steep. As we are leasing land from the king, you may find more reasonable prices in the inland towns of Pike Island. Ram's expression darkened. He discerned the underlying message in the waiter's words, clearly suggesting that if he could not afford it, he was welcome to leave. In response, Rams produced a golden dragon and tossed it to the waiter, indicating, just serve according to this. He silently committed the waiter's appearance to memory, contemplating a future opportunity to eliminate him. The waiter caught the golden dragon, confirming its authenticity before promptly saying, please, follow me upstairs. We have private rooms and large tables available. Guided by the waiter, Rams entered an extraordinarily lavish room. As he surveyed the glassware and decorations adorning the space, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Though he had never visited King's Harbor before, he had encountered its descriptions in literature. What had transpired in the Iron Islands over the years? While glass was not an exceptionally rare luxury in Westeros, it was typically reserved for the nobility. The fact that a mere harbor restaurant could boast such an abundance of glassware intrigued him. Recalling the fine salt his father had procured through intermediaries in the riverlands, Rams pondered whether, after abducting Selena, he might compel Theon Greyjoy to divulge the production methods. As Rams contemplated these matters, the waiter returned, bearing a tray laden with dishes Rams had never before encountered. The Iron Islands indeed possessed oil mills, producing both animal and rapeseed oils, the latter of which Theon had extracted using ancient methods learned from previous explorations. In the Iron Islands, many inns and restaurants offer dishes that are stir-fried or deep-fried. Although these delicacies come at a premium, they are equally delectable. Ramsay, enticed by the fragrant aroma, swallowed hard, yet, in an effort to maintain his refined demeanor, he deliberately picked up his fork and knife. As for the slender wooden sticks resembling tongs, Ramsay was perplexed by their purpose, and the server had long departed without imparting any insight. Upon taking his first bite, the others immediately seized their forks and began to devour the feast. For the flavors were irresistible. Once the meal had concluded, Ramsay recalled his primary objective. He had intended to gather intelligence about Pike Island at the tavern. But this establishment was evidently unsuitable. The very hall below was partitioned by wooden windows, making it ill-suited for discreet inquiries. Naturally, he would need to seek out a quaint tavern in a village or a modest establishment in town. Thus, after finishing his meal, Ramsay, accompanied by his loyal entourage, inquired briefly about the direction to Pike City and then resumed their journey without pause. Through a series of inquiries along the way, Ramsay finally arrived at the foot of Pike City. He had gleaned a crucial piece of information during his travels, the Song Garden. It was said that the flora within never withered, a sanctuary created by the king for Queen Cersei. However, upon his first glimpse of Pike City, Ramsay immediately questioned whether he had arrived at the correct location. The towering white walls loomed at a height of 20 meters, seemingly stretching into infinity. Even the walls of King's Landing, the Eyrie, and Casterly Rock could not compare in grandeur, appearing to be constructed from the same formidable material, surely surpassing the resilience of mere stone fortifications. In Westeros, walls exceeding 10 meters are deemed formidable, thus, those approaching 20 meters are exceedingly rare. Ramsay and his companions managed to infiltrate Pike City. After much inquiry, Ramsay finally discerned the location of Pike Castle. However, with so many intersections, they could only navigate the city by trial and error. Upon locating Pike Castle, Ramsay was struck into silence by the sight before him, an edifice resembling a city within a city. The castle walls stood an estimated 16 meters high, adorned with inverted iron spears, and punctuated by watchtowers every 10 meters, along with the constant movement of patrolling guards. "Make way! Make way!" a voice cried out just then. Ramsay turned to see a group transporting a cart laden with supplies into the castle, which sparked an opportunity in his mind. After noting the appearances of several individuals, Ramsay and his men discreetly positioned themselves nearby. Meanwhile, several pairs of eyes in the shadows were watching the movements of Ramsay and his entourage, until one pair of eyes vanished from sight. Chapter 82, The True Dragon, the Giant Dragon, the Great Dog, and the Eagle in the Dead of Night. Rams furrowed his brow as he gazed toward the gates of Pike Fortress. The group of farmers that had entered earlier had yet to emerge, stirring a sense of anxiety and restlessness within him. The terrifying fortress could hardly withstand the advancing army for long. His time was exceedingly limited. Contemplating this, Rams made a perilous decision. At the easternmost edge of Pike Fortress lay a poorly guarded section, a discovery Rams had made previously. This area featured merely a watchtower, devoid of any soldiers on duty, save for the occasional guard who would come to replace the torches. Seizing this opportunity, Ramsay intended to lead his men over the wall using grappling hooks. However, the uncertainty of what lay within the fortress rendered this endeavor exceedingly risky. They could easily be caught the moment they scaled the wall. Yet, with no better alternative, time was of the essence. Ramsay swiftly arrived beneath the target wall, and after several attempts, managed to secure a claw. The others quickly ascended the wall via the rope. Upon reaching the top, Ramsay surveyed the surroundings. To his astonishment, there were no soldiers stationed here, an incongruity that struck him as odd. Even the impoverished castles of the north boasted a few guards brandishing torches. This lack of vigilance was perplexing, yet Ramsay had little time for further contemplation. At that moment, he felt a gaze upon him and turned abruptly. Perched atop the watchtower was a white eagle, its piercing gaze fixed on them, head cocked inquisitively. Ramsay halted one of his men, who was about to draw his bow, signaling him to refrain from causing unnecessary trouble. Subsequently, Ramsay and his companions descended the wall swiftly and began to stealthily navigate toward the interior of the fortress. Pike Fortress had grown vast, resembling a city within a city. However, it was too long before Ramsay stumbled upon an unusual sight, an unguarded grand garden, bathed in moonlight. The garden was adorned with a myriad of flowers and plants, reminiscent of a place Ramsay had heard of before, the Sun Garden. But why? Why was there not a single guard in sight? Occasionally, flickering lights could be seen within the garden, yet they primarily revealed the fleeting shadows of several maidens. Ramsay was certain these figures were not those of guardians. Nonetheless, it mattered little. There were merely a few maidens, and they could simply check if Selena was present. Thus, Ramsay and his men cautiously made their way toward the light. However, upon nearing, they discovered it was merely a place where the maidens toiled, engaged in cooking and laundry. One of Ramsay's subordinates gestured for him to look at a certain area. Following the direction of his subordinate's gaze, Ramsay beheld a hill with a vast opening, emanating a soft glow. "My lord, the last maiden just entered the cave with bedding," his subordinate informed him. Ramsay's brow furrowed deeply. It was highly likely that Selena resided within the cave, but it was probable that the interior was swarming with elite soldiers. Cursed be it! That Theon Greyjoy is truly a despicable old fool. Which imbecile would choose to shelter his pregnant wife within a cave? Ramsay cursed vehemently. He simply could not comprehend such behavior. "My lord, even if this Shandong possesses guards, how many can they possibly have? We should act swiftly. Once we see Selena, our safety will be assured," he reasoned. Convinced by this logic, Ramsay cautiously led 12 men toward the cave's entrance. However, to their astonishment, the cave was devoid of guards, instead filled with an abundance of dazzling gems that left them utterly awestruck. One of his subordinates, unable to restrain himself, rushed forward to seize a blue gem. The cave remained remarkably illuminated even in the night, as these colorful gems radiated a captivating glow of desire. Ramsay instructed 2 men to remain at the entrance while the other 10 accompanied him deeper into the cave. The 2 left behind exchanged glances, silently affirming their resolve. Once Ramsay and his group had departed, the duo immediately began to excavate the gems, some of which required no digging at all. They simply picked them up. Observing one companion still laboring at the wall, one exclaimed, "Pick up what's on the ground to save time." The other quickly grasped the suggestion, and after securing a bundle of gems to their persons, they promptly retraced their steps. They were elite assassins, yet not unwavering loyalists. Their mission was to abduct Selena. Yet they understood their role as mere pawns in Ramsay's grand scheme. Originally, they had aspired to achieve wealth and nobility, perhaps even a title and a small castle. However, the allure of the gems sparked a subtle shift in their minds. Merely pocketing a few could ensure a lifetime of comfort and security. Acquiring additional gems and fleeing to the riverlands to purchase a minor noble title would prove far simpler and significantly less perilous than the abduction of Selena. Yet, as they stepped beyond the garden's gate, they were met with a legion of iron guards. Faced with the ominous sight of rows of crossbows in the darkness, their faces turned pale. Andre waved his hand, and several iron guards advanced to restrain them. "My lord, shall we not rescue Queen Selena?" one of Andre's anxious subordinates inquired, his tone fraught with unease. Since their enlistment and subsequent selection into the Iron Guards, they had been subjected to daily ideological training. Should anything befall Selena, their futures would be bleak. However, Andre was privy to knowledge far beyond their comprehension and displayed no hint of panic at the sight of the gem-laden cave entrance. "Let us await by the cave entrance. We shall capture her shortly," Andre instructed. "Military orders are absolute. and his subordinates refrained from further discussion. Soon, 50 iron guards encircled the cave entrance. Meanwhile, Rams and his men traversed the passage for several dozen meters, abruptly entering an expansive chamber. The most striking feature within was the ground strewn with gems and piles of golden dragons. Even Rams had never encountered such wealth within the storied vaults of Roose Bolton. The riches here surpassed the combined worth of all the nobility in the north. At that moment, Rams also spotted 2 young women engaged in conversation not far away. A flicker of surprise crossed Ramsay's eyes. The rotund figure was undoubtedly Selena, resembling her likeness closely. Most importantly, there were no guards present. Moreover, this cavern offered no apparent hiding places. Surely, Selena's protectors could not be concealed within the mound of gold. Selena and Mysera soon recognized Ramses and his companions. With a hint of curiosity, Mysera inquired, "Are you here to abduct us?" After all, Ramses' entourage appeared far from benevolent, armed with an array of weapons. One does not ordinarily enter such a place bearing arms, nor at such a late hour, particularly not as men. Of course not. I merely wished to invite Queen Selena to the Fortress of Terror as a guest. At that moment, Ramses' attention was wholly fixated on Selena. Entirely oblivious to the 2 creatures lurking behind the table, he approached her with grace, but to his dismay, Selena's countenance bore no trace of fear, leaving him profoundly disappointed. "It seems you possess considerable courage, admirable indeed, Lady Greyjoy." At this juncture, Mysera interjected with a smile, "Uncle, your bravery is commendable as well. This, Sir, have you never wondered why there are no guards present?" Selena spoke softly. Upon hearing their remarks, a foreboding sensation enveloped Ramses. Yet, even if there were guards, the distance was sufficient for him to seize the woman before him. Resolute, Ramses dashed towards Selena, targeting the vulnerable pregnant woman first, as he was unfamiliar with Mysera. However, just a few strides into his charge, he abruptly halted. A white creature rose from behind Selena, sheltering her beneath its wings. "A dragon! Impossible! Absolutely impossible!" Dragons had been extinct for centuries. Ramses' voice trembled with disbelief. Confronted by the low, rumbling growl of Viserion, Ramses found himself momentarily paralyzed. Instinctively weakened in the presence of a predator, he steadied his racing heart. The dragon was merely 2 to 3 meters long, and he had 10 men. There was still a chance. Just as he prepared to signal his subordinates, a chilling scream echoed. Ramses turned to see a massive hunting hound, standing at least 2 meters tall, had already dispatched 5 of his men, incapacitating them with a single swipe. Subsequently, the black beast incapacitated the remaining 5. Its gaze fixated on Ramses. Upon hearing the cries, Andre rushed inside the cavern with his men. At this moment, Ramses, having lost his advantage, pivoted to charge at Selena once more. With a crash, the mound of gold scattered. A colossal creature shook itself free from the gold pile. As Ramses beheld the enormous entity before him, an uncontrollable wave of terror engulfed his mind. Yet an even more terrifying sight unfolded. "Human, you possess remarkable audacity, commendable indeed." Ramses collapsed to his knees, for the 4-legged dragon had echoed his earlier words. The dragon could speak. Ram's lips quivered, unable to utter a single word, as the overwhelming presence of the dragon's might pressed heavily upon his nerves. At that moment, Andre led his team into the scene. The Iron Guards were taken aback by the sight before them. Not all of them had encountered Apollo. Upon seeing Selena beside Viserion, they instinctively aimed their crossbows at him. Though fear gripped their hearts, their primal instinct to protect Selena prevailed. Andre quickly intervened, urging the Iron Guards to lower their weapons, assuring them that they were comrades. At his words, the guards let out a sigh of relief. They had no desire to confront such a creature, a being they could only describe as a legendary dragon. They had never imagined that such a creature would inhabit the Sunflower Garden, which explained why, when they previously inquired with the boastful elders about the absence of guards, those elders had remained utterly silent. Chapter 83, Father and Son. On the brink of ruin after Rams was apprehended, Andre swiftly approached Selena. "My apologies, Your Majesty. I did not anticipate that this group would target you. It was my oversight. Please, impose any punishment you deem fit." Andre had encountered numerous malefactors infiltrating Parker City. Some intent on theft, others on assassination, yet this was the first instance where the aim was directed towards Selena. Nearly the entirety of Parker Island lay under the dominion of the Leviathan organization, which, after absorbing all the small factions, was rebranded by Sin as the Blue Whale. Primarily responsible for intelligence gathering and espionage. Concurrently, Theon established the Orca, selecting the elite from the Iron Guard and training them in the manner of special forces, with a focus on assassination missions. Additionally, Theon was orchestrating the formation of the White Whale Division, tasked with overseeing the bureaucrats. Although this would only materialize once the empire was established and centralized. Presently, it remained in the preparatory stages, but given the current circumstances, its inception seemed imminent. The establishment of these intelligence organizations ensured that any disturbances on Parker Island would be reported to the Blue Whale Division without delay. The prolonged stability and formidable control over information had indeed lulled Andra into a false sense of security, perhaps rendering him somewhat complacent. It was only when Rams and his men approached the Sunflower Garden that Andra hastened to dislocation. His heart heavy with concern upon witnessing Rams and his associates enter the cave not for Selina's safety, but for the repercussions he would face. Selina gently stroked Vercillion's head. "Fear not, Lord Andre. With Vercillion and Apollo by my side, no harm shall befall me." At this moment, Apollo interjected, "Andre, should such a situation arise again, I shall reduce you to ashes. I assure you, it will not happen." Andra exhaled a sigh of relief internally. He resolved to report the matter truthfully to his father, leaving the judgment of punishment to him. Upon hearing Apollo's words, Andra felt a measure of comfort. Punishment was inevitable. Yet as long as it did not involve being incinerated by dragonfire, it would not be excessively severe. However, there was a strong likelihood he would be reassigned from Parker Island. He was uncertain where he might be sent. "Are you not departing? Do you wish for me to keep you for dinner?" Apollo's displeased voice echoed. As a purebred red dragon, Apollo possessed a notably fiery temperament. Although he typically concealed it in the presence of Theon and his family, he had genuinely contemplated whether to incinerate Andra into oblivion. It is worth noting that Apollo's dragonfire differed significantly from that of the three dragons of Xiaogong. One was akin to a small rifle, while the other resembled a cannon. "My sincerest apologies, Queen Selina." After once again expressing his regret to Selina, Andre promptly instructed the Iron Guard to escort Rams away. In the north, at Winterfell, Theon, mounted on Ares, led Roose Bolton by the reins. At this juncture, Roose remained undeterred, continuing to intimidate Theon. "Theon Greyjoy, Rams will undoubtedly capture Selina. We can discuss this matter." Sean cast a glance back at Roose. All right, your precious bastard will surely capture Celis. Must you continue to prattle on? I feel an urge to sever your tongue. Were it not for the impending trial of Roose in Winterfell, I would have long since removed this old man's head, his incessant chatter grating on my nerves. Someone, silence him, damn it, I should have foreseen this. At that moment, Sean suddenly realized and commanded that Roose's mouth be gagged. Thus, he led Roose to the hall of Winterfell, where the northern lords had long awaited. Having received word of his arrival, with a creak, the grand doors swung open, a biting wind sweeping into the hall. Sean entered, leading Roose. As the assembly confirmed that the man in Sean's grasp was indeed Roose Bolton, they erupted into a chorus of curses. Ultimately, the current plight of the North was significantly tied to Roose Bolton and Walder Frey. Had the two not turned traitor, Robb would have been able to retreat to the north and firmly secure the trident. However, with Walder Frey having transformed into the father-in-law of his new master, any talk of him was now rendered moot. Consequently, all ire was directed towards Roose Bolton. Bran, upon seeing Roose, felt a flicker of hatred. Though this was his first encounter with Roose, it did not diminish the animosity he harbored. Sean clapped his hands to command silence. Roose Bolton has conspired against the crown and led a rebellion. In 3 days, he shall face the king's judgment in Winterfell. In 3 days, Sean would pass judgment on Roose Bolton as king, while formally accepting the fealty of the northern lords. Chapter 84. I simply failed on the eve of the trial against Loras. Adu discreetly sought out Sean, carrying Bran on his back. Sean stepped forward to take Bran and gently placed him on a reclining chair. "You've gained some weight, Bran," Sean jested. A rare smile broke across Bran's face. And just as he was about to respond, Adu interjected, No, I haven't gained weight." These few words, spoken with great effort by Adu, rendered Bran momentarily speechless with astonishment. Adu, you can speak now?" Bran exclaimed, his surprise palpable. This was Adu's first utterance. Sean felt a stirring in his heart, beginning to grasp the underlying reason. Although Adu had not been particularly bright, he was not mentally deficient. One might say he was simply somewhat simple-minded. The root of his condition stemmed from Bran's influence, as in the original narrative. Bran's time traveling inadvertently rendered Adu mentally impaired. It resembled an unalterable temporal loop. Yet due to Sean's intervention, even the three-eyed crow, a semi-omniscient entity, had its powers stripped away. This temporal loop had been fundamentally, or rather, at its inception, eradicated, leading Adu to potentially begin a gradual recovery. However, Sean could not disclose this to Bran, as it was merely his conjecture and not a certainty. Indeed, you are correct. Adu, Bran has not gained weight, he has merely grown. Adu nodded in agreement. Yes, Bran, you have grown. Bran gazed at Adu with delight. That's wonderful. You can speak now. Bran's dependence on Adu was profound, and Adu's restoration of intellect would significantly assist him. Once the initial surprise faded, Bran recalled his purpose. Cyan, you are to judge Roose Bolton. Sean nodded affirmatively. Indeed. I shall pass judgment on Roose Bolton in the name of the king and accept the fealty of the Northern Lords. Bran fell silent for a moment, then stated, Sean, I wish to personally slay Roose Bolton. Sean furrowed his brow. Logically, it should be he who delivered the fatal blow to Loras's neck. However, it was not impossible. But the question remained, how would Bran execute Roose Bolton? How will you kill him? With a crossbow? With a longsword, a specially crafted longsword, akin to Arya's needle. I want to be the one to sever his head. Speaking of Arya brought a tinge of sadness to Bran. If only Arya were here. She would surely take Loras's head in my stead. Arya was likely in Braavos. She would make an excellent assassin, or so it seemed. Bran paused, astonished. You mean Arya is still alive? Indeed, my men once spotted Arya and the Hound in the Riverlands. It is presumed she has gone to Braavos to study at the House of Black and White. Upon hearing Sean's words, Bran nodded slightly. The House of Black and White. He had heard of it. The faceless men of Braavos were renowned across the land. So, can I truly slay Roose Bolton myself? Bran gazed at Sean with hope. Sean nodded in agreement. You may kill him yourself, but not with a longsword. Instead, it shall be with the guillotine. At these words, Bran was momentarily taken aback. The guillotine? Subsequently, Sean elucidated the commonly employed guillotine in Hegian, a device whereby pulling a lever would result in the separation of a head from its body. Bran, you must comprehend that failing to sever Roose's neck at once would yield dire consequences. Bran nodded, acknowledging his understanding. The guillotine was indeed acceptable, as he would at least pull the lever himself. Once resolved, Bran instructed Adu to carry him away. Observing Bran's retreating figure, Sean began to contemplate the subsequent transformations in the north. Before long, the day of judgment arrived. Sean occupied the main seat, with Bran positioned beside him. And behind them stood a multitude of northern nobles. Roose Bolton was brought forth to the trial seat. Roose Bolton, the former Marquis of the North, had rebelled against his sovereign, Robb Stark, during the campaign against the former King of the North, leading to the latter's untimely demise. After which he declared himself king in rebellion. You are mistaken, Theon Greyjoy, your father-in-law, Walder Frey, also conspired against us. Why do you not judge him? Roose Bolton remarked with a smirk, having surrendered to his fate, fully aware that Sean would not spare him. Now, Roose sought merely to provoke Sean. Though no judgment was necessary, the news of his daughter's fate would soon arrive, and he hoped Sean would not be too heartbroken when it did. As Sean observed Roose's efforts to maintain an air of graceful composure, he nodded. Rest assured, I shall train Ramsay to be a compliant hound. He is currently awaiting me in the dungeons of Harrenhal. Taken aback by Sean's words, Roose questioned, has Ramsay already been captured? Oh, please. Do you truly believe Harrenhal is as accessible as a tavern? What era are we in, Roose? It is already March of the year 304. Sean retorted with a sardonic tone. Ah, perhaps you wouldn't comprehend, after all, you are merely a lord of the medieval nobility. I hardly expect you to grasp anything beyond your ken. However, such musings were futile. Returning to the matter at hand, do you plead guilty, Roose Bolton? This is all unjust. I demand trial by combat, just as you saved that regicide dwarf. I implore the gods to deliver justice on my behalf. Roose. The gods are not but illusions, it is the law that holds true. The law is not indeed true. Roose suddenly breached his defenses. The law favors the feeble. By what right do you sit in judgment over me? Why do you not condemn Walder Frey? Is it merely because that old fool has a beautiful daughter who bore you a child? The northern fools wish to slay me. Do they not desire to slay Walder Frey as well? They yearn to see him dead more than anyone. Were it not for the 50,000 soldiers outside, they would have already torn you, the Frey family's son-in-law, to pieces, instead of standing here to witness my trial. Had you not intervened, I would have eliminated these fools one by one and become the true king of the North. Roose's voice resonated throughout the courtroom, inciting an uproar among the northern nobles. Several nobles were even prepared to confront and eliminate the old man Roose Bolton, for his words contained no faults, striking deeply at their sense of pride. Chapter 85, The Northern Overlord, Part 1, Silence. With a thunderous command, Sikun halted the increasingly chaotic courtroom. Roose Bolton, it is with regret that I inform you. Within the Icenia Empire, there exists no such illusory form of trial as a duel. All judgments shall be based upon the statutes inscribed within the legal codex, which I shall henceforth designate as the Sikun Codex. Roose Bolton's tone bore a hint of astonishment. The Icenia Empire. It appears you are not without your own shortcomings. Do you intend to establish a new nation relying on the Riverlands and the North? Oh, and let us not forget your impoverished lair of sea monsters. Indeed, the Iron Islands are quite destitute. After all, their annual tax revenue amounts to a mere 200,000 golden dragons. A stark contrast to the 700,000 collected from the Riverlands. Do you truly believe the words you utter? Roose retorted. He was aware of Sikun's dealings in fine salt and soap, yet the notion of 900,000 golden dragons in tax revenue was beyond his credulity. In his eyes, Sikun was merely boasting, weaving grand illusions for the simple-minded folk of the North. Reflect upon the weaponry and granaries of the army outside. Do you think I believe your claims? Sikun scoffed. With an air of nonchalance, Sikun remarked, to be candid, the troops outside are but a horde of green recruits. Their primary purpose here is to experience the reality of battle. The true elite are stationed in the Riverlands, equipped with far superior arms. Roose's expression darkened, as did that of the northern nobles. The former felt like a fool, while the latter sensed their negotiating power had significantly diminished. Roose, by royal decree, I hereby pronounce you guilty of treason and regicide, sentencing you to death, to be executed immediately. You will not die well, Theon Greyjoy. Roose articulated the harsh words with an unsettling calm. Sikun smiled at Roose and turned to Bran. I have reconsidered, Bran. Go and personally sever his head. If one strike fails, strike twice. If that fails, strike thrice. Bran's countenance brightened at the prospect of such a task. With a wave of his hand, Roose was escorted to the guillotine. Bran took a peculiar longsword from the servant's hands. Roose, I have awaited this day for a long time. You shall not perish by your son's hand but by mine, and I have never been so elated, Bran declared to Roose. Roose tilted his head towards Bran. When you can personally slay Walder Frey and Cersei Lannister, you will feel even greater joy. A smile crept across Roose's face, but he added with a chuckle, however. You will never be able to kill Walder Frey, ha 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 ha. Bran, too, smiled as he responded, yet I can kill you, and that brings me great happiness. With that, Bran swung the sword fiercely. However, due to his paralysis from the waist down, the strike was hindered, and the blade became lodged in bone. Observing Roose's bloodied form, Bran felt a mix of discomfort and exhilaration, and after several attempts, he finally managed to sever Roose Bolton's head. Gazing at the severed head of Roose Bolton, a sense of satisfaction washed over Bran's face. As the noble lords beheld the severed head of Roose, a wave of satisfaction washed over their faces. The old wretch truly deserved his fate. Bring forth the head of Roose Bolton and impale it upon a spear, displaying it upon the walls of Winterfell, commanded one of the attendants. A few guards entered and immediately set about clearing the bodies strewn across the ground. Shoren clapped his hands to capture the attention of all present. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time we address the issues concerning the North. The atmosphere grew tense, for the matter of utmost concern was finally at hand. You are all likely aware of my reforms regarding the Riverlands and the Iron Islands. You shall retain your noble titles, yet those of Count and above shall no longer possess autonomy over their lands. However, do not fret. I shall grant you the right to sell essential goods such as fine salt, soap, and glass, with priority given to the nobles of Count rank and above during distribution. Shoren briefly elucidated the political framework of the Riverlands to the northern lords. In due course, officials from the Riverlands would liaise with them. Furthermore, regarding the Icenia Empire I previously mentioned, once the reformation of the North is complete, I shall establish a new empire, rather than merely a kingdom. Another matter at hand pertains to the subsidies for the North. Given the current circumstances, I trust you are all aware of the dire situation, with winter upon us. Agriculture in the northern regions has become nearly impossible. Shoren then had a box brought forth, opening it to reveal an abundance of wheat seeds. He grasped a handful of seeds, proclaiming, "These are a unique variety of wheat from Pike Island, capable of thriving in extreme weather conditions. Before the long night descends, you may cultivate this wheat. Skepticism arose among the northern lords. Your Majesty, can this wheat truly be sown in such weather? Indeed, it can, he affirmed. You may also plant winter vegetables alongside it. Additionally, I will introduce a batch of calves and lambs to the riverlands, which you will subsequently distribute to the farmers within your domains. Most importantly, you may retain 30% of your land, while I shall acquire the remaining 70% at market value, which constitutes one of the conditions for obtaining the rights to sell riverlands products. You may choose to keep your lands, however, doing so will forfeit your sales rights. The interests at stake are for you to determine. I impose no coercion. Upon hearing these words, the northern lords engaged in fervent discussion. Ultimately, following Shoren's assessment, nearly all opted for the sales rights, with some even contemplating relinquishing an additional 20% of their land in exchange for greater sales rights. When it comes to their own interests, the nobles are not foolish. Why, one might ask, is the north so impoverished and barren? It is the harsh environment that renders resources scarce. Crops may yield no more than twice a year, and in colder seasons, they may only ripen once annually. In light of their submission to Shoren, they recognized his desire for their lands. Thus, they resolved to barter with him for the rights to procure goods, particularly the fine salt, which could yield profits several times over when sold in Essos. Upon returning from Essos, they could purchase grain at a lower price, ensuring a profitable venture. Observing these self-proclaimed astute nobles, Shion inherently understood their intentions. These aristocrats harbored skepticism towards the situation of the disaster-resistant wheat. Otherwise, they would not be contemplating the acquisition of additional land in exchange for sales quotas. Chapter 86, The Northern Overlord, Part 2. Shion left 10,000 troops to garrison Winterfell while instructing the nobles to return to their castles and await the arrival of officials from the riverlands to assume control. He then led 40,000 soldiers back along the same route, content with leaving behind a mere 10,000 in Winterfell. After all, with Carin Bay and White Harbor firmly under his command, Shion felt no trepidation regarding the northern lord's clandestine machinations. As Shion arrived once more in the coastal city of Haijang, he was struck by a profound sense of nostalgia, reminiscent of the celestial era of the Republic. Originally, Haijang had been transformed into Haijang Port under his vision, destined to become a monumental harbor. However, the city had developed at an astonishing pace. In just 3 to 4 years, it had evolved from a small coastal town into a massive port linking the riverlands with the Iron Islands. The previous year, Shion had redefined the city as blueprint, tripling its area and vigorously promoting the service industry. Perhaps even a threefold expansion might prove insufficient. Additional warehouses would be necessary. He mused to himself. Indeed, Your Majesty, I have yet to witness any city flourish at such a remarkable rate, came an aged voice. It was none other than the city's steward, Stephen Maguire. Stephen, you appear to have aged considerably, Shion remarked, noting with concern that the elder seemed weary. Uncertain if he could manage the myriad affairs of Haijang. Ah, Your Majesty, I can endure for a few more years. But you must hasten to find someone to take over. That little dwarf from Stonespire is quite capable. His political acumen is remarkable. By the way, the site for the provincial capital in the riverlands that you asked me to select has been finalized. Please follow me. The documents await in my office. Stephen's voice bore a hint of fatigue, prompting Shion to suggest, Stephen, would you not consider taking a respite? Allow your deputy to fill in for you. No. Your Majesty, Stephen shook his head. Aubrey is still too young. I am indeed somewhat weary. You may have Tyrion govern in my stead for a time, that way. Aubrey won't cause any trouble. With that, Stephen discreetly observed Shion, silently awaiting his decision. Upon hearing Stephen's words, Shion swiftly grasped the elder's intent. He placed a reassuring hand on Stephen's shoulder, saying, Aubrey is a fine young man. He needs the experience. This will also afford you some relief. And it is indeed fortunate for him to have you as a mentor. Upon receiving Shion's consent, Stephen expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. To encounter such an enlightened ruler as yourself is indeed a blessing for that young lad. Shion waved his hand dismissively and said, Stephen, lead me to your office. I wish to review the site selection for the riverlands. Of course, Your Majesty, please follow me. Whether it was Shion's imagination or not, he sensed that Stephen's weariness had dissipated as they moved forward. Soon, they arrived at Stephen's office, adorned in an antiquated style, featuring 2 bookshelves, one brimming with tomes, the other filled with various documents. Shion casually pulled up a stool, while Stephen meticulously retrieved several sheets of paper. Your Majesty, the location of Hojin City has been determined at the site of Divine Eye Lake, and currently, there are 2 proposed schemes. Sean poured himself a glass of fruit wine and also filled a glass for Stefan, who, startled, immediately rose to steady his cup with both hands. There is no need for such formality. Do share the details of the 2 proposals, Sean encouraged. Stefan approached Sean, explaining. The first proposal entails reconstructing directly atop the ruins of Helmberg, though the costs would be considerable. Nevertheless, while Helmberg carries an ominous reputation, its geographical location is exceptionally advantageous. And the second option? Sean inquired, as he had other plans for Helmberg, intending to develop it into a tourist attraction, though that vision would take many years to realize. The second option lies to the southeast of Helmberg. Stefan pointed to a location on the map, which jutted inward toward Divine Eye Lake. The surrounding soil was fertile. The terrain expansive, and, being situated behind City No. 7, it assured security. Sean gestured toward Thousand-Faced Isle, proposing, why not establish Hojin City here? Stefan immediately grasped Sean's intent but hesitated, responding, Your Majesty, Thousand-Faced Isle has limited space for future expansion, and moreover, transportation of various construction materials to the island will pose significant challenges. Sean gently tapped his forehead, nearly forgetting the limitations of his era at this time. Constructing a bridge across the lake was utterly beyond capability. Then let us finalize the location here. It is indeed a commendable choice. Ultimately, Sean resolved to establish Hojin City at the site designated in the second proposal. As for why he did not select Haijiang City or Benlu City as the future provincial capital of Hojin, it was simply due to his desire to diminish the influence of the old nobility. By erecting a new grand city as the provincial capital and significantly inflating property prices, he could gather the nobility together while also reaping substantial profits. After all, many of the nobles of Hojin had already begun engaging in commerce, living even more extravagantly than before. Very well, Your Majesty, if that is the case, we shall proceed with the second plan. Workers are already being recruited, and we should be ready to commence construction by the end of this month. It is now early March of the year AC 304, and construction is anticipated to begin in approximately 25 days, with the Hojin City project set to be completed within 2 years, encompassing an area 3 times that of Benlu City. Chapter 87, Grain and Cement. Subsequently, Scene set forth towards Stonehaven, intending to confer with Tyrion regarding the matter of support for the North. The issue of assistance to the North was of paramount importance. As the quantity of supplies needed to be determined expeditiously, it was imperative to avert the starvation of laborers before the next harvest. Before Scene's departure, Stefan brought Aubrey to meet him, allowing Aubrey to familiarize himself, which would greatly benefit his future career. Scene held a favorable impression of Aubrey. He appeared remarkably composed and unflustered, exhibiting neither nervousness nor excessive deference in Scene's presence, striking an admirable balance in demeanor. Riding Ares, Scene galloped along the thoroughfare of Riverrun, where the main road had been almost completely paved with cement over the past 3 years, as continuous roadworks had been undertaken in the region. Even now, the construction had not ceased, the primary route had largely been completed, and efforts were underway to expand and plan new intersections. Ares, a magnificent creature, had matured significantly in the past 3 years, displaying remarkable speed and endurance, enabling Scene to reach Stonehaven swiftly, as the 2 cities were not far apart. Upon arriving at the foot of Stonehaven, Scene instantly attracted a multitude of gazes. The imposing figure of Ares resembled that of a premier sports car, drawing attention wherever it went. The sentinels stationed at the gates exchanged glances, recognizing Scene's distinguished status at a glance. They harbored a deep-seated aversion to addressing such nobles, as the laws of Riverrun strictly prohibited soldiers from accepting bribes, with severe penalties imposed for violations. Furthermore, the current inspections for entry into the city were stringent. No bribes could be accepted, and thorough checks were mandatory, often causing discontent among the affluent. Fortunately, the laws of Riverrun were firmly upheld, while the aristocracy might harbor grievances. None dared challenge the system. According to the law, assaulting a guard was tantamount to treason, with serious repercussions. Soon, it was Scene's turn. After a brief examination, the soldier respectfully stated, "My apologies, my lord. Please, proceed." Scene was quite pleased with this demeanor. The uniform inspection for both nobles and commoners was indeed just. As he finally entered the bustling streets, Scene reduced his pace amidst a throng of carts, creating a sense of congestion. This was already a sight following the city's expansion. And at this hour of the afternoon, the streets were alive with vendors and a bustling populace. However, Aerys' towering stature made Sikun conspicuous among the crowd. A sensation he found rather uncomfortable, markedly different from the attention he received during speeches or meetings. Eventually, as the sun began its descent, Sikun arrived at Stonehaven Keep, the site where Tyrion conducted his affairs. The guards there recognized Theon Greyjoy. Upon his dismount, two of them promptly knelt. "Your Majesty," one of them exclaimed. "Rise. Is Tyrion present?" "Your Majesty, the Prime Minister is currently engaged in state affairs. Recently, there has been an influx of merchants in Stonehaven, and it is said that the Prime Minister is preparing to construct a strait of inns." Sean nodded and, following the escort, arrived at Tyrion's office. "Knock, knock, knock." Sean rapped on the wooden door, and a voice from within called out, "Enter." Tyrion looked up, saw Sean enter, and immediately set down his pen. "Oh, 7 gods above. Your Majesty, what a jest. Is this a sign of irreverence towards the king from the dwarf Prime Minister?" Tyrion remarked with a hint of exasperation. "Ha ha ha. Knocking is indeed a commendable habit. However, for a king, it does not convey authority. You should always maintain your regal stature." Tyrion said, his brow furrowed. Although Tyrion himself possessed a humorous disposition, there were certain matters that required clarity, particularly when in the presence of a monarch, especially one who wore a smiling facade, whose thoughts were inscrutable. Tyrion had to exercise utmost discretion. Sean waved his hand dismissively. This was no pretense. "Your Majesty, may I inquire what brings you to seek my presence?" Tyrion moved a chair over to Sean's side. Sean took the seat without hesitation. "The North has been subdued. You are aware of this, I presume." "Indeed, yesterday's newspapers chronicled your valiant exploits. Most of the nobility in the Riverlands are now informed. However, the common folk may not be as aware, as they have few literate individuals among them and little leisure to frequent taverns to hear the news read aloud," Tyrion replied. Upon hearing Tyrion's words, Sean grasped the general situation. It seemed imperative to hasten the advancement of education. Setting that aside, "Are you aware of the current state of the North?" Tyrion licked his lips and responded, "Though I have not closely monitored the details, the situation must be dire. After the southern campaign, followed by 3 years of internal strife, the North is fortunate to have a population of 400,000. It must be said that Tyrion's political acumen was remarkable. You are correct, the population of the North has yet to be accurately tallied, but it certainly does not exceed 400,000. Tyrion sighed. War is invariably the most brutal form of political struggle. "Are we to provide food aid to the North?" Tyrion inquired. "Indeed, food assistance is required, and we must also allocate a portion of cement to repair the stretch of King's Road at Carlin Bay, as that segment is particularly treacherous," Sean replied. Tyrion's brow furrowed. "Your Majesty, I fear we cannot spare the cement at present. Road repairs and the construction in Riverland all necessitate cement, and you are aware of its limited availability." Upon hearing this, Sean rubbed his temples. "Then we shall temporarily suspend the road repair plans and focus on the section at Carlin Bay first. I intend to open Carlin Bay in the future, so we must ensure it is sufficiently wide. The entrance at Carlin Bay also requires refurbishment. It is far too narrow." Chapter 88, The Aging Guardian of the City. A call to self-encouragement. The flickering candlelight danced in the shadows as Tyrion set aside the document he had been holding. "Your Majesty, let us proceed with this arrangement. I shall expedite the matter forthwith." "Very well, I entrust this task to you," said Sean. "By the way, have we completed the inventory of the standardized armor that was eliminated from the Riverlands?" "Ah, I nearly forgot to report on that. We have a total of 30,000 sets of discarded armor, and after accounting for the damaged pieces, there remain 28,736 usable sets." Tyrion retrieved another document to present to Sean. "The value of this armor is not insignificant, and its quality still surpasses that of the world. I do not recommend allocating it to the North." Tyrion assumed Sean intended to provide the armor to the North, not to support the North, but to sell to Daenerys. To be precise, 10,000 sets will be sent to Ukai, another 10,000 to Astapor, and the remaining 8,736 will be divided into 2 portions. 5,000 will be sold to Daenerys, while the remaining 3,000 will support the wall. Tyrion furrowed his brow. "The wall in the North? They do not have that many men. Recruitment is necessary. 100,000 wildlings are approaching the wall, and the mere 200 men at Castle Black are of little consequence," Sean replied. "There are many outlaws in the North. We could select a group of those who are somewhat presentable, individuals without serious crimes," Sean continued. Tyrion paused. What of those who have committed grave offenses? Are you suggesting that the wall will no longer accept death row inmates? Precisely, Shuren nodded. He intended to gradually reform the Night's Watch system, believing that one should not seek refuge at the wall after committing a crime. After all, Shuren would soon provide excellent conditions for the Night's Watch at the wall. It would be utterly chaotic to allow criminals to enjoy such privileges. Very well, I will arrange for Vianney to head to the north. The new batch of officials is nearly trained. We are only lacking practical experience, Tyrion stated. Shuren nodded in agreement. You may select the individuals to accompany Vianney, but be certain not to include any unqualified individuals. The North's situation is intricate and cannot be easily resolved. Tyrion earnestly nodded. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I understand. Vianney will not disappoint you. Furthermore, Your Majesty, our official training largely consists of nobles and scholars. This could lead to the formation of a new interest group, and the officials they promote are all of their own choosing, which is perilous. Tyrion had long wished to address this issue. Currently, apart from the first batch of officials personally appointed by Shuren, all subsequent officials have been promoted by this group of appointees. Though time is still short, Tyrion feared that, given enough time, a new and formidable interest group would emerge, monopolizing the governance of a particular city. If the situation escalates, they might even extend their influence into the military, relying solely on the royal treasury to sustain an uncontrollable army. Despite the daily proclamations of loyalty to Shuren's ideology among the Revenant troops, do not worry, once the North is properly established, my next step will address educational matters, ensuring a continuous emergence of talented officials from the commoners, nobles, and scholars alike, all capable of becoming high-ranking officials. Your Majesty is wise. Though Tyrion was unaware of the intentions of Theon, this did not deter him from flattering him. Subsequently, Theon instructed Tyrion to keep a vigilant eye on Cersei's movements. Previously, a servant from the Dreadfort had revealed that Roose had penned a letter to the king, the contents of which remained a mystery. Tyrion nodded in acknowledgement. After taking a sip of fruit wine, Theon exited the office, leaving Tyrion to continue his labor late into the evening. The following day, Theon awoke and stretched lazily. After being attended to by a maid for his morning grooming and attire, he stepped outside. At that moment, a servant had just finished feeding Aerys. Your Majesty, good morning. The servant greeted, bowing deeply upon Theon's arrival. Theon waved dismissively, signaling the servant to depart, and then mounted his horse. Do not eat yet, I have yet to dine. We shall eat upon our return to the Iron Islands. Aerys rolled his eyes, thinking, I may not have eaten, nor have you, yet it is I who must run. Thank you, my lord. Theon swiftly arrived at the harbor of Seagard, where Aubrey awaited him at the dock. Upon sighting Theon, Aubrey approached eagerly. Your Majesty, the first fleet is prepared and ready to set sail at any moment. Clearly, Aubrey had been well prepared. How did you know I intended to depart today? Theon inquired with curiosity. Lord Tyrion sent word to the Revenants last night, indicating that you might leave this morning, coinciding with a merchant convoy's return to the Iron Islands. Upon hearing this, Theon glanced at the returning fleet and then at Aubrey, finally patting Aubrey on the shoulder. The city guard is aging. You must encourage yourself. Even the usually composed Aubrey could not suppress a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Although Seagard would not become the future provincial capital, it, along with Stonehenge, served as a crucial nexus connecting east and west. At the current pace, the future prospects were beyond imagination. Just then, a little girl suddenly dashed out from the crowd, startling her mother. Chapter 89. The Golden Crown and the Wreath of Grass. Obelisk had long awaited news from the king, and thus the port was thronged with numerous citizens, all eager to catch a glimpse of Sin. They yearned to behold the visage of the monarch who had single-handedly propelled the realm of Helgian into rapid prosperity, wondering if he truly possessed extraordinary powers. Among the crowd was Rebecca, an inconspicuous woman whose husband had perished in the War of the Four Kings. She had chosen not to remarry, instead laboring at a textile factory to raise her daughter, Annie, on her own, earning a modest 15 silver coins a month. She managed to save a few coins after frugally providing for their needs, all thanks to this enigmatic king. Her gratitude towards the monarch subtly shaped Annie's impression of him. When the moment finally arrived for them to see the king, he did not disappoint the many young maidens of Helgian who had nurtured romanticized fantasies about him. Young, handsome, affluent, and courteous, any positive adjective conceivable could be employed by the girls to describe this dashing king. For 5-year-old Annie, however, the significance of the title king eluded her comprehension. Her perception of the king stemmed from her mother. He was the kind elder brother who ensured their bellies were full. This was Annie's first impression upon encountering Sin. She gently touched the grass wreath she had painstakingly crafted as a crown, initially intended for her mother. Ultimately, Annie resolved to present it to this elder brother known as the king. With determination, she dashed through the throng, her small stature allowing her to evade the guards who failed to intercept her in time. Upon seeing the little girl rushing toward him, Sin immediately halted the advancing guards. He crouched down to meet her gaze, noting the freshness of her attire, which suggested that the citizens of Helgeum were indeed thriving. "What brings you to me, little sister?" Sin inquired, striving to maintain a gentle smile. This was astonishing to onlookers, yet for Sin, who had grown up under the warm embrace of the red spring breeze, the regal arrogance often expected of kings was a quality he frequently forgot to uphold. Annie carefully produced a grass wreath adorned with a small red flower from her bosom. "King brother," she began, "this was meant for my mother, but she often expresses her gratitude to you before meals, telling me that you are the reason we have enough to eat. So, I wish to give this to you." With joy, she raised the wreath toward Sin. Oblis smiled at the exchange. "Little sister, His Majesty possesses a crown of jewels and gold, so your wreath would be better suited for your mother. I am certain she will cherish it." "Ah!" Annie's expression shifted to one of disappointment. "That golden crown must require many gold dragons to obtain, right?" Her innocent words elicited hearty laughter from the officials, and even the guards struggled to maintain their composure. Gone were the days when commoners could be shamefully ridiculed without consequence. In the past, a girl so audaciously confronting the king and high-ranking nobles might have faced dire repercussions, yet now, the king mingled so closely with the common folk. Xian was oblivious to the thoughts harbored by these officials, and even if he were aware, he would not be surprised. The chasm of class distinction that has persisted for millennia is not easily bridged. He reached out to accept the grass wreath from Annie, and in the light of her hopeful gaze, disregarding the astonished looks of others, he gently placed the wreath upon his own head. After patting Annie's head, he remarked, "Your approval is far more precious than any crown of jewels or gold." Annie's eyes sparkled with delight, and she joyfully proclaimed, "When I grow up, I will surely present the true jeweled crown to my brother the king." Xian laughed heartily. "Indeed, I look forward to the crown you will bestow upon me." He then lifted Annie into his arms and walked towards Rebecca, having noticed her presence earlier. "You must be Annie's mother. Your daughter is a wonderful girl. Remember to send her to school next year," Xian said to Rebecca. Rebecca, flustered, took Annie from him and repeatedly expressed her apologies and gratitude. Xian interrupted her rambling, saying, "Your appreciation and recognition affirm that my efforts have not been in vain. I truly cherish the crown Annie gifted me." Tears welled in Rebecca's eyes as she knelt before Xian in thanks, and as she and Annie knelt, the others followed suit. Wearing the grass crown, Xian gazed at the multitude of kneeling citizens, a profound sense of pride swelling within him. Since arriving in the world of power struggles, he had approached it as a game. He possessed true dragons and armor, and no known power could obstruct his path. It felt akin to a game with invincibility enabled, where everything unfolded at his whim. However, a newfound sense of responsibility surged within him as he observed the gratitude etched on the faces of the kneeling populace. He had acquired a new aspiration to establish an ideal realm. Yet, the creation of such a utopia could not be achieved through force alone. Xian glanced at the prostrate citizens, fell silent for a moment, then opened his mouth but uttered nothing, before turning to ascend the merchant vessel. The common folk at the port remained kneeling until the fleet had sailed far away, before they resumed their daily tasks. Audley watched the departing merchant ships, his brow furrowed. "It seems that in the eyes of His Majesty, the common people hold precedence. This simplifies matters considerably," he murmured to himself. As for the governance of Riverland, he now possessed a clearer direction and a rough plan. Previously, he had been tangled in the conflicts between the old nobility and the commoners, pondering whether to covertly favor the former. Now, he saw no need for such deliberation. It was best to act in accordance with the king's wishes, ensuring the stronghold of Haijiang City remained secure. As for the nobles who offered gifts, who were they? Apologies, but Audley did not recognize them. The one who wields military power is the true leader. The military in Haijiang City belonged to the king, and given the king's prowess, the identity of the military's controller seemed inconsequential. Reflecting on the battle of yesteryear in Haijiang City, Audley shook his head. Those who dared oppose His Majesty were the ones devoid of intellect. The foolish had all perished. For instance, a short while ago in Riverland, many nobles had feigned loyalty. But what was the outcome? In the span of a single night, individuals vanished without a trace, evaporating into thin air, and their castles, along with their wives and daughters, were appropriated by others. Many aspired to ascend, convinced of their own irreplaceability, eager to engage in duplicitous schemes. Reflecting on this, Ablay adjusted his attire and mounted his steed, making his way towards the coastal fortress. Diligent labor remains the sole truth, all else is mere embellishment. Chapter 90. The truth is a sharp blade in the land of Riverrun. Sean has acquired yet another title, as the people affectionately refer to him as the King of the Grass Ring. This designation is not one of disdain, but rather a heartfelt expression of gratitude from the citizens of Riverrun. Upon his return to the Iron Islands, Sean immediately sought out Selena. At this moment, Selena's belly had grown quite large, indicating that she would likely give birth in about 3 months. As Sean gently caressed her belly, a wave of excitement surged within him. Having lived nearly 30 years in 2 lifetimes, he was about to embrace fatherhood for the very first time. And to claim he was not thrilled would be a falsehood. He is surely going to be a lively little prince, Selena remarked softly. Ha ha, I believe so too. Sean laughed heartily. My, does that mean I shall be an ant? Mizella chimed in joyfully. Selena peeled a grape for Mizella, replying, of course. You will be a 12-year-old ant. A smile brightened Mizella's face, but it soon faded, replaced by a look of discontent. Sean, noticing her change in demeanor, gently patted her head and inquired, what is the matter? Why do you look so unhappy? Mizella looked up at Sean, her voice tinged with sadness. I've started my monthly cycle too, which makes me an adult, so why don't you want me? Is it because of my mother? At this, Sean's expression darkened. You are still too young, you must wait at least 4 more years. Then you don't dislike me? Mizella's face brightened with hope as she longed for Sean to say what her heart desired to hear. Sighing in resignation, Sean pulled her onto his lap and spoke softly. My dear, my reluctance to engage with you is not born from dislike, but rather from the understanding that it would be too damaging for you at this tender age. Do you understand? Mizella wrapped her arms around Sean's neck, sweetly responding, I see, as long as you don't dislike me, that's all that matters. I fear causing you distress because of my mother. Ha ha, that is not the case at all. I am not troubled by your mother. In fact, among those I worry about, she is not even on the list. After comforting Mizella, Sean sought out Apollo. As he approached the Golden Mountain, he called out, Apollo. As if rain were falling from the peak, Apollo emerged, with Viserion resting beneath his wings. Father, what brings you here? Apollo asked, somewhat surprised. In his recollection, ever since he entered his growth phase, Sean had not made an unannounced visit. Child, how can you speak so? Is it forbidden for me to come and see you? Apollo stood and walked to Sean's side, who then playfully patted Apollo's mouth. Keep that big mouth of yours away from me. What if your teeth scrape me? Apollo rolled his eyes. Father, if you have something to say, just say it. Your demeanor frightens me. Sean, sitting down at the stone table, replied helplessly. I truly came just to see you. Apollo fell silent, observing Sean. All right, I came to see Selena and thought I might as well catch a glimpse of you. Sean admitted candidly. At that moment, Viserion opened his eyes, and upon noticing Sean's presence, he slowly crawled over and nuzzled against him. Upon witnessing this scene, Apollo expressed with a hint of regret, it is a pity that the dragon is ultimately akin to a mere beast, possessing an intellect comparable to that of a human adolescent, and is incapable of speech. Yet, one must acknowledge that the intellect of a teenager is not to be underestimated. One should be content with that. During this period, I discovered that there exists a trace of draconic blood within her lineage, yet the reasons for its regression remain elusive. It seems as though she has been forcibly devolved into a dragon beast, only to be subsequently transformed into a wyvern through some arcane magic. Apollo furrowed his brow, grappling with this perplexing notion. Upon hearing Apollo's remarks, Theon was suddenly reminded of a certain tale. It was said that during the zenith of the Black Death god, Balerion, he suffered a grievous wound that resulted in the demise of a princess. According to fragmented accounts, a princess riding Balerion encountered a horrific creature in the Shadowlands. Balerion bore a massive gash on his flank, and no one knows what adversary he faced, nor whether he vanquished the beast or fled in defeat. The speaking princess seemed to have been parasitized by some entity, and within a mere 5 days, she perished, her body resembling that of a desiccated husk. An exceedingly macabre sight. It appears that the world of Game of Thrones is far more intricate than one might imagine. Theon suddenly realized that Westeros seems to comprise less than a quarter of the known world. The continents of Othos, Sithorios, and the eastern expanse of Essos remain largely uncharted. One day, we shall uncover the truth, and that truth often wields a sharp blade. It is best to confront this truth at the height of one's power to avoid being effortlessly cleaved asunder by it. For today, this is all I shall write. As my computer screen has malfunctioned, displaying a plethora of green vertical stripes, necessitating communication with the vendor for resolution. Chapter 91. Reclaiming the Stolen Lands in King's Landing. Within the throne room, a heated debate ensued among several individuals, while Tywin observed silently. Your Grace, I strongly advise against this course of action. The strength of the Riverlands is far greater than we anticipate. Olenna fervently cautioned Cersei against her reckless ambitions. Nevertheless, Cersei remained resolute. Having returned once more to the zenith of power, dismissing any counsel offered by others, the Crownlands, a gift from the usurper Tyrion to Theon Greyjoy, were long conspired over. I merely intend to reclaim what was taken. As Olenna prepared to interject, Cersei continued, let us proceed to a vote, conducted by the members of the Small Council. She emphasized the term Small Council, clearly indicating that Olenna was not among its members. Subsequently, hands were raised in support of Cersei's plan. Of the 7 members of the Small Council, 4 sided with her, with even the fence-sitter, Cersei's own ally, raising a hand in agreement. Ultimately, Cersei secured a decisive victory with 5 votes, solidifying her strategy to reclaim the Crownlands. Meleys, dispatch the ravens to summon the armies of the West and the nobles of the Stormlands, Cersei commanded. Her gaze shifting to Marjorie. Your king seeks to reclaim what is rightfully his. Your king requires your assistance. Although Cersei's words were laced with a veneer of supplication, her tone was rife with threat and insistence. Marjorie, maintaining her composure, responded calmly, Your Majesty, Tywin is my everything, and I shall exert every effort to support my husband. However, Your Grace, we are approaching the time for harvest, and I am uncertain how many nobles will come to King's Landing. By law, when a king summons his vassals to war, they are obliged to abandon their affairs to heed the call. Yet this obligation is contingent upon the king's strength, which must be formidable enough to subdue local powers. The Iron Throne's finances had not improved with the cessation of hostilities. In fact, the colossal debts incurred by Robert were beginning to weigh heavily. What vexed Cersei most was the near depletion of the West's gold reserves, heralding a looming financial crisis for House Lannister. Not only was there no prospect of assisting Cersei with her debts, but even maintaining the elite forces of the West had become increasingly untenable. This decline had precipitated a stark decrease in the Iron Throne's power. While the affluent rich had elevated Highgarden to the most formidable house in the south, at least on the surface. In light of Marjorie's ambiguous remarks, Cersei cast a cold glance at Olenna before feigning a smile, reassuring that whatever support came would suffice. Following a lengthy and grandiloquent address, Cersei ultimately declared the meeting adjourned. Once outside the throne room, Olenna could no longer contain her disdain, unleashing a torrent of invective against Cersei. She is the most foolish woman I have ever encountered. Consumed by the Game of Thrones, devoid of any strategic insight or vision. How long did the North endure against the armies of the Riverlands? Excluding the march, scarcely more than 3 days, Marjorie lamented. The war in the North had dragged on, and the news had reached the ears of several southern realms. The tension between the Westlands and the Riverlands is most pronounced, as the Vale possesses a blood gate, and Dorne is fortified by natural defenses while maintaining favorable relations with the Ironborn. The Iron Throne, held by the King as Landing, is characterized by a lack of strategic foresight, rendering it fearless, particularly Cersei, who epitomizes the region as arrogance, believing that all must heed her command and submit to her dominion. Olenna exclaims vehemently, What a fool! He has not learned a whit from Tywin's tactics. Yet his capacity for self-destruction is remarkable. The Riverlands boasts an army of at least 70,000. And the audacity of that little sea monster to dispatch 50,000 to scour the north suggests that at least 20,000 remain steadfast. Marjorie sighs, moreover. The forces of the Riverlands have returned home and are only now preparing to reclaim the Crab's Claw Peninsula. It is utterly beyond description. What shall we do now? As Olenna ponders while walking, she resolves to assemble 20,000 troops from the Riverlands to march to the King as Landing. If we can muster 20,000 from the Riverlands, 1,000 from Storm's End, along with 20,000 from the Westlands and 5,000 cavalry from the Vale, we would have a total of 55,000 men, which is not without hope. Subsequently, Olenna addresses Marjorie, You are now the queen. And we have just begun to ascend to the zenith of power. The Crab's Claw Peninsula is of paramount importance to King's Landing. That little sea monster is no trifling matter. He is uniting the Iron Islands, the Riverlands, and the north into a formidable whole. In the future, Westeros may not be solely governed by the Iron Throne, but could also witness the emergence of a Salt Throne. Heaven above, how dreadful! Olenna's tone is laced with resignation, lamenting that her only capable descendant is Margaery, while the rest of her kin are disappointingly lackluster. Should Theon truly forge a Salt Throne and declare himself king, it would starkly contrast with the claim of the King of the Iron Islands, inevitably leading to conflict between the two crowns. The most alarming aspect is Theon's youth and his possession of various means to amass wealth, including the highly efficient tool known as the art, which has begun to proliferate in many regions of Westeros. The construction of the art is not particularly complex. After popularizing its use within his domain, Theon, aware of the impossibility of preventing others from replicating it, has manufactured a significant quantity for sale. We can only pray to the Seven that we triumph over the forces of the Riverlands. The Iron Fleet seems to have sailed to Essos, and we could dispatch the fleet from the Arbor to launch a surprise attack on the Iron Islands. A glimmer of cunning flashes in Olenna's eyes as she slowly articulates, the Arbor's fleet can carry 15,000 men. If we could obtain the method for producing high-quality salt, combined with the wealth of the Riverlands, we might no longer require the lions. Olenna's strategy is simple. With the Riverlands army advancing southward and the Iron Fleet diverted to Essos, the Iron Islands would undoubtedly be left vulnerable. If we were to strike with over 10,000 elite troops at this opportune moment, we might indeed seize the method for crafting high-quality salt. Should the Riverlands acquire this knowledge, bolstered by their abundant resources, they would possess ample financial means to raise a fully armed army. Consequently, if the Riverlands were to declare independence first, a Salt Throne, alongside the Iron Throne and perhaps a Rose Throne, would not be an impossibility. Despite the Targaryen dynasty having ruled Westeros for several centuries, the Seven Kingdoms existed independently for millennia prior to the arrival of House Targaryen. It is often said that Robert ascended to the Iron Throne due to his one-quarter Targaryen bloodline. However, this is merely a part of the story. The Starks and Aryans exhibited little interest in the Iron Throne, while the Lannisters found themselves at odds with the Sand Snakes. Furthermore, the emergence of a Kingslayer among the Kingsguard rendered the Lannisters' claim to the throne even more tenuous. The circumstances leading to Robert's ascent were deeply intertwined with the fate of his betrothed and his slaying of Prince Rhaegar. Ultimately, it was through extensive negotiations that Robert claimed the Iron Throne. At its core, if the central power remains feeble while local factions grow stronger, and in the absence of formidable dragons, it is highly plausible that Westeros could revert to an era resembling that of the Seven Kingdoms. Moreover, the truth surrounding Cersei's 3 children is well known among the populace. Yet, thus far, no singularly powerful entity has emerged to declare independence and claim the throne. Should someone step forth to assert their sovereignty, and if the Iron Throne fails to swiftly vanquish this challenger, the fragmentation of Westeros would be inevitable. Westeros lacks the Confucian ideals that characterized the ancient Roman Empire during its disintegration, where none of the splintered nations sought reunification as their ultimate goal. In Westeros, lineage, surnames, and families are of paramount importance. Nevertheless, such values hinge on the advantage they confer to one's own house. Should an opportunity to declare independence arise, none would hesitate, for it represents the pinnacle of honor. Once, Aegon the Conqueror unified Westeros with dragons, compelling the kings of the Seven Kingdoms to yield their crowns and accept the title of Duke. Now, with dragons absent for a century and the royal lineage waning, should one person take the initiative to tear away the last veil concealing the Iron Throne, Westeros shall inevitably return to the age of the Seven Kingdoms. Chapter 92. The Sparrow awaiting opportunity in the royal court of King's Landing. 7 ministers convened: Prime Minister Melson Hubbard, the Gold Cloak Commander Loru Guerrero, the Navy Commander Michel Valencia, the Chancellor Christopher Haddard, the Grand Maester Pycelle, the Minister of Justice Herbert Burnell, and the Captain of the Kingsguard Coleman Lucero. Loru Guerrero, a man elevated by Cersei herself, hurriedly changed into civilian attire after the dissolution of the council and departed his residence with urgency. He navigated cautiously to the Great September of Baelor, glancing around to ensure he was not being followed, before entering a secret chamber through a rear door. Traversing a lengthy tunnel, Loru finally encountered his intended interlocutor, the High Sparrow. In a startling revelation, Loru was, in fact, an agent of the Sparrow. Cersei had long believed Loru to be her loyal appointee, yet unbeknownst to her, he had been indoctrinated by the Sparrow long ago. Your Holiness! A glimmer of fervor ignited in Loru's eyes. Cersei intends to launch a surprise attack on the crag, perceiving it as the gateway to the Crownlands. If she does not reclaim it, the realm shall remain perilously exposed. A flicker of astonishment crossed the High Sparrow's face. What did you say? Cersei seeks to reclaim the crag? Why would she choose to strike now, when the armies of the Riverlands march northward? What is she contemplating? However, a wave of excitement soon washed over the High Sparrow as he recognized the significance of this moment. This was his opportunity. If the armies of Storm's End were to be severely weakened, the Iron Throne's direct rule would revert to the shattered state it had once known years prior, thus providing him the chance to elevate the power of the faith above that of the crown. Initially, when Storm's End had been decimated, the Sparrow lacked the strength to act. As Storm's End gradually regained its vigor, the Sparrow found himself without absolute certainty. Yet now, an unparalleled opportunity lay before him. Should the Stormlands under Tommen's rule be ravaged, combined with the ineffectiveness of the noble houses of the Crownlands, the Sparrow would possess the means to assert the supremacy of divine authority over royal power. Moreover, with the gold cloaks loyal to him, he could effectively seize control of King's Landing through their might and the armed force of the faith. While the Sparrow plotted in secret, Captain Common Lucero of the King's Guard hastily penned a letter to be sent back to the Westlands. He hoped for its swift delivery to Kevin Lannister, so preparations could commence. Given the current state of the Iron Throne, engaging in conflict with the armies of the Riverlands seemed rather unwise. Meanwhile, Navy Commander Misha Valencia composed a letter, and upon arriving at a secluded alley, casually discarded it among refuse. After Misha departed, a small child approached the pile of trash, retrieved the letter, and hurried to a tavern. After handing the letter to the tavern keeper, the child nonchalantly returned to the streets to wander. Shortly thereafter, a raven took flight from the tavern's yard, heading westward. A day later, in the west, Kevin Lannister and Theon Greyjoy from the Iron Islands have both become aware of Cersei's movements. Consequently, both parties have begun preparations in response to this situation. Meanwhile, Cersei swirls the red wine in her glass, attentively listening to the report from Chancellor Christopher Hightower. Originally a noble from the rich, Christopher's lands are exceedingly prosperous, and his family's wealth is formidable. However, he has found himself constrained by the rigid aristocratic hierarchy. As an earl, he has never had the opportunity to elevate his fief or rank. His territory is constantly under the watchful eyes of neighboring earls and lords. Thus, he has expended considerable resources to cultivate connections, barely managing to secure the position of Chancellor. Although this role allows him to partake in the royal council, it pales in comparison to the commanding position he had envisioned for himself. At this juncture, Cersei approaches him, promising him the title of Marquis and the future role of naval minister. Faced with her coercive temptations, it is undeniable that Christopher feels a stirring intrigue. Thus, he chooses to serve Cersei clandestinely while maintaining the facade of allegiance with the Minister of Justice, Herbert Baelish, for the Roose faction. As Cersei listens to Christopher's intelligence report regarding the Roose faction, Olenna is also deliberating on Christopher. The astute Olenna is not blind to Christopher's betrayal. If she were oblivious to such matters, she would not have earned the moniker of the Queen of Thorns. Should we truly disregard Christopher? Marjorie inquires with concern. In stark contrast to Marjorie's apprehension, Olenna remains nonchalant. After all, he is merely an earl, occupying one of the most fertile lands in the Reach. Yet he must surely feel insecure. Olenna scoffs at the notion of his position, finding it ludicrous that one who holds such wealth would seek the protection of others instead of fortifying his own military strength. Our family, she asserts. If he does not have absolute protection, he turns his gaze towards the Iron Throne, hoping for Cersei's shelter, even without a clear understanding of her true nature. Olenna grips Marjorie's hands and imparts her wisdom. You must understand that true security lies in one's own strength. Especially when one's wealth attracts attention, one must become exceedingly robust. Otherwise, reliance on others renders one merely a fish upon the chopping block. Much like Theon Greyjoy, is it not? Marjorie inquires with curiosity. Indeed. Just like that little sea creature. Had he not risen for 2 years, I would never have permitted you to wed Tommen. Tommen is a good king, he is obedient. But for that very reason, he is also a compliant child in the presence of Cersei, Olenna replies with a measured tone. Marjorie expresses her astonishment. Do you genuinely believe that Theon can withstand the onslaught against the Iron Throne? Onslaught? Olenna shakes her head. Who would dare to besiege the Salt Throne, which commands the Reach, the North, and the Iron Islands? Our Reach? The West? The Vale? Is it still the leadership of Wong and the Stormlands? Olenna mentioned several locations consecutively, but upon reflection, Marjorie realized that it seemed rather implausible to encircle the Riverlands. Alas! The optimal moment has been missed. The development in the Riverlands has been exceedingly rapid, with at least 50,000 standing soldiers. According to intelligence, each soldier costs a minimum of 13 golden dragons annually. One can only fathom the staggering amount that Cersei Lannister allocates to her military forces each year. Furthermore, since Cersei has managed to invest no less than 1,300,000 golden dragons into her army, it indicates that she possesses even greater resources to forge weapons and fortify castles. The Bay had just gleaned news from the merchant convoy regarding Essos. Do you know what the Iron Fleet, with its 200 colossal ships and a total of 20,000 men, is setting out to accomplish? Marjorie shook her head. She had been preoccupied with indoctrinating Tommen and had not kept abreast of such matters. They went to seize Astapor, subsequently claiming that the Unsullied had stolen his refined salt technology, and that the attack was launched prior to any public announcement. Olenna, with a look of disdain and caution, shook her head, stating, I would sooner believe that the Unsullied stole Daenerys Targaryen's dragons than accept that the production techniques of refined salt could be pilfered by a band of slave traders. Chapter 93, divided into 3 routes. Iron Islands, Pike. Upon receiving intelligence from Misha, Theon was taken aback. He could not fathom why Cersei would choose this moment to launch a surprise attack on the Crablands. The Crablands, being one of the first strongholds Theon had claimed, were of paramount importance to him. Their strategic position was vital, serving as a crucial passage from the Trident to the Narrow Sea, while also preventing southern nobles from launching assaults on the riverlands. Initially, Cersei had her sights set on seizing the Crablands, believing that with only Crab City as its major urban center and a relatively sparse population, it could be swiftly captured. Should Cersei succeed in taking the Crablands, she would effectively block the Trident, cutting off the riverlands' access to substantial wealth from Essos. Undoubtedly, Cersei's strategy was commendable, if the forces were evenly matched. A surprise attack on the Crablands could indeed seal Crab Bay. Theon subsequently convened his commanders at Pike to deliberate over the matter. Gentlemen, let us first examine the intelligence. With that, servants distributed the copied documents to the assembled leaders. Rupert Segovia was the first to scrutinize the intelligence and, with a scoff, remarked, The Crablands are fortified by Crab City, Maiden Ass Pool, and Crab Keep. With the siege equipment available to the southern nobles, even with an army of 100,000, they could not take the Crablands. The others perused the intelligence as well, yet no one exhibited any signs of concern. The 3 great fortifications of the Crablands, Maiden Ass Pool and Crab City, each boasted 5,000 defenders, while even the relatively close Crab Keep was manned by 3,000 troops. I believe we need not worry, Your Majesty. The southern nobles stand no chance of capturing the Crablands, Omar proclaimed loudly. Indeed, our worries are unfounded, yet I desire more. I will require a substantial number of scholars, and that will depend on the war reparations from the riverlands. Theon's primary objective was to secure scholars from Old Town. He intended to decimate the Iron Throne's forces and demand reparations that would provide at least 300 scholars to serve him for 5 years. In truth, it was less a demand of the Iron Throne than a request for the riverlands to furnish him with at least 300 scholars. As Theon placed the intelligence on the table, he stated, according to the reports, the Iron Throne is likely to muster approximately 55,000 men. This includes 20,000 from the Westlands, 20,000 from the riverlands, 10,000 from Stormlands, and 5,000 cavalry from the Vale, totaling 55,000. Andre pointed to Goldtown on the map. I believe Kevin Lannister will deploy forces from Goldtown, facing us here. Theon glanced at Andre, urging him to elaborate. Initially, Andre was to be reassigned to serve as the castle guard on Great White, but at Selena's request, Theon decided to retain him as the governor of the Iron Islands. Tywin had 3 children, each inheriting a particular strength from him. However, it was unfortunate that Tyrion, who had inherited Tywin's political acumen, was the governor of the Riverlands. Cersei and Jaime exhibit a distinct lack of political acumen. According to reports from the Leviathan Blue Whale Division, after Jaime inherited Casterly Rock, he failed to secure his position as the Warden of the West. The internal stability of the Westlands is tenuous, subjected to decades of pressure from House Lannister. With the passing of the Old Lion, all the noble houses are now teetering on the brink of ambition, relying solely on Kevin to maintain order. Should Kevin lead his troops away from the Westlands to engage in battle with us, the likelihood of turmoil erupting in our backyard escalates significantly. He would not dare to take such a gamble, and I am certain he would not venture even a step away from Casterly Rock. Upon hearing Andre's remarks, the assembly buzzed with discussion, acknowledging the validity of his analysis. But what of Jaime? The sudden inquiry from Theon caught everyone off guard. Surely, Jaime must be working to bolster morale at Casterly Rock. Everyone present was aware of the rumors that Stannis had been spreading in King's Landing. If these rumors held any truth, given Jaime's character, it is highly probable he would take it upon himself to lead an expedition. His martial prowess is not to be underestimated. As Theon's words hung in the air, silence enveloped the room, with eyes cast skyward or heads bowed in contemplation. The truth of those rumors was evident. The Greyjoy family had no golden-haired descendants, yet none dared to voice this reality, for doing so would surely offend Queen Myrcella. Finally, Andre cautiously broke the silence. Your Majesty, in your esteemed opinion, what course of action should we pursue? Theon cast a sidelong glance at Andre, who had just returned the metaphorical bow to him, and replied, the garrison at Runestone remains unchanged. We shall dispatch the garrison from Castle No. 2 to the Golden Road to keep a vigilant watch over Silverhill. With Theon's directive, the assembly quickly concurred, finalizing the strategic arrangement. The subsequent plans were relatively straightforward. As Cersei mustered her forces to assault the Crablands, the 50,000 fresh recruits from the Riverlands would march southward along the King's Road, heading straight for King's Landing. This operation, involving new soldiers, was essential, as the North's strength had diminished significantly, especially after losing the natural defenses of the Bay of Crabs. The opportunity for these recruits to gain invaluable experience was paramount. Chapter 94. The schemes of various parties in the Vale. At Eagle's Nest, the tension was palpable. We must not deploy our forces, one noble exclaimed. The Crab's Claw Peninsula is firmly in the grasp of Theon Greyjoy. I know him well. Cersei stands no chance of seizing it. If we rashly enter the fray, Theon will surely seize the opportunity to capture Seagull Town, Stone Mill, Iron Oak, and Old Wine. Trust me, he has long coveted these territories. Littlefinger meticulously dissected Theon's character before the nobles of the Vale, portraying him as treacherous and cunning, ever eager to seize a piece of flesh from his adversaries. Yet, another noble retorted, but it is the king's command. We must take action, for it is our duty and our honor. Baelish seethed inwardly, cursing the obstinacy of these Vale nobles. If not for the impregnable Bloodgate, it was uncertain who would claim the Vale now. Why provoke trouble? He yearned to reveal that this was not the king's decree, but Cersei's. However, he knew such words could not be uttered, having just dismissed Sansa from the Moon Door. The nobles regarded him, an outsider, with suspicion, had it not been for Sansa's false testimony. His position as the guardian of the Vale might well have led to his own demise at the hands of these nobles. Observing the despair etched on the faces of the Vale's aristocracy, Baelish steeled himself. If that were the case, then he would take the opportunity to invite danger into their midst. After departing silently, the nobles exchanged knowing glances in the direction Littlefinger had gone. The Vale was, after all, a place steeped in exclusivity. All eyes then turned to Ikon Carvera, the most powerful family in the Vale after House Arryn. Ikon himself was held in high esteem, managing the Vale's affairs alongside young Robin Arryn since Sansa's demise. Meanwhile, Littlefinger had been systematically excluded from any involvement in the Vale's governance. In the original narrative, Littlefinger intended to marry Sansa to the Little Skinner, subsequently informing Cersei that Sansa had poisoned Joffrey. This would secure the Iron Throne's approval for an assault on the North, allowing him to gather allies. Cersei would then appoint him as the protector of the North, enabling him to simultaneously hold the titles of guardian of both the Vale and the North, biding his time to regain strength. However, the reality diverged significantly from Baelish's ambitions. Roose Bolton's relentless pursuit to eliminate the Stark family resulted in a trap set by Theon, leading to the loss of the Bay of Carhold. When Theon captured Carhold, he claimed to be searching for Walder Frey, who, unbeknownst to him, had been residing comfortably at the Dreadfort, while Theon only returned Carhold to the Starks after their submission. At this juncture, there was no need for restitution. The entire North was now under Theon Greyjoy's dominion. Upon returning to his residence, Peter Baelish promptly sought out Sansa, urging her to pen a letter to Theon, cautioning him about the noble knights of the Vale. After a moment's hesitation, Sansa began to write, while Littlefinger also composed a letter, informing Theon of Cersei's plans and the intentions of the Vale's knights. The Littlefinger wished to procure a batch of armor and war horses from Kian, while simultaneously enlisting his aid to eliminate all the nobles of the Vale who had committed bloodshed. In return, Baelish could relinquish control of Seagull Town. After dispatching the letter via Raven, Baelish began to incite Robin, urging the Vale nobles to mobilize more forces, with the hope that the greater the loss, the better. Unlike the tumultuous situation in Eagle's Nest, the western stronghold of Casterly Rock was in an uproar. You are no longer the Kingsguard Sir Jaime Lannister. You are now the Duke of the Westlands. Kevin's voice boomed, fully aware that he should not address the Duke in such a manner. Yet his frustration was reaching a boiling point. Upon receiving a summons from King's Landing, Kevin was instantly enraged. Unable to fathom why his illustrious elder brother would bequeath such a reckless daughter as his heir. The most alarming aspect was that his brother's designated successor was so utterly imprudent. Jaime, you must comprehend the current state of the Seven Kingdoms. Kevin Lannister suppressed his ire and proceeded to instruct with earnestness. The military might of the Riverlands is formidable, and our primary objective must be to stabilize the Westlands. Have you not yet realized that the Maud, Badil, and Tyrell families have been in close communication of late? Jaime, upon hearing his uncle's words, felt a deep conflict within. He was not foolish and understood, based on reports from his subordinates, that the internal situation in the Westlands was indeed precarious. Should he or Kevin lead the forces of the Westlands into battle, the Maud and the other two families would likely seize the opportunity to revolt, while other families might merely observe from afar. They had long been suppressed under the weight of the Lannister family, and now that Tywin was deceased, Jaime had just ascended to the title of Duke, while still being branded as a Kingslayer. In the past, the Lion could disregard the sheep's opinions. But now that the old Lion Tywin had passed, the Lion's fangs had dulled. At this juncture, the Lion must consider the sentiments of the flock. Especially since this particular flock was not easily intimidated, their forces, trained under Tywin's command, were not significantly inferior to those of the Lannisters. Yet, despite all of this, Jaime still yearned to aid Cersei. Having met Kian and heard of his exploits, he understood him to be a cunning and treacherous individual. It was precisely because of this that he felt compelled to set out personally. He could not rest easy regarding Cersei's safety. After a moment of contemplation, Jaime finally spoke. "Uncle, I must go. She is my sister." Kevin, observing Jaime's resolute expression, let out a resigned sigh. "You may take no more than 5,000 men. I shall personally lead the remaining 15,000 to go to the city." Kevin understood that once the Lannister forces of 20,000 departed, the three families would undoubtedly conspire to revolt. Yet, he also recognized this as an opportunity. The alliance of the three families could muster no more than 10,000 troops. And perhaps this could serve as a chance to eradicate them and set an example to others. However, the backbone of the alliance, the Tyrell family, was not devoid of intelligence and was acutely aware of their numerical disadvantage. Chapter 95. The Stirring of the Four Corners. The current patriarch of the Tidal family is Amika Tidal. Amika's father did not hastily choose sides when Tywin seized control of House Lannister. Rather, he swiftly pledged his loyalty upon recognizing Tywin's cunning methods. This astuteness allowed the Tidal family to evade the purges of that tumultuous time. Amika shares her father's sharp insight and perceives the current weakness of the Lion. She is determined to prevent the Tidal family from once again falling under the oppressive dominance of House Lannister. Such constraints significantly hinder the Tidal family's development, while Tywin, in his leadership, similarly stifles the advancement of other noble families in the Westlands. The Bat family and the Metal family have also been targets of prior restrictions by House Lannister. The strength of these three families ranks among the foremost in the region, second only to the Lannisters themselves. With Tywin now deceased and Jaime Lannister evidently lacking the stature of a duke, the three families see an opportunity. Under Amika's unification, they managed to muster a force of 16,000 men, yet they remain 4,000 short compared to the Lannisters' 20,000. Furthermore, the individual prowess of Lannister soldiers surpasses that of other families, a disparity that weighs heavily on Amika's brow. To act impulsively in rebellion would likely yield no advantage and could result in a merciless pursuit by House Lannister, reminiscent of the infamous reign of Castamere. The recent tragedies of the Reyes and Tabak families still linger in memory, marking Tywin's first demonstration of ruthless cruelty, as he obliterated both families, a rare occurrence in Westeros. However, Amika soon finds her opportunity when Cersei's summons reaches the Westlands, announcing that Kevin Lannister will lead an army to reclaim the Crablands for the Iron Throne. The strength of the Riverlands is rumored to be formidable, should they manage to deplete a third of the Lannisters' elite forces. There lies a chance to dismantle the Lion family's absolute hold over the Westlands. This remarkable opportunity is one they are unwilling to forfeit. The time has now reached May of AC 304. The Southern Coalition took a full month to assemble, with the Vale contributing 8,000 cavalry and the Westlands fielding 20,000 troops, 15,000 of whom are stationed in Casterly Rock. In a surprising turn, the Riverlands have gathered 40,000 men, alongside 10,000 from the Stormlands, culminating in over 60,000 assembled in the Crownlands, with Jaime Lannister appointed as the supreme commander of the entire force. Meanwhile, in the Riverlands, Theon does not personally advance to the front lines. as Celaena's pregnancy has progressed significantly, and she is expected to give birth within a month. Consequently, Theon has remained at Pike to support Celaena. The war is under the purview of Tyrion, the governor of the Riverlands, while Almisiu commands the three armies, leading 50,000 newly recruited soldiers together at Castle 7. Almisiu awaits the Southern Coalition to first strike at the city of Maidenpool. On the other side, the Iron Throne has swiftly issued orders for the capture of Maidenpool. Mark Anger is in discussions with Nictor Barton regarding the coalition's offensive. Maidenpool originally had 5,000 defenders, to which Mark has summoned an additional 5,000 farmers to bolster the city's defenses. After summoning 5,000 farmers, the logistical pressure has somewhat diminished. The trebuchets on the city walls require sufficient wildfire bombs and stones. The quantity of wildfire bombs is limited, and we lack the tsunami artillery. I have instructed the farmers to bind stones with hemp ropes, which, when sprinkled with a small amount of wildfire powder, will serve a lesser purpose than the wildfire bombs. But it is significant nonetheless. Hearing Nictor's words, Mark felt a sense of reassurance. We merely need to hold on and await the arrival of the Riverlands army. According to the defensive configuration of the city of Anquan, we should be able to withstand the relentless assaults of the Southern Rats for at least 3 days. Nictor stroked his chin and remarked, the Southern Coalition is not as formidable as you imagine. Their lack of unity is a major issue. Otherwise, why would Kevin Lannister remain idle with 15,000 men at Goldtooth? Indeed, while the Riverlands has amassed 40,000 troops, it remains uncertain how many of them will confront us and how many will remain in King's Landing to control the court. Upon hearing Mark's words, Nictor appeared somewhat astonished. Are you suggesting that the Riverlands harbors different intentions? The Riverlands undoubtedly has ulterior motives, with King's Landing now divided among 3 factions. Only Cersei still perceives the Great Sparrow as her ally. Mark's tone dripped with sarcasm. However, the Queen of Thorns, Olenna, is no fool. She must have sensed the Great Sparrow's ulterior motives long ago. Marjorie has just ascended to the throne. Do you think Olenna would allow the divine power to strangle the royal authority? It seems to be a valid point, Nictor agreed, acknowledging his ignorance regarding political maneuvers. Let us head to the city walls. Within 2 days at most, the Southern Coalition will arrive. With that, Mark rose and made his way to the walls, as their presence as defenders was a significant morale boost for the soldiers guarding the city. Moreover, Mark allocated the taxes originally intended for building public latrines and waste pits to purchase cattle, sheep, and pigs. During wartime, how can one fight without meat? This was a statement made by Shion during the conscription campaign, which became a standard among the soldiers. Typically, lunch included meat, but during war, it became a strict requirement that every meal must contain meat. Only with sustenance can one muster the strength to fight. Chapter 96, a chaotic situation. As the 2 individuals approached the city wall, they observed a multitude of laborers busily transporting supplies for the defense of the city. Numerous women were engaged in the task of moving provisions, and the entirety of the city of Anquan resembled a giant in frantic motion. Faced with the onslaught of tens of thousands, the pressure on Anquan was considerable. However, the presence of the fortified concrete walls allowed the enemy to scale them only with siege ladders, significantly alleviating the city's burden. The 2 continued to inspect the defensive arrangements, awaiting the arrival of the Southern Coalition forces. Meanwhile, James Lannister, the commander of the Southern Coalition, found himself confronting difficulties. The coalition was far from united. Only the Stormlands seemed to heed James's commands, while the Vale and Riverlands acted more like allies than a cohesive coalition. This distinction was crucial, as the reinforcements from these regions were disobedient. The Vale, though somewhat cooperative, was still manageable, but the Riverlands displayed complete disregard for orders. The entire army lingered at the rear of the main force, and had it not been for the Riverlands' control over supplies, James would have long abandoned them. Ultimately, James sought out the nobles of the Riverlands, specifically the head of the Tulip family, Sharbel Tulip. The Tulip family was one of the marquises of the Riverlands, and during this northern campaign, Sharbel had mobilized nearly all of his forces, motivated by the territory promised by House Roose. When James approached Sharbel, he found him reclining with a woman, indulging in revelry with other nobles. A flicker of anger crossed James's eyes. How could such a fool lead the Riverlands into battle? I require provisions. We must swiftly launch a surprise attack on Anquan while their forces are still reeling, James asserted, entering the military tent and vociferously reprimanding Sharbel. However, Sharbel regarded James with disdain. Do you still fancy yourself a formidable lion? Have the internal conflicts of the West been resolved? James's expression shifted at this remark. How did the Riverlands know of the unrest in the West? The West was stable and did not require their concern. The king had summoned you to fight for him. Yet you indulge in revelry. He retorted. I shall certainly report this to his majesty. Ha! Since you insist, we shall return to the Riverlands with our provisions. As we have scarcely consumed any thus far, Sharbel mocked. James's face flushed with anger, yet the coalition's supplies indeed relied on the Riverlands' provisions. The Iron Throne was destitute, incapable of sustaining the coalition's consumption. Ultimately, Sharbel conceded, if you wish to strike first, I can allocate you provisions for half a month. However, in exchange for the supplies, we shall need to withdraw 10,000 troops. You must consider this carefully. Grant me half a month's worth of provisions, James replied before departing. For James, although the Riverlands boasted a larger number of troops, their combat effectiveness was negligible. Losing 10,000 men would not significantly impact their already advantageous coalition numbers. Once James had left, Sharbel gestured for the women to exit. Ladies, who shall take the lead? Sharbel inquired. Silence enveloped the crowd, with no one daring to respond to Sharbel's words. Amica Tydal had clandestinely established contact with the Riverlands long before her intentions of rebellion, hoping for their support. In return, Amica Tydal pledged her allegiance to the Iron Throne upon either assuming guardianship of the Westlands or petitioning it from the Lannisters, effectively aligning herself with Queen Marjorie and the Rose faction, although Olenna held little interest in those with a history of betrayal. Weakening the Westlands would enhance the Riverlands' standing in King's Landing, while she did not expect the Tydal family to completely vanquish the Westlands. Merely dividing them in two would significantly diminish their power. At that juncture, Cersei would find her hand weakened by a thought, if Tydal were not a fool. The division of the Westlands was indeed plausible. However, a pressing concern remained: how would the forces of the Riverlands engage in battle? After much contemplation, the only viable solution was to disguise the Riverlanders as mercenaries hired by the Tydal family, adamantly denying their true allegiance. Thus, secretly aiding Tydal would not be an enviable task, as capture would likely lead to an unredeemable fate, either death or servitude on a manor's lands. Faced with this predicament, Sharbel had no alternative but to employ a lottery system to avoid inciting resentment among the assembly. Whoever drew the short straw would lead a contingent disguised as mercenaries to support the Tydal family in the Westlands. This was the only fair method. Otherwise, should Sharbel designate a participant, none would willingly risk themselves. Meanwhile, Jaime remained blissfully unaware of the impending turmoil in his homeland, cursing Sharbel while mobilizing provisions. He intended to lead 8,000 cavalry from the Vale and 10,000 infantry from the Stormlands, along with his own 5,000, totaling 23,000 men to launch an initial assault on the city of Ladies' Fountain. By the time the Riverlands recognized the threat, they would undoubtedly dispatch a vanguard close to the city for support. At that moment, he planned to ambush them with the Vale's cavalry, eliminating the Riverlands' advance forces. Chapter 97. A half-step ahead of the world freed from the burdens of the riverbend, Jaime advanced with remarkable swiftness, soon arriving at the town of Waterspring, as it was etched in his memory. Squinting at the towering walls of Waterspring, which loomed at least 10 meters high, a flicker of confusion crossed Jaime's face. After confirming with his subordinates multiple times that this was indeed Waterspring, Jaime furrowed his brow. The walls appeared to be hewn from a single massive stone. Even without having attempted a siege before, Jaime could sense the formidable challenge posed by these battlements, coupled with the visible giant catapults stationed atop the walls. Jaime's expression darkened considerably. Capturing such a stronghold in a short time seemed utterly impossible. And the most troubling aspect was that Jaime had no knowledge of the number of defenders within. At this moment, Jaime was approximately 200 meters from Waterspring. Nectar, observing this distance, signaled to his men. Soon, 2 trebuchets began to load, and a stone the size of a basketball was placed into position. A soldier ignited the fuse attached to the stone. With a swift motion of his right hand, Nectar commanded the release, and 2 stones hurtled towards Jaime's forces. Although the soldiers in the front ranks caught sight of the impending projectiles, those behind them were not so fortunate. Engrossed in their tasks, they failed to look up. And by the time the flaming stones descended upon them, it was too late to escape. The impact claimed several lives in an instant, prompting Jaime to react swiftly, ordering his men to disperse. Before long, Jaime regrouped his troops at the center and retreated to a safer distance to reorganize. Observing the defenders atop Waterspring, Jaime realized that the opposing side must have been forewarned of the Iron Throne's movements, which was hardly surprising given Cersei's blatant demeanor. To seize Waterspring before the forces of the Riverlands arrived, Jaime hastily assembled a contingent of 10,000 men, prepared for a vigorous assault on the town. Meanwhile, 8,000 cavalrymen hastily traversed the narrow pass, scouting the Riverlands troops along the King's Road. They deduced that the soldiers of the Riverlands would certainly take the main thoroughfare. After all, traversing such a narrow route with so many forces posed significant risks and would greatly impede their march. Jaime understood that time was not on his side. Faced with the vast army of the Riverlands, he knew that should their main force arrive, his own troops would be in peril. He harbored no desire for the Riverbend forces to reach Waterspring before the Riverlands troops could. Given what he had witnessed of Sharbo's character, he found it more plausible to hope for the Riverlands to withdraw voluntarily. As evening descended, after his troops had dined, Jaime commenced a rapid assembly. Upon noticing Jaime's unusual movements through their telescopes, the soldiers atop the burning tower in Waterspring promptly reported back. The defenders quickly deployed a specialized steel wire netting atop the city walls, resembling the modern roll-up doors of contemporary society, taking on a four-pronged cylindrical form. The side nearest the wall was secured with iron wire, rendering it nearly impossible for any soldier attempting to scale the walls to find purchase, to ascend. One would have to daringly navigate through the wire netting. Although the diameter of the wire netting was merely half a meter, traversing that distance was no simple feat. Nick gazed at the advancing Southern Coalition forces, then turned to his aide and instructed, "Prepare the solid wildfire bombs. Let the catapults first utilize the fire stones, and then ready the crossbowmen." He decided to have the catapults launch stones initially, should they deploy the wildfire bombs immediately. James's troops would undoubtedly retreat in haste following their initial panic. Such a course of action would undermine the bombs' potential effectiveness and prematurely reveal their strategic advantage. As the first wave of the Southern forces approached the city walls under the relentless bombardment of the catapults, the soldiers finally noticed an unusual barbed wire upon reaching the top of the siege ladders. The presence of this wire rendered the ladders precariously unstable. Nonetheless, the soldiers persisted in their ascent, only to discover, upon reaching the summit, that the metallic gleam of the wire was adorned with menacing barbs. This realization left them trapped on the ladders, unable to advance or retreat. At that moment, the crossbowmen sprang into action, unleashing a barrage of bolts upon the climbing adversaries. They wielded the hand crossbows developed by the Iron Isles Research Institute's weapons department. These crossbows measured an impressive 70 centimeters in length, utilizing a pulley mechanism on the right side for rapid loading. The upper section of the crossbow housed a quiver capable of holding 16 bolts. Although quick to load and possessing a substantial capacity, their effective range was limited to just 20 meters, confining their utility to specific scenarios and preventing them from being used as effectively as traditional archers. Meanwhile, the siege engines, shielded by numerous soldiers, commenced their assault on the gates. With the initial impact, the crowd was taken aback. Typically, city gates would shudder violently upon being struck by a siege engine. Yet, these gates stood resolutely unmoved. Witnessing the escalating casualties, James ultimately ordered a retreat. The siege had already inflicted over 1,000 losses, and with only slightly more than 10,000 troops remaining, and the encroaching darkness enhancing the defenders' advantage, continuing the assault was deemed unwise. Chapter 98: The Annihilation of the Valley Cavalry. On the other side, the Valley Cavalry, under the command of Cavalera, swiftly advanced northward along a narrow path. Meanwhile, Amicia quickly learned of the valley's movements, having already laid meticulous plans on King's Avenue for several days, while the valley's cavalry had only just arrived. Considering Theon's arrangements for the valley, Amicia promptly dispatched 2 cavalry units to encircle them. The infantry commenced their march southward along King's Avenue. The 2 cavalry forces totaled 15,000, with 5,000 charging directly towards the valley's 8,000 troops via the small path, while the remaining 10,000 rapidly advanced along King's Avenue to flank the valley's rear. A day later, when the valley scouts detected the 5,000 cavalry from Hugin, they remained unperturbed. Cavalera surmised that these were the vanguard of Hugin, intending to conduct a swift ambush on the Iron Throne's forces. He quickly reformed his troops to intercept Hugin's cavalry. The 2 forces clashed fiercely. Hugin's cavalry, well equipped, held their ground against the valley's 8,000. And the narrow terrain allowed for an intense exchange, with neither side gaining a definitive advantage. Cavalera, witnessing the stalemate, felt a surge of anxiety. He was acutely aware that Hugin's forces were likely not limited to this cavalry unit. Just as he fretted over the potential arrival of reinforcements, a cavalry unit surged unexpectedly from the side and rear of the valley's formation. The sudden onslaught shattered the valley's ranks, transforming their initiative into chaos. Caught between the 2 attacking forces, the valley's troops were swiftly overwhelmed and began to scatter in disarray. though the skirmish occurred near King S Avenue. The sparse trees and underbrush offered little cover, and as they fled, many of the valley's cavalry were ruthlessly struck down by Hucheon's crossbowmen. After decimating the valley's forces, Hucheon's cavalry pursued relentlessly, under orders to spare none of the valley's soldiers. Following 2 hours of relentless chase, the valley's cavalry was nearly annihilated. An Actofferer's severed head was delivered to Cufanus Gabriel. Gazing at the bloodied trophy, Cufanus casually handed it to his subordinate, instructing, "Deliver this to General Amichil. Our objective has been achieved." He then commanded his men to assemble swiftly, delegating the task of securing the battlefield to the infantry in the rear. Seizing the opportunity before the Southern Coalition could react, Cufanus planned to launch a surprise attack against them. The following day, the sounds of battle continued to reverberate through the city of Anquan. James appeared as if he wore a mask of anguish, for the city gates remained impenetrable, akin to the walls themselves. However, word arrived from the forces of Hucheon that reinforcements would arrive by afternoon. Although Anquan had suffered minimal losses, there were still casualties. James had ordered his men to craft specialized leather suits designed to counter the barbed wire atop the city, acknowledging that while they would still face significant limitations and losses, there was at least some utility in the endeavor. Once the army from Hiwang arrives, they will leverage their numerical superiority to seize Nuquan City, which will subsequently allow them to expand internally and conquer the entire Crabclaw Peninsula. If Nuquan City is not eliminated as a thorn in their side, James would not dare to advance into the Crabclaw Peninsula, for once the forces from Hijian reach the area, they will undoubtedly utilize Nuquan City as a stronghold to overpower this allied force. Chapter 99. The dissolution of the alliance. Jaime Lannister did not receive the anticipated reinforcements from the Riverlands. Instead, he was met by the cavalry from the Vale. As he was organizing the siege, Jaime suddenly felt the ground tremble beneath him. Initially, a flicker of hope crossed his face, as he believed it was the Riverlands army arriving to support him. However, he soon dismissed that notion, recognizing that it was implausible for the Riverlands to muster such a vast cavalry, just as he speculated that it might be the Vale's cavalry returning. The banner of the Golden Sea monster came into view. Jaime was taken aback. Confronted by the sudden appearance of the Vale's cavalry, he found himself momentarily flustered, hastily attempting to rally his soldiers. Yet, the cavalry, already in full charge, proved insurmountable for his infantry. Jaime's forces were swiftly scattered, and he found himself without any cavalry. As all his mounted troops hailed from the Vale, Nicta, witnessing the emergence of the Vale cavalry, displayed a look of delight and commanded the archers to begin targeting the enemies below the walls. Cut his LED, his cavalry straight towards Jaime Lannister's center. While Jaime's soldiers failed to mount an effective resistance, Jaime himself was soon captured, marking the second time he had been taken prisoner. The first occasion was due to a tactical maneuver by the young wolf, Robb Stark. This time, however, he was overwhelmed by sheer force, his army crushed and taken captive. Upon confirming Cuthis' identity, Nicta opened the city gates, allowing Cuthis and his troops a brief respite. Meanwhile, the Riverlands army encountered fleeing soldiers. Sharbel, upon learning the full details of the situation, swiftly ordered the front lines to retreat to the rear without a moment's hesitation. He recognized that the over 10,000 cavalry from the Vale were not a force the Riverlands could contend with, and it was evident that Sharbel understood the combat capabilities of the Riverlands army. He also penned a letter to Olenna, inquiring what actions she deemed appropriate at this juncture. Sharbel faced 2 choices: to retreat directly to the Riverlands or to fall back to King's Landing, preparing for the potential defense of the city. Having hastily composed the letter, Sharbel promptly urged his troops to quicken their march, with the pace of the Riverlands army now several fold slower than their advance. A day later, Olenna received Sharbel's correspondence. After meticulously perusing the letter, she immediately wrote back instructing Sharbel to return to King's Landing, while she herself set out to seek out Cersei with the letter in hand. At that moment, Cersei was in the throne room, imparting her will upon Tommen. With Joffrey deceased, Cersei now focused all her attention on Tommen Baratheon. Compared to Joffrey, Tommen was more innocent, or perhaps more susceptible to manipulation. Much like how the High Sparrow had brainwashed Joffrey, no one could ascertain whether Tommen's fateful leap was driven by love for Marjorie or the indoctrination by the faith. Olenna entered the throne room, where Cersei regarded the old rose with a puzzled expression, unable to comprehend the motives behind the woman's actions. Handing the letter to Cersei, Olenna remarked with a sardonic tone, "Your dear brother has once again been captured, along with 5,000 elite soldiers from the Westlands and 10,000 from Storm's End." Upon hearing this, Cersei seized the letter. her gaze lingering on its contents as she fell into a deep reverie. After a prolonged silence, she finally exclaimed in anger. Why did the soldiers from the Riverlands not come to our aid? Must they wait for the armies of the Vale to arrive before they flee? In response to Cersei's reproach, Olenna stood unflinching and replied, The Riverlands have long been aware of the myriad flaws in your plan. I opposed the deployment from the outset, as the nations had yet to recover from the ravages of war. Olenna then reclaimed the letter, asserting, This predicament is of your own making. The cavalry from the Riverlands contrasts sharply with the infantry of the Riverlands. Your good brother, eager to reclaim the Crabclaw Peninsula for you, would not have acted so rashly had he not chosen to advance alone, abandoning the 40,000 troops of the Riverlands. 30,000 men have already been dispatched to King's Landing. You ought to pray that we can defend the city. Chapter 100. The Civil War of the West and the Vale. Upon acquiring the head of Edkefrila, Amicio promptly assessed the outcomes of the battle for reporting. Simultaneously, under the covert orders of Sin, following the execution of the nobility in the Riverlands, he publicly declared that Edkefrila had secretly pledged allegiance to Theon Greyjoy. He further proclaimed that they had united with the cavalry of the Riverlands to vanquish the forces of the West. The credibility of such claims was of no concern to Sin. They merely served as a pretext for Peter Baelish. How Littlefinger chose to maneuver was beyond Sin's purview. Amicio led the army to meet with the cavalry under the command of Cufan at the city of Lady Spring. After reorganizing his troops and replenishing supplies in Lady Spring, he advanced towards King's Landing. Meanwhile, in the Vale, Littlefinger, upon receiving a letter, did not act immediately but instead dispatched a trusted confidant to gather intelligence. He also began assembling the displaced persons he had previously sheltered, distributing clothing and weapons before gathering them outside the area. However, news soon returned that the cavalry of the Vale had covertly allied with Theon Greyjoy and had suffered total annihilation in their battle against the West. Upon receiving this information, Baelish smiled and immediately instructed his subordinates to mobilize the army, promising that those who displayed valor would have the opportunity to acquire castles and lands, thus ascending into the ranks of nobility. Subsequently, Baelish penned a letter to Cersei, expressing his ignorance regarding Edkefrila's treachery and informing her that he had dispatched troops to exact retribution upon the traitors' families. Having concluded his matters, Baelish sought out Sansa Stark. Sansa, I have delightful news to share with you. You shall be most pleased, he said with a smile. Yet Sansa was no longer the naive girl she once was. A flicker of weariness arose within her, although she maintained a facade of joy as she inquired about Baelish's revelations. You can return home, Baelish exclaimed with faint congratulation. I have cared for you for a long time. Your home is now safe, and you may return at your leisure. Sansa was momentarily taken aback by Baelish's words. She could sense that Littlefinger's intentions in imprisoning her were to gain influence over the North. But now he spoke of releasing her. I can go home. I mean, I can return to Winterfell. Sansa's voice trembled with disbelief. Of course, Sansa. Your brother has already sworn fealty to Theon on behalf of the North, and Roose Bolton has met his end at Bran's hands, with Theon's assistance. The North is secure. Littlefinger, however, did not genuinely wish to release Sansa. According to his original plan, Roose Bolton was supposed to achieve victory in the North, allowing him to use Sansa to incite discord for the Iron Throne, thereby positioning himself as the guardian of the North. But now that the North had fallen under Theon's control, keeping Sansa was akin to harboring a ticking time bomb. After all, while Tyrion had been acquitted through trial by combat, Sansa remained in a state of fugitive guilt. Littlefinger was acutely aware that Theon Greyjoy undoubtedly knew Sansa was in his possession, yet he could not fathom why he had refrained from informing Cersei. Sensing that Theon might use Sansa as a pretext to act against him, Littlefinger resolved to release her first, intending to incite animosity between Cersei and Theon. After all, his original plan was to instigate a war between the Iron Throne and House Bolton. However, the focus had now shifted to House Greyjoy, which was no less formidable than the Iron Throne. Once both families were embroiled in mutual destruction, he would find himself with renewed opportunities. Subsequently, Littlefinger offered Sansa some words of comfort and arranged for a contingent to escort her to the Riverlands. In the Westlands, at Casterly Rock, upon receiving news of Jaime's capture, Kevan Lannister was engulfed in fury, fully aware that calamity was imminent. As predicted, Duke Jaime Lannister had indeed been taken prisoner. Yet, as misfortune would have it, just as Kevan was preparing to dispatch forces for a surprise assault on the Riverlands to rescue Jaime, a rebellion erupted within the Westlands. Amica Tyder, as anticipated, had risen in revolt. Kevan had been prepared for such treachery, yet he was taken aback by the impeccable timing of the Tider family's uprising. For the sake of the larger picture, Kevin had no choice but to quell the internal insurrection first. Upon receiving intelligence from the front lines, Kevin was astonished to discover that the rebel forces numbered nearly 10,000 more than he had anticipated. In response, he hastily made his way to Casterly Rock, continuously dispatching letters to other lords, summoning them to quell the rebellion led by Amica Tider. Numerous letters were sent, and many replies were received. Yet not a single lord was willing to mobilize their forces. Kevin understood that should he display any sign of weakness, he would be beset by others eager to seize their share. The Tider-led rebel families recounted the transgressions of House Lannister, rallying other families to join their cause. However, there was still no response. The other nobles of the Westlands awaited the first sign of defeat from any side before they would pounce. If House Lannister were to falter, the Westlands would fall under the dominion of House Tider, leading to a subsequent war with the Iron Throne. Conversely, should House Tider be vanquished, House Lannister would reign over the Westlands, and for decades, no one would dare to rebel again. Yet, truth be told, considering the current power dynamics, the prospects for House Lannister's victory appeared exceedingly bleak. The Lion's House had been mired in disgrace since the death of Tywin Lannister, with nearly every step taken since proving to be a misstep. Chapter 101, Eureka Greyjoy in the Sun-God Garden of the Iron Islands. Theon held tightly onto Celena's hand. No one anticipated that Selena would give birth a fortnight earlier than expected. She was due on the 7th of June. Traditionally, men were prohibited from entering the delivery room. Yet Theon disregarded such absurd conventions, determined to remain by Selena's side at all times, thus providing her with the comfort and encouragement she needed. Fortunately, Theon had always prioritized healthcare. He aimed to enhance the fertility success rate within his realm, preventing women from facing the dire consequences of premature or improper childbirth that could result in loss of life. The midwives attending to Selena were the finest gynecologists from Pike City, summoned to be on standby a fortnight prior. With a piercing cry of pain from Selena, a resounding wail echoed throughout the delivery room. "Your Majesty, it is a prince, though he bears a peculiar birthmark," exclaimed the attending physician, elated. "Your Majesty has an heir." Selena, slightly weakened, gazed at Theon and reassured him, "I am well, Your Majesty. It is not as terrifying as the ladies of Riverrun described." Upon witnessing Selena's condition, Theon felt a wave of relief wash over him, confirming that she was merely fatigued, before his attention shifted to his firstborn son. The infant, with wrinkled skin and eyes tightly shut, cried heartily, adorned with a singular red birthmark on his left chest, resembling a dragon's head imprint. Gently receiving the child from the physician, Theon declared, "I shall name you Eureka, Eureka Greyjoy." After indulging in a moment of paternal affection, he passed the infant back to Selena, redirecting his focus to her well-being. At this moment, Selena had regained some strength and was eager to behold her son. Theon summoned a servant to assist in placing Selena and Eureka into a carriage, which they promptly took to Apollo's cave, a warm, dry, and secure sanctuary. Meanwhile, Theon arrived at the hall of Pike Castle, where numerous officials awaited him. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. It appears you have a little prince," inquired Andre. "Indeed, it is a boy," Theon confirmed, eliciting a chorus of flattering remarks before the conversation shifted to matters of greater importance. "Your Majesty, the foremost concern now is to establish the succession rights for your heir. Will it be primogeniture or otherwise?" Regarding this matter, Theon's plan was to implement an electoral system for determining future leaders of the realm, albeit not immediately. He estimated that he might reign for around 400 years. While the technological explosion of the past on Blue Star had transpired over a mere 3 centuries, 400 years would suffice for the advancement of Westerosi technology. However, with such progress and the liberation of labor, the feudal imperial system would undoubtedly become obsolete. Primogeniture, the inheritance of the firstborn, was a time-honored principle that warranted no alteration. Following the establishment of the empire, Theon resolved to declare Eureka as the crown prince. Upon hearing this, the gathered officials exhaled a collective sigh of relief, as they feared that Theon's passing after a century might instigate a fierce struggle for the throne among their offspring. Given that both Marcella and Selena were acknowledged as Theon's legitimate wives, they could scarcely fathom that Theon intended to preside over the future empire for 4 centuries. "Have you given thought to the name of the empire, Your Majesty?" "The Iron Empire. That name is quite commendable." Theon shook his head. "I plan to name the empire Icenia, the Icenia Empire. The name is not the crux of the matter. The choice of the capital is paramount. The most pressing question is whether we should establish it in Pike City." Initially, the intention was indeed to designate Pike City as the capital. But upon further consideration of various factors, Theon abandoned the barren Iron Isles as the primary choice for the royal seat. Your Majesty, I believe Hejian City is far more suitable. Currently, Hejian City is under construction and can certainly be adapted to serve as the capital. In Andre's mind, Hejian City's location was ideal, surrounded by fortified cities, with fertile soil and a picturesque environment far surpassing that of the Iron Isles. After contemplating for a moment, Theon finally declared, "Let us relocate Hejian City to the site of Herrenberg, constructing it upon the ruins of Herrenberg." While firmly establishing the capital at the original site of Hejian City, wholly crafted from cement, Andre responded, "Your Majesty's wisdom is unparalleled. And what shall we name this capital?" "Let it be called Changsha, in hopes that the long night shall never return," Theon replied. Chapter 100. The siege of King's Landing. At the moment when Amicio was deliberating the establishment of the new nation with Xian and Andre, he had already led an army of 50,000 into the royal territory. Progressing along the King's Road, they encountered little to no resistance. Meanwhile, the 30,000 from the Riverlands had retreated to King's Landing, where Cersei was comforting Tommen, indicating that he need not worry. At this juncture, Cersei remained unaware of the insurrection brewing in the Westlands. She believed that the 20,000 from the Westlands, combined with the 30,000 from the Riverlands, posed no threat to the 50,000 from the Reach. Moreover, the Reach could easily muster at least another 50,000. And she could not fathom that Olenna would allow the forces from the Riverlands to breach the capital. If the army from the Riverlands were to capture the king, then the hard-won position of queen that Marjorie had attained would be rendered meaningless. Furthermore, the Great Sparrow had summoned the Sparrow Legion, taking the initiative to prepare for a confrontation with the forces of the Riverlands without any persuasion from Cersei. He was acutely aware that should the army from the Riverlands infiltrate the city, all his efforts would be for naught. Initially, the Great Sparrow had perceived this as an opportunity. However, it remained unclear whether it was the incompetence of the Iron Throne's forces or the overwhelming might of the Riverlands army that had led to their utter defeat at the front lines. In the coastal city, Tyrion received a most familiar captive, Jaime Lannister. "Ah, my dear brother, it seems you have endured quite a bit," Tyrion remarked, gesturing for his men to remove Jaime's shackles. Once liberated from his chains, Jaime slightly stretched his limbs before responding, "Not too bad. How have you fared lately?" "Marvelously. I have never felt so comfortable. Everyone who sees me must respectfully address me as Your Grace. It has been quite some time since I last heard the terms little monster or dwarf." At these words, Jaime fell silent, contemplating how to persuade Tyrion to release him. The capture of the Duke of the Westlands was a significant blow, yet he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Undoubtedly, should Tyrion choose to free him, the repercussions would be unimaginable. Tyrion, with his keen emotional intelligence, quickly discerned Jaime's thoughts. "I could let you go, but I possess certain intelligence that I suspect you would find intriguing," Tyrion said, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes. Jaime was taken aback. He had not anticipated Tyrion's willingness to consider his release. Nevertheless, he patiently inquired, "What intelligence? Is it of great importance to me?" Pouring a glass of red wine for Jaime, Tyrion replied, "This is a fine vintage from the 6th city of the Riverlands. Its flavor surpasses that of the arbor." Jaime accepted the goblet, gesturing for Tyrion to continue. "Firstly, regarding Joffrey, the perpetrators of his murder were Peter Baelish, known as Littlefinger, and Queen Olenna Tyrell. They poisoned him at the banquet, and I happened to be chosen as the scapegoat." Jaime was taken aback, then asked, "Are you suggesting that Olenna and Littlefinger were responsible for Joffrey's death? What could have motivated them? An uncontrollable and malicious king is a liability. Everyone desires a ruler who is neither mad nor cruel." Jaime fell into a contemplative silence, and after a moment, he spoke, "I understand. I will discuss this matter with my sister." Tyrion was not surprised to see Jaime appearing untroubled. To him, the three siblings Joffrey included seemed more like an unforeseen consequence of his love for his sister, an unexpected fruit of their bond. The second issue was considerably more complex, still involving Littlefinger and Olenna. "Are they still connected to this?" Jaime inquired, his eyes widening slightly. The Martell family of Dorne had risen in rebellion, under Uncle Kevin's strength. They could have been easily subdued, yet the Riverlands had secretly dispatched 10,000 men to aid the Martells. Having spoken, Tyrion produced a dossier and handed it to Jaime. "This is intelligence collected by the king's informants. You may wish to peruse it. Additionally, here is the information Littlefinger provided regarding the veil." Tyrion then passed several documents to Jaime. After reviewing them, anger surged across Jaime's features. Damn it, that traitor Amica. Our father should have eradicated the titles long ago. Tyrion took a hearty swig of wine. Brother, you cannot remain forever sheltered under our father's wing. He regards you as his most favored heir. You must learn to grow. With Tyrion's words of consolation, Jaime finally regained his composure and declared, I must leave at once. I need to return to the west to meet our uncle. Rest assured. Brother, I made arrangements long before you were captured. Tyrion then summoned his trusted aide, disguised Jaime, and sent him out of the city of Casterly Rock. As he watched Jaime's retreating figure, a glint of determination sparkled in Tyrion's eyes. Indeed, brother, I had everything planned. It is just unfortunate for you. Chapter 103, The formidable army of 50,000, led by Amicio, finally reached King's Landing. The 12,000 light cavalry and 3,000 heavy cavalry did not pause. Instead, they continued southward, blocking the entrance to the riverlands. This sight utterly terrified Olenna, for if these cavalry were to launch a surprise attack on the riverlands, the consequences would be catastrophic. However, Olenna was clearly overthinking. These cavalry were primarily tasked with harassing the grasslands, and their subsequent pillaging would alleviate the logistical pressures of the siege. The army of over 30,000 surrounded King's Landing. Yet Amicio was in no rush to commence the assault. Cersei convened a council at the Hand's Tower, and upon witnessing the forces of the riverlands, they finally comprehended the reasons behind the front line's disarray. The most relieved among them was Olenna. Had the riverlands army joined Jaime in besieging the water gardens, the outcome would likely have been similarly dire. Good heavens, have you seen the army at the gates of King's Landing? Olenna exclaimed upon entering the Hand's Tower, directing her ire at Cersei Lannister. They are clad in armor. Every single one of them. Why must you stir up trouble? I warned you this plan was utterly foolish. Are you satisfied now? Tens of thousands of armored soldiers encircle King's Landing. Cersei bristled at Olenna's accusations, yet with the Riverlands forces at their doorstep. King's Landing required the Riverlands for its defense. That is not my fault. The Riverlands are immensely powerful, with the Crab's Claw Peninsula under their control. It is only a matter of time before Theon Greyjoy strikes at King's Landing. Cersei seized upon this critical point to counter Olenna, who understood this reality as well. This was precisely why she had dispatched 30,000 men in a gamble to reclaim the Crab's Claw Peninsula. Even if they did not regain the entire peninsula, they could still weaken the strength of the Westerlands. However, the might of the Riverlands army exceeded Olenna's expectations, leaving her feeling somewhat outmaneuvered. Had she foreseen this, she would have done everything in her power to deter Cersei from attacking the Crab's Claw Peninsula. Given the current strength of the Riverlands, at least the Westerlands and Stormlands, during their prime, alongside the Riverlands, were necessary to muster enough forces to vanquish the Riverlands army. Moreover, this was not the time to debate whose fault it was. Rather, they needed to focus on how to defend King's Landing, lest they all face ruin together. At that moment, the Hand, Meryn, proposed a strategy. They could rely on the fortifications of the city. Even if King's Landing fell, they could escape by ship to the Stormlands. The harsh environment and complex terrain of the Stormlands would provide a suitable venue to ambush the forces of the Riverlands. Indeed, it was a commendable strategy. And what of the Iron Throne? Without it, can one still lay claim to the title of King of the Seven Kingdoms? Cersei retorted, visibly displeased. Olenna mocked her, saying, King of the Seven Kingdoms. The Riverlands and the North have long since declared their independence. The Westlands and the Stormlands have always been supporters of the Iron Throne. Our house's alliance with the Iron Throne is merely a facade, while Dorne lingers on the periphery, watching the spectacle. The Iron Throne is no longer the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms. If King's Landing truly falls, we must flee the Crownlands. The Iron Throne is but a mere ornament. And what is it worth compared to our lives? Ah, little sparrow. While pondering how to navigate the situation, the great sparrow was suddenly called upon, catching him off guard. After a moment of composure, he articulated, I cannot abandon my followers. We are all devotees of the divine, and the deities will safeguard both me and my acolytes. Olenna rolled her eyes. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, she firmly believed that the Great Sparrow would be the swiftest to flee, without exception. Great Sparrow, how many soldiers do you have available for the defense of the city? Cersei inquired. 10,000, though a portion are refugees who will require provisions from you. Or else they may not even be able to scale the walls, the Great Sparrow opportunistically added, seeking to extort some supplies. Cersei's brow furrowed at this revelation. As the royal treasury was nearly depleted, realizing the gravity of the situation, she turned her gaze toward Olenna. perceiving the exchange of looks between the two. Olenna let out a cold chuckle. I can provide the provisions, but the Sparrow Army and the gold cloaks must be commanded solely by Cavern. Chapter 104. The plunder of the Bay of Rivers. After the conclusion of the court meeting, Olenna stormed out of the Prime Minister's tower, utterly disinclined to remain in the company of those inept fools. Upon returning to her residence, she found Marjorie lost in thought at the table. "Why are you not with Tommen?" Olenna inquired, a hint of curiosity in her voice, for Marjorie typically kept the young king company at this hour. "Oh, you have returned?" Marjorie was jolted from her reverie by Olenna's voice. "What was discussed in the meeting? Can we hold King's Landing?" Marjorie asked, her tone tinged with worry. Just the day before, she had caught a distant glimpse of the armies of the Riverlands. Though she was no military expert, their formidable presence was undeniable. "Should we draft a letter to muster some troops for support?" Olenna shook her head, her expression grave. The armies of the Riverlands could march south at any moment. The Bay of Rivers lacks natural defenses, and that is the most concerning aspect. Marjorie paused, incredulity washing over her. "Are you suggesting that Cersei Greyjoy might advance towards the bay?" "Indeed," Olenna confirmed, "the Bay of Rivers is rich in resources, and I fear they may descend upon us to plunder." Olenna's apprehensions were well-founded. At that moment, the cavalry led by Cutthroat had already identified their target. Having determined their objective, Cutthroat commanded 5,000 cavalrymen into the territory of the Bay of Rivers, heading straight for several major towns. The only prize worth seizing in the bay was grain, and these towns were known for their bountiful harvests. As Cutthroat swept along Rose Avenue, the sudden appearance of the Riverlands cavalry left little opportunity for organized resistance. The nobility of the bay had presumed that war would never encroach upon their lands. With the grain of several large towns plundered, the remaining nobles of the bay were finally alerted and began to fortify their defenses. Because Cutthroat commanded a cavalry force, he refrained from further assaults on other towns and instead returned with a substantial haul of grain. Upon reaching their stronghold, Cutthroat ordered his men to deliver the grain to Amisar, while he led the entire cavalry back to the Bay of Rivers. This time, unlike the last, the objective was not merely to seize grain-rich towns, rather, it was to incite chaos. Cutthroat and his cavalry swept through the region like a swarm of locusts, ravaging every village and defenseless small town in their path. Cutthroat chose not to take lives but rather to seize all available grain, setting ablaze what could not be carried away, thereby creating a multitude of refugees. With a cavalry force numbering 12,000, Cutthroat rampaged through the Riverlands, forcing many cities and towns in the bay to adopt a defensive posture. As a result, numerous villages and small towns suffered greatly, with over a dozen small villages plundered in just a single day. Olenna in King's Landing received alarming correspondence from the vessels of the Bay of Rivers. "Damnable wretches! I knew it!" Olenna exclaimed, furiously discarding the fig she held in her hand. In recent days, the forces at Helgian have surrounded but not attacked. While Olenna initially hoped to prolong the conflict until Helgian's supplies dwindled enough to compel a retreat, however, she did not foresee that this band of marauders would swiftly make their way to Hiwan, plundering several towns in the process. Furthermore, the presence of 10,000 cavalry from Helgian has wreaked considerable havoc upon Hiwan. Concerned for the situation in Hiwan, Olenna penned a letter to the vessels there, urging them to muster 40,000 men and march directly to the royal domain to repel the defenders at King's Landing. This maneuver would effectively sever the supply lines of the cavalry, allowing for a gradual encirclement and eventual expulsion of the 1,000 horsemen. Olenna secured the letter to the leg of a raven and released it into the sky. As she watched the raven soar into the distance, she let out a sigh. The conflict instigated by Cersei would ultimately be settled at the expense of Hiwan. Chapter 105. Visitors from Bravos in Pike. Shuran was amusing Eureka, who was laughing heartily at his antics. Marcella was dining with Selena, enjoying a clear, broth hot pot. Selena had intended to partake in a spicy broth, but Shuran had firmly prohibited it, deeming it inappropriate for her to consume such fiery fare just a week after childbirth. Were it not for the fact that the hot pot base was crafted by themselves, devoid of any technological or harsh additives, Shuran would have forbidden Selena from indulging in it altogether. However, Marcella, who seemed quite capable of tolerating spice, found herself unable to handle even a hint of chili. "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" At that moment, Andre burst into the sunflower garden, appearing quite anxious. "What is it?" "You look troubled," Shuran remarked, his displeasure evident. "Visitors from Bravos have arrived. They wish to purchase the manufacturing technology for fine salt." Shuran's expression shifted to one of perplexity. "Why not simply refuse?" Do you truly believe we would entertain the sale of our salt production techniques? I gather they have managed to grasp a portion of the salt-making technology, but are hindered by a crucial aspect. Hence, they seek to acquire the complete methodology from us. Upon hearing this, Shuren's demeanor darkened. The faceless man of the House of Black and White possessed a semi-fantastical prowess in personal combat, and he had previously harbored concerns regarding their potential to steal technological secrets. However, he later reasoned that Braavos would not resort to such elaborate schemes. Should they be discovered, it would severely tarnish the reputation of the Iron Bank. At that juncture, Selena approached, taking little Eureka into her arms. You may attend to your matters. I shall look after Eureka, she said to Shuren. He nodded in acknowledgement and then turned to depart. In the great hall of the castle, Shuren encountered the envoy from Braavos. Greetings, esteemed king of the Iron Islands. The Braavosi envoy spoke fluently in the common tongue of Westeros. I hear you are willing to sell your salt production technology. Indeed, Shuren replied directly, without preamble. Yes. Your Majesty, we are prepared to offer 6 million golden dragons for your salt production technology. Given that my annual profits from the trade of fine salt are at least 5 million golden dragons, do you truly believe such an offer is feasible? Educardo glanced up at Shuren before continuing. To be candid, we in Braavos have indeed developed our own salt manufacturing technology, though there are certain aspects that remain imperfect. Thus, we seek your expertise for reference. 6 million is already a considerable sum, Your Majesty. Educardwell's tone bore an unmistakable hint of threat. His implication was clear. Braavos had nearly mastered the art of salt production, but due to certain critical technological barriers, they were seeking to purchase from Shuren. Otherwise, once Braavos succeeded in their own research, he would see no profit from it at all. Shuren inwardly scoffed. You claim it is of your own invention. I suspect you have pilfered the salt production techniques of the Iron Islands and brazenly assert it as your own. Edu Cadwell, unperturbed by CM, retorted, Your Majesty. Does your assertion that we have stolen the technology of the Iron Islands imply that we have indeed committed theft? May I infer that Your Majesty is equally audacious? Boldly. Ymil Golden's temper flared instantly. He unsheathed his longsword, aiming to strike Edu Cadwell. Little did he know that Edu was no pushover. As a water dancer, his swordsmanship was equally formidable. The two engaged in a fierce battle within the hall, while Cien remained silent, allowing the surrounding officials to cheer for Ymil. Eager for him to teach this presumptuous Braavosi a lesson, preferably by severing a hand. After several dozen exchanges, neither combatant gained the upper hand, though it was evident that Ymil was severely exhausting his strength. Enough! This is Pike Castle. Cien's furious shout interrupted their duel. Edu Cadwell sheathed his sword and turned to Cien, stating, Your subordinate is quite formidable. Edu Cadwell has learned much. This remark, though humble in tone, clearly indicated that Edu had dominated the earlier skirmish, igniting ire among the Iron Islands officials who perceived it as a veiled mockery. I can sell you the technology for salt production, but your offer must be revised, Cien declared. A glimmer of joy flickered in Edu Cadwell's eyes. Cien had finally relented. In truth, they had little understanding of the salt-making technology, and their intent was merely to ascertain whether they could deceive the Iron Islands into revealing it. Cien's concession signified that the deal was indeed progressing. However, Cien was no ordinary man. He was known for his treachery and propensity to overturn agreements. First, you shall pay 10 million golden dragons for the technology, and then you must lend me 30 million golden dragons, with no interest for the first 3 years. Furthermore, I will only impart the salt production technology once the total sum is received. Edu Cadwell breathed a sigh of relief. The Iron Bank's capacity was roughly 30 million golden dragons. Given that salt production could yield millions annually, the cost, as per Cien's assertions, seemed manageable. Thus, the Braavosi Sea Lord had set the figure at 30 million. Operating under Braavosi principles, they could recoup their investment within 5 years. Now, Cien's terms appeared even more favorable to the Iron Bank. 10 million for the technology, with the remaining 30 million, though interest-free for 3 years, still required repayment. Very well. We accept your terms. Edu Cadwell, wary of Cien reneging, promptly acquiesced. In 6 months, 40 million golden dragons will arrive in Westeros. I trust Your Majesty will uphold your promise, and we shall conduct our transaction at Crab Bay. Edu Cadwell designated Crab Bay as the transaction site, ensuring that payment and delivery would occur simultaneously, thus safeguarding Braavos from any potential deceit by Cien. Once both parties finalized the transaction details, Edu Cadwell departed from Pike Castle with a sense of satisfaction, embarking on an exploration of Pike City. After all, he was utterly astonished upon his initial arrival. The plethora of delightful and entertaining offerings such as bars and hot pot establishments captivated him entirely. With his mission successfully accomplished, he decided to linger for a while, allowing the significance of his undertaking to truly resonate. Meanwhile, after Edu Cadwell's departure, Andre approached Theon cautiously, offering his advice. Your Majesty, I personally believe that the salt production technology should not be sold. 40 million golden dragons could be recouped through our tax revenue over the years. Theon scoffed dismissively. My resources are not so readily relinquished. Moreover, why should we feel compelled to repay the Iron Island's debts? He had no intention of repaying the 30 million he owed. Furthermore, they could not take the salt production technology with them. Andre's heart sank at Theon's words. Your Majesty, this could potentially incite a war with Braavos, he expressed with concern. Theon, in a fit of frustration, slapped Andre on the head and retorted, Tell me, how many sailors do we possess? 30,000, Andre replied meekly, nursing the spot where he had been struck. We command 30,000 sailors and possess hundreds of warships exceeding 50 meters in length, each armed with at least 6 colossal tsunami cannons. What is there to fear? Are you afraid of Braavos' 100,000 sailors? While Braavos claims to have such a number, the actual figures remain uncertain. Even if they employ mercenaries, they cannot match the might of the Iron Fleet. The latest generation of tsunami cannons boasts a range of 1 kilometer. How could Braavos' fleet dare engage us? Moreover, according to reports from the Iron Islands Research Institute, the first generation of steam engines for industrial purposes is currently undergoing its final adjustments. This steam engine will significantly widen the gap between Theon and other factions. Chapter 106. The Dawn of Division. With narrowed eyes, Theon fixed his gaze upon Andre. After a moment, he spoke softly. Andre, have the past few years of business lulled you into a false sense of ease, causing you to forget your roots as a true Ironborn? At Theon's words, a chill of sweat instantly drenched Andre's back. Indeed, in recent years, he had nearly forgotten the life he once led as an Ironborn. Each time his family's caravan returned from Essos, it brought back a substantial fortune in golden dragons. Even after taxes were deducted, they retained immense wealth, often earning in a year what they had previously amassed in 5 or more. Furthermore, as the governor of the Iron Islands, he had nearly reached the pinnacle of power, leading him to become increasingly enamored with this lifestyle while simultaneously fearing the prospect of war. Your Majesty, I was mistaken. I have been blinded by the opulence of these past few years, Andre promptly confessed. The best strategy when faced with Theon was to admit one's faults. Any attempt at defense would only result in a swift return to a life of retirement. Theon rose and moved to the window, gazing at Pike, now a far cry from its former self, and let out a heavy sigh. Expansion necessitated aggression, thus, war was an ever-looming possibility. In recent years, I refrained from striking against other nations because I wished to amass greater strength and allow more time to cultivate talent. Without such preparation, even if I were to conquer other lands, rebellion would ensue, and governance would falter. War would inevitably erupt. The question remained whether to gradually carve away at the remaining nations or to coerce them into a coalition, eliminating them all at once. Theon favored the former approach. Through reforms in the north, he encountered resistance for the first time. At times, it was nearly impossible to find a literate individual within a noble's domain. The nobility, having governed their territories for centuries, if not millennia, had established an enduring control and prestige that could not be easily diminished. Even after officials assumed governance of the lands, many tasks still required the cooperation of the nobles. If Theon were to fully annex all of Westeros, he would find himself embroiled in endless intrigue among his own people. Talent remained a significant concern. Otherwise, many recalcitrant nobles could not be eliminated, for doing so would leave him without capable allies. Meanwhile, after being hastily dispatched by Tyrion, Jaime rushed to meet his uncle Kevan Lannister. Upon seeing Jaime, Kevan was both astonished and overjoyed, quickly inquiring about his well-being. Upon learning that it was Tyrion who had facilitated Jaime's release, a flicker of concern crossed Kevan's face. Tyrion has let you go. How will he explain this to Theon Greyjoy? I do not know, but he assured me that he would be fine, stating that family matters were of utmost importance. Jaime replied. He had questioned Tyrion, but the latter provided no concrete answers, merely insisting that he would be unharmed. Jaime then promptly shared the intelligence he had acquired from Tyrion with Kevan. Upon learning that the Riverlands dared to clandestinely dispatch troops, Kevan's face contorted with fury. Setting aside the question of who was truly responsible for Joffrey's demise, The audacity of the Riverlands to send forces was incomprehensible to him. He was not entirely convinced by the words of Jaime, as such actions would undoubtedly jeopardize the alliance between their houses. Kevin promptly ordered the captives they had previously captured to be brought to the interrogation chamber. To his astonishment, one of them confessed to be a noble from the Riverlands and divulged the intentions of his faction. With a menacing expression, Kevin interrupted Jaime, who was in the midst of composing a letter to Cersei. They could not afford to reveal these two pieces of information to Cersei. If she were to learn of them, she would undoubtedly seek retribution against Olenna. Currently, King's Landing could not detach itself from the Riverlands' military presence. Once the Riverlands' forces retreated, they could settle accounts with Olenna. Should Cersei be informed of either piece of news, regardless of whether Joffrey's death was orchestrated by Olenna and Peter Baelish, the mere possibility of such a conspiracy could drive her to undertake unimaginable actions. If chaos erupted within King's Landing before the Riverlands had even besieged the city, it would spell disaster. The primary concern was to quell the insurrection in the Reach before addressing other vessels, thus fortifying their position against the Riverlands. The two then commenced strategizing on how to suppress this rebellion. Time swiftly passed, and half a month had elapsed. The Riverlands' army had long since gathered at King's Landing and had united with the garrison within the city, engaging in several fierce battles against the forces of the Reach, resulting in substantial losses. Ser Shelber observed grimly as the Riverlands soldiers were driven from the city gates. Just 5 days prior, the Riverlands had breached the gates of King's Landing using a peculiar weapon. This led to a brutal defense of the gates. Had it not been for other nobles from the Riverlands rallying their troops to encircle the forces of the Reach, the gates might indeed have fallen. At that moment, seizing the opportunity presented by the absence of Riverlands cavalry, Shelber attempted to exploit their numerical superiority to utterly rout the Riverlands infantry. However, after a harrowing conflict, they suffered over 7,000 casualties. Despite successfully repelling several assaults from the Riverlands, the forces of Highgarden were reduced to fewer than 50,000, incurring severe losses, while the Riverlands could count their dead at just 2,000, illustrating the terrifying efficacy of armor. The soldiers of the Riverlands could only strike at the gaps in their opponent's armor, as ordinary blades would leave nothing more than a white mark upon impact. This disparity in combat effectiveness meant that several soldiers from Highgarden could scarcely account for the life of a single armored soldier from the Riverlands. With a casualty ratio of at least 5-1, it would take 6 or 7 of their men to reasonably dispatch one fully armored adversary. Quickly seal the gates with the spiked barricades. As the Riverlands soldiers began their retreat, Shelber swiftly commanded his men to block the gates with barriers studded with sharp spikes. This was one of the few opportunities they had to reinforce their defenses, and not a moment could be squandered. Anselm lowered his spyglass and turned to his aide, saying, "Relay my orders, assemble all members of the Third Army immediately and prepare for an offensive. We must exert some pressure. The king is ready to negotiate." As Amicio issued his command, the Third Army of 10,000 men swiftly assembled, launching yet another assault on King's Landing under the protective shield formation. Braving a rain of arrows, this time, to exert pressure on King's Landing, Amicio ordered the artillery battalion to unleash 3 volleys upon the city. The thunderous roar echoed as 20 incendiary shells struck within its walls, piercing screams reverberating through the air. The clash between the 10,000 soldiers of the Third Army and the defenders of King's Landing ignited a new round of fierce combat, and this time, the performance of the Third Army was markedly improved. Unlike the previous assault, where most had faced bloodshed for the first time and struggled to adapt to the gruesome battlefield, this encounter bore witness to seasoned veterans who had tasted the chaos of war. 3 days later, the initial wave of attacks from the First Army receded like an ebbing tide. Amicio gathered all remaining 32,000 troops and, with a smile gracing his face, observed the transformation. This aura of lethal intent was the hallmark of an elite force, a stark contrast to the disciplined yet uninspiring demeanor of the previous army. "Gentlemen, take a well-deserved rest for 3 days. During this time, the artillery brethren will bear the brunt of the labor, for His Majesty will arrive shortly." In the ensuing 3 days, Amicio summoned the cavalry back, instructing them to remain vigilant against any sudden sorties from King's Landing. Simultaneously, he commanded the artillery to bombard the city at midday, midnight, and dawn with their colossal tsunami cannons. These 3 days proved to be the most arduous for Shelber, who could only seek refuge beneath the city walls, unable to retreat for fear of losing the gates. Each passing moment was an agonizing trial for him. Chapter 107 Negotiation. On the 3rd day, Cersei received a request for negotiation from the Riverlands. Theon had arrived at the gates of King's Landing, hoping to engage in discussions with Cersei and Olenna. Beneath the city walls, Theon was conversing with Tyrion, with a large table set before them, flanked by 2 chairs. Are we truly within their range? Can we not retreat a little? Tyrion remarked, exasperated. What are you afraid of? Theon scrutinized Tyrion. I do not believe they would dare shoot. Tyrion incredulously raised his voice in response. Yes, you may not fear, but the moment their arrows are loosed, you will don your armor, leaving me as a target. He gestured to himself, as you mentioned about borrowing arrows with a straw boat. My stature hardly allows me to borrow more than a few. While the 2 exchanged jests, a commotion arose at the city gates as the crowd parted, revealing Cersei and Olenna, accompanied by their entourage, exiting the city. Upon approaching Theon, they were met with the sight of only 2 individuals. You are quite audacious. Do you not fear we might take you both hostage? Theon furrowed his brow and turned to Tyrion. Why do people always pose such questions? You are indeed bold. Do you not fear we might take you both hostage? Theon mockingly imitated Sharbel's words. He believes he can overpower you. That is likely the case. Tyrion replied uncertainly. Upon hearing Theon and Tyrion's exchange, Sharbel was instantly enraged. Bring them down, teach them a lesson. Silence! Cersei and Olenna simultaneously rebuked Sharbel. Fully aware of Theon's capabilities, the image of him removing the mountains had still vivid in their minds. Tyrion gestured for them to be seated. Your graces. The Queen of Thorns, please take a seat. Cersei exchanged a glance with Olenna before taking a seat opposite Theon, followed by Olenna sitting across from Tyrion. Since we are all gathered, I shall be direct. Due to your ambush on the Crab Isle, I demand compensation, Theon stated plainly. Tyrion handed over 2 documents to Cersei and Olenna. You owe a total of 5 million golden dragons, as well as food and iron worth an equivalent of 5 million golden dragons. Additionally, the Riverlands must surrender 300 scholars. That is impossible. Cersei, without even glancing at the documents, tore them in half and tossed the fragments to the ground. You cannot even breach the city gates. Yet you dare to present such terms. Theon Greyjoy, continue dreaming. Marrying my daughter to you is my greatest regret. Oh, sister. I believe Myrcella's marriage to His Majesty was the wisest decision of my life. I am now the Queen's uncle. Tyrion retorted sarcastically. Damnable little imp. Your tongue remains as venomous as ever. I should have slain you on the spot, cursed regicide. Cersei ceded, her teeth nearly grinding in frustration at Tyrion's insolence. No, no. No, I am not a regicide. The one who poisoned your vile son is someone else. Jaime has escaped from my grasp, taking with him vital intelligence. And he will likely reach out to you soon. Upon hearing these words, Olenna, who was reviewing the war reparations, felt a jolt in her heart. She looked up to see that Baelish was smiling at her, nodding in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Baelish presented a detailed account of the reparations to Cersei. I advise you to examine this closely. Your ability to endure for so many days is solely due to my desire to train the new recruits from the Riverlands. I trust that Lord Walder Frey is well aware of this. The expression on Lord Tyrell's face darkened ominously. Although he yearned to refute Baelish, the latter's words rang true. Should the Riverlands wish to besiege a city, they would be utterly incapable of resisting. We agree, Olenna suddenly interjected. At this pronouncement, all eyes turned in shock toward her, with Cersei gazing at her in disbelief. You have no authority to make such a decision, Olenna. I am the regent, and I do not consent. Olenna met Cersei's gaze and replied after a moment's thought. The losses incurred by the rich have been significant enough. I cannot permit my family to engage in your reckless games. She then turned to Baelish and promised. The reparations from the rich will arrive in the Riverlands within 3 months, and our conflict shall cease henceforth. Naturally, on the day the reparations reach the Riverlands, our war will conclude. Do remember to attend the coronation of Aegon. Cersei looked at Baelish in disbelief. You intend to establish a kingdom. You seek rebellion. Tyrion interjected. Your Majesty is the rightful heir. His third wife is Daenerys Targaryen, making him the legitimate successor to the 7 kingdoms. Robert Baratheon is the usurper. Even Olenna appeared unsettled by this, turning to Baelish with a query. The stormborn Daenerys Targaryen. She will not allow you to ascend the Iron Throne. She is surely deceiving you. Baelish waved his hand dismissively. I care not. I merely desire a title to lend legitimacy to the founding of a kingdom. Even if I do not marry Daenerys, it matters not. She possesses dragons, and I advise you to eliminate her at once, otherwise, when her dragons mature and her army is assembled, you shall find yourself no match for her. Observing Olenna's attempts to incite further conflict, Baelish remarked. Before Daenerys' dragons reach maturity, I shall grow sufficiently powerful, so you need not concern yourself with that. Instead, I suggest you expedite the collection of the war reparations. Olenna was momentarily stifled and then fell silent, departing with her entourage from the Reach. Watching Olenna's retreating figure, Cersei could not help but mutter a curse, calling her worthless. At this moment, she remained unaware that Olenna had already devised a plan to lure Tommen to the Reach. Olenna sensed that if she did not depart soon, it would be too late. A confrontation with Cersei seemed inevitable. Sister, if you do not sign this reparations document, it is likely that King's Landing will soon change hands, Tyrion remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Olenna's departing silhouette. Cersei's countenance darkened, with the Reach ceasing hostilities. King's Landing had suddenly lost nearly all its defensive capabilities. I am willing to sign, yet presently the Iron Throne lacks sufficient funds, Cersei stated with a hint of desolation. Lacking money? We can arrange a payment plan, to be settled over 5 years, naturally with interest accruing each year. Let us defer the funds from the Iron Vault for the time being, Tyrion proposed. Cersei nodded in agreement to Tyrion's plan, subsequently inscribing her name upon the document. Ultimately, both parties finalized several details, and this negotiation not only compensated for the losses incurred during the war but also yielded substantial resources for the Riverlands. Theon approached Cersei and remarked, Your Grace, Myrcella longs for you, and I implore you to consider residing in Dragonstone for a spell. Although Myrcella appeared carefree recently, the outbreak of war, coupled with Celena's birth of Eureka, had rendered Theon acutely aware of the shifts in Myrcella's emotions. On occasion, while Myrcella slept in Theon's embrace, she would murmur in her dreams, expressing a desire to return home to find Cersei. It is undeniable that Cersei harbors profound affection for her child. Chapter 108, Seizing the Sovereign to command the unruly among the 3 children. Apart from the insufferable Joffrey, both Tommen and Myrcella exhibit a considerable reliance on Cersei. Seizing this opportunity, it was decided that Cersei would be sent to Harrenhal for a period, ostensibly to keep Myrcella company. The rationale behind not merely imprisoning Cersei was twofold. Firstly, it could siphon the vitality of the Westlands towards the Riverlands, and secondly, there were concerns that Cersei might impart unsavory notions to Myrcella. As for Cersei's willingness, that was beyond her discretion. Theon encircled Cersei's waist, disregarding her struggles, and proceeded towards the Riverlands encampment. Meanwhile, those in King's Landing harbored their own ulterior motives, none daring to intervene. Particularly the High Sparrow, whose smile was barely contained. After struggling momentarily, Cersei resigned herself to the inevitable. She understood this journey was necessary. Myrcella is my daughter, and I am her mother. Might you refrain from your wandering hands? Theon, expressionless, placed his right hand at his intended destination, seemingly oblivious to Cersei's admonition. I shall inform Myrcella, Cersei asserted, discerning Theon's evident affection for her daughter. Dare you tell Myrcella, I shall have Tommen crushed upon the Iron Throne, and then imprison you and Myrcella on pike. Theon replied with a smile after squeezing a lump of dough. Perverse! Cersei retorted, turning her head to avoid looking at him. Tyrion trailed behind, making a face and sticking out his tongue at the seam. Convinced his suspicions were correct, Theon had a penchant for married women. Every time Theon gazed at another man's wife, Tyrion felt an unsettling vibe. By the gods, he resolved that his own wife must never engage with Theon. Cersei was not averse to using her body to achieve her aims, recalling her words during Stannis' siege, a woman's most potent weapon lies between her legs. Yet, Theon was her daughter's spouse, and she had no desire to entangle herself with him. Before long, Theon had escorted Cersei to the military camp, where Ser Amory had assembled his troops, preparing to return to the capital. Amory regarded the golden-haired beauty in Theon's arms with surprise. Sensing Amory's confusion, Tyrion introduced Cersei. Allow me to present Cersei Lannister, my sister, the Queen Regent of the 7 Kingdoms. At this, Tyrion could not help but chuckle, reflecting on how woefully inadequate his sister was in her role as Queen Regent, having failed to reclaim the Crab Isle, and now likely to face Theon's harsh reprimands. Your Majesty, the carriage is ready, Ser Amory stated, offering little attention to Cersei, as women held no interest for him. Subsequently, Theon lifted Cersei into the carriage, specially prepared for him, spacious and drawn by 4 horses abreast. Upon witnessing Theon and Cersei enter the carriage, Tyrion approached and seized the driver's whip, declaring, I shall drive. You follow the main force. The driver, unwilling to contradict, promptly dismounted and hastened towards the rear of the procession. Tyrion then cracked the whip, and the carriage began to sway into motion. Suddenly, a muffled groan emanated from within the carriage, causing Tyrion to widen his eyes in surprise. It was evident that His Majesty had struck his sister with considerable force, eliciting an involuntary sound of discomfort from her. The journey had been monotonously tedious. Having marched for an entire day, and only now did Amisho command the troops to set up camp and rest. At this moment, Tyrion brought the carriage to a halt and addressed the interior, saying, "Your Majesty, the time for a break has arrived. Would you prefer to join us for a meal? Or shall I arrange for someone to bring it to you?" Sean emerged from the carriage, stretching lazily as he jumped down. "No need. I will come down and stretch my legs myself." After Sean departed, Tyrion called into the carriage, "Sister, remember to come down for dinner, otherwise, you may not withstand it." Shortly thereafter, a flushed Cersei emerged from the carriage, cautiously descending the steps, revealing her slightly wobbly legs. "Are you feeling carsick?" Tyrion remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "Follow me, I shall take you to a place to rest, have some water, and eat something. We still have at least 3 more days of travel ahead." Cersei swallowed hard, her throat constricting as if a thick flame lodged within, desperately yearning for a drink. Tyrion led her to the resting area. Pouring a bottle of water from the supply wagon and handing it to her, "Dinner will take a while." Cersei snatched the water flask from Tyrion's hands and drank deeply, the refreshing liquid alleviating her discomfort somewhat. The surrounding soldiers discreetly eyed Cersei, for these lowly men. Encountering a woman of such grace and beauty was a rare occurrence. Compared to the fair-haired beauty before them, the courtesans of Pike City paled significantly. Cersei, sensing their gazes, instinctively edged closer to the fire. They were once a group of impoverished lads, unaccustomed to the sight of a beauty like you, my lovely sister, Tyrion remarked. "A bunch of wretched peasants, filthy beggars," Cersei muttered under her breath. Tyrion smirked and replied, "In truth, the benefits and salaries they receive in a year surpass those of a lowly knight. They each receive 13 golden dragons along with various other benefits. His Majesty Sean invests no less than 3 million annually in the army. You cannot blame them for their losses. These are merely inexperienced recruits from the Riverlands, facing battle for the first time. Had they been seasoned veterans, the Riverlands would have collapsed long ago, let alone defend the city." 3 million at least?" Cersei exclaimed, taken aback. The Iron Throne's annual tax revenue barely reached that figure, and they still had to repay the debts left by that wild boar. At this point, Cersei felt a surge of anger, lamenting how easily Robert Baratheon had met his demise. Just then, a cook approached, pushing a cart, prompting the soldiers to line up for their rations. "Are we to eat the same as these people?" Cersei inquired reluctantly. Tyrion nodded and remarked, "Of course. The meals are the responsibility of the cooks. Even the likes of Amory must dine on the same fare as the soldiers. This is a decree established by His Majesty King Stannis." As if recalling a particular thought, Cersei's complexion flushed slightly, and she muttered, "He is such a nuisance, that accursed sea creature." Tyrion shook his head and then approached to collect 2 portions of food. He still held that small privilege, being the governor of the Riverlands, after all. Cersei's expression soured. She truly had no desire to partake in the soldiers' rations. She had witnessed the meager meals consumed by the Sparrow's army and felt utterly devoid of appetite. However, when Tyrion presented a plate of food to her, she was momentarily taken aback. The platter contained a piece of bread, a serving of roasted meat, 2 vegetable dishes, and even a cup of milk accompanied by a piece of fruit. "The milk was requested specifically for you. Ordinary soldiers seldom have access to it," Tyrion stated. "Is this what they typically consume?" Cersei inquired, incredulous. "Certainly not. Only during wartime do they enjoy meat with every meal. On ordinary days, they may only have 1 roast per day," Tyrion lamented, noting how the soldiers would eagerly wish for conflict. "No soldier relishes war," Cersei asserted confidently. Knowing this to be true, it was indeed the case that soldiers from other noble houses despised the perils of battle, danger, hunger, and the constant threat of death. Yet for the soldiers of the Riverlands, war signified not only a chance to feast on meat at every meal but also the prospect of military merit, which held greater value than gold dragons to them. From what I understand, several low-ranking soldiers would return home to be promoted to squad leaders, doubling their wages to a sum of 26 gold dragons per year. In the Riverlands military, the elevation of rank significantly influenced one's compensation. The officials under Stannis enjoyed substantial salaries, and while he had recently decreed that officials were not permitted to engage in commerce, he tacitly allowed their families to do so. This led to a considerable wealth accumulation among the influential families of the Riverlands, while those without titles desperately sought positions of authority, knowing that such status would facilitate many endeavors. "Hurry and eat. Once you've finished, We can return to the carriage for some rest, Tyrion said, winking at Cersei as he spoke. Chapter 109, Tommen's descent upon returning to the Red Keep. Olenna breathed a sigh of relief upon learning that Cersei had been taken away by Theon. She immediately sought out Marjorie. Grandmother, has the Riverlands withdrawn their troops? Marjorie inquired as soon as she saw Olenna. The Riverlands have indeed withdrawn. You must find Tommen at once and tell him he is homesick, urging him to accompany you back to Highgarden. We need to depart swiftly, Olenna commanded. Marjorie, somewhat perplexed, asked, but why? The Riverlands have retreated, have they not? Indeed, they have withdrawn, yet the war with the Westerlands could erupt at any moment. King's Landing is no longer safe, Olenna explained with exasperation, seemingly noticing Marjorie's confusion. Olenna glanced around and lowered her voice. Cersei may soon discover that it was Littlefinger and I who poisoned Joffrey. How could she know? Marjorie questioned, her brow furrowing. Theon Greyjoy. If the 10,000 troops from the Iron Islands had not gone to aid Tyder, we could deny it, and Cersei would remain silent. However, the situation could deteriorate rapidly. We must hasten back to Highgarden. Very well, I shall find Tommen at once, Marjorie replied. Soon after, she located Tommen. My dear Majesty, I have both good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? The good news, I suppose, Tommen pondered briefly before responding. The Riverlands have withdrawn their troops, Marjorie announced. And the bad news? Tommen probed. The Riverlands have taken your mother, and she may return at any moment. Upon hearing that his mother had been captured, a flicker of anxiety crossed Tommen's face. What of the soldiers? What are they doing? How could they allow the Riverlands to take my mother? There is no need to worry excessively, Your Majesty. According to reports, it was Princess Myrcella who longed for Queen Cersei, which is why she followed the Riverlands' forces, Marjorie reassured him. Tommen's expression softened slightly at this revelation. I see. Then mother should be safe enough. Your Majesty, speaking of which, I too miss Highgarden. Since King's Landing requires repairs, why not entrust the matters to the King's hand and accompany me to Highgarden for a while? Marjorie pleaded sweetly. Few could resist the charm of a pouting rose. And having not rested well due to the war's demands, Tommen readily acquiesced to Marjorie's request. He hurriedly convened a council, assigning the Prime Minister to oversee the post-war cleanup in King's Landing, while he followed the majority of the Riverlands forces back to Highgarden. Once the Riverlands army had fully retreated, the Sparrow swiftly contacted the leader of the Gold Cloaks, Robert Greyjoy. Robert quickly assembled the Gold Cloaks to aid the Sparrow in seizing control of the Red Keep. The other members of the council were also placed under restrictions. In the throne room, the Sparrow caressed the Iron Throne, contemplating the nature of power. Is it truly a farce of authority? Whoever ascends the Iron Throne can rule the Seven Kingdoms. How absurd. Only the divine can govern the world, Robert Greyjoy concurred. The Great Sparrow, with a flicker in its eyes, chose silence and gradually seated itself upon the Iron Throne, a mere iron chair, a source of fascination for all foolish mortals, yet fundamentally an immovable iron stool. After a moment, the Great Sparrow rose and made its way directly to the Great Hall of Baelor. The rightful domain for one such as it, the Pope of the Sparrow faith, the voice of the divine. Now, King's Landing lay in disarray, beset by calamity, and the people craved salvation from the gods. At Pike Island, Cersei disembarked the ship with a pained expression, having endured not only the vessel's swaying but also the unsteady grip of Theon. At last, she reached her destination. The anticipation of reuniting with Myrcella somewhat alleviated her discomfort. Myrcella was her most cherished child, intelligent, kind, and blessed with her mother's beauty. Upon stepping ashore, Cersei was momentarily taken aback by the grandeur of the dock, questioning whether she had arrived at the correct location. Is this truly the Iron Islands? She asked, bewildered. Indeed, this is the port of King's Landing, Theon replied, raising his arms in a welcoming gesture. Cersei, as the Queen Mother, could not allow herself to be treated like a captive. She linked her arm with Theon's. At that moment, Andre had been waiting for quite some time and rushed forward upon seeing Theon. Your Majesty, you have finally returned. And this must be Queen Cersei. 100 times more beautiful than the portrait Myrcella displayed. Thank you, Cersei replied, her tone indifferent, embodying an air of haughty pride. Theon observed Cersei, who resembled a proud swan, and marveled at her vanity. Even after the tumult of the carriage ride, she managed to suppress any sign of distress. Andre, unperturbed by Cersei's demeanor, promptly arranged for a carriage. Yet, upon seeing it, Cersei instinctively took a step back, a flicker of fear in her eyes. Your Grace, do you not favor this carriage? I can arrange for another immediately, Andra inquired, noticing her retreat. No need, this carriage will suffice, Theon interjected, assisting Cersei into the vehicle. Reluctantly, she climbed aboard, following Theon towards Pike Castle. The city of Pike was vast. The journey from King's Landing to Pike took but a day. Thanks to the island's excellent transport routes. Departing in the morning, they arrived by afternoon. The carriage came to a halt at Pike Castle, and Theon helped Cersei disembark. With her left hand resting on her abdomen, she turned sharply to Theon and declared, If I am with child, you shall pay dearly for it. Fear not. Let us first greet Myrcella, she added, and they proceeded into Pike Castle together. Cersei reached out to touch the cement wall, intrigued. What is this? It seems both the Riverlands and the Iron Islands are constructing with this material. This is cement, akin to the yellow clay building materials used in King's Landing. Theon casually explained. As they traversed the lengthy corridor, everything was novel and fascinating to Cersei, spacious and bright, rivaling the Red Keep, adorned with glass. It was difficult to fathom the fortune spent on constructing such a place. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Sunflower Garden, Cersei immediately spotted Myrcella frolicking among the blossoms. Her fondness for the garden remained unchanged. Even during her time in King's Landing, Myrcella delighted in playing amidst the flowers. A faint smile graced Cersei's lips. Myrcella! Look who has come! Shouted Qyburn. Hearing his voice, Myrcella turned around and, upon seeing Cersei beside him, was momentarily taken aback. She promptly dropped the flowers in her hands and rushed over, leaping into Cersei's embrace. Mother, what brings you here? Myrcella asked incredulously. Having previously heard tales of her mother's stealthy assault on the Crablands. Wait, were you captured? Myrcella inquired, her surprise evident. She then cast a pitiful glance at Qyburn. Just as she was about to apologize and plead, Cersei interjected. The war has concluded. I chose to come see you. Myrcella looked at Qyburn, then nodded. Choosing not to expose Cersei's ruse, a radiant smile blossomed on Myrcella's face. It was a relief to know her mother had not been taken prisoner. Watching Myrcella take Cersei's hand as they departed, Qyburn turned and made his way to the cave, having not seen Apollo for quite some time. Upon entering the cave, Qyburn first approached the small dwelling, where Selena was nursing Eureka. Upon noticing Qyburn's entrance, Selena quickly rose and inquired, Has the war come to an end? Indeed, Qyburn replied, taking Eureka from Selena's arms. The infant, initially poised to wail due to the abrupt absence of her pacifier, turned her head to see Qyburn and immediately reached out to grasp his face. Suddenly, a tremor resonated from outside. Holding Eureka, Qyburn stepped out of the room, where Apollo had just emerged from the mountains of gold. When did you return, father? Apollo asked with curiosity. Just now, Qyburn replied, gazing at Apollo, who had grown to nearly 40 meters in length. He marveled at how swiftly this dragon had grown, in the mere span of 6 or 7 years. He had reached such a remarkable size. In contrast, Viserion, who was of a similar age, was only 4 meters long, a striking difference of nearly tenfold. Even Drogon had yet to reach 8 meters. Chapter 110. The Empire a month swiftly elapsed. On this day, Cersei gripped the windowsill tightly, unable to suppress her cries of agony as she endured the severe torture inflicted by Theon. Half an hour passed when Myrcella, bounding with energy, arrived at Cersei's door. She found it locked from within and knocked gently. After a moment, Cersei's voice echoed back, Who is it? Mother, it is I. There is a new play at the theater in Castle Pike today. Shall we go see it? Wait just a moment. Cersei responded, and after a brief interval, she opened the door. Myrcella observed her mother's flushed complexion and, with a hint of concern, inquired, Mother, are you all right? Do you feel unwell? Cersei exhaled deeply, smoothing her hair as she replied, I am fine. I was merely tidying up. A new play, you say? When is it? She hastily redirected the conversation. The mention of the new play ignited Myrcella's enthusiasm, and she immediately began to share details about the advertisement for the production. Meanwhile, Paul was patrolling the lower levels of the castle, diligently inspecting every corner, even the rear wall, which he deemed his duty. He believed that his earnest attitude towards work would inevitably lead to promotion and a raise. With sword in hand, Paul completed his inspection of the rear wall and was about to depart when a sudden whoosh pierced the air. A resounding crash echoed as a suit of white armor descended from above. Theon, having reclaimed the armor, turned to the astonished Paul and declared, Report to the logistics department tomorrow. With that, he pivoted and strolled away, muttering about the absurdity of having patrols in such a place. After a moment, Paul regained his senses and looked up at the tall wall, noting that the balcony was situated over 20 meters high. Why did His Majesty descend from the sky? Paul pondered this perplexing question but soon dismissed it, reasoning that the king must have his reasons. Nevertheless, he remained steadfast in his belief that diligence would yield rewards. He could hardly wait to return home and share this good news with his wife and sister, fully aware of the substantial benefits the logistics department would offer. However, before that, he resolved to complete his patrol, determined not to disappoint the king's expectations. Theon arrived at his office, where Tyrion was busily tinkering with a meticulously crafted wooden Gundam figure, its details remarkably lifelike. Can we truly create such things? Tyrion mused. He had often heard Theon speak of the Gundam universe, yet he found it utterly unbelievable that humanity could produce such creations. Theon snatched the Gundam and carefully placed it back in its original position. Did you come here merely to discuss Gundams? Do you believe I won't send you off to scrub toilets? The capital's grand summer construction is nearing completion. When shall we establish the nation? How much time remains? Approximately 3 months. It will take about a month to clear the construction debris, so we anticipate a total of 4 months. If all goes well, we should finish before November this year. Tyrion detailed his estimates. Then we shall establish the nation by the end of this year, allowing a month for preparations after the final touches are completed. Let us set the end of this year as the deadline, a timing that seems quite fitting. By the way, Tyrion suddenly brought up the recent dealings with Braavos. Fear not, for this time I am determined to seize Braavos. The Iron Fleet is no longer the same as during my father's rebellion. Observing the decidedly underhanded demeanor of Theon, Tyrion remarked, what I mean is, could we allocate 10 million golden dragons from that 40 million for construction in the Riverlands? Theon, taken aback, realized that they were already fixated on the ill-gotten gains. Begone. I intend to use that 40 million to build schools. Henceforth, children aged 7 to 10 must attend school for 3 years. Tyrion blinked in surprise, thinking it rather inappropriate. Children of that age are already capable of work, and with the common folk finally amassing some savings, it is unlikely many would send their children to school. Education is free, and so are the textbooks. The Academy has discovered a method for mass-producing inexpensive paper, and printing technology has long been established. The only cost incurred will be for meals. Tyrion appeared perplexed, unconsciously fiddling with his figurine. This will impose a considerable burden on the Empire's finances. And what of the teachers? Naturally, the Empire will pay their salaries in the compensation from the Riverlands. There are 300 scholars, and by reallocating some underperforming students from the Empire's research institutes to the schools, the number of teachers will just suffice. Tyrion continued to toy with the figurine, his brow furrowed. After a moment, he inquired, Your Majesty intends to enlighten the entire populace? No. I prefer to call it a mass awakening. This is an inevitable process for the Empire's development and strength. I understand your concerns, but the reality is not as daunting as you perceive. Let us hope there are truly no issues. Theon stepped forward to reclaim the figurine. Of course there will be no problems. The first cohort of students will absorb our ideological teachings, loyalty to the crown, patriotism, and that science and technology are the foremost productive forces. Various progressive ideas will begin with the first wave of educated children and will gradually spread. Tyrion rose and bowed, then bid farewell, saying, In that case, I shall take my leave. There are many matters in the Riverlands that require my attention. Wait. The research on the steam engine is nearing completion, and the Kraken Research Institute is conducting simulation experiments. If all goes well, the first steam trains will commence test runs in the Riverlands. Tyrion abruptly turned around, his face alight with exaggerated joy. I knew it. As the future capital, the Riverlands must be prioritized for development. Theon's expression darkened. It is not merely a matter of prioritizing development after the successful experiments. I intend to connect the north to the Riverlands with the first railway, thus greatly enhancing both agricultural and pastoral industries. I see now, I understand. Tyrion nodded. Subsequently, a thought struck him, and he spoke. The wall is once again requesting support. Your brother, Jon Snow, and Alistair Thorne are vying for the position of commander. It is unclear what has transpired, but evidently, we are short on manpower. Theon furrowed his brow. By all accounts, Jon should undoubtedly take command. How had a rivalry emerged? Could the recent arrivals have caused unforeseen complications? Very well, I shall personally make the journey. You prepare some supplies to accompany me. Additionally, inform Sir Amory to muster the last batch of soldiers who performed poorly in the previous engagement 2,000 men to accompany me for some training in the north. As you command. Your Majesty. The following day, Theon rose early and, under Marcella's attentive care, donned his attire and armor. Once clad in the light regalia of a king, he hastily made his way to the training grounds. At this early hour, the Iron Islands were shrouded in a gentle mist. Gazing upon the formidable 2,000 soldiers below, Theon found it difficult to reconcile the notion that they were the weakest cohort. It was hard to believe that you represent the least skilled soldiers of the Riverlands. For each of you, when taken individually, could rival a knight. Hearing Theon's words, the soldiers could not conceal their indignation, though their records and performance spoke otherwise. I offer you an opportunity to train at the wall for 6 months. I hope you will emerge transformed from this experience. With a command, Theon set the army and the logistics team on their way to the fabled and perilous wall, known only through tales. Chapter 111. The Wall of Despair. Due to the modest repairs on the King's Road, the army's pace of advance was relatively swift. However, Theon could not contain himself and rode ahead alone on Ares. Like a gust of wind, Ares reached an astonishing speed of 80 km per hour, sustaining this pace for half an hour, while Blackie trailed closely behind, tongue-lolling. On this journey to the north, Theon was accompanied by Blackie and Zeus. Unlike the reclusive Apollo, who would prefer to lounge in the golden sands all day, Zeus and Blackie, especially Blackie, thrived on outdoor adventures. Typically, Blackie remained steadfastly at the entrance of the Sun Garden, as if waiting for a dilapidated doghouse and a rusty bowl. Now that he had the chance to roam freely, he was elated. Observing Blackie's joy, Theon realized for the first time that Blackie was indeed a dog, one that required a proper walk. In less than 2 weeks, Theon arrived at Crown's Landing, the only place of congregation behind the wall. According to Leviathan's intelligence, Stannis had once recuperated here after his defeat. For reasons unknown, Stannis later departed Westeros with just over 1,000 men, subsequently vanishing, presumably to gather strength in Essos. Theon dismissed Stannis as a mere failure, someone who would never rise again. Crown's Landing was a refuge Theon had prepared for the free folk, facing the White Walkers. He had no intention of offering the Night King a gift of 100,000 corpses. 3 days later, Theon finally reached the Black Castle. From a distance, he beheld the towering Wall of Despair, an ancient and desolate sight that evoked a sense of wonder. Indeed, even in a low-magic world, there existed elements of the fantastical. The wall's imposing presence was nothing short of awe-inspiring. No wonder a mere 100 Night's Watchmen could withstand the onslaught of tens of thousands of wildlings. Who goes there? A patrolling Night's Watchman queried upon noticing Theon. Theon Greyjoy. The watchman, observing the 2-meter-tall dog beside Theon and the eagle perched on his shoulder, felt a surge of belief. Please wait, I will inform the others. Moments later, the great doors of the Black Castle swung open, revealing Jon Snow, who stepped out with a joyful demeanor. Upon confirming that it was indeed Theon, Jon rushed forward and embraced him heartily. It has been too long. Thank you for your assistance. Theon handed Ares over to the nearby watchman. Make sure to feed him the finest grain, mixed with some jerky. No need to tether him. Just take him to the stables. The watchman, eyeing the magnificent Ares, cautiously grasped the reins. Ares rolled his eyes, following the watchman away. A horse of such exceptional quality was the dream of every ranger. Possessing such a steed would significantly enhance one's chances of survival in the wild. Jon Snow remarked. Watching Ares depart, it is true, a good horse can be the key to preserving one's life in dire circumstances. Come, let us speak inside. The main force will not arrive for another fortnight. As Theon entered the Black Castle, he found the gathered crowd awaiting him. Upon seeing Theon, they began to murmur excitedly, and the chatter diminished considerably when they laid eyes on Blackie. They had previously heard tales of the enormous dog that Sin had raised, initially believing it to be no larger than a white wolf, yet they were astounded to find it towering at nearly 2 meters at the shoulder, significantly taller than an average person. The crowd followed Sin into the Black Castle, a stronghold with a history spanning at least 8,000 years. The Night's Watch, guardians of the wall, do not engage in the kingdom's conflicts. However, Sin is the sole noble who offers them support, earning their profound respect. Yet, their intelligence is somewhat outdated. They remain unaware that the North is now under Sin's dominion, only knowing him as the Lord of the Iron Islands and the Riverlands. Upon entering the Black Castle, Sin proceeded directly to the position of the commander. The assembled individuals exchanged glances but chose silence, aware of their urgent need for provisions and manpower from the Riverlands. Jon, please explain what transpired earlier, Sin inquired, stroking the head of Blackie, his dog. Jon glanced at Elisha before responding. Sir Elisha led 200 men to gather intelligence but fell into an ambush by the wildlings, with fewer than 10 returning. Jon's words were delicately phrased. Elisha, in his bid to outshine Jon in the elections, had taken a contingent of cavalry, only to be ensnared by the wildlings, resulting in significant losses. Sin turned to Samwell, saying, Sam, you take over. With a quickened heartbeat, Sam, feeling the weight of Sin's formidable presence, recounted the events, including Elisha's actions, with a nervous tremor. Elisha's expression darkened as he glared at Sin and Sam. If Jon secured Sin's backing, this newcomer commander might never glimpse the shadow of command. However, Sin's subsequent declaration ignited a stir among the assembly. From this moment forth, I appoint Jon Snow as the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch. Does anyone dissent? Janos immediately stepped forward to challenge Sin, exclaiming, This is the wall. We have our own traditions. Sir Elisha is the most seasoned and therefore best suited for the position of Lord Commander. Elisha, equally grim, added, Your Grace. The Night's Watch has its own regulations. Not even a king can directly appoint the Lord Commander. We are responsible for the safety of the North and all of Westeros. Such decisions cannot be made lightly. Sin reclined back in his chair, exuding disdain as he regarded the indignant supporters of Elisha. I will declare 3 points. First, the North is my territory, and all must submit to my will, including Bran Stark. Second, Janos. It appears that Tyrion's decision to cast you into the North was a grave error. You should have been executed. Unfortunately, the supplies from the Riverlands, valued at 500,000 gold dragons, shall not include you, unless you kneel and beg. Perhaps, in a moment of generosity, I might grant you a portion. Additionally, your prior access to the Riverlands provisions is hereby revoked. Anyone who dares to assist you will forfeit their rights to such resources. Thirdly, this will no longer be the 7 kingdoms, my friends, but rather the Icenia Empire. Henceforth, the Wall of Despair shall be governed by the Icenia Empire, no longer serving as a place of exile for criminals. In its stead, regular troops will be stationed here, though the Night's Watch shall still remain. However, after 12 years of service, one may choose to withdraw from the Night's Watch. A hushed silence enveloped the Grand Hall, broken only by the sound of Sam's nervous swallowing. This is inconceivable, Elisha exclaimed in immediate reproach, prompting Jon to swiftly signal to Sin. The Night's Watch has existed for thousands of years. How can you presume to alter its traditions with mere words? The assembly erupted in murmurs, particularly among Elisha's followers, who vocally condemned Sin for his reckless directives and chaotic reforms. Roaring, Blackie silenced the uproar in an instant. Sin calmly addressed the assembly. We shall vote on this. Those opposed to the reforms, raise your hands. Elisha's followers quickly raised their hands in protest, while Jon's supporters appeared hesitant, casting glances toward Jon. Jon, too, found himself in a difficult position. He shook his head, intending not to raise his hand when the time came to agree. He resolved to maintain a neutral stance. Jon did not desire reform. He held dear the oaths of the Night's Watch and the teachings of Commander Mormont and Maester Aemon, wishing to see no changes within the Night's Watch. Very well, Sam, record the names of these individuals. The supplies from the Riverlands shall not be allotted to them, and previously granted resources shall no longer be available for their use. As soon as Sin finished speaking, several individuals discreetly lowered their raised arms. The faces of those who had raised their hands darkened, and uncertainty washed over them.